3 centuries passed, a legendary fellowship of 5 heroes embarked on a quest to save their world, but for one, death was not the final chapter. His story was just beginning the prologue to a frustratingly long existence, a narrative straight out of a Reborn Manhwa. In those days, the world was engulfed in flames. Colossal demonic dragons eclipsed the sun, casting their immense shadows across a land ravaged by war. Far below, the Demon King's fortress pierced the horizon like a festering wound. It stood as the last stronghold of evil in a world on the brink. Inside the castle lay a cemetery of fractured stone and broken dreams. A profound silence hung in the air, a stark interruption to the cacophony of battle just beyond the walls. It was here that the fabled hero Vermouth and his 4 comrades prepared for their ultimate confrontation, delving deep into the heart of darkness. Their mission to extinguish the reign of the Demon Kings for good. They had already clawed their way through hell itself, vanquishing 3 of the 5 demon lords. Now, with a mere 2 remaining, the sweet taste of victory was tantalizingly close. In a moment of unspoken accord, they surged forward, becoming a whirlwind of vibrant color and gleaming steel, diving headlong into a corridor teeming with demonic entities. Their crimson eyes burned like malevolent embers in the gloom. The foe was a relentless wave of nightmares, a legion of gargantuan armored brutes. Winged abominations formed a living barrier between the heroes and their destiny. Yet at the vanguard of this desperate charge was Vermouth himself. His golden gaze was unwavering, his concentration absolute. A radiant azure aura ignited around his arm as he channeled his power for a single definitive blow. With one seamless movement, his sword became a streak of pure light, cleaving a pristine path through the demonic legion. It was a display of power so elegant it appeared almost effortless. He pirouetted, and an immense wave of energy surged from his blade. It annihilated everything in its wake in a blinding flash of pure white light. As the light subsided, a vast empty corridor had been carved through the enemy lines. The demons had vanished, utterly vaporized where they stood. This was the might of the man known as the Great Vermouth, a hero whose incredible strength was rivaled only by his profound and unshakable composure. Following closely in his wake, the party's archmage advanced, her staff poised as she assessed the remaining demonic forces. A look of fierce concentration etched her features as she began to summon her own formidable power. A sly, self-assured grin played on her lips. She knew her magic was more than a match for this horde. The crystal atop her staff flared with a dazzling golden brilliance, thrumming audibly with the raw energy she channeled into it. She then unleashed a cataclysmic storm of fire and ice, an elemental torrent that smashed into the demonic ranks and ripped them asunder. She was known as the Wise Sienna, and with a smirk of such satisfaction, it was obvious she relished demonstrating the true extent of her power. As the haze from Sienna's cataclysmic spell began to clear, another companion stepped forth. Her long blonde hair trailed behind her like a silken banner as she closed her eyes, hands clasped in solemn prayer. A warm, divine radiance enveloped her form as her voice rang out with a blessing, fortifying her allies for the grueling battle ahead. However, in that fleeting moment of focus, a demon spied an opportunity, lunging with a piercing shriek at the seemingly vulnerable cleric. Without so much as opening her eyes, she swung her holy mace in a vicious, sweeping arc, shattering the demon's skull with a nauseating crack. She then smoothly resumed her prayer without missing a beat. This was the Faithful Anise, whose serene demeanor concealed an iron will. Her gentle appearance belied the brutal strength to enforce it. All at once, a colossal armored boot descended with crushing force, smashing a demon's head into the stone floor. A colossal man unleashes a thunderous warcry, brandishing a massive 2-handed axe that looks heavy enough to cleave a mountain in 2. He transforms into a maelstrom of raw devastation, his axe scything through the air and sending demons scattering like broken dolls. He pauses, standing defiantly amidst the carnage he has created, with blood misting the air around him. This is the valiant Tanchulwood. And from that impossibly wide grin, it's clear he's relishing every moment of his life. And then we have the final party member, a crimson-haired warrior by the name of Hamel. He wasn't leading the assault or weaving magnificent spells. He was simply charging forward, driven by nothing more than sheer unyielding pride. He bellows at the top of his lungs, "Don't you even think about getting ahead of me." For him, this wasn't a war, it was a frantic competition. He surges onward with wild abandon, his sole objective to overtake his rival and demonstrate that he is every bit as powerful, if not more so. With a snarl of absolute fury, he roars for the demonic horde to get out of his accursed path. His blade becomes a blur of relentless aggressive strikes, where Vermouth moved with grace and precision. Hamel was a storm of pure power and untamed ferocity. And this, believe it or not, is our protagonist, the very man this epic Reborn Manhwa would strangely remember for all time as the Foolish Hamel. He cleaves through, the final demon blocking his path, letting out a breath of satisfaction. At last he had closed the distance. The simple truth is Hamel was perpetually and painfully envious of Vermouth. He had unilaterally declared the hero his rival, engaging in a one-sided contest that the rest of the group largely chose to disregard. Hamel's eyes dart around the chamber, observing that the last of the lesser demons are gone. He assumes the path to the final boss is now clear, but then his eyes widen in sheer unadulterated terror. He perceives a threat that no one else has noticed, and a single name is torn from his throat in a desperate scream. Vermouth, a blur of motion faster than any of them could possibly track, erupts. Vermouth is left standing frozen, caught utterly defenseless against the new menace that has materialized before him. In that fleeting instant, as a Demon King's wicked, clawed hand lunges forward to extinguish the hero's life, Hamel reacts on pure instinct. He hurls his own body into the path of the attack. The claws rip directly through his chest. The shock is instantaneous, the agony all-consuming. Blood spills from his lips as Vermouth can only watch, paralyzed and stunned into silence by this sudden, brutal act of sacrifice. The Demon King towers above them, its grotesque arm still embedded deep within Hamel's torso. The injury is mortal. There is no recovery from this. As Hamel's body begins to crumple, the Demon King wrenches its arm free, observing its victim fall with a cold, monstrous apathy. Unleashing a triumphant shriek, it lunges once more, launching a devastating blast of dark energy to annihilate the party for good. But this time Vermouth is prepared. The serenity in his eyes has vanished, replaced by an expression of pure, chilling fury. He confronts the blast head-on, deflecting it with a cataclysmic impact that utterly shatters the stone floor beneath their feet. With a ferocious roar of his own, Vermouth surges forward, his sword now radiating an intensity that completely eclipses the demon's dark power. In a single final explosive strike fueled by overwhelming grief and unbridled rage, he unleashes the full extent of his power, utterly obliterating the Demon King from existence. The other companions, at last breaking free from their shock, cry out Hamel's name as they scramble to his side, their faces etched with horror and utter disbelief. They huddle around his failing form. Vermouth stands over him, his shoulders slumped, the immense weight of his friend's sacrifice crushing down upon him. He gazes down at his rival, his friend, thinking to himself that this was never how their story was meant to conclude. Hamel's death was entirely avoidable. Yet through the agony and crimson haze, he managed a faint, strained smile, assuring Vermouth that this outcome was more than enough. For a warrior, there could even be no more honorable end. Still, as his life faded, a profound regret took root in his soul. He'd never been completely open with his companions, the very people he had secretly come to see as his true family. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, he extended a blood-soaked hand, his voice a desperate plea to his rival. "You must vanquish the Demon Kings." Vermouth gripped his hand with crushing force, a solemn, unspoken vow sealing the space between them. Gazing down at his fallen comrade, Vermouth swore an oath, his voice thick with unbridled grief. "I will eradicate every last one of the Demon Kings." Upon hearing that pledge, a serene, faint smile graced Hamel's lips. He knew his rival would see it. To the end. Now he could finally rest in peace. His dimming eyes found Anise, and with a voice barely audible, he asked her to pray for his soul. He then turned to the colossal warrior, telling him he was the most courageous man he had ever met. At last his gaze settled on Sienna, who was crying silently, her formidable composure utterly broken. Hamel fought to utter the final words. He had always longed to say the ones he never had the courage to confess. "To be honest, I never liked you." A young boy with a shock of unruly white hair slammed a book shut, bellowing in sheer frustration. "I never said that." He was visibly trembling with unadulterated rage. His fists clenched into tight white knuckles. How many times did he have to endure this fabrication? He seethed, silently cursing whatever fool wrote this ridiculous children's story. If he ever discovered the author's identity, he'd hunt them to the ends of the earth. He fumed, recalling how his companions all received such glorious titles: the great, the wise, the faithful, the brave. And what about him? He was saddled with the moniker Hamel the Foolish. It was the most profound insult imaginable. He hurled the book aside in disgust. He simply couldn't fathom it. How could his old comrades possibly allow a book like this to ever be published? Did his honor mean nothing to them? Then he paused, a bitter realization dawning on him, as he remembered the cold finality of his own death. Of course, it's not as if they could have ever predicted that the dead and buried Hamel would one day be reincarnated to actually read their slander. He let out a deep sigh. The sheer absurdity of his situation was almost too much to bear. Hamel had perished in battle 300 years ago. And yet as he touched his own face, his neck, he knew this body was not his own. This era was not his own. His eyes drifted upward to a magnificent glowing portrait adorning the wall, a painting of the man himself, the great hero, Vermouth Lionheart. And in a twist of fate so bizarre it felt like something from a reborn Manhwa, Hamel had been reborn as a direct descendant of his greatest rival. His new name was Eugene Lionheart, and he was now 13 years of age. As Eugene prepared for his training, his mind wandered to his old rival Vermouth. He had recently discovered that in his later years, the celebrated hero had apparently taken on numerous concubines. While wrapping his hands, he mused that Vermouth was never the sort of man to pursue women. He wondered if old age had changed him, but quickly dismissed the thought. Even a hero was still human after all. Within the Lionheart clan, bloodline was paramount. The only true heirs were those descended from Vermouth's first and only wife. All others born from his various other partners were relegated to the branch families, holding a lesser status despite sharing the same revered surname. This status came with a set of rigid restrictions. Children of the branch families were strictly forbidden from training with real swords or even learning to channel their mana until they successfully completed a specific time-honored ritual. Consequently, for years, Eugene had been stuck a flimsy wooden sword, but as he gazes at the cheap piece of wood in his hands, he knows this will be the final day he ever has to wield such a thing. He erupts into motion, his eyes blazing with fierce concentration, moving with a speed and power that no ordinary 13-year-old could ever hope to possess. Pouring every ounce of his soul into each swing, the wooden sword transforms into a blur, slicing through the air with such immense force that it leaves a streak of color in its wake. With a single final, devastating strike against the training dummy, the sword simply can't endure it. It shatters into a dozen pieces from the sheer force of the impact. All that remains is a splintered hilt clutched in his hand. The ground beneath the dummy is fractured, a testament to the incredible power he just unleashed. A man observing from nearby can only stare his face a mask of pure astonishment. A bead of sweat trickles down his temple as he struggles to comprehend what he has just witnessed. He lets out a weary sigh. "You've broken it again." Eugene turns to face him, his expression completely unreadable. He replies calmly, "Father." The man, his father, guard clenches his fist, his mind racing with a familiar concoction of awe and anxiety. He gazes at his son's muscular physique and can't help but wonder, how is that the body of a 13-year-old Waitao? A genuine sense of dread washes over him at the thought that if they were ever to fight, he would undoubtedly lose. A shiver runs down his spine. Eugene is his son, but at times, he finds himself afraid of him. He doesn't behave like a child, and those golden eyes possess a terrifying ancient intensity, almost like a character from a Reborn Manhwa. He recalls that when Eugene's mother passed away, the boy never shed a tear, never displayed a single moment of grief. It is just another unsettling piece in the perplexing puzzle that is his son. Eugene kicks a fragment of the broken sword aside, his annoyance palpable. He states bluntly that the local blacksmith's craftsmanship is absolute garbage. He holds up the splintered hilt, his eyes glowing with irritation. He complains that the man deserves a lashing for selling such refuse. But his father is simply too lenient. Guard clears his throat awkwardly, uncertain how to manage his son's intensity, and just mumbles that he will give the blacksmith a stern warning. Changing the subject, he reminds Eugene that the following day is the blood succession ritual. The sun shines brightly upon their home, marking the day before everything is set to change. Eugene's eyes narrow. The blood succession ritual. Just another one of the Liony Heart clan's foolish traditions held every 10 years. It is an event where all the clan's children aged between 10 and 15, from both the main and collateral families, gather at the head family's estate for a grand ceremony. There they are pitted against one another to prove who is most worthy of carrying the Liony Heart name. But Eugene understands that the entire game is rigged. The children from the direct lineage have been training with real weapons and mana for their entire lives. He grits his teeth, recognizing it's nothing more than a system designed to keep the branch families firmly in their place. Guard looks at his son, his heart heavy with a sorrowful thought. Eugene is so immensely talented, it's difficult to believe he is his own son. If only he had been born into the main family, he sighs. Or perhaps it would have been better if Eugene possessed no talent at all. If he were just ordinary like him, then he would not have to suffer this agonizing gap between his potential and his reality. Eugene notices his father's pained expression. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Guard simply pinches the bridge of his nose and waves it off, dismissing it with, "It's nothing, Eugene." He scoffs to himself. "Nothing, don't even try to fool me." He can read his father like an open book. The old man is just beating himself up again for not being able to provide more for his son. Guard's hand lands heavily on Eugene's shoulder, his gaze intense and unwavering. He issues a stern warning, don't even entertain the thought of competing against the main family's children. He's adamant that no matter how talented Eugene might be, he stands no chance against them. In response, Eugene flashes a brilliant, reassuring smile and replies, "All right, I won't." But his inner voice sneers as if I'd listen. A devious smirk begins to form on his lips. A skills competition against a group of mere children. The entire notion is utterly tedious. His eyes drift to the training dummy, his mind already dissecting the looming challenge. His father had already laid out the numbers: 3 children from the main family and 6 from the various collateral branches. Of the 3 from the main household, 1 is designated as the true heir, while the other 2 are twins. As for the others, Antats. Eugene dismisses them as likely being nothing special. He raises the broken sword hilt, his grip tightening with a surge of anticipation. As he flows through his training stances, a new fire sparks to life within him, forging a new sense of purpose. It feels like a scene from a classic Reborn Manhwa, a second chance to dominate. This thought brings a vicious, predatory grin to his face, his eyes gleaming with intent. Let's just see how capable the descendants of the Great Vermouth truly are. The following day, the carriage proceeds down a long road, its destination a grand and distant estate. Inside, Eugene sits in contemplative silence. He recalls his past life as Hamel when he genuinely believed himself to be a genius. He remembers his youth with perfect clarity. He learned faster than anyone, grew stronger than anyone, and never once truly struggled or had to exert himself. But then a sharp and bitter memory cuts through his thoughts, a younger, more volatile Hamel shouting at Vermouth. "What did you just say to me?" Vermouth's calm, infuriating reply echoes in his mind. "I said it's a pity. You could become so much stronger if only you'd try a little harder." The memory makes his blood boil all over again. He had screamed back at him. "Can't you see I'm giving this everything I have? I'm trying as hard as I possibly can." He had jabbed an accusing finger, yelling, "Don't you dare think that just because you're a genius, everyone else can be like you." But now, 300 years later, Eugene finally comprehends the truth. He wasn't the genius in their party. The real genius, the true prodigy, was always Vermouth the Great, a master who had perfected both the art of the sword and the complexities of magic. So overwhelmingly powerful, he was dubbed the God of War. After the war, Vermouth lived out his days as a duke, celebrated as a legendary hero until his final breath. Eugene leans back, his thoughts shifting to the others. He thinks of Sienna the Wise. That little brat went on to become a magic tower master, the youngest in all of history. Then there was Anise the Faithful, a woman he always considered rotten to the core. And yet she became a revered saint so renowned they penned holy scriptures in her name. Even the one they called the Brave, that lovable idiot, actually went on to establish an entire kingdom in his own name. It appeared that everyone but him had lived long, fulfilling lives. The realization makes his hand clench around the carriage seat, his knuckles turning stark white. He grinds his teeth as a single burning question consumes his every thought. Then why? Is the demon king of incarceration still alive? He vividly remembers Vermouth's solemn vow on his deathbed, a promise to annihilate them all. He gazes out the window, the disparate pieces of the puzzle finally clicking into place. Hamel had died within the castle of the demon king of incarceration, and yet the official histories all speak of a promise Vermouth made with that very same demon king right after his own supposed death. That single enigmatic promise was what ultimately concluded the Great War, ushering in an era of peace that has miraculously endured for 300 years. With every jolt of the carriage, Eugene's determination crystallizes. He must uncover the truth behind what transpired. What exactly made it was that promise? And more importantly, why did Vermouth betray his solemn oath to a dying comrade? The contemplative silence is suddenly shattered by the cheerful voice of a man seated opposite him. "You must be feeling a bit on edge, Omar," he remarks. The man, a certain Lord Gordon from a collateral family branch, is practically vibrating with his own excitement. He leans in, a self-satisfied smirk playing on his lips, cautioning Eugene that if he's this anxious now, he's in for a rough ride once they reach the main estate. In response, Eugene crafts a perfectly sweet and innocent smile. "Thank you for the advice, Lord Gordon," he replies, his voice a model of politeness, yet his eyes hold a chilling frost. As the carriage rolls through a magnificent gate, Gordon proudly announces their arrival. "From this moment forward, we are on Lionheart land." He then turns to Eugene, adding, "No need to prepare yourself just yet. We still have quite a distance to the mansion." Eugene, however, can only think, "It's not even your property. What are you so puffed up about?" Gordon then poses a rhetorical question. Isn't it rather inconvenient for the estate to be this massive before immediately answering himself? He explains that a series of warp gates makes traversing the grounds effortless. For a fleeting moment, Eugene's polite facade cracks. "Right, so why are we in a carriage then?" With a smug air, Gordon clarifies that of course they haven't been granted permission to utilize the warp gates. Eugene simply closes his eyes and offers a tight smile, masterfully concealing his growing irritation. The horses continue their steady trot, drawing the carriage deeper into the vast domain of the family. He was born into a classic setup for any Reborn Manhwa protagonist, but could never truly belong to. At long last, they arrive. The mansion is nothing short of a palace, a veritable fortress, befitting the descendants of a world-saving hero. Gordon disembarks and gestures with a grand flourish, welcoming Eugene to the ancestral home of the Lionheart patriarch. As Eugene himself steps down from the carriage, his gaze travels upwards. He stares at the colossal structure, his expression, a carefully guarded mask, his golden eyes glinting with a cold, unyielding determination. A sharp wind whips around the grand gates of the Lionheart estate, causing banners emblazoned with the family crest to flutter proudly. As Eugene proceeds up the main path, servants are already bustling about their duties, a silent testament to the immense scale and opulence of this domain. He scans the vast, empty courtyard and can't suppress a dry, cynical thought. A welcoming committee as if. He's already acutely aware of his standing here, and it's certainly not one that merits any special treatment. They continue their approach toward the main building, a structure that bears more resemblance to a castle than a private residence. The entire estate is a staggering display of raw power and deep-rooted history. All of it built upon the legendary legacy of a single man, Vermouth Lionheart. His symbol, the golden lion, is meticulously carved into every wall, serving as a constant reminder of the bloodline Eugene now shares. But even that profound connection has its stark limitations. Eugene's gaze drops to his own chest. Only the direct descendants, the true heirs to the family, are permitted to openly display the lion crest. It's yet another small, sharp jab, a pointed reminder that he is and always will be an outsider here. He turns to Lord Gordon, inquiring if any of the other relatives have arrived. Gordon, ever the self-important guide, informs him that he is the very first to arrive. He then graciously offers to escort Eugene to the guest house. This so-called guest house is a lavish mansion in its own right, encircled by flawlessly manicured gardens that would put the estates of most nobles to absolute shame. A young maid greets them at the entrance with a polite curtsy, introducing herself as Nana. She informs Eugene that she has been assigned to attend to his needs throughout his stay. Then, with a warm and welcoming smile, she offers to lead him inside. Offers him a small ornate bell, explaining he should ring it if he requires her assistance. Her demeanor was pleasant, but Eugene's mind was already racing, swiftly connecting the dots. He mused internally that a personal maid was at the very least a minor concession. A courtesy, yes, but a calculated one. Settling onto the bed, he inquired about her age. Remark a mere 16 years old and fresh out of her training. A smirk plays on Eugene's lips as the realization dawns on him. Of course, they'd assign him this greenest servant they could find. He instantly deciphers their petty scheme. Should this novice girl falter, the blame would inevitably fall squarely on his shoulders. It's a transparent, pathetic attempt to undermine him from the moment he arrived. He crosses his arms, his expression unreadable, and asks, "When are the other members of the main family expected?" Na informs him they should all be present within the next 4 days. 4 days. That was more than enough time for him to prepare. He rises to his feet, suddenly issuing his first command with authority. Take me to the training grounds. Na is utterly stunned by the unexpected order, fumbling over her words for a second before scrambling to comply. As they make their way through the sprawling gardens, a pair of figures observes them from a high balcony. One of them, a young man with impeccably styled white hair, gestures down towards Eugene, inquiring of his companion, "What was the name of our new arrival again?" The girl beside him replies coolly that his name is Eugene, and that he is the same age as they are. The boy identified as Cyan lets out a derisive scoff. "I heard," he sneers, "that this Eugene hails from some rural backwater on the very fringe of the empire." A condescending smirk twists his lips as he adds, "He's probably more familiar with the handle of a rake than the hilt of a sword." He pinches his nose in a theatrical display of disgust, remarking that the carriage he arrived in must be absolutely squalid. He then muses that even if Eugene is technically a relative, he ought to be held accountable for sullying the main house's pristine property. The girl seal claps her hands in gleeful agreement. "Oh yes, you're absolutely right. Let's go give him a proper scolding." Cyan raises a single finger, correcting her with a self-satisfied smile. "We are not scolding him, we are giving him a warning. Let us go." "Seal, he declares. She merely giggles in response, telling him that he is far too generous. From another window, a different pair of eyes watches as the two haughty twins begin their descent towards the gardens. Seal practically bounces with every step as she trails her brother, exuding an aura of pure mischief. Her golden eyes are piercingly sharp, gleaming with excitement for the chaos they are about to unleash. The individual observing from the window appears taken aback, obviously not anticipating members of the main family to be wandering the grounds. Down in the garden, Seal glances up directly at the window as if she was aware of the observer all along. She offers a tiny, playful wave, a small puff of air escaping her lips in a silent chuckle. It's clear she is relishing every single moment of this unfolding drama. Meanwhile, over in the training yard, Eugene has not wasted a single second. With his maid Nana looking on, he has already commenced his practice with a heavy training spear. His form is flawless, his gaze intensely focused. Even wielding a simple practice weapon, he possesses the bearing of a battle-hardened warrior. He moves with astonishing speed, the weighted spear transforming into a blur of motion as he thrusts, parries, and spins with deadly grace. He stops abruptly, his grip unyielding and his stance as immovable as a mountain. This is not mere practice, this is discipline. Lethal conditioning. He reflects that this whole situation feels like a plot from a classic Reborn Manhwa, but knows that while he wasn't a slacker in his past life, he must push this new body to its absolute extremes to regain his former combat prowess. He flows seamlessly through his forms, each movement executed with immense power and pinpoint precision. He notes with satisfaction that no matter how hard he drives this body, it never succumbs to illness, and his injuries mend with unbelievable velocity. His grasp on the spear is like a vice, pouring every ounce of his being into the ancient wood as he spins. The weapon around himself whipping up a whirlwind of air. The shaft groans with a sharp crack as he repositions his grip for the next assault. A feral grin stretches across his lips as he revels in the power surging through his veins. The potential of this body, this vessel blessed with the blood of Vermouth. It's beyond anything he could have fathomed, like a protagonist in some epic Reborn Manhwa. Distance utterly captivated. The boy moves with the fluidity of three warriors combined, his form flowing from attack to defense in less than a heartbeat. She clasps a hand over her mouth, awestruck. Incredible, she muses. She can't fathom how he's moving so freely with heavy sandbags strapped to both his arms and the spear itself. Abruptly, a sharp "hey" shatters her concentration. Her eyes fly open in alarm. She whirls around to find Keel standing there with Cyan, who points a condemning finger directly at Eugene, demanding to know precisely what he thinks he's up to. Nina panics, bowing low and stammering, "Lord Cyan, Madam Keel, what brings you to this place?" Cyan pays her no mind, his piercing glare locked solely on Eugene. "I am speaking to you, Hun," he repeats, his tone positively dripping with contempt. "What in the world do you think you are doing?" Eugene halts his training, driving the butt of his spear into the ground with a resounding thud that splinters the earth beneath it. He faces Cyan with an utterly impassive expression. "Isn't it obvious I'm practicing my spear forms?" He then pivots away, murmuring just loud enough for them to overhear. "You absolute moron!" Sayil's eyes practically dance with malicious delight. She leans close to her brother and whispers, "Brother, that backwater commoner just called you a moron." And that was all it took. Cyan's face twists into a mask of pure, unadulterated fury. His eyes seem to bulge as he grinds his teeth together. "How dare he!" He balls his hands into fists and bellows, "Apologize to me this very instant." Eugene simply turns back, an expression of sheer boredom on his face. "I'm sorry," he drones with absolutely zero sincerity in his voice. For a moment, Cyan is stunned into silence, completely taken aback by the blatant disrespect. He quickly recovers, becoming even more incensed than before. "That was not a real apology. Get down on your knees and bow to me properly." Eugene merely cocks his head to the side. "Aren't we the exact same age?" He spreads his hands in a gesture of false innocence. "Why on earth would I need to bow to a peer?" Cyan is practically suffocating on his own indignation. "How dare you call me your peer?" He sputters, launching into a tirade about how sharing the Lionheart name hardly makes them equals. Sayil, ever the cunning instigator, leans in and whispers with urgency, "Brother, the carriage. Don't forget the carriage." A flicker of malicious understanding crosses Cyan's face. "Ah, yes." He jabs a trembling finger toward Eugene and roars, Hey, you go and scrub the carriage you arrived in. It must reek of the farm animals you're so accustomed to. Eugene doesn't so much as blink. He remains perfectly still holding his spear, his expression a complete and utter blank. Then, without even bothering to turn his head, he calls out in a calm, level voice, "Nena, you are my personal attendant, are you not?" From her hiding spot behind a nearby shrub, Nena nervously squeaks, "Yes, Lord Eugene." Eugene gestures toward the estate's entrance. "In that case, go and clean the carriage that brought me here." Cyan and Sael are utterly dumbfounded. Nena stammers, "Oh, but," clearly uncertain whose command she should obey. In an instant, Eugene's face transforms into a mask of cold wrath, his eyes seeming to glow with a menacing light as he fixes his glare upon Cyan. "You dare give an order to my servant? Are you implying that my commands hold no weight?" Meanwhile, Cyan, who was on the receiving end of this tirade, puffed out his chest in a mixture of flustered embarrassment and pure fury. "Do you dare disrespect my authority? I am Cyan Lionheart." In an instant, Eugene's expression flipped back to a bright, almost mocking cheerfulness. He offered a casual little wave. "Sure thing, I'm Eugene Lionheart. A pleasure to meet you." Seeing her brother absolutely seething, Seal decided to jump into the fray, waving just as happily. "And I'm Seal Lionheart." But Cyan was far beyond such pleasantries, his face darkening with unrestrained rage. He shot Eugene a venomous glare, his voice sinking to a low, dangerous growl. "There's no point in being civil with you. You've completely ignored my authority." His gaze then fell upon a wooden training sword on a nearby rack. He snatched it up, his hand clamping down on the hilt with such force that the very ground beneath his feet began to crack from the sheer pressure as a fiery red aura erupted around him. He was utterly consumed by a storm of rage and humiliation. "You have dishonored me. I demand a duel." This entire scene felt like a page from a generic Reborn Manhwa. Eugene merely held his spear, a faint patronizing smile playing on his lips. "Oh my," he mused, his tone utterly unimpressed. He casually rested the heavy spear on his shoulder, shaking his head as if he were addressing a petulant child. "My dear friend," he began, "you really shouldn't toss around a word like duel so carelessly." He then leaned on his spear with a weary sigh. "Can you please just leave me be?" However, this casual dismissal only fanned the flames of Cyan's fury. "Are you afraid?" Cyan sneered in return. That single word, afraid, it seemed to make something inside Eugene snap. His bored expression evaporated, replaced by a dark, piercing glare. The shadow creeping across his face signaled that his last shred of patience had just worn out. Cyan, however, foolishly mistook this for fear and pressed his advantage, a triumphant grin stretching across his face. "You're terrified to duel me, aren't you? If that's the case, then bow your head and apologize." Eugene let out a scoff, dropping his nonchalant act entirely. "I'm not afraid in the slightest, Fad," he stated plainly, "and I have zero reason to duel you, nor do I have any intention of apologizing." At this, Cyan was practically vibrating with unadulterated fury. "You don't want to do this. You don't want to do that. Are you just going to tuck your tail and run away?" He pointed an accusing finger, his voice dripping with scorn. "I suppose your commoner parents never taught you a single thing about honor." That was the final straw. The sandbag weights tied to Eugene's arms suddenly dropped, hitting the ground with a deafening thud that kicked up a thick cloud of dust. Cyan flinched back, completely startled. "What was that?" he stammered. Eugene's voice was as cold as ice as he began to methodically unwrap the bindings on his arm. "You said you wanted a duel." "You're on," he declared, tossing the weighted wraps from his other arm aside. He now stood there, completely unburdened, the heavy training weights lying in the dirt around him, like trophies celebrating his relentless effort. He even shrugged off the heavy chainmail vest he had been wearing, which landed with another solid ground-shaking thud. The twins and Nena could only watch in stunned silence as the ground itself cracked from the immense impact of his discarded training gear. Cyan's eyes were wide with utter disbelief. Has he been training with something that heavy this entire time? He had foolishly assumed it was all just for show. Eugene picked up his spear, which now felt impossibly light in his hands, his gaze locking onto Cyan. But Cyan couldn't back down now. His pride was on the line. He knew that if he retreated, his sister Ciel would never let him hear the end of it. Steeling himself, his face became a mask of grim determination. He had to put this country bumpkin in his place to restore his honor. He ripped a handkerchief from his pocket and threw it to the ground, officially issuing the challenge. For Eugene, this was just the beginning. "Lionheart, I Cyan. Lionheart hereby challenge you to a formal duel." The thrown handkerchief flutters down, landing in the dust between them. Eugene shifts into a low stance, his hand tightening around the shaft of his spear, coiled and ready to strike. His eyes are as cold and unforgiving as polished steel. He speaks a single, chilling word, "accepted." Ciel gasps audibly, her eyes widening in disbelief. She clearly never imagined he would actually agree to it. The moment Eugene gives his assent, he launches himself forward like a cannonball. In a dizzying blur, he closes the gap and slams the butt of his spear squarely into Cyan's gut. Cyan chokes out a strangled gasp, the air violently expelled from his lungs in a single brutal impact. The force of the blow lifts him completely off the ground, Eugene's expression an unreadable mask of cold fury. Cyan is launched backward, his wooden sword clattering uselessly to the dirt as he collapses in a heap. The duel was finished before it had even properly started. Looming over him, spear in hand, Eugene calmly declares, "I win." Ciel immediately rushes to her brother's side, crying out his name in a frantic panic. Cyan's face drains of color, turning a sickly shade of green as his cheeks puff out, desperately trying to suppress a rising wave of nausea, but he can't contain it. He empties the contents of his stomach right there on the training grounds, his body convulsing from the devastating strike while Ciel shields her mouth in revulsion. Her gaze snaps to Eugene, her expression twisting from utter shock to pure unadulterated rage. "How could you be so cowardly?" she screams, pointing an accusatory finger. "That was no honorable duel!" Eugene simply crosses his arms, entirely unfazed by her outburst. What part of that was cowardly? But a duel commences the very instant the terms are accepted. It's his own failing for letting his guard down. Ciel grinds her teeth in frustration. "That's true." But then her eyes narrow, a dark suspicion blooming in her mind. "You used your mana, didn't you?" "I did not," Eugene replies flatly, turning his back to her. "Those from the collateral families are strictly forbidden from training their mana until after the bloodline continuation ceremony." Ciel shrieks back, "Liar, there is absolutely no way you could move with such speed without it." She replays the assault in her mind's eye. The movement had been so impossibly fast that even if her brother hadn't been caught unaware, he still would have had no chance to react in time. A faint, smug smile tugs at the corner of Eugene's lips as he turns back to face her, his expression a curious blend of mockery and genuine astonishment. "Well, I suppose those eyes of yours aren't just for decoration after all." Ciel retorts that he has a foul mouth, but Eugene merely grins. "I've heard that one a time or two." He then clarifies, "It's not as if your brother was entirely helpless." He points out that the very instant the attack landed, Cyan had instinctively shifted his center of gravity to mitigate the damage. For an amateur with no real combat experience, that was rather impressive. His demeanor suddenly turns serious. He concedes that Cyan possesses potential, but as it stands, he is nowhere near powerful enough to be worthy of the title Descendant of the Great Vermouth. Upon hearing this insult, Cyan forces himself to his feet, trembling with a mixture of rage and humiliation. "How dare you say that to me?" He glares daggers at Eugene, the evidence of his earlier sickness still on his chin as he spits, You coward!" Eugene just smirks, placing his hands on his hips. "Well, I guess you two truly are twins, seeing as you just repeated the exact same line." He begins to saunter toward the defeated boy, his confidence radiating with every single step. Leaning down, his voice becomes sharp and didactic. "If you are truly an honorable descendant of the Lionheart clan, then you must learn to honorably admit your own defeat when you lose a duel." Cyan can only let out a pained groan, the crushing weight of humiliation becoming too much to bear. For just a fleeting moment, Eugene wonders if he took it too far. This isn't some power fantasy reborn manhwa. He just thrashed a kid from the main family. There would undoubtedly be consequences for this. At that very moment, a stern voice cut through the air, calling out, "Young master!" A sharply dressed man with a tidy mustache was seen hurrying towards their location. The man's expression was a mask of grave concern as he surveyed the aftermath. Eugene sized him up in an instant, noting the absence of a lion crest. This meant he was likely a hired knight. However, his posture and the powerful aura he projected suggested he was a man of considerable skill. The moment Cyan spotted his instructor, his eyes immediately welled with tears as he stammered the man's name, Hezar. He then buried his face into Hezar's suit, sobbing uncontrollably like a small child. I lost to a country bumpkin like him." Through his choked sobs, he confessed that he had been the one to initiate the confrontation by challenging him to a duel and had been utterly defeated. Hezar's eyes narrowed dangerously. "A duel," he repeated, the word hanging heavy in the air as he looked from his weeping student to the unnervingly calm and collected boy standing opposite him. Hezar helped Cyan to his feet before formally introducing himself. "My name is Hezar, and I am responsible for young Master Cyan's training," Eugene responded with equal formality. "I am Eugene Lionheart from Giddle." The name Giddle immediately registered with Hezar. That would be Lord Gart's branch of the family then. "Indeed, he is my father," Eugene confirmed, standing unfazed amidst the clear evidence of his grueling training regimen. Hezar's gaze swept across the scene, the shattered training weights, the fractured ground, and his own defeated student, before finally asking what precisely transpired here. Eugene laid out the facts plainly. "Cyan instigated a conflict with me, and then he proceeded to insult my father." Cyan, still leaning weakly against Hezar for support, protested, "I did no such thing." But Eugene pressed on. "He claimed my father never taught me the meaning of honor. Furthermore, he called me a coward." Eugene locked his sharp, unwavering gaze onto Hezar's. "He insulted not only me, but he insulted my father as well. Sir Hezar, would you not agree that is more than enough reason to accept a duel?" Hezar was completely taken aback by the boy's impeccable logic and unshakable composure. He covered his mouth, a complex expression crossing his face, before at last conceding the point. "Your reasoning is sound." He then turned to Cyan, his voice firm. "Young master, let us attend to your injuries." As Hezar guided his weeping boy away, he cast a final glance back at Eugene. "Young Master Eugene, I trust we will meet again." Ciel offered a cheerful little wave, adding, "See you later." Eugene reciprocated with a small wave of his own. "Goodbye." Sometime later, in the grand dining hall, Eugene was devouring a massive feast with the voracious appetite of a warrior who had just completed an exceptionally satisfying workout. Nena approached him holding a notepad. With a chicken leg still in his mouth, young Master Eugene asked if she had discovered the information he had requested. Nena reported that 3 more young masters were scheduled to arrive tomorrow at noon, with 2 others, Gargus and Dara, set to arrive in the evening via the warp gate. Eugene took another enormous bite of chicken. They were all assembling far earlier than he had anticipated. That can only mean the bloodline succession ceremony is about to begin. After finishing his meal, he stepped out onto a magnificent balcony that overlooked the sprawling estate. As he gazed out over the vast property, a single name echoed in his thoughts: Vermouth. He stood there, a small figure dwarfed by the immense legacy of his ancestor and his greatest rival. He tilted his head towards the heavens, a fierce determination blazing in his eyes as he made a silent vow to the man who had been dead for 300 years. I'm going to completely dominate your descendants, and I hope you're not too bothered by it up there. He clenched his fist tightly. It's not as if I asked to be reborn as one of them, anyway. It was just a damn reincarnation, like a plot from some Reborn Manhwa. A competitive, fiery grin then spread across his face. Still, this reincarnation has given me a new chance. A chance to prove once and for all who the superior warrior truly is. Within a sumptuously sun-drenched chamber, the twins Cyan and Seal stood before a woman of imposing elegance. At their side, their instructor Hazar stood with his head deeply bowed as the atmosphere grew thick with a palpable chill. Cyan nervously averted his eyes from her piercing gaze, but she looked down upon him, her fan held delicately as her voice sliced through the silence. With a sharp tap of her fan, she began to lay out the cold, hard facts, her tone dripping with a venomous sweetness. My son Cyan challenged a boy from a mere branch family, and he lost. This was Anacelia, the second wife of the patriarch and the formidable mother of the twins. Heiser could only offer a grim yes in confirmation as a chilling, predatory smile graced Anacelia's lips, a cruel curve that never reached her eyes. Cyan, she called out, her voice like silk over steel, come here. The boy flinched but obeyed, shuffling forward with his head hung low in utter shame. Without a flicker of warning, she struck him across the chest with her fan, the sharp crack echoing as it connected with the golden lion crest on his jacket. She pressed the tip of the fan into his chest, her cruel smile never wavering for an instant. And not only that, she continued, her voice a low purr, but you were defeated in a single pathetic strike. Cyan cried out in pain, Mother, it hurts. But her eyes only narrowed as her voice dropped to a cold, hard command. Stay still. She then shifted her razor-sharp gaze to the instructor. Hazar, are you absolutely certain that boy has never once trained with mana? She demanded, her expression a perfect mask of cold calculation. Hazar bowed his head even lower. Yes, my lady, the son of Sirghard Eugene had not a single trace of mana within his body. Anacelia then turned her attention to her daughter Ciel. Tell me, how exactly did your brother manage to lose? Ciel recounted the brief duel with flawless clarity. At the very onset of the match, Eugene thrust his spear forward. Her brother was taken by surprise and attempted to retreat, but Eugene's spear was simply faster. Anacelia's eyes darkened as the pieces and voice clicked into place in her mind. So that was it. The entire affair ended with one pathetic strike. Cyan lowered his head even further, completely unable to meet his mother's furious and disappointed gaze. He looked up at her, his eyes swimming with fear. Mother! The sharp sound of a slap echoed through the opulent room as she struck him hard across the face. Her own features contorted with pure rage. How dare you challenge someone to a duel and then lose in front of such lowly commoners? She shrieked. Losing to a boy with no mana, is this some kind of cheap Reborn Manhwa plot? Her fury, it was clear, was entirely about her own wounded pride. She spat that their father would be returning soon, and demanded to know what she was possibly supposed to tell him. Do you have any idea how that old hag Theanis will laugh at me? She shrieked. At this, Cyan broke down, completely sobbing and apologizing over and over. I'm sorry, Mother. I'm so sorry. Anacelia utterly ignored his tears and barked at the instructor instead. Hazar could only reply with a quiet, yes, my lady, as her eyes began to glow with a menacing light. She glared daggers at him. Right now, I want nothing more than to end you with my own 2 hands, she hissed. However you are a knight my husband happens to favor. Instead, she gave him a new chilling order. You will train Cyan until he would rather perish than shame me like this ever again. Yes, my lady, Hazar replied, bowing deeply. Anacelia dismissed them with a sharp flick of her hand. Now take him and get out of my sight. Hazar placed a steadying hand on Cyan's shoulder, leading the weeping boy away, as Anacelia watched them go with cold, unforgiving eyes. The heavy door swung shut, leaving her alone in the silent room with Ciel. Anacelia then snapped her fan closed. With a sharp, angry crack, she let out a long, slow breath, fanning herself in a futile attempt to cool her simmering rage. But behind the delicate screen of the fan, her purple eyes remained cold, sharp, and intensely calculating. She finally lowered it and called out to her daughter. Seal to Anacelia commands, and her daughter obediently replies, yes, mother. A sly, calculating smile curls Ancelia's lips as her thoughts fixate on that boy Eugene. Stay close to him, she instructs. A confused Seal asks, but why? And Celia explains, a boy who possesses such strength without any formal mana training is an anomaly. A very interesting one. Her inner monologue takes a much darker turn. She admits to herself she'd have the boy eliminated on the spot, but if she did, she would immediately become the prime suspect. And within the Lionheart clan, murder draws the unwanted attention of the guardians of the family code, a line that even a woman of her influence dares not cross. So she turns back to her daughter, advising, it's best to remain close. Keep your friends close, she continued, and your potential enemies even closer. A bright smile spreads across Seal's face, her own curiosity now officially piqued. All right, mother, she agrees. I'm eager to learn more about him anyway. I'll make friends with Eugene. A genuinely pleased, yet terrifyingly cunning smile graces Aunt Celia's lips. Her intricate plan has officially been set in motion. The very next day, the remaining 3 children from the collateral lines made their arrival. Deacon aged 11, Hanson the eldest at 14, and Jewish the youngest at just 10 years old. They each bore the signature silver-white hair of the Lionheart clan, though their personalities were worlds apart. And just as they were arriving, Eugene was already deep into his training regimen. He was out on the grounds pushing himself through a grueling run with sweat pouring down his face, from his brow. Nana runs to catch up, calling out his name. He greets her with a casual nod, not even breaking his stride. She pants, struggling to get the words out. They're here. He glances over, assuming she meant the last of the Branch family children had finally arrived. Yes, but... Nana stammers, her eyes wide with a hint of panic. The head of the family. He's here too. At this, Eugene stops dead in his tracks, quickly wiping the sweat from his face. The head of the Lionhearts, the patriarch himself, had arrived. He immediately makes a move toward the main house, but a panicked Nana stops him, insisting he should change his clothes first. He just waves her concern aside, reasoning that if he waits, he'll be the only one who's late. Deciding it's far better to be sweaty than tardy, he quickly wipes his face with a towel and makes a beeline for the main entrance. The entire household is already gathered, lined up with military precision to welcome their leader. All the children from both the main and Branch families stand waiting in a heavy, tense silence. Eugene quietly slips into line with the other Branch children, glancing over the assembly with his usual critical eye. His gaze lands on this main family group. Standing next to Cyan is their mother, the ambitious second wife, and Celia, and positioned before her is another stern-faced woman, Theonis, the legal first wife, and Celia's most bitter rival. Beside Theonis stands a boy with a heavy, somber expression. This is Iod Lionheart, the eldest son and the true heir to the family. 2 carriages flanked by 2 riders on horseback make their way up the long, impressive driveway. The man at the lead is an imposing figure with long, flowing hair that's a mixture of gold and gray, radiating an aura of pure, unquestionable authority. This is Gilead Lionheart, the current patriarch. His golden eyes, much like Eugene's, are sharp and intense, the kind of detail you'd expect from the protagonist of a Reborn Manhwa. They seem to size up everything and everyone in a single sweeping glance. Following just behind him is his younger brother, Jian. As the patriarch dismounts, his eldest son, Iod, looks down visibly nervous under his father's powerful gaze. Gilead walks right up to him and ruffles his hair. Iod, you've grown, he says, a faint smile touching his face. But have your skills grown as well? Iod trembles slightly, promising that he is doing his absolute best to live up to his father's expectations. Gilead simply nods in response. He casts a glance down at him, his face an unreadable mask before turning away without a single word. His focus then shifts to Anastasia and her children. Cyan and Sail, he remarks, I almost failed to recognize you. Children certainly do grow up in the blink of an eye. Sail greets him with a cheerful, we've missed you, father. But Cyan remains stubbornly silent, his expression sullen. The patriarch's gaze then lands on another man in the crowd, calling out his name, Guilford. He strides over to the man who is cradling a newborn infant. For a moment, Gilad's stern demeanor softens. I heard you were blessed with a son. My apologies for not being present for the celebration. The man Guilford appears flustered, hastily reassuring his formidable brother not to trouble himself with such matters. Finally, Gilad's attention settles on the last group, the children from the collateral branches. He approaches them with purpose, his overwhelming presence instantly capturing the attention of every single child. After a moment of inspection, he announces, let us all share a meal together. A broad, knowing smile stretches across his face. We shall discuss the matter of the bloodline continuation beneath the warm glow of this magnificent crystal chandelier. And so the future generation of the Lionheart clan is assembled for this pivotal meal. All 9 children set to participate in the bloodline continuation ritual are seated around a long, opulent dining table. The atmosphere is heavy with unspoken tension and a palpable sense of anticipation. At the head of the table sits the patriarch Gilad, flanked by his children from the direct lineage, the observant Ciel, the grim heir Yod, and a mysterious long-haired guest. On the opposite side sit the children from the Branch families, including Eugene, each one subtly sizing up their competition in the charged silence preceding the meal. Eugene's gaze falls upon 2 of the newcomers, a large, powerfully built boy named Gargus, and a sharp-featured, dark-skinned girl named Desra. He recognizes them instantly. They were the 2 who arrived alongside the patriarch through the warp gates. These, he surmises, must be the top contenders from the most powerful Branch families. But his attention quickly shifts to the unfamiliar blonde man seated with the main family. And just who is he? He wonders to himself. This dinner was meant to be an exclusive family affair. Across the table, Ciel appears to be pondering the very same question, studying the stranger with unconcealed curiosity. She leans toward her father and whispers, Father, who is our guest? Gilead merely hums, thoughtfully mentioning he had planned to make introductions later. However, the guest simply smiles and leans forward eagerly, interjecting, It is quite all right. Eugene calmly sips his tea, observing the unfolding scene with a detached quietness. Suddenly, the man beams, waving with infectious enthusiasm at the entire table. Hello, children, he chirps brightly. My name is Lavlion, from the Red Tower. That single name sends a palpable shockwave through the room. Lovelian, Gargus, and the other children gasp in unison. One of the boys is so taken aback he spits out his drink, while another exclaims, "The Tower Master of the Red Tower." Even Eugene, who has seen things you'd only read about in a Reborn Manhwa, is caught completely off guard, coughing and spluttering on his tea. Lavellian asks if he's all right. Waving a hand dismissively, Eugene manages to choke out, "Yes, I am fine." But inwardly, his mind is in absolute turmoil. The Master of the Red Tower. That can only mean he's a disciple of his old comrade Sienna, or to be more precise, the disciple of her disciple. He recalls the legends. 300 years ago, Sienna became the youngest Tower Master in recorded history, a prodigy so brilliant that she single-handedly rewrote the foundational textbooks on magic. Even now, the masters of both the Red and Green Towers still revere her as Sienna the Wise, as their revered Grandmaster. Eugene studied the patriarch, an uncanny sensation creeping over him. To think he would encounter someone connected to his past life here felt like a plot twist from a Reborn Manhwa. The patriarch's voice then sliced through his reverie. "You must be Eugene, correct? I was informed about you by Theonis." Gilead's gaze sharpened, his expression hardening into a deadly serious mask. "My son has insulted both you and your father." Across the table, Cyan visibly flinched, trembling beneath his father's intense scrutiny. "Yes," Eugene acknowledged, but was quick to add, "However, I hold no grudge." Gilead settled back, a faint knowing smile gracing his features. "Because you were victorious in the duel. My stance would be the same even if I had lost." Eugene declared, his tone ringing with a warrior's conviction. "If I were too feeble to defend my own honor, then I would simply have to bear the resulting shame." The patriarch regarded him, a glimmer of sincere approval in his eyes. He stated plainly, "You are superior to my son." He then shifted his attention to Cyan, taking his son's hand. "Cyan," the boy answered feebly, "Yes, father, I am not ashamed of your defeat." Gilead stated, his voice stern, yet meticulously controlled. "I am, however, disappointed that you are more preoccupied with my reaction than you are ashamed of your own dishonorable behavior." Cyan lowered his head, completely unable to utter a word in his own defense. Gilead continued with the public lesson. "The duel commenced because of your insult. Yet even after being defeated, you did not offer an apology to Eugene." Cyan could only stammer in response. "This is because you carry the Lionheart name. The Great Vermouth is your ancestor." Gilead proclaimed, his voice resonating with absolute authority. "If his blood truly flows within you, you must learn to honor not only yourself, but your adversary as well." Cyan looked across the expansive table at Eugene, the sheer weight of his father's words finally crashing down on him. With a deep crimson blush of shame, he managed to choke out the words, "I apologize." Eugene simply scoffed internally, musing, "It's blatantly obvious you're only saying that because you've been forced to." Gilead then turned his attention back to Eugene. "You said your father is named Gerhard. I must admit the name is unfamiliar to me." "That's to be expected," Eugene replied without a moment's hesitation. "Even I feel like our family resides in the back of beyond." The patriarch looked up as if mentally tracing the vast Lionheart family tree. "Did you learn your techniques from your father?" Eugene responded, "He taught me only the basics. I figured out the rest on my own." The other children were stunned into silence. Dara stared at him in sheer disbelief. He's self-taught, Gargus was just as flabbergasted. And he defeated Cyan after teaching himself? A wide, thoroughly amused grin spread across the patriarch's face. This ceremony was certainly shaping up to be exceptionally entertaining. At that very moment, maids glided into the room, pushing carts laden with a magnificent feast. They promptly began serving course after course of incredible food, and soon the table was filled with lobster, roasted meats, decadent soups, and delicate pastries. It was a meal truly fit for royalty. Gilead gestured to the lavish spread. "I hope you all enjoy the banquet. Please eat. You must be hungry." Later that night, under the glow of a full moon, the mansion was cloaked in silence. The grand meal had concluded, the plates all whisked away. The children were all seated back at the table, a nervous tension now hanging heavy in the air. Gilead dabbed his mouth with a napkin and got straight to the point. "As I mentioned earlier, I have convened this gathering to explain the rules for this year's bloodline continuation ceremony." Eugene and the other youths from the collateral families listened with rapt attention, knowing this event would dictate their entire futures. To everyone's unexpectedly, it is Seal who breaks the silence, her voice clear and firm. "It may seem out of place for me to say this, but I find the traditional ceremony to be profoundly discriminatory." Yet Dad immediately nods in solidarity, explaining how the old customs have always been skewed to unfairly benefit the direct lineage, a system that effectively prevents the branch families from ever having a genuine chance to compete. 3 of my own children will participate in this ceremony. He continues, his gaze briefly falling upon Iote. "However, my desire is to gauge the potential, not only of my offspring, but of every single one of you who carries the Lionheart name." His voice resonates with unshakable conviction. "This ceremony is intended to discover the true inheritor of the Great Vermouth spirit. In that pursuit, distinctions like direct and collateral are utterly meaningless." Eugene dips his head, a faint, sincere smile playing on his lips. "Vermouth," he muses internally, "your descendant is a far more compassionate man than you ever were. It is for this very reason," Gilead continues, his tone steady, "that we have sought the assistance of an external expert." At this cue, Liberian rises to his feet, a brilliant smile on his face. "And that, my friends, is my cue," he announces, punctuating the statement with a playful wink and a snap of his fingers. In a brilliant flash of azure light, a magical projection materializes, hovering majestically above the dining table, revealing a complex, glowing maze. Loberian explains, his voice filled with pride. For this ceremony, you shall all venture into a magical labyrinth of my own design. Each of you will begin at a separate entrance with the ultimate objective of vanquishing the elite monster that guards its very core. Naturally, he adds with a flourish, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he conjures a spectral image of a hulking beast. You will have to navigate countless traps and endure numerous battles to even reach it. A ball of crackling cerulean energy forms in his palm. But fret not, everything that transpires within this domain is merely an illusion I have woven with my magic. Nothing you endure will be real. His eyes twinkle with a roguish light. Consider it an action-packed adventure. Eugene scrutinizes the magical display, recognizing a blend of summoning magic and high-level illusion. He muses that this is the kind of epic setup you'd expect from a top-tier Reborn Manhwa, realizing that this level of power is the bare minimum required to earn the title of Tower Master. Liberian then clarifies the primary objective if any single one of the 9 participants manages to defeat the final boss. The ceremony will conclude immediately. Everyone will then be scored based on their individual performance. At this, one of the younger boys, Hansen, timidly raises a question about the consequences of failing to clear the maze. Loberian's grin widens. Well, of course, if you're feeling frightened, you're more than welcome to simply linger at the entrance. But I assure you that won't earn you a very high score. Eugene, ever practical, cuts directly to the heart of the matter. If one of us defeats the boss, what is the prize? The patriarch Gilead shuts his eyes for a brief moment, a subtle, knowing smile gracing on his features. His eyes then snap open, now blazing with an intense light. I shall permit the victor to claim any single treasure from our family's fabled vault. For the very first time, a genuine fire ignites in Eugene's eyes, which now sparkle with pure, unbridled excitement. Whoa, now that's what I call a reward! Later, as Eugene strides down a long, candlelit corridor, his mind is already working at a furious pace. A supremely confident grin stretches across his face. Winning this ceremony is a foregone conclusion, he thinks to himself. The real question is why? What treasure will I choose from the vault? His expression hardens into one of pure, unyielding determination. He absolutely will not be defeated. As he proceeds down the hall, he spots Gargus and Desra standing further ahead, seemingly waiting for him. They both turn to face him, their expressions a mixture of seriousness and direct challenge. It was clear his 2 greatest rivals were poised for the competition to commence. After all, when you build a reputation by taking down the main family's prized prodigy, it doesn't take long for the other predators in the water to start circling. And now the 2 most formidable youths from the collateral lines, Gargus and Desra, had sought Eugene out. The showdown was about to begin. The imposing figure Gargus cuts right to the chase, his eyes scanning Eugene intently. So, is the talk true? Did you actually defeat Cyan Lionheart in a one-on-one duel? Eugene meets their gaze completely unfazed. He feels no need to boast or justify himself, offering only a curt one-word reply, yeah. Clearly he has no patience for this. If that's all, I'm leaving. With that, he turns his back and strides away, leaving the pair standing awkwardly on the ornate crimson carpet. Gargus is left, reaching out a hand, utterly dumbfounded by Eugene's abrupt dismissal. All he can muster is a bewildered huh as Eugene disappears down the hall without a backward glance. Gargus remains frozen in confusion while Desra observes, her arms folded across her chest, her expression analytical as she sizes up both Eugene and the situation. Later that night, beneath a luminous full moon, the main estate is cloaked in silence. But within a deserted training courtyard, Eugene is practicing in solitude, wielding a wooden sword with a concentration that defies his young age. He moves with explosive force, his body becoming a blur of controlled emotion. Every swing slices through the air with a sharp whistle, his form absolutely flawless, his eyes blazing with an unyielding fire. This is no mere child's play. This is the relentless, disciplined training of a seasoned warrior. He spins, channeling his entire body into a devastating, sweeping strike that whips up a vortex of dust and air. It's a technique executed with a degree of skill. A 13-year-old should never possess, almost like a scene from a classic Reborn Manhwa. As he concludes his form, he suddenly freezes, sensing their presence. Standing in the arched doorway are Gargus and Desra, observing him in silence. Gargus looks imposing with his arm folded, while Desra holds 2 practice spears. It's obvious this isn't a chance encounter. Eugene's expression twists in annoyance. What are they doing here, he wonders. Why haven't they left yet? All he wanted was some peace and quiet to continue his training. Abruptly, Gargus and Desra advance toward him with clear intent, their footsteps echoing across the silent courtyard. It appears this conversation is far from over. Gargus halts directly in front of him, a peculiar look of determination etched on his face. Eugene simply stares back, pondering what this muscle-headed oaf could possibly want now. With a sudden loud tearing sound, Gargus rips his own expensive shirt clean off his torso. The fine fabric shreds as he flexes his muscles, bulging powerfully under the moonlight. He stands there bare-chested and proud, with steam practically radiating from his body. Eugene just watches on, utterly unimpressed. Gargus lets out a grunt of exertion, flexing with even greater intensity. His entire upper body tenses, veins popping as he strikes a dramatic pose. He then pivots to showcase his back muscles, which ripple impressively in the moonlight. The entire display is so ridiculously over the top that Eugene can only stare, completely nonplussed. His internal monologue is both brief and to the point. Is he an idiot? Gargus then swivels back around, puffing out his chest with pride. You can touch it, he offers. Enthusiastically, an invitation Eugene immediately shuts down with a deadpan, no thanks. Undeterred, Gargus proudly proclaims that his family possesses a secret muscle growth medicine, looking as if he's revealing the world's greatest treasure. He goes on to explain that it's a unique elixir designed to accelerate muscle development without any mana accumulation, and he swears with absolute certainty that it comes with 0 side effects. Gargus then leans closer, flexing his arms behind his head, and asks if Eugene is interested in trying it. Eugene just looks up at him, his expression one of pure disdain. Did you come all this way just to be a salesman? Me snake oil. In his mind, Eugene was already calling the man's bluff, knowing full well that there's no such thing as a free lunch, especially when it comes to bizarre miracle potions. Just then, Desire chimed in from the side, revealing the inevitable catch. She calmly explained that regardless of whether you're a man or a woman, taking that medicine will cause you to grow a beard. Her focus then shifted entirely to Eugene. She'd heard he had used a spear against Cyan. So why are you using a sword now? She inquired. While Gargus continued his ridiculous posing in the background, Eugene simply replied that he uses both. Desire processed this, asking if he could truly wield any weapon with proficiency. To put his claim to the test, Desire hurled one of her practice spears directly at him. It tumbled end over end through the air as she braced herself for what was to come. With a sharp thwack, Eugene snatched the spear from the air effortlessly, his expression hardening as his grip became unyielding. He was ready for a fight. A fiercely competitive grin spread across Desire's face. She proudly declared the spear as her specialty and threw down the gauntlet. Duel me with it! Eugene weighed his options. Dueling her seemed infinitely more appealing than listening to the other guy's sales pitch for some muscle potion. Besides, he was genuinely curious. He wanted to personally gauge the skill level of the high-ranking members of the Branch family. An almost predatory grin formed on his face as he accepted, all right. They took their positions in the training yard, facing one another with spears in hand. The tension in the air suddenly became sharp and palpable. This was no friendly spar. It was a true test of strength. Eugene glanced over and saw Gargus standing between them, asking what in the world he thought he was doing. Shirtless and adopting a serious demeanor, Gargus proclaimed, I am the judge. He then struck a dramatic pose, raising his arm high. He announced that while it may be a duel, it had to be conducted fairly. Eugene looked at him with an expression of utter exhaustion. The guy's simple-minded, muscle-obsessed antics reminded him of a certain blockhead he knew in his past life. It felt like a trope from a Reborn Manhwa. He couldn't help but wonder if this kid was a descendant of his old comrade Molan. Gargus then explained the rules they would begin when he gave the signal. Desire was poised and ready, but Eugene just sighed, telling the self-appointed judge to hurry up and get on with it. Desire watched Eugene, her eyes narrowing in disbelief. He could use a sword and a spear. Don't make me laugh, she thought to herself. She was thoroughly convinced he was merely a jack of all trades and a master of none. Her grip tightened on her spear, her knuckles turning bone white. She vowed to show him that spearmanship wasn't something you could simply half-ass. She was going to make him regret underestimating her. With a furious shout that echoed across the entire courtyard, Gargus roared, "Start!" The moment the word was spoken, Desire exploded into action. She lunged forward to seize the initiative, her spear tip scraping the ground and kicking up a shower of sparks. But Eugene's reaction was instantaneous, his eyes honed by 1,000 battles tracking her every move. He pivoted on his heels, sidestepping her thrust with perfect timing. Her spear slammed into the ground precisely where he had been standing a split second ago. Desire let out a frustrated grunt. She recovered, but Eugene was already back in his stance, a strange and powerful aura beginning to emanate from him. His eyes seemed to glow faintly in the dim light as he analyzed her stance, her form, her very breathing. He wasn't just defending. He was dissecting her technique, but he found no obvious flaws. There's no opening, he thought, standing perfectly still, gripping his spear in a defensive stance. His voice cut across the yard. What is this? Are you just flailing? He then lowered the tip of his weapon slightly, a gesture of pure condescending invitation. Come on then. The soft-spoken challenge struck a deeper nerve than any yell ever could. Desire ground her teeth, her pride thoroughly wounded. An indignant hiss escaped her lips, fueled by disbelief at his sheer arrogance. With a furious battle cry, she launched herself forward once more, channeling every ounce of her frustration and raw power into a direct, head-on assault. Their spears collided with a sharp, resounding crack, the impact unleashing a palpable shockwave through the cool night air. The sharp report of wood striking wood echoed ominously as they found themselves locked in a tense standoff, their silhouettes clashing like legendary figures under the pale moonlight. The true duel had finally commenced. Desire surged forward with all her might, her face a mask of straining effort as she attempted to overwhelm him with brute force, but Eugene met her ferocity with impeccable, flawless technique. He deflected her powerful blow effortlessly, his own spear shimmering with a faint aura as he masterfully redirected her momentum. Desire gasped, her eyes widening in pure shock. She could feel the chasm in their skill. It was a level of mastery you'd only see in a reborn Manhwa hero. He wasn't just strong, he was utterly unshakable. A blinding flurry of blows erupted between them. Sparks flew as their wooden weapons clashed relentlessly, the sheer speed of their exchange becoming a blur that was almost impossible to follow with the naked eye. Through it all, Eugene remained perfectly composed, parrying each strike. She's quite skilled, he mused internally, especially considering she's not using any mana. For someone her age, the potential is staggering. Still, a confident smirk danced on his lips. As talented as she was simply no match for him. Not yet anyway. With a swift, sharp twist of his torso, he batted her spear away, the sheer force of the impact sending her stumbling off balance for one critical second. Eugene lowered his spear once more, a casual, almost lazy smile gracing his features. "Is that all you've got? You can't even land a single hit," he taunted. Her face flushed crimson with rage as she screamed back, "Shut your mouth!" She was utterly bewildered. "He's deflecting every single one of my attacks without taking a single step," she thought, gritting her teeth in frustration, convincing herself that his arrogance would be his undoing. Believing she had finally spotted an opening, she lunged forward one final time, pouring every last ounce of her dwindling strength into a desperate, powerful thrust. But Eugene was more than ready. Their weapons met in a rapid-fire exchange of blocks and parries, creating a whirlwind of percussive impacts around them. He wasn't even breaking a sweat. Her final desperate strike meant nothing but the cold stone of the courtyard as Eugene sidestepped again, effortlessly evading her lunge. Before she could even begin to recover, he flowed around her, his movement a seamless fluid blur. In an instant, he was on her flank, her stance utterly compromised. With a wild, desperate look in her eyes, Desire thought she still had a chance. She swung her spear in a low arc, aiming to sweep his legs from under him. "I bet you can't block this from that angle," she screamed. Her spear whipped across the ground, aimed with perfect precision to take him down. The wooden tip closed in on his ankle in the blink of an eye. But with a solid, definitive thud, Eugene's foot slammed down, pinning the shaft of her spear firmly to the stone. He had completely neutralized her attack without even using his own weapon. The jarring impact shot up her arms and through her entire body. He had used her own momentum against her to create a trap. A strangled cry of utter disbelief escaped her as her hands were forced downward by the pinned spear. Her eyes widened in absolute horror as she saw the tip of Eugene's weapon now resting just a single inch from her throat. The duel was over. Eugene stood there, perfectly balanced, his spear held unwaveringly steady, while Desire remained frozen, utterly defeated. In the background, Gargus watched with his arms crossed, his face a perfect picture of pure, unadulterated shock. It was Gargus who finally broke the heavy silence, his voice thick with awe as he made the official declaration. "Eugene, Lionheart is declared the victor." Yet having proven his supremacy in combat, Eugene now confronts an entirely different kind of battle. Gargus, his eyes blazing with a desperate intensity, urgently makes his case. "We must combine our strengths," he insists, but his words fall on deaf ears. Eugene has already retreated to his room, seeking rest, only to find Gargus has pursued him, now standing over his bed like some relentless specter. A vein throbs on Eugene's forehead as he glares at the imposing man, his patience worn completely thin. "You actually woke me from my sleep just for this." But Gargus remains unyielding, arms folded across his chest, his expression gravely serious. "I intend to hear your answer," he states, leaving no doubt that he will not depart until one is given. Pushing himself up, Eugene attempts to reason with the man. He highlights the glaring flaw in Gargus's proposal. "We're all set to enter the labyrinth from separate locations. How exactly are we meant to form a team?" Gargus, however, has already considered this. He counters that while their points of entry may differ, their ultimate destination is identical, the boss lurking at its heart. He points out with absolute certainty that the main family's twins will be cooperating. Seeking clarity. Eugene confirms, "So your grand plan is for us to rendezvous at the center and then face the boss as a unit." And Gargus responds with a resolute "Yes." A scoff escapes Eugene, a flicker of the old arrogant Hamel surfacing. "I'm quite certain I can manage that on my own," he declares with unwavering confidence, adding a dismissive jab. "You're getting far ahead of yourself." His gaze then shifts to the doorway where Desire has been leaning all this time, a silent observer to their exchange. Finally swallowing her pride, Desire's strained voice breaks the silence. "But you are strong," she concedes, admitting that with his power on their side, they might actually stand a chance. This piques Eugene's curiosity. It's evident this is about far more than a simple prize. Leaning back, he poses the question, "Why is winning so important to you?" It is Dara who steps forward to answer, her voice ringing with passion. She begins to explain that in the entire storied history of this ceremony, not a single collateral family has ever claimed victory. But this time, we finally have a chance. She insists with fervor. Their potential team herself, Gargus, and the very boy who defeated Cyan could be the ones to finally shatter that long-standing precedent. Both of them fix their gazes on him, posing the one question they believe will surely sway him to their cause. Don't you want to defeat the direct line? Their appeal is aimed at a shared sense of resentment, an emotion entirely foreign to Eugene. He simply stares back at them, his expression impassive. His ambitions are on a scale they can't comprehend, far beyond petty family squabbles. His life is a literal reborn Manhwa. He's not here to just beat the direct line. His purpose is to surpass a legend. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the vast mansion, Anacelia stands beside a grand window shrouded in shadow. The moonlight carves out her silhouette as she gazes into the night, her mind lost in deep contemplation. Her thoughts are consumed by Lorien, the master of the Red Tower. She harbors a strong suspicion that his visit is to claim Iodi, the firstborn son, as his disciple, a development that would gravely threaten her own ambitions. She is well aware that Iod has always been more of a scholar than a warrior drawn to the arcane arts, rather than the sword unlike a proper Lionheart heir should be. Should he depart to study magic, he would effectively be forfeiting his claim to the title of patriarch. And with him gone, her own children, Cyan and Sael, would be left with a clear and unobstructed path to power. However, there is a complication, the bloodline ceremony, and her son's recent humiliating defeat. She mulls over her precarious position as the second wife, a role for which she has had to constantly fight. She has scratched and clawed for every single ounce of status her children possess. To be bested by a mere boy from a collateral family is an indelible stain upon all of her painstaking efforts. Her hand clenches around her fan, the delicate wood groaning under the immense pressure of her fury. But then a new thought begins to form. A cunning and calculated thought began to crystallize in her mind. What if that very same boy Eugene was the first to conquer the labyrinth? What if his talent was so monstrous it would put the entire main family to shame like some protagonist from a Reborn Manhwa? A cruel yet brilliant idea began to take root. If Eugene utterly crushes everyone, then Cyan's loss is no longer an isolated failure. It gets lost in the ensuing chaos. And Celia could masterfully spin the narrative, transforming her son's personal humiliation into a shared defeat for all of her rivals. And so, 3 days later, the window for scheming had closed. The bloodline continuation ceremony was finally set to begin. The children gathered in a forest clearing before a swirling cerulean vortex of magic, the very entrance to the labyrinth. Loerion, wearing a cheerful smile, gathered a sphere of pure magic in his hands, its light pulsing with raw, untamed energy, before he released it, sending shimmering tendrils of light streaking out toward each of the participants. The light coiled around Cyan and Ciel, who accepted it with focused and unwavering determination. Eugene Gargus and Desera were also bathed in the arcane glow, feeling its immense power coursing through their veins. Loerion then announced their first task to create their weapons. He instructed them to use their imagination and mold the ethereal light into the weapon of their choosing. A few of the other children faltered, their concentration shattering as they desperately tried to form the magical light into something usable. Ciel, however, experienced no such trouble. The light flowed around her as if it were an extension of her own will, effortlessly taking the shape of an elegant and deadly rapier. Her eyes lit up with pure, unadulterated joy. "Wow," she exclaimed, completely amazed by her own masterful creation. She gave it a few graceful swings, the magical blade leaving shimmering trails of light in the air. Her natural talent was undeniable. She then asked, "What happens if the sword breaks?" Loerion laughed heartily, explaining that since the labyrinth and the weapons were forged from the very same magic, her sword was completely unbreakable within its walls. She yelled with excitement, her curiosity now fully piqued. She asked if she could fashion an animal instead. Loerion clarified that while crafting a non-living golem was certainly feasible, creating an actual living creature was absolutely out of the question. Another boy then asked the simple question, "Why can't we make life?" Loerion's smile remained, but his tone became far more instructive as he explained that the creation of life is the ultimate taboo of magic, a sacred power that belongs only to living creatures themselves. The boy's face showed a dawning sense of understanding. He got it. Some lines were simply never meant to be crossed. Gargus then let out a bellowing roar as he shaped his magic into a massive greatsword, a weapon as big and unsubtle as he was. He proudly proclaimed that it was just like his favorite sword from back home. Without missing a beat, Desera dryly cut in, "Did anyone actually ask?" Desera in turn formed a sleek and deadly spear, its design perfectly reflecting her focused and practical fighting style. Cyan manifested a classic longsword, a confident smirk finally returning to his face. He was clearly ready for a comeback. The eldest son, Ian, materialized a simple, delicate blade that looked more like an afterthought than an actual weapon. The rest of the children managed to form basic swords, looking clumsy and nervous as they gripped their magical creations. And then there was Eugene. He calmly formed a short sword and a sturdy round shield. There was no flash, no flare, just the pure, battle-tested practicality of a seasoned warrior. Ciel walked up to him, her brother Cyan trailing suspiciously close behind her. She asked him directly, "What will you do if you meet me inside the labyrinth?" She leaned in closer, a playful challenge sparkling in her eyes. "Are you going to fight me, Eugene?" He doesn't grace her with an answer. Instead, his gaze shifts to Loerion as he asks, "Are we permitted to fight?" The Tower Master confirms that they are. Competition, after all, was the very essence of the trial. Just then, the memory of the Patriarch's words echoed in his mind. Gilead had reminded them that while they were competitors, they were also kin, and that cooperation was every bit as important as strength. Eugene glances towards Ciel, the word family ringing in his ears. For Hamel, who only ever had comrades in arms, this whole scenario felt like a trope from a Reborn Manhwa, a strange and alien concept. Ciel offers him a sly, knowing little smile as if she could peer directly into his thoughts. The look completely unnerves him. He flinches, thinking how utterly unpleasant she is. He was a war veteran in his 30s, stuck in a child's body, and he had absolutely no clue how to handle a girl like this. Loerion claps his hands, moving things along. He materializes several glowing necklaces out of thin air and instructs everyone to put one on, beginning to hand them out. He begins distributing the magical pendants to each of the children. Lowarian explains that the necklace is intrinsically connected to their consciousness. If they were to experience extreme levels of stress inside the labyrinth, it would activate automatically. His expression turns serious for the first time. He warns them that should it activate, he will treat the event as a life-threatening situation and intervene immediately. Eugene instantly understood the implication. It was a failsafe, a necessary precaution when you're about to send a group of children into a magical death trap. Lowarian adds that there is also a manual way out. If any of them felt they could not proceed, they simply needed to tap the gem and shout, "Help me," and they would be pulled from the labyrinth, a method to forfeit with your life and limbs still intact. With the rules fully explained, Lowarian gestures to the shimmering blue portal. He tells them they may all enter together, but he adds one last crucial detail with a mischievous grin. Even though they would be entering through the same gate the very instant they were inside, they would all be sent down different paths. With their magical weapons in hand, the young Lionhearts walk toward the portal, their great journey about to begin. Seal turns back to Eugene one final time, waving with a surprisingly cheerful smile. "Hang in there," she calls out. Eugene gives a curt nod in response. "Yeah, you too." And with that, Eugene steps through the shimmering gate, consumed by the brilliant blue light. His boots hit solid ground with a firm thud. He finds himself standing utterly alone in a cold, dark stone corridor. The trial had begun. A wicked grin spreads across Eugene's face as he remembers the countless dungeons he crawled through in his past life. This was nothing new to him. "I explored labyrinths until I was sick of them," he thinks to himself. He looks up, confirming the ceiling is completely sealed. There would be no easy way out. He immediately falls into a familiar ready stance, his body moving with the muscle memory of 100 battles. He taps the wall with his sword. Solid stone, the path forward was the only path available. He takes a moment to assess his surroundings. The corridor is narrow, far too tight for a greatsword or a long spear, and that is precisely why he chose the sword and shield. His grin widens. This classic, almost generic combination is perfect for any situation, especially in a place like this. His golden eyes gleam with absolute confidence. This labyrinth was designed for children, for Hamel the Fool. A veteran hero, its difficulty was painfully obvious. "Let's begin," he says to himself, without a single hint of fear. He ventures into the shadowy corridor, determined to conquer this trial. For a 13-year-old, a labyrinth teeming with monsters is no mere game. It's a living nightmare. For the novices, the initial wave of foes is a horrifying swarm of snarling, gelatinous slimes. One of the boys is immediately overwhelmed, screaming in sheer terror as he flails his sword wildly while the slimes converge on him from every direction. He stumbles and falls, the creatures splattering all over his body. Pinned to the floor and paralyzed by fear, he desperately claws for his safety necklace, shrieking for rescue. In a dazzling flash of cerulean light, Liberian materializes, snatching the boy and whisking him out of harm's way just in the nick of time. They disappear in a burst of arcane energy, leaving behind nothing but a puddle of vanquished slimes and a forgotten sword. And just like that, another competitor is eliminated. It has only been a single hour since the bloodline continuation ceremony commenced. Yet in that short time, 3 children have already failed. Forced to withdraw, they now stand outside their heads, bowed in shame and bitter disappointment. Meanwhile, in a grand observation chamber, the adults are watching the proceedings. The patriarch Gilad and the tower master Loberian stand before the 3 failed children. Gilad's expression is grim, his gaze heavy with a palpable sense of disappointment. He simply tells them, "Go and rest." There is nothing more to be said. With tears welling in their eyes, the 3 youngsters meekly comply and shuffle away, their dreams of glory already shattered, and so the trial presses on. Gilad and Liberian return to their seats to continue observing the remaining children through a series of floating magical orbs, each one meticulously tracking a different participant. Gilad watches with a thoughtful, analytical expression, stroking his chin as he meticulously assesses the future of his clan, a scene reminiscent of a classic Reborn Manhwa. The perspective then shifts to Gargus. He's low to the ground, a coiled spring of pure grit and power, ready to unleash his massive greatsword. He charges headfirst into a horde of goblins, his strategy being brutally simple and direct. Annihilate everything's in his path. His face is a mask of sheer determination as he swings the colossal blade. The greatsword collides with a goblin's weapon, shattering it into 1,000 pieces instantly. He is a veritable whirlwind of brute force. One goblin actually manages to parry his sword, but the sheer force of the impact sends spiderweb cracks through the stone wall behind it. Gargus lets out a thunderous battle cry, channeling every ounce of his strength into the assault as he smashes through their defenses. The very stone floor cracks under the might of his blows. With one final powerful spin, he sends the goblins flying, clearing the path forward through sheer overwhelming power. He continues his rampage, smashing more magical beasts into glittering fragments of light. Liberian remarks on his performance, noting that while Gargus may be clumsy, he is advancing with impressive strength, confronting every monster head-on. The view shifts once more, this time focusing on Desra, spear in hand, who is moving with a confident and steady pace. She soon encounters a group of slimes, but instead of charging in like Gargus, she employs a completely different approach. With breathtaking agility, she weaves and dodges between the creatures. Her movements are incredibly precise and controlled, with not a single motion wasted. She uses the butt of her spear to knock one aside, creating an opening not for an attack but for a swift escape. Loberian astutely notes her strategy. She knows slimes are difficult to combat with bladed weapons, so she has wisely chosen to evade and conserve her energy. She gracefully slips past the final slime, continuing deeper down the path. Corridor completely unscathed. Lowarian finds himself genuinely impressed. Dara is not only nimble and quick-witted, but her focus is entirely on navigating the labyrinth itself, a remarkably intelligent and efficient strategy. The viewing orb then shifts its gaze to the main family's heir, Cyan. The young man appears nervous, yet a steely determination shines in his eyes as he stands before a long hallway riddled with suspicious-looking apertures. It's a painfully obvious trap. But Cyan simply smirks, recalling how his mother had secretly provided him with a detailed map of the entire labyrinth. Long before the ceremony even commenced, he and Seal had studied it thoroughly, ensuring they wouldn't be fooled by such rudimentary traps. He crouches down, picking up a small stone with a smug look plastered on his face. With a casual flick, he tosses the rock down the hallway, and the instant it makes contact with the hidden trigger plate, hundreds of sharp arrows erupt from the walls, flying harmlessly down the empty corridor. With the mechanism disarmed, Cyan confidently jogs through, completely unharmed. Lowarian observes that Cyan is perhaps overly timid, but he must admit that this same caution is precisely what's allowing him to circumvent the dangers. All things considered, it's hardly a poor approach. The focus then transitions to Cyan's twin Seal, who now finds herself face to face with a goblin. The creature roars and lunges at her. The creature roars, wildly swinging a crude hammer. In response, Seal moves like a seasoned dancer, gracefully sidestepping and weaving around the goblin's clumsy assault, her movements both fluid and deeply instinctive. With a sharp battle cry, she spots her opening and thrusts her rapier forward, striking the goblin directly in its core. The monster instantly shatters into particles of golden light, a clean, efficient dispatch. She carries on, practically skipping down the corridor with cheerful confidence, but her brisk pace soon leads her straight into a dead end. Acknowledging her error, she decides to backtrack to a fork in the path she had passed moments earlier. Lowarian notes that Seal relies on her instincts and moves with exceptional speed, but her rather childish impulsiveness frequently gets her into trouble. The girl has immense talent but lacks her brother's meticulous caution. Finally, the orb turns to the eldest son, Iode, as he faces his own goblin adversary. He looks apprehensive but holds his ground. The goblin lets out a gurgling snarl, its crimson eyes glowing with malice. Yet as he stares at the creature, a look of pure wonder spreads across Iode's face. "Incredible," he whispers to himself. "This is a monster constructed purely from magic." He becomes so engrossed in this observation that he yelps in surprise as the goblin charges, forcing him to leap backward at the last possible second. Despite the shock, he successfully manages to block the attack, their magical blades clashing in a brilliant shower of sparks. He ducks under another swing and retaliates with a precise, clean slash of his own. The goblin bursts into motes of light, defeated. Iode simply watches the fading golden particles with a bright, joyful smile. He is genuinely savoring this moment. Lowarian turns to Gilad, remarking that Iode's aptitude for magic is so natural it's as if he's the protagonist of a reborn Manhwa. In response, Gilad sighs, a profound sadness in his eyes. He explains that his son has always loved magic but relinquished it out of a heavy sense of duty. Lowarian appears confused. "Why would that be?" He inquires. Gilad proceeds to explain the harsh reality of his son's position. Iode gave up on his dreams because he feels obligated to become the next patriarch for his mother's sake, and within the Lionheart clan, a lineage founded by a legendary hero of the sword magic has always been viewed as a secondary skill. Lowarian nods in understanding. He knows that the path of a mage is an arduous one, yet he can't help but wish the boy could follow his passion for the arcane. Gilad's eyes then harden with a glimmer of hope. He believes that if Iode's passion is truly genuine, he will be unable to refuse the opportunity to become a mage, a disciple of the Red Tower's master. Lowarian averts his gaze, remaining non-committal. "I can't make any promises," he states flatly. He proceeds to clarify his stance. He will accept Iode as a personal favor, but if the boy's potential proves insufficient, he simply cannot make him an official disciple. The standards of the Red Tower are after all absolute. Gilad offers a reassuring smile. "I wouldn't dream of forcing your hand. All he truly desires is for his son to have the chance to chase his own ambitions." He then discloses a rather surprising secret. It seems that instead of his own legendary ancestor, Vermouth Iode actually holds the Wise Sienna in the highest regard. Lowarian's stern expression softens into a fond smile. He concurs, admitting that even within the old legends, he always found himself preferring Sienna. Whenever the hero's party faced imminent danger, she would devise some astonishing new spell to turn the tide. Gilead chuckles, confessing he's read the epic so many times it feels like a classic Reborn Manhwa. But then he adds another intriguing twist to their conversation. His personal favorite from the legend was neither the Wise Sienna nor the Great Vermouth. Lowarian leans in, his curiosity piqued. "Then who did you admire the most?" Gilead smiles, a nostalgic glimmer in his eyes. "My favorite character's tale was tragically cut short." Suddenly his eyes widen as he stares intently at one of the magical viewing orbs. "What is it?" Lowarian asks, concerned. Gilead can only point his expression, a mask of pure, unadulterated shock. "Just look at that." He's gesturing towards Eugene's monitor. There Eugene stands perfectly still, his sword and shield held at the ready. Facing down a creature far larger and more menacing than anything the other children have encountered, a hulking, impossibly muscular ogre, the beast lets out a deafening roar, its eyes blazing a furious red as it swings a massive fist crackling with its own magical aura. Yet Eugene doesn't even flinch. He simply braced himself, meeting the monstrous punch head-on with nothing but his small round shield. The resulting impact is colossal, cracking the very stone floor beneath his feet. The ogre's fist is momentarily jarred by the force. Before the beast can possibly recover, Eugene explodes forward. He moves like a blur, weaving expertly around the ogre's legs and slashing at its ankles and knees with a series of blindingly fast strikes, systematically destabilizing the giant from the ground up. Back in the viewing chamber, Lowarian and Gilead are rendered utterly speechless. Just who is that boy? Lowarian demands, his customary composure completely shattered. Gilad can only manage a single word, his voice thick with utter amazement. Incredible. With the ogre now completely off balance, Eugene slams his shield into its face with brutal force, sending the Goliath crashing heavily to the ground. As the monster dissolves into the particles of light, all focus is drawn to the boy who single-handedly defeated it. A boy wielding a power that seems to defy all logic. A boy now defined by two simple words: Eugene Lionheart. For the average person, a troll is a life-or-death struggle. For Eugene, however, it's merely another obstacle to be cleared. The massive creature lies defeated. Its vile ichor splattered across the stone floor as its body dissolves into golden motes of light. Eugene doesn't even spare the fading monster a second glance. His expression remains cold, almost bored. For him, this was nothing more than a warm-up. Back in the viewing chamber, Gilead and Lowarian stare at the screen as he casually proceeds down the corridor. The two powerful men are completely silent, still processing the impossible feat they just witnessed. Gilad is the first to break the silence, a slow, amazed smile spreading across his face. He simply cannot believe it. A 13-year-old boy should have absolutely no experience fighting a troll, let alone possess the composure to face one down. But instead of freezing in terror, the boy systematically dismantled it. Lowarian, however, is even more shocked, his face visibly pale. He confesses that the troll was never even intended to be fought. It was designed to be an impassable trap, an obstacle that was meant to be evaded. He even made it even larger than a genuine one, yet Eugene dispatched it effortlessly. Gilad leaned back in his chair, attempting to process what he'd just witnessed. He mused that perhaps it was possible if the boy possessed an unparalleled innate talent. Lowarian, however, met his gaze, his own expression dead serious. You know what they call children like that, don't you? There's only a single word for it, genius. It was a word that resonated throughout the entire Lionheart legacy, a title typically reserved for just one man, their legendary ancestor, the great hero, Vermouth. And now they were witnessing that very same spark in Eugene, a power that felt like it was straight out of a reborn Manhwa. For any other gifted child, however, battling a troll would look vastly different. The perspective then shifts to Gargus, who was being absolutely demolished by a similar monstrous foe. The troll's colossal fist sent him soaring across the chamber, the sheer force of the impact shaking the labyrinth to its very foundations. He was tossed about like a mere ragdoll, yet he scrambled back onto his feet, his spirit unbroken. He stood defiantly before the hulking beast, his body already battered and bloodied with arrows protruding from his back from the traps he had carelessly triggered earlier. With a furious roar, Gargus unleashed a torrent of pent-up rage and sheer determination. He charged forward, his massive greatsword held aloft, bringing it down with every ounce of his might, even as the troll's own fist came crashing down to meet him. Using the monster's descending arm as a ramp, he sprinted up its body, his blade carving a deep gash into its flesh. He landed a devastating blow to its chest, causing viscous green blood to spray everywhere. Harnessing his momentum, he slid down the troll's back, slicing it wide open as he descended. With one final desperate surge of strength, he plunged his sword deep into the monster's spine. The troll let out a final, agonizing roar as Gargus poured every last bit of his energy into the finishing blow. Its massive hand fell limp, its life force rapidly fading. Gargus clung to its back, driving his sword even deeper, refusing to relent until the task was complete. He was breathing heavily, covered in a gruesome mixture of his own blood and the troll's, with only pure adrenaline keeping him upright. With a final cry of exertion, he shoved the massive beast away, every muscle in his body screaming in protest. The troll finally collapsed, shattering into a shower of golden light as it struck the floor. Gargus immediately fell to his knees, completely and utterly spent. He had won, but the cost was tremendous. He clutched his chest, gritting his teeth against the searing pain. The monster's attack had torn through the very muscles he took so much pride in, and had even fractured several of his ribs. He grimly admitted to himself, trolls are truly powerful. He struggled back to his feet, staggering down the corridor. He knew he was gravely injured. He seriously doubted any of the others could be in such a terrible state. Finally, his body gave out and he collapsed onto the cold stone floor, falling into unconsciousness. Elsewhere, Cyan came face to face with his own troll. He froze in place, a flicker of fear in his eyes as he recognized the creature. A monster of this size, finding it here feels wrong. But unlike Gargus, Cyan used his intellect. He quickly deduced that this monster was not meant to be fought head-on. It was a test of something else entirely. He snatched a loose stone and hurled it as a distraction, striking the beast squarely on the back of its leg. The troll spun around, with a confused snarl. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Cyan sprinted past it, successfully evading the trap, just as Lowarian had intended. He pumped his fist, a smug grin spreading across his face. I did it, he thought, brimming with pride at his own cleverness. The troll was left standing there, utterly bewildered. Cyan continued his run down the empty hallway, feeling exceptionally pleased with himself. Then suddenly a familiar voice called out his name. "Big brother, it's CL." He spun around, his eyes widening in complete surprise. Relax. The siblings had finally found each other, and she astutely deduced that their reunion signified they were nearing the maze's core. Cyan puffed out his chest, attempting to project the image of a dependable older brother, assuring her that as long as she followed his lead, she would be perfectly safe. Seal simply offered a bright, "Okay, got it," while Cyan secretly clenched his fist, the sting of his recent humiliation by Eugene still burning fiercely in his memory. This was his golden opportunity to redeem himself in his sister's eyes. With renewed confidence, Seal called out to him again. Cyan told her she could ask him absolutely anything, prompting her to look up at him with wide, innocent eyes. Since this whole maze is just an illusion, she reasoned, that means any kind of monster could appear just like in a thrilling Reborn manhwa, couldn't it? Well, obviously, Cyan replied, a bit confused by the question. Seal then leaned in close, her voice sinking to a conspiratorial whisper, "Like ghosts, for example." At that single word, Cyan went completely rigid. A cold sweat trickled down his neck as pure terror gripped him, forcing Seal to cover her mouth to stifle a mischievous giggle. She playfully teased him, asking if the great Cyan was actually afraid of ghosts. He scrambled to recover his composure, puffing out his chest once more. "Have no fear," he declared with forced bravery. "No matter what appears, your big brother will protect." But his sentence was cut short by a truly terrifying sight. A blood-smeared hand gripped the edge of the wall, and a horrifying face distinguished by a single glowing eye peered out from the oppressive darkness. Cyan unleashed a blood-curdling, high-pitched shriek of unadulterated terror, which was immediately echoed by another equally horrified scream. There in the hallway stood Desra, covered in what looked like blood, screaming right back at him, while Seal observed the chaos from between them with a perfectly calm and amused smile. Cyan leveled a trembling finger at the girl. "Desra, how dare you frighten me like that?" "You scared me worse," Desra shot back clearly, just as shaken. "You screamed out of nowhere." Cyan then eyed the red substance on her, faced with deep suspicion, accusing her of setting up a surprise attack. Desra began to back away slowly, explaining that she was merely injured by one of the maze's traps. Desra clicked her tongue in sheer frustration. Her initial ambush had been a spectacular failure. She raised her spear into a defensive stance as the twins glared her down. This was not going well. Suddenly, Seal pointed and shouted, "Big brother, she's trying to escape." Cyan ground his teeth in pure frustration. "Confound it. She made me look like a complete fool all over again." His profound embarrassment quickly curdled into white-hot rage. "I will not forgive her for this," he roared. "Let's go after her, Seal. The hunt has begun. Hunt." Desra fled for her very life, the furious twins relentlessly pursuing her. She knew she stood no chance in a 2-on-1 confrontation. "Where is that muscle-bound idiot?" she thought with desperation. Unfortunately, her ally Gargus was still lying unconscious on the floor miles from her position. No reinforcements were coming. As she sprinted, the very floor beneath her feet started to disintegrate. Her eyes widened in horror. A trap. She deftly leapt from one crumbling stone to the next, her incredible agility saving her from a perilous fall. She successfully made it across the chasm, scrambling up the other side to what she hoped was safety, but the twins were relentless, remaining hot on her trail. Cyan skidded to a halt right at the edge of the newly formed abyss. The gap was far too wide to jump. He wondered if they'd have to find a way around, but then he glanced at Seal, who was watching him with a sparkling, expectant gaze. He couldn't possibly back down now. He absolutely refused to be humiliated in front of her a second time. A single bead of sweat traced a path down his temple as his eyes narrowed with grim determination. He had been saving this technique for the final boss, but he had no other choice. "I'll have to unleash my mana," he declared, just as a powerful cerulean aura erupted from his body. With a fierce battle cry, he channeled the mana to augment his speed, allowing him to sprint horizontally along the chasm's vertical wall. He then pushed off, launching himself in a massive leap to take a running leap across the gap. He soars through the air, clearing the chasm effortlessly, before landing and turning to offer his hand. "Sail, you jump as well, I'll be here to catch you." In response, Sail envelops herself in mana and executes a graceful leap across the chasm. She touches down as light as a feather, requiring none of his assistance. Cyan breaks into a nervous sweat, attempting to mask his awkwardness, just as I'd expect from my younger sister. With his confidence somewhat restored, he gestures forward, declaring, "Let's press on with the chase." Sail agrees with enthusiasm, and so their pursuit continues. This intense game of cat and mouse finally culminates as Cyan, Seal, and Desra all converge at the heart of the maze, skidding to an abrupt halt. Their eyes lock onto the hulking figure looming before them, a massive, powerfully built minotaur. Both Desra and Cyan can only stare in utter shock. This had to be it, the final boss monster. But just then, a calm, familiar voice slices through the thick tension. It's Eugene leaning nonchalantly against a nearby pillar. With his arms folded across his chest, he casually asks, "Why did the three of you show up here at the same time?" Cyan spins around his face, a perfect picture of disbelief. "What in the world are you doing here?" Eugene's response is simple and maddeningly cool. "I was waiting." A self-satisfied grin stretches across Eugene's face. He was merely curious to see who would make it here first. He hadn't just won the race, he'd finished it ages ago. So long ago, in fact, that he'd grown bored. The final stage was set, but instead of a glorious battle, the initial confrontation was one of pure soul-crushing humiliation. The three exhausted contenders can only stare in stunned silence as Cyan finally voices the question on all of their minds. You were just waiting to see who arrived first. Sayil, ever the perceptive one, quickly pieces it together. So that means you were the first one here. She concludes, her gaze fixed on Eugene. He offers a simple, infuriatingly placid response, correct. Meanwhile, Desra, battered and bleeding, catches a glimmer of hope. If he actually waited for them, perhaps he was finally considering her proposal to form a team. Eugene simply scratches his head, feigning forgetfulness. Now that you bring it up, I do recall some talk of something along those lines. But in the next moment, he shatters her hopes completely. He clarifies that he has no intention of teaming up. He's simply yielding the first turn to them. His arrogance is on a level you'd only see in a Reborn Manhwa protagonist. He claims he could defeat the boss alone in a heartbeat, but that would be too pathetic for the rest of them who struggled so immensely just to reach this point. He's essentially telling them he's letting them have a go out of sheer pity. That proves to be the final straw for Cyan. His face twists into a mask of pure rage. What did you just say? He snarls, his grip tightening. On the hilt of his sword, Eugene pays him no mind, instead gesturing toward the massive dormant minotaur. He explains that the boss monster will not initiate an attack unless someone approaches it directly. For the time being, it's in a standby mode. He then proceeds to lay out his own set of rules for this encounter. They will proceed one by one in the exact order of their arrival. He points to each of them in turn, Desra, then Cyan, and finally Sayil. That is the order. He concludes with a smug, seems fair enough. Desra looks absolutely terrified. I have to fight it alone, she stammers, the very thought of facing that behemoth all by herself, utterly paralyzing her. Eugene just offers her a smirk. He points out that she looks rather beaten up from her tumble through the labyrinth and casually suggests she can always forfeit. But Desra's pride would never allow for that. I will not surrender, she declares, resolutely tearing off a piece of her sleeve to fashion a makeshift bandage. With a fire igniting in her eyes, she ties her hair back, her expression solidifying into one of grim determination. She has no intention of going down without a fight. She assumes her stance and begins to stride forward, leaving the others to watch from the sidelines. It is now her turn. Cyan turns his attention to Eugene, looking perplexed. Aren't you going to fight? Eugene simply leans back, arms still crossed. I'll take my turn. After. You're all finished? Cyan's pride, ever fragile, ignites once more. Do you honestly believe you'll even get a chance? He scoffs, his tone saturated with bitter resentment. I will be the one to vanquish the boss. A wide grin spreads across Eugene's face. He senses an opportunity for a little amusement. If you manage to defeat the boss monster, he proposes, I will address you as Big Brother for the remainder of my days. Cyan is momentarily taken aback the sheer audacity of the offer. Catching him completely by surprise, his expression contorts into a fiercely competitive, almost grotesque grin as he points a finger at Eugene, warning him. You had better not go back on your word, he thought that. He's swallowed the bait completely, hook, line, and sinker. For the moment, however, he takes a seat, settling down to await his turn, his anticipation practically vibrating in the air. He understands the significance of the Minotaur. It's a legendary beast, a genuine trial of might for any true warrior. He sizes up his opponent, its colossal dwarfing even the troll he had previously fought. Yet he feels no fear. In his estimation, the creature is merely large and sluggish. He's utterly convinced this is a monster he can conquer single-handedly. As if sensing his arrogant thoughts, the Minotaur stays perfectly motionless, its enormous head bowed until suddenly its eye snaps open, radiating a muted golden luminescence. The sight is utterly daunting for Desra. While Cyan may be brimming with confidence, she understands that this challenge will be anything but simple. From where she stands, the monster is a veritable mountain of muscle and horn looming over her. It's immense, she thinks, her resolve faltering for just a moment. The stark reality of confronting this behemoth on her own begins to sink in. But she hardens her resolve. She has traveled too far to retreat now. Her pride as a lionheart is at stake. With a ferocious battle cry, she surges forward, her spear poised for attack. Her shadow stretches out long across the stone floor as she covers the distance. In a mere instant, the Minotaur slams its hoof down, unleashing a shockwave that ripples through the ground, which she narrowly evades. She relies on her incredible agility, masterfully weaving between the arcs of its massive axe swings, desperately searching for an opening. And then she finds one. Darting in close, she summons every ounce of her strength, thrusting her spear deep into the monster's flank. The sharp tip of her weapon bites into its thick hide, but penetrates barely an inch deep. Her eyes widen in pure shock. Its hide is far too tough. Her spear is incapable of piercing it before she has a chance to react. The Minotaur's enormous hand descends upon her. It seizes her, its powerful fingers encircling her entire body, violently squeezing the air from her lungs. In that terrifying instant, a single thought consumes her: I am going to perish. With a guttural grunt, the Minotaur simply hurls her aside. She soars through the air, letting out a helpless scream before slamming violently into the ground and tumbling uncontrollably across the stone floor. She is left in a crumpled heap, utterly defeated and unconscious. The battle was finished before it had even truly begun. Ciel, observing from the sidelines, is bewildered. Why did it merely throw her instead of pressing the attack? Eugene explains it plainly. Because that is not a genuine monster. The instant she was captured, the outcome was determined. The test has judged her as defeated. Cyan rises to his feet, a cruel smirk twisting his lips. Now it is my turn. He shoots a glare at Eugene, his voice dripping with arrogance. I will demonstrate the vast difference between the blood of the main family and that of a mere collateral line. Eugene simply offers him a wide, mocking grin. Cyan seethes internally. Does he truly believe I can't defeat that overgrown calf? As if this were some predictable Reborn Manhwa where the underdog always wins. Open your eyes. And watch very closely, he roars as a brilliant azure aura of mana erupts from his body. The potent energy flows into his sword, enveloping the blade in a sharp, lethal energy. His weapon now gleams with a radiant light. This is his ultimate trump card. Desra, who has just regained consciousness, can only stare in absolute disbelief. That's Sword Chi, a blade forged of... It's pure mana capable of slicing through anything, a skill that typically demands a decade of relentless training just to grasp the basics. CL can only clench her fist, her heart plummeting at the sight. Is the chasm between their abilities truly this vast? A wave of utter hopelessness washes over her. Even Eugene finds himself slightly impressed. Ho Sword Kai at his age, not bad at all. It's a rare, albeit minor, compliment coming from him. Cyan confidently declares that while he can't sustain it for long, it's more than sufficient to carve this beast into ribbons. But then with an anticlimactic pop, the shimmering Sword Kai simply fizzles out. Cyan is left staring at his now mundane, magicless blade in utter bewilderment. What in the world? He stammers, completely baffled. It's then that the realization dawns on Eugene. He recalls the patriarch's words about evaluating the children without any bias. This labyrinth was Loberian's creation, and it seems he's included a clever little twist in this final chamber, a field that actively suppresses any offensive use of mana. Eugene's eyes shine with comprehension. This is a classic setup, almost like something out of a Reborn Manhwa. If you can't wield mana to form Sword Kai, it makes no difference whether you're from the main family or a collateral branch. Everyone is forced to compete on a level playing field. It's a true test of raw skill. Meanwhile, Cyan is spiraling into a full-blown panic. Why isn't my Sword Kai working for... He frantically wonders. I still have plenty of mana... Eugene just leans back, a smug grin spreading across his face. Thoroughly enjoying the spectacle, he casually tells Cyan that if he feels he's about to lose, he should just retreat. Don't go getting yourself injured, just to protect your stubborn pride. CL, on the other hand, is absolutely relishing this moment, her eyes twinkling with amusement as she observes her brother's complete and utter meltdown. Cyan's face is a canvas of crimson painted with a mixture of rage and humiliation. Don't make me laugh, Cyan erupts. Do you honestly believe I can't defeat this beast just because my Sword Kai is gone? His wounded pride is now completely eclipsing his fear and confusion. With a furious battle cry, he charges headfirst at the Minotaur, his pride in tatters and his magic sealed away. Cyan is running on nothing but raw, desperate courage. But against a creature of this immense power, courage alone is practically a death sentence. The monster's colossal arm smashes down, but Cyan manages to deftly slip past the blow. He retaliates with a desperate slice, and a gush of green blood rewards his agility. He twists his body, his blade flashing once more, but this time, his sword merely scrapes ineffectually against the creature's tough, leathery hide. He moves with frantic energy, hoping his speed can compensate for his sheer lack of power. A grimace of frustration contorts his face as he grits his teeth. These superficial wounds are accomplishing nothing. He knows he has to close the distance aim for a vital point and attempt to cripple its legs. He takes the gamble, lunging low and pouring every single ounce of his strength into one powerful thrust aimed directly at the Minotaur's leg. For a fleeting moment, it seems as if he has succeeded. The blade finds its mark, and a triumphant grin flashes across Cyan's face, but that grin instantly vanishes as a sickening screech of metal on bone echoes throughout the chamber. His sword grinds futilely against the Minotaur's shin. Cyan stares in absolute disbelief. The beast had blocked his all-out assault with its knee, not even flinching. The disparity in their physical strength is an insurmountable chasm. Before he can even process the shock, the creature's massive shadow engulfs him entirely. With a deep guttural roar, the Minotaur swats him aside as if he were a mere insect. Cyan is sent flying through the air, a pain scream ripped from his lungs as his body goes limp. He smashes onto the stone floor, his sword skittering far from his grasp. In one single humiliating instant, his battle is over. Gazing down at the defeated boy Eugene, a smirk plays on his lips as he points out the obvious Cyan lost too. All the defeated twin can do is glare back in utter humiliation as his sister Seal observes with a faintly amused smile. Cyan grinds his teeth, so choked by the bitter taste of defeat that he can't even utter a word. Eugene casually shifts his attention to the last one standing, his gaze falling upon Seal, but she simply raises her hands, forming an X with her fingers. She calmly announces her forfeit, acknowledging that it's utterly pointless to challenge him without her magic. Eugene regards her with a flicker of surprise. At least she possessed more sense than her twin brother. Without another word, he strides past them both, making his way toward the discarded sword and shield. He retrieves the simple round shield, testing its weight in his hand. Now it was his turn. As Eugene calmly approaches the towering monster, Seal voices the question on everyone's mind, is it even possible for you to win? Eugene doesn't bother to look back at her. He admits he isn't sure if victory is possible, letting a sliver of doubt hang in the air. Then he glances over his shoulder, a wild predatory grin spreading across his face. But for me to lose? The arrogance in his voice is absolute. He turns back to face the beast. A lone boy standing against a monster that utterly dwarfs him. Yet there isn't a single trace of fear in his stance, only cold, unwavering purpose. A smirk plays on his lips as he gazes up at the creature, wondering aloud how they should begin. For him, this is not a desperate fight for survival. It is merely a puzzle waiting to be solved. The Minotaur, however, allows no time for strategy, bringing a massive fist crashing down, aiming to obliterate him in a single brutal blow. But Eugene is already in motion. He meets the attack head-on with his shield, the sheer force of the impact cracking the stone floor beneath his feet, and yet he holds his ground. He masterfully uses the momentum of the block to pivot, swinging fluidly around the monster's leg to deliver a vicious slash at its ankle. The Minotaur stumbles, roaring in agony as it sweeps its other arm around in a desperate attempt to crush him. But Eugene has already vanished. He ducks beneath the sweeping attack and, in a breathtaking display of agility, begins running straight up the monster's outstretched arm. In a blur of impossible motion, he reaches its shoulders, landing perfectly poised behind its massive head. The creature's glowing eyes dart about frantically. Completely unable to track his blinding speed, it begins to thrash wildly, trying to dislodge him, but it is far too late. Eugene is already making his move. He plants his feet firmly for leverage and drives his sword deep into the soft flesh at the nape of the Minotaur's neck. The beast's maw opens in a silent, agonized roar as it staggers forward from the sheer force of the impact. With a grimace of pure concentration, Eugene brutally twists the blade, grinding it deeper into the wound, and he doesn't stop there. He wrenches the sword free only to plunge it back in again and again, a furious, relentless assault on that exact same vulnerable spot. Cyan and Desera can only watch in stunned silence, their jaws hanging slack, and their eyes wide with utter disbelief at the brutal efficiency they're witnessing. It was a scene straight out of a dark Reborn Manhwa. Desera is the first to comprehend the truth. He isn't just stabbing wildly. With terrifying precision, Eugene is methodically targeting the carotid artery. Then with one final powerful thrust, he puts every ounce of his weight and strength behind the blade. The sword sinks all the way to the hilt. A grotesque fountain of green blood erupts from the fatal wound. The Minotaur spasms, violently stumbling forward as its very lifeblood gushes from its neck. As the colossal beast finally begins to topple, Eugene calmly kicks off its back, landing as lightly as a feather on his feet, while the Minotaur's body crashes to the ground with a deafening thud. It crashed to the ground with a deafening, earth-shaking thud, kicking up a massive cloud of dust as a dark pool of green blood began to spread, silently across the stone floor, signaling the brutal end of the fight. Eugene stood over his vanquished foe, casually flicking the creature's blood from his blade, as if he'd just completed a simple warm-up exercise. He then turned to the utterly stunned twins, a casual question already forming on his lips. "Did you watch carefully, Plot?" he asked, treating them like students who were supposed to be learning from his demonstration. Cyan could only stammer, completely unable to form a single coherent word. The chasm between their skill levels was simply too vast for his mind to even begin to comprehend. Meanwhile, a triumphant, almost manic grin spread across Eugene's face, his cheeks splattered with the monster's green blood. "I got him," he stated simply, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Cyan finally found his voice, shouting back a weak excuse that Eugene shouldn't act so proud, claiming that with Sword Kai he could have won too. But the words rang hollow even to his own ears, because deep down he knew the undeniable truth. Even with all his magic, he could never have achieved such a flawless, picture-perfect victory. Eugene gazed at his rival, feeling a familiar fire ignite deep within him. This wasn't fear, nor was it anger. It was the pure, unadulterated thrill of battle he had missed for so very long. Cyan clutched his chest, his heart pounding with a powerful and unfamiliar emotion, a potent cocktail of awe burning, envy, and a sudden desperate desire to one day reach that same incredible height. Just then, the Minotaur's massive body began to glow, dissolving into countless shimmering golden particles of light. The radiance intensified, and the beast's form started to break, apart, completely bathing the entire dark chamber in a brilliant golden luminescence. Seal watched the light fade, her expression one of pure, unadulterated wonder. She whispered softly that the ceremony was finally over. Back in the viewing room, the illusionary beast dissolved in the exact same golden shower of light. Gilead and Loberian watched in complete silence as the trial officially concluded. The profound silence was suddenly broken by a deep, booming laugh. It was Gilead, the family patriarch, his face absolutely lit up with pure, unrestrained joy. He turned to a still-stunned Loberian, asking if that wasn't the most incredible thing he had ever witnessed. A child from a branch family with absolutely no formal mana training had just displayed such overwhelming, monstrous talent. Loberian could only agree, stammering as he straightened his coat, desperately trying to regain some semblance of composure. He explained that the Minotaur was never intended to be fought by a single person. The entire challenge had been meticulously designed to force the children to cooperate with one another. Loberian had intended for them to strategize, work as a team, and overcome the daunting challenge together. He looked completely baffled. That boy, Eugene, he just ignored the test's fundamental design and crushed every obstacle by himself. It's like a plot from a Reborn Manhwa. Just what kind of child is he? A knowing and deeply satisfied smile spread across Gilead's face. He knew exactly what kind of child Eugene was. He told Liberian that ever since the day Eugene arrived at the main estate, the boy had done nothing but train relentlessly from dawn until dusk. "Our investigators confirmed it," he said. "The boy's drive is nothing short of legendary." Gilead then declared with immense pride that Eugene was born with a body practically forged for combat and a will powerful enough to match it. Discovering a treasure like him has already made this entire ceremony a resounding success. But Liberian's expression suddenly turned serious. He quietly asked Gilead if he wasn't the least bit disturbed by this development. He was quick to add that he meant no offense, but the truth was plain for anyone to see. Eugene was already far more talented than Gilead's own children. Once he begins to formally train his mana, that gap will become impossibly insurmountably wide. Gilead simply smiled, says that is indeed a cause for celebration. After all, shouldn't such a monumental talent bring even greater glory to the Lionheart name? Luirian presses on his face, shadowed with deep concern as he asks, "But what will happen if that boy decides he wants to become the next family head?" Gilad's smile vanishes instantly. He falls silent, the gravity of Luirian's question hanging heavily in the air. His expression hardens into cold steel as he states that the position of patriarch must be held by the strongest Lionheart. If his own children are incapable of securing that position, then it rightfully belongs to Eugene. His eyes flash with an unshakable conviction. If his children are too weak to defend the birthright they were given, then they were never worthy of leading the family in the first place. Luirian gives a slight bow, realizing he has said enough. He apologizes for overstepping his bounds as an outsider. As they speak, the last remnants of the illusory forest dissolve around them, returning the room to its normal state. But Luirian has one final piece of counsel. His tone shifts from that of a friend to a shrewd political advisor, remarking how Eugene's tale is like a classic Reborn Manhwa, and he strongly suggests that Gilad should adopt the boy as his own son. Gilad looks at him completely blindsided by the suggestion. "Adopt him," he repeats stunned. Luirian lays out the political problem plainly. A boy from a branch family just utterly humiliated the main family's direct heirs. That fact alone could embolden the other branch families and ignite serious conflict down the line. Gilad strokes his beard, a thoughtful expression on his face. He thanks Luirian for the advice, admitting that it is a very tempting proposition, but then a warm smile returns to his face. He says that first they must offer their congratulations. The politics can wait. For now, a victor deserves to be celebrated. They both turn their gaze toward the exit of the training grounds, and there, walking at the very front of the pack, is Eugene leading the exhausted and forever changed children out of the labyrinth. The trial is over. As the exhausted children emerge from the forest, they are greeted by the two men who are just deciding their fates, the patriarch Gilad and the mage Luirian. Gilad's sharp gaze sweeps over them all, his stern expression making the air feel heavy with authority. His thoughts turn to his eldest son, Iod, who failed to even reach the labyrinth's center. He had apparently gotten distracted by the dungeon's mere novelties. In a test of worthiness, being sidetracked by simple curiosity was a glaring sign of weakness. Gilad feels a sharp sting of disappointment in his air. The twins Cyan and Sael had at least made it through, while they failed against the Minotaur. He sees that as simple inexperience, a flaw that can be hammered out of them with harsh training. He softens his expression, addressing the group as a whole. His voice rings with finality as he tells them they all did well. He continues saying he watched their progress, and while he expects the test to be more challenging, he is pleased with their excellent performance. His gaze finally lands on the boy standing at the front, Eugene. The boy looks up and answers simply, "Yes, sir." A proud smile breaks across Gilad's face. He declares loud enough for everyone to hear that Eugene was the most outstanding of all the children who participated. Eugene simply bows his head and thanks. He keeps his response short and respectful, hiding the complex storm of emotions churning deep within him. Gargus continued his lavish praise, remarking on the sheer brilliance of Eugene's methods. He specifically highlighted the incredible feat of facing the troll head-on and emerging completely unscathed. At the mere mention of the troll, Cyan visibly flinched, the humiliating memory of his own disastrous struggle against the beast still burning in his mind. Gargus found it utterly unbelievable, struggling to comprehend how someone with Eugene's lean physique could have fought that monster and won so flawlessly. It was like a scene from a Reborn Manhwa. He let out a sigh, musing, "What a true shame. If only Eugene had our family's special muscle-enhancing elixir, he could be even more monstrously strong." Liberian then stepped forward with an abashed grin, admitting he had fully expected them to be lost within the labyrinth for quite some time. For at least 2 days, it seemed he had severely underestimated them all. He thought to himself that even though they were young, they were undeniably the descendants of the Great Vermouth, and simply watching these nascent talents blossom was a reward in itself. Gilad gestured warmly toward the children, telling them to go and get some rest. He explained that he wished to hold a grand banquet for them, but none had been prepared since they had finished so astonishingly early. He told them to recover for the day, and that they would celebrate properly tomorrow, assigning Liberian the task of escorting the children back. As Liberian started to lead the group away, Ciel cast one final inquisitive look over her shoulder, but Gilead's voice cut sharply through the air, stopping Eugene in his tracks. "Eugene, you will come with me." Ciel's head whips around her eyes, flaring with sudden comprehension, as she asked her father, "Are you giving him the prize right now?" Gilad smiled, stating there was no reason to postpone it. The prize was access to the family's legendary underground treasure vault. Ciel had begged her father for years to be allowed to see it, but he had never taken her, not even a single time. She watched with a complex mixture of envy and wonder as Eugene followed the patriarch heading towards a place forbidden to nearly everyone else in the clan. As the sun began to set, the two of them walked together in a comfortable silence, the last rays of light filtering beautifully through the trees. Gilad led Eugene down a quiet, secluded path, the very air around them thick with an unspoken sense of importance. It was Gilad who finally broke the silence, observing how remarkably proficient Eugene was with so many different kinds of weapons. Eugene just smiled humbly, saying he was being praised far too much, but Gilad firmly shook his head, insisting it was the absolute truth. He pointed out that Eugene had used a sword and shield against the Minotaur, but had deftly wielded a spear against both Cyan and Desra. Eugene realized Gilad was even aware of his unofficial duel with Desra. It wasn't surprising. The man was the head of the entire clan, after all, and likely saw everything. Gilad explained that while the sword had become the enduring symbol of the Lionheart family, their ancestor, the Great Vermouth, was a master of every weapon imaginable. In fact, his skill was so legendary that he was known throughout history as the god of war. But then Gilad's tone shifted, becoming more thoughtful. He added that Vermouth was not the only one with such talent. His closest comrade, Sir Hamel, was also a master of arms, second only to Vermouth himself in sheer prowess. Feigning ignorance, Eugene let out a small, awkward cough playing his part. He mentioned that in the storybooks he'd read, the man was known as Hamel the Foolish. Gilad burst into a hearty laugh, admitting he had read the same stories as a child, and chuckled that if Hamel hadn't been so troublesome, the tale would have been incredibly boring. Then his expression softened, growing sincere as he confessed to Eugene. To be perfectly honest, I have always liked Sir Hamel. More than Sir Vermouth. The words hung in the air, leaving Eugene utterly speechless. To hear such a thing from anyone, let alone the revered patriarch of the Lionheart clan, was a staggering revelation. To hear that Gilead preferred him, Hamel, over his eternal rival, the Great Vermouth, was a shock that rattled him to his very core. He struggled to find his voice. Finally, he managed to force out a single quiet question. Why? Gilead's expression softened as he explained that he'd never been fond of the idealized image of Vermouth as some perfect godlike figure. Instead, he was always drawn to the raw, unfiltered humanity of Hamel, a quality that shone brightly even through the simplistic lens of children's fairy tales. He spoke of how Hamel was perpetually plagued by feelings of inferiority when compared to Vermouth. Yet he never once allowed himself to be consumed by despair. Instead, he channeled that burning frustration into fuel, a relentless drive to push himself harder and further than anyone thought possible. And in the end, he sacrificed himself for his friends. Gilead concluded, his voice resonating with a deep and profound respect. Eugene was well aware that the storybooks likely romanticized the events. After all, they always exaggerated for dramatic effect. But hearing his past self praised with such sincerity, it felt like a scene from a Reborn Manhwa, a strangely and deeply validating moment. He found himself turning his head away, a genuine warmth spreading through his chest for the first time in what felt like an eternity. A soft, honest smile graced his lips. I also like Sir Hamel, he admitted, and for the very first time saying it aloud felt completely right. Gilead offered him a knowing look, clearly pleased with the response he'd received. Their conversation drew to a close as they reached their destination, a solitary stone tower imposing and ancient that served as the entrance to the treasury. As the heavy doors groaned open, they revealed a descending path leading into the Lionheart family's most sacred vault. Inside, a grand staircase illuminated by magical torches spiraled down into the oppressive darkness. Their footsteps echoed ominously against the cold stone walls. With each step, they ventured deeper and deeper underground. Gilead glanced over at Eugene, informing him that he was the very first person who wasn't a family head to be granted access. Eugene put on a show of awe, looking around and asking if it was truly all right for him to be there. Gilead confirmed it was, reminding him of the promise he'd made. Besides, he added the Senate had already given its official approval. The Senate. Eugene knew them by their moniker, the Old Lions of Lionheart, a council comprised of former patriarchs and powerful elders. Their blessing made this venture official beyond any shadow of a doubt. As they continued their descent, Eugene inquired about the kinds of treasures stored within. Gilead explained that it housed everything the family had amassed over centuries, which included priceless relics left behind by the Great Vermouth himself. At the mention of Vermouth, a specific thought ignited in Eugene's mind. He asked eagerly if that meant the legendary holy sword was also kept here. A wry smile played on Gilead's lips. It is, he confirmed, but you will not be able to have it. He went on to explain that the holy sword was far more than a simple weapon. It was a symbol of the entire Lionheart clan, not an artifact that could be owned by any single individual. Eugene let out an exaggerated theatrical sigh. He crossed his arms in mock disappointment. That's a shame. But there was another reason, Gilead added with a serious tone. Since Vermouth's era, not a single person had managed to be acknowledged by the blade. Acknowledged? Eugene repeated, intrigued. Gilead simply offered a cryptic smile in return, telling him that he would understand soon enough. He would understand the moment he held it for himself. They finally arrived at their destination, a massive circular vault door. It was intricately carved with the family crest. Without hesitation, Gilead bit his thumb, drawing blood for the ancient locking mechanism. He pressed his bleeding thumb firmly against a golden lion head set into the wall. The mechanism accepted the blood offering, and the lion's sculpted eyes began to glow. They flared with a brilliant blue light, and with a deep grinding rumble, the ancient lock began to disengage. The massive stone door slid open, bathing the dark corridor in the resplendent golden light that poured from the treasury within. Gilead stood before the threshold waiting. At the entrance, Gilead's towering silhouette was stark against the brilliant light as he urged Eugene to go inside. Eugene paused, hesitating for a moment to ask if his father wasn't coming with him. Gilead offered a kind smile, assuring him he would wait outside, explaining that his presence might make Eugene too conscious of his opinion to choose what he truly desired. With a nod of his head, Eugene bowed in gratitude. This was perfect, exactly what he had hoped for. After one final glance back, he crossed the threshold, leaving the patriarch to wait. The heavy door began to swing shut, sealing itself with a resounding thud and leaving Eugene utterly alone in the silent, glittering chamber. A wide, greedy grin stretched across his features. The respectful boy is gone. Now there is only Hamel ready to claim his prize. All right then, he murmurs to himself. First things first. His gaze lifted, locking onto the vault's centerpiece. There, resting on a raised platform and bathed in a pillar of divine light, was the legendary holy sword. It seemed to hum with a golden aura radiating a power that had lain dormant for 300 long years. A wicked, excited glint flashed in Eugene's eyes as he pointed a finger towards it, a playful challenge in his gesture. Should I try my luck with the holy sword, he mused. Left alone in a vault of legends, Eugene now faced the very weapon that had once defined his greatest rival. But as he knew, sometimes the greatest treasures aren't the swords themselves, but the memories they carry. The holy sword, a divine weapon gifted by a god, sealed away for ages within a holy temple. Among all the heroes who had ever tried to claim it, only a single one was ever acknowledged as its true master, Vermouth Lionheart. 300 years ago, this was the very blade that pierced the heart of the demon king of slaughter. It was a weapon of pure, undeniable power. Eugene smirked, remembering it all too well. After that one glorious kill, Vermouth had mostly used it as a glorified flashlight, its divine light being perfect for navigating pitch-black dungeons. He crouched down, irresistibly drawn to the sword's radiant glow. Unable to fight the temptation, he wrapped his hands firmly around the hilt, the metal feeling cool and perfectly smooth beneath his palms. With a wild grin, he put his entire back into it, pulling with every ounce of his might. His face contorted with the sheer effort, straining every muscle in his young body. But the sword didn't budge a single inch. It was like trying to uproot a mountain from the earth itself. He let go, shaking his aching hands in frustration. It wouldn't move. Just as Gilead had predicted, the sword simply refused to acknowledge him. He stood up, brushing the dust from his clothes. Even if he could pull it free, he wasn't allowed to take it anyway. It was time to forget the holy sword and find something else. He ventured deeper into the vault, walking past rows of legendary weapons that glowed softly on their displays, the very air humming with latent power. Suddenly he stopped, his eyes widening in recognition as he laid them upon the next weapon. It was Aspel, the Sword of Gluttony, a vicious serrated blade radiating a hungry crimson light, the Sword of Gluttony, Aspel. He remembered its terrifying power all too well. It could devour the mana of any spell it sliced through, converting that stolen energy into its own strength, making it a perfect counter for mages. However, the only reason Vermouth could wield it so effectively was because he himself was a master magician. For Eugene, a boy who couldn't even utilize mana yet, the blade was completely useless. He moved on, his gaze sweeping across the vast chamber. He recognized so many of these legendary weapons. It felt like a reunion with old friends from the battlefield. There was the draconian spear Carbos. It always took a while to heat up, but once it did, its flames were powerful enough to rival a dragon's breath. There was the Stormblade Winneth, a sword blessed by the Spirit King of Wind himself. The rampaging Thunderbow. Pernoa, a bow that could call down lightning from the heavens to strike any target. The flying elusive sword. Jabal, a blade that could transform into a bladed whip, lashing out from every direction at once. And Jedin's shield, a legendary artifact capable of deflecting any attack by shunting it into an empty void. He crosses his arms, feeling completely overwhelmed. Every single weapon was an incredible choice, and he wouldn't regret taking any of them, but something felt wrong. He scanned the room again, a deep frown creasing his brow. Was this really everything? Some of the most powerful artifacts, such as the Moonlight Sword and the Demon Spear, were conspicuously absent. A grim thought began to dawn on him. It's been 300 years. He clenched his fist, muttering under his breath that his old comrades had clearly helped themselves to the best cheat-like weapons after he was gone. The kind of overpowered gear you'd only see in a top-tier Reborn Manhwa. He weighed his options. Winneth the Stormblade was the obvious choice. Just holding it allowed you to command wind elementals, and with enough mana, you could even summon their king. Learning spirit magic is incredibly difficult, a feat even the most talented mages struggle with, but Winneth made it seem effortless. It was a massive shortcut to obtaining overwhelming power. Still, he decided to look around just a little more. He was in the legendary Lionheart Vault after all. He might as well see everything it had to offer. He wandered to a different section where smaller items were displayed in glass cases upon velvet cushions. He saw gems and accessories here, not just weaponry. His eyes drifted over priceless crowns, ornate chalices, and shimmering pendants. And then he stopped. His entire body froze. His gaze locked onto a single display case. Huh. He reached out his hand, trembling as if pulled by an invisible string, his fingers pressing against the cool magical barrier, a jolt running through his entire body. He pulled back, clutching a small, painfully familiar object. This is, he whispered, his voice choked with emotion. This is the necklace I wore as Hamel. Memories slammed into him. It was a keepsake from his parents who were killed by monsters when he was just a child. He remembered avenging them and how he wore this simple necklace every single day right up to his very last breath. He stared at it, his mind reeling. Why is this here? There's only one explanation. Vermouth must have recovered his body from that final battlefield. A flicker of warmth touched his cold heart. He supposed they didn't just leave him to rot. For a moment he felt a sense of relief. But that relief quickly curdled into bitter anger as he remembered the promise Vermouth made with the Demon King of Incarceration. A peace treaty that left two of their greatest enemies alive. He saw their faces in his mind. Vermouth, Sienna, Anise, his comrades, his friends. They had all promised each other. They were supposed to take down all 5 Demon Kings together. He ground his teeth, pure rage building inside him. What kind of promise did you make? He snarled to the empty room. To put my keepsake here while you... His anger sharpened, focusing on one person. Especially you, Vermouth. What in the world were you thinking? The betrayal felt as fresh as if it were yesterday. Then a sudden wave of guilt crashed over him. Maybe it's my fault. He looked down at the necklace, down at thought. A bitter thought surfaces maybe they couldn't have won without him. But he forcefully pushes it away, his eyes hardening with fresh resolve. He refuses to resent his old comrades. Surely they had a compelling reason for breaking their sacred promise. He casts his gaze across the legendary armaments on display, a treasure trove of items he deeply desires. Nevertheless, he clutches the simple necklace in his fist. The idea of this final memento of Hamel remaining here, locked away in some dusty, forgotten vault, is unbearable. His mind is made up. As the vault door slides open, Eugene emerges and Gilead looks at his empty hands. Then at the tiny object he's clutching, utterly baffled. That is what you selected, Paul, he asks. Eugene musters a bright, innocent smile dangling the trinket before him. This one caught my eye, he says simply. Gilead is incredulous. Are you being serious? The vault was filled with countless incredible treasures. Eugene casually replies that the other artifacts were far too powerful for him to handle at his current level. Still struggling to comprehend the choice, Gilead asks to inspect it for a moment, and Eugene hands it over without a second thought. Gilead examines the object closely. It's an old, crudely made necklace with a worthless gem and simplistic craftsmanship at best. This is nothing more than a cheap trinket, he states, his confusion growing. Why would an item like this even be stored within the treasury? He moves toward the lion-headed mechanism used to register the vault's contents and places the necklace upon it. But nothing happens. The device remains dark and silent. How peculiar, Gilead murmurs, as the truth begins to dawn on him. This necklace isn't a registered artifact. He turns back to Eugene, his expression turning serious as he explains that this is not a treasure belonging to the Lionheart family. In fact, it's an object that has no business being in the vault whatsoever. Eugene simply points out the obvious, but it was in there. Gilead shakes his head, stating, "This necklace possesses no monetary value. You couldn't even purchase a cheap sword with it." He looks Eugene directly in the eye and asks, "Knowing this, do you still desire it?" In response, Eugene's face lights up with an enormous beaming smile. "Yes," he exclaims, his enthusiasm utterly genuine. Gilead sighs, finally relenting. "If you truly want it, then I suppose it cannot be helped." He pauses, then explains that because it's an unregistered item, he will require the master of the Red Tower of Magic to appraise it just to be certain it holds no hidden enchantments. Eugene asks eagerly, "So does that mean I can have it after the appraisal?" Gilead smiles, making a fist to seal their agreement. "Yes, I give you my word." He then proceeds to explain the loophole. Since the necklace technically isn't a Lionheart family treasure, Eugene has not actually claimed his reward yet. A sly grin spreads across Gilead's face. "Therefore, you may still choose another treasure from within." Eugene's jaw practically hits the floor. "Truly?" he asks in disbelief. "That is correct," Gilead confirms. "You may still select a treasure from the vault. That was our original promise." At this, Eugene practically explodes with joy, bowing deeply and shouting his gratitude before immediately spinning on his heel and bolting back into the treasury. This kind of incredible plot twist feels like something straight out of a Reborn Manhwa. He can't believe this incredibly generous man is a descendant of the stuffy, by-the-book Vermouth. With this second chance, there is no reason to hesitate for even a moment. He makes a beeline directly for his true target, his hand closing firmly around the hilt of the Stormblade Winneth. He draws the legendary blade from its stand. It slides free with a soft whispering sound, almost as if the wind itself is greeting an old friend. He raises it high, a fierce predatory grin stretching across his face as a brilliant blue aura begins to swirl around the blade. Blade declaring, "You belong to me now," with a legendary weapon secured and a fragment of his past reclaimed. Eugene confidently strides out into the crisp night air. But for a prodigy of his caliber, tranquility is a fleeting luxury. Desiree immediately stomps over to confront him, her finger pointed accusingly. "Why in the world didn't you choose a spear?" she demands, her voice laced with pure exasperation. "You're already a master with one." Eugene simply shrugs. "It was my decision," he states calmly, "and I'm just as proficient with a sword." Desiree can only seethe, stamping her foot in sheer frustration. Just then, Gargus steps in, his critical eye scrutinizing the elegant blade. "Seems far too light," he declares bluntly, puffing out his massive chest and flexing his biceps. "With your kind of raw power, you should have selected a warhammer or a great axe." Eugene offers him the exact same level reply. "It's my choice. Undeterred, Gargus presses on, making him an offer. He invites Eugene to visit his family, promising an endless supply of muscle growth potions. But Eugene just deadpans, "I have no need for them." Desera waves a dismissive hand at Gargus, telling Eugene to pay no mind to the big oaf. Her focus immediately snaps back to the sword, her eyes glinting with a warrior's intense curiosity. She gives him a single, simple command: draw it. Eugene meets her challenging gaze, and in that moment a silent understanding passes between two souls who are defined by combat. With a fluid, nearly soundless motion, he slides the blade free of its sheath. A faint, ethereal blue light instantly begins to hum along its edge. He holds it aloft for them to see. "What sword is that?" they ask in unison. He tells them, "This is Winded the Storm Sword." He explains that it carries the blessing of the elemental king of wind, and as he speaks, minuscule fairy-like wind spirits begin to materialize and dance around him. He adds that once he fully masters his mana, he will even be able to summon the king himself. Desera merely clenches her fists, thoroughly unimpressed. "That's neat, I suppose, but I still would have chosen a spear." Eugene leans in closer, a provocative glint in his eye. There were plenty of legendary spears in there as well. Desera's eyes widen in shock, and she grabs him by the shoulders, asking frantically, "Did you see it? The draconic spear, Carbos?" she exclaims, her face alight with unadulterated excitement as she describes its power to unleash a dragon's breath with every single thrust. Eugene just gives her a completely blank stare. "Never heard of it." He's lying naturally. This is far more amusing. Desera becomes even more animated. "What about the demon spear Ruentis?" She presses, utterly convinced it was the Great Vermouth's most powerful weapon. Gargus cuts in, mentioning he's heard of Ruentis, noting that it was the very spear wielded by the demon king of brutality. Desera just shoves him aside, yelling, "I wasn't asking you." At that, Eugene's playful demeanor instantly evaporates. The demon king of brutality. The name alone unleashes a torrent of dark memories. This wasn't some dramatic tale from a reborn Manhwa. 300 years ago, there were 5 demon kings, from strongest to weakest. They were the demon kings of apocalypse, incarceration, frenzy, brutality, and slaughter. Gargus crosses his thick arms, correcting Desera. "Your information is flawed," he states matter-of-factly. The most powerful weapon in the Great Vermouth's arsenal was Giga's, the destructive crusher. In his mind's eye, he visualizes a colossal demonic hammer wreathed in dark purple energy. The two of them immediately erupt into a fierce argument. Desera insists the spear is superior because the demon king of brutality outranks the demon king of slaughter. Gargus retorts that the rankings of the kings have absolutely nothing to do with the inherent power of their weapons. As Eugene watches them bicker, he calmly decides to add more fuel to the fire. There was no destructive crusher in there either. He of course knows the real truth. Of all Vermouth's legendary weapons, only 2 of them ever truly belonged to him. The weapons of the Demon Kings. Those artifacts were far too malevolent to be stored in the main vault. They were undoubtedly sealed away in a much more secure, hidden location. However, Desera and Gargus are completely absorbed in their bickering, deaf to his thoughts. The spear is clearly superior. No, the crusher is the ultimate weapon. Eugene simply massages his temples, letting out an exasperated sigh. Their squabbling is so juvenile. He's well aware that both weapons are legendary in their own right. But if anyone were to ask him which of Vermouth's armaments was truly the most powerful, the answer would come to him without a moment's hesitation. It was the Moonlight Blade. He recalls it as pure, unadulterated destruction forged into the shape of a sword, a power so absolute that it had to be sealed away in the very depths of the demon realm. While history may have forgotten its existence, he never could. The Demon King of Brutality and the Demon King of Slaughter were both ultimately vanquished, obliterated by the cataclysmic light of that one single blade. He gives Weneath a gentle experimental swing, feeling the blade hum softly as it slices effortlessly through the air. A faint, satisfied smile graces his lips. This marks the first time in his new life that he has wielded a genuine master-crafted sword. A subtle trail of azure light traces the blade's path, a mere whisper of the immense power that lies dormant within it. At last, Desera and Gargus cease their bickering, their attention completely captivated by the spectacle. Eugene steps forward, holding the sword at the ready. He starts to move his body instinctively, falling into a familiar cadence, a graceful yet lethal dance of pure combat. His motions are fluid and precise, imbued with a deadly intent no 13-year-old should ever possess. It's a classic Reborn Manhwa scenario, pure muscle memory from a past life. The warrior instincts of Hamel surge through the body of the young boy Eugene as he finishes his display with a powerful slash that sends a cloud of dust spiraling up from the ground. The sword's light flares brilliantly for a fleeting moment before he brings the blade to a halt. A ribbon of blue light coils gently around his arm as he rests. Desera and Gargus are left completely silent, utterly mesmerized by what they've just witnessed. Gargus can only manage an awestruck whisper. That is true sword work. It's beautiful. Desera is equally stunned into silence. A faint blush colors her cheeks as she stares at him, rendered completely speechless. Meanwhile, back in the Patriarch's private study, the scene shifts. Gilead presents the enigmatic necklace to Lawarian for a thorough appraisal. Lawarian holds it gently in his palm, beginning to channel his mana into the object. A soft blue light emanates from his hand as he commences his analysis. His eyes narrow in deep concentration, meticulously searching for any hint of an enchantment or a hidden curse. He finally sets the necklace down, his magical inspection complete. There is absolutely no trace of magic on this necklace. He reports his expression one of complete bewilderment. Are you absolutely certain this came from the treasury vault? He asks Gilead, finding the entire situation difficult to comprehend. Gilead's expression is grim. Indeed it was, he confirms without hesitation. Luarian presses the matter, asking if he's positive the boy wasn't attempting some kind of deception. Gilead can only sigh, questioning what possible reason the boy would have for such a charade. He clenches his fist, contemplating the enormous risk Eugene had taken. If I hadn't permitted him to select another treasure, that boy would have departed with absolutely nothing. Luarian touches his chin thoughtfully, a bead of sweat forming on his brow as he is forced to agree with the assessment. It was an incredibly risky gamble, he concedes. Standing up, he resolves, let's investigate this further. He reiterates that there is no enchantment, but he intends to dig deeper just to be absolutely certain. Gilead looks at him perplexed. How will you do that? A sly, knowing smile spreads across Luarian's face. He reveals a unique form of magic that can read the residual memories left behind within an object's mana, a spell he adds with a touch of pride created by his very own Grandmaster Sienna the Wise. He goes on to explain that all objects retain some trace of mana, and with this spell, he can access the history stored within it. He can access the memories stored within, effectively replaying the necklace's entire history. Gilead watches on, his gaze fixed and intense. Very well, I'll leave it in your capable hands. Luarian takes the necklace once more, cradling it gently in his palms before closing his eyes. He focuses his mind, and a brilliant blue aura immediately envelops the small object. Fragmented images begin to flicker through his consciousness. He ascertains that it's approximately 100 years old, catching glimpses of its previous owners, and even the bustling city street where it was first purchased. With a sigh of frustration, he opens his eyes. I can't see anything beyond that point, he admits, suspecting the treasure vault's potent magic is to blame. The vault's protective enchantments must have interfered with the mana, scrambling any of its more recent memories. Gilead retrieves the necklace. His thoughts grew heavy. 100 years ago, he mused. There's no one alive who could possibly know its origins. Its true origin is a complete mystery. Luarian looks at him inquisitively. So what's your next move? Gilead's stern expression melts away, replaced by a genuinely fond smile. If it holds no magical properties, I'll give it to Eugene. His voice is laced with admiration. It's the one thing that boy desired so intensely that he was willing to forsake a priceless treasure to obtain it. Luarian leans in, a knowing smile playing on his lips. You seem to have developed quite an affection for that child, he observes. A slow, confident grin spreads across Gilead's face as he places his hands firmly upon his desk, his decision finally solidified. His gaze drifts to the window where Eugene is still practicing tirelessly in the courtyard below. And what reason would I have not to be? He retorts, turning back to Luarian. And with that, I am going to accept your offer. Luarian's eyes widen ever so slightly. By that offer, you mean... Gilead leans back in his chair, his expression beaming with absolute unshakable certainty. I will adopt Eugene Lionheart as my son. Meanwhile, outside, completely oblivious to the monumental shift his life is about to take, Eugene continues his solitary dance with the Stormblade, a shimmering extension of his very will. A new day, a new sword, and a new life are all on the horizon. But just when Eugene thinks he can finally catch his breath, another Lionheart makes an appearance, and this one is utterly unlike the others. A cheerful voice calls Mecas out in his direction. A handsome man with striking white hair and a relaxed smile is waving at him. The maid standing beside Eugene gasps audibly. She stammers out the man's name, sir. Sir Gian Eugene's eyes narrow slightly. He recognizes the name Jan Lionheart. This is the patriarch's youngest brother, regarded as the family's oddball, who never married, choosing instead to roam the world as a free-spirited adventurer. Eugene offers a respectful bow and introduces himself, but Gian just grins and waves it off dismissively. Of course I know who you are, he booms, suddenly grabbing Eugene and pulling him into a rough one-armed hug. He exclaims that Eugene is the infamous collateral kid who actually defeated the main family in their own ceremony. It's a story worthy of a reborn Manhwa. Eugene, annoyed, struggles against the man's surprisingly powerful grip. Did you come to take me somewhere? He asks, trying to pry the man's arm off his shoulder. That's right, Jan says, finally releasing him. He explains that his brother had been planning to send a knight, but he jumped at the chance to come personally. He leans in, a conspiratorial grin spreading across his face. Eugene, I simply had to see the legend for myself. Gian sighs dramatically, placing a hand over his heart. I've heard so much about you. But I wasn't permitted to watch the ceremony. He explains it's a deeply rooted family tradition. Only the current head of the family is allowed to observe the bloodline continuation ritual. He quickly holds up a finger to clarify, adding that he himself harbors no resentment towards his brother over it. That's simply the way of their world. He casually leans against the wall, adopting a relaxed posture, and muses aloud if he comes across as bitter about the family's rigid customs. Eugene simply declares flatly, I couldn't care less. John erupts in laughter, utterly charmed by the response. My brother would say the same, he adds. Eugene observes the man, sensing a free-spirited aura about him, a quality just as striking as his handsome features. He surmises this is likely the reason Gian has never married. Gian then proceeds to lead Eugene through the opulent corridors of the main estate, their path taking them under ornate ceilings and past dazzling chandeliers. As they proceed along a lengthy red-carpeted hallway, Eugene finally inquires about the reason for the patriarch's summons. Jian merely gestures extravagantly, implying it's likely another round of congratulations. Eugene waves the idea away, having already received more than enough praise. He glances at Jian with a shrewd expression. It appears you are also unaware of the reason, Sir Jian. A smile plays on Jian's lips as he thoughtfully touches his chin. Well, it's not as if I'm completely in the dark, he remarks, but there isn't a compelling reason for me to be involved. He then halts his steps. He turns to face Eugene, his expression radiating genuine warmth. It would be wonderful to see you around here more frequently. Eugene returns the sentiment with a polite smile. I would like that as well, sir. They soon arrive before a large ornate door where Jian knocks firmly and announces their presence. A voice from inside bids them to enter. Jian opens the door for Eugene, acting as a warm and encouraging figure at his side, offering a bright, winking smile as Eugene crosses the threshold. Internally, Eugene muses that Jian seems to be a decent man, albeit slightly overbearing. He steps into the patriarch's office where Gilead is standing near his desk, bathed in the brilliant morning sunlight pouring through the enormous windows. Gilead greets him with a welcoming smile, apologizing for the sudden summons and motioning for him to sit. They take their seats at a small table adorned with cakes and tea, the atmosphere feeling surprisingly relaxed and informal. Gilead then slides the small necklace across the table in his direction. He clarifies that he had Loberian appraise the item and the results indicated it was merely a common, non-magical necklace. Eugene affects a hint of surprise. Is that right? Gilead continues, explaining how they even went so far as to read the mana's memory contained within the necklace but discovered nothing out of the ordinary. At this, Eugene's eyes widen in genuine shock. The memory of the mana? He knows precisely what that implies. It's the signature of Sienna's magic. He recalls his old comrade, the brilliant Archmage Sienna, who had developed a spell exactly like this. He swiftly composes his features, asking with a forced sense of calm, and what did the memory reveal? Gilead relays Loberian's findings. The necklace was apparently sold on the streets of the capital roughly 100 years ago. Eugene's mind begins to race. No, that's impossible. He knows with unwavering certainty that this is the very necklace he wore 300 years ago in his past life. He wore it for decades. There is absolutely no way he could be mistaken. Yet Loberian would have no reason to deceive them. Could he have somehow misread the memory? Unlikely. A more plausible and far more unsettling explanation begins to form in his mind. Someone incredibly powerful must have used a high-level spell to overwrite the original memories, a plot twist worthy of a Reborn Manhwa. And the first name that springs to mind is Vermouth. He falls completely silent, lost in thought as he tries to assemble the pieces of this new and frustrating puzzle. He understands there is no immediate way for him to uncover the truth. But the mystery surrounding his old friend's actions only continues to deepen. He pushes the pushing. His suspicions aside for the moment, Eugene looked up with a bright, hopeful expression, asking, "Then can I keep this necklace?" Gilead smiled warmly, replying, "Yes." "I did make you a promise," Gilead affirmed. "If you want it, it is yours." "Thank you," Eugene exclaimed, snatching the necklace before the patriarch had a chance to reconsider. He quickly fastened it around his neck, a small, satisfied smile gracing his lips as the familiar weight settled against his chest. Just then, Gilead leaned forward, his expression shifting to one of seriousness, admitting that while the necklace was part of his reason for the meeting, there was a far more important matter he wished to discuss. "This might seem a bit sudden," Gilead began, "but I assure you, it is not a bad proposition. In fact, it is an offer that will shape your entire future." At those words, Eugene's eyes narrowed instantly. His mind, seasoned by a past life, immediately leaped to the most common political tool of a noble family, a strategic marriage. Before Gilead could even finish his sentence, Eugene cut him off, blurting out, "CL is certainly kind and cute, but I have absolutely no intention of considering marriage right now." In his mind, it all clicked into place with cynical clarity. CL's sudden friendliness, even after he'd publicly shamed her brother, must have all been a ploy. It had to be a setup for a political marriage. He shot a glare at Gilead, thinking that for all his kindness, the man was clearly hiding a manipulative scheme. He continued to ramble, protesting that he was far too young and would need his own father's permission anyway, before his words finally trailed off. "Wait," Gilead said, looking utterly flustered by the outburst. He quickly tried to correct Eugene's assumption. "You're gravely misunderstanding," he insisted, a bead of sweat forming on his brow. "I am not trying to arrange a marriage between you and CL." With that, Eugene's jaw dropped. His mind went completely and utterly blank. A deep, mortifying blush crept up his neck and spread across his entire face as the full realization of his mistake crashed down on him. He was completely spectacularly wrong. He had the sudden urge to smack himself for even entertaining the thought of marriage with a 13-year-old girl. He clutched his head, groaning internally. Did my brain revert to a child's too? This isn't some generic Phoenicic Reborn Manhwa plot. Looking up his face was a mask of utter confusion. Then, "What is it?" Gilead, composing himself, stated his true purpose plainly. "I called you here to adopt you as my son." Eugene could only manage a single dumbfounded word in response. "What?" He quickly regained his composure, however. He thought to himself that while this was just as shocking as a marriage proposal, it made a twisted kind of sense, a perfect way to bind his immense talent directly to the main family. He mumbled aloud that being an adopted son was still a bit sudden. Gilead couldn't help but chuckle, not as sudden as a marriage proposal I'd imagine. Eugene flushed crimson once more, muttering that it was his mistake. Gilad then added that if Eugene were to agree, he was prepared to summon his father to the main estate as well. Eugene immediately pointed out the obvious complication. But then I would have two fathers, he stated, the words sounding strange even to him. There's no need to overthink it, Gilad assured him smoothly. It simply means your family line will be officially absorbed into the main family. He then clarified his intentions further. I already have 3 children of my own. I have no intention of stealing a son from Gard. He looked at Eugene with profound sincerity. I have yet to meet your father, but I will respect him as I would my own sibling. Eugene looked down, processing the weight of this offer as a single bead of sweat rolled down his temple. This was a truly life-altering proposition. It promised more status and resources than he could imagine, but it also came with far greater pressure and expectations. Eugene had just been offered the entire world on a silver platter. Yet instead of leaping at the opportunity, he had a question that cut straight to the very heart of the matter. He looked down, his hands clasped tightly, and asked Gilad, if I refuse to be adopted. He then lifted his head, his gaze unwavering. His golden eyes were sharp and serious, focusing on the one thing that truly mattered to him in this new life as he finished his question. Will my father lose? Is this a test of his respect? Eugene realizes it's more than that. It's a trial for his own future and the fate of the family he might leave behind. A warm, genuine smile spreads across the patriarch's face as he gazes at Eugene, his expression holding not a trace of disappointment, but one of pure admiration. Of course not, Gilead states, his tone both firm and profoundly reassuring. He leans forward slightly, adopting an open and honest posture, and instantly the tension that threatened to suffocate the room completely evaporates. He admits that it's a bit embarrassing for him to even have to say it, but he assures Eugene that he is not the kind of petty man who would harbor a grudge over something so trivial. Gilead's expression softens, conveying sincerity. He explains that if Eugene were to refuse the offer, it would undoubtedly be regrettable, but that would be the extent of it. Leaning back with a kind smile, he promises to respect Eugene's decision and wish him nothing but the best for his future. Regardless of the path he chooses, he's making it abundantly clear that this is a genuine offer, not a veiled command. Eugene lowers his gaze at his teacup, his mind racing to process it all. It felt like a pivotal scene from a Reborn Manhwa. Even with the mind of a warrior, he knew. For this decision, he had to think like a son. He informs Gilead that he cannot make such a monumental decision alone and must consult his father first. Gilead simply nods, showing complete understanding. He suggests they finalize the decision after the banquet, promising to send for Eugene's father, Gard. Eugene's reply is a simple, respectful, thank you. As Eugene takes a quiet sip of tea, his mind is a whirlwind, replaying every single one of Gilead's words. He sets his cup down and fixes his gaze on the patriarch once more. A moment ago, you mentioned this would be good for my future, he begins, latching on to that precise phrase. His eyes narrow with a sharp intensity as he presses on, demanding to know what exactly that entails. He has no intention of letting a single detail slide. A sly grin plays on Gilead's lips. He seems to be thoroughly enjoying Eugene's incisive mind. He explains that being raised within the main family comes with a host of benefits, which he begins to list. First and foremost, the main estate is teeming with exceptional knights, every single one of whom would be available to mentor him. At this, Eugene's eyes light up with a competitive fire. If I'm to learn here, he declares boldly, then I demand to learn from the very strongest. A wide, almost childishly eager grin spreads across his face as he decides to push his luck even further. If I become your adopted son, does that mean I can learn directly from you? For a fleeting moment, Gilead's expression becomes completely unreadable. He simply stares, processing the sheer, unadulterated audacity of this 13-year-old boy. But this is no childish whim. A wicked grin touches Eugene's lips as he admits he's genuinely curious about the true extent of the Lionheart Patriarch's strength. It's a blatant challenge cleverly disguised as a simple question. A low chuckle rumbles from deep within Gilead's chest. He isn't offended in the slightest. He's thoroughly amused. This boy has incredible guts. Of course I could teach you, Gilead replies, gesturing toward Eugene with a single finger. But if you truly wish to learn from the strongest, then there is someone else far more fitting. Eugene's expression shifts to one of genuine shock. Someone stronger than the patriarch himself. Who could that possibly be? He asks, bewildered. Gilead utters a single name, Gileon. He then admits that while he once held the title of strongest, his younger brother has long since surpassed him in power. Eugene's mind immediately flashes back to the carefree, perpetually grinning man he'd met just an hour before. That guy, he thinks to himself, a newfound respect blooming for Gilead's astonishingly laid-back brother. Sensing the moment, Gilead smoothly changes the subject, asking if Eugene's father had ever instructed him in the ways of mana. Not yet, Eugene replies, flashing a well-practiced, innocent smile. He cleverly claims he was worried that merely hearing about it might cause him to unconsciously begin training an act that was strictly forbidden. It served as the perfect cover, painting him as both gifted and aesthetically pleasing. Gilead offered a knowing smile, remarking that he had personally witnessed just how relentlessly Eugene had been conditioning his body since his arrival. He explained that a mana stone, a crystalline core found deep within formidable monsters, was essential for the initial awakening of one's mana. To truly unlock their latent potential, an individual would require one of these very stones, harvested from the heart of a high-level beast. However, the higher the quality of the stone, the more exorbitant and scarce it becomes. Furthermore, successfully utilizing such a stone demands the guidance of a seasoned expert. At this, Gilead's expression grew somber, for he understood that all of these requirements, the stone, the mentor, were far beyond the means of a minor collateral family like Gart's. He thought to himself that the circumstances of Eugene's birth were simply too restrictive for a talent of his caliber to ever reach its full bloom. It was a classic setup from a reborn Manhwa. But Gilead knew he couldn't voice these thoughts aloud. He wouldn't risk causing Eugene to harbor resentment for the family he was born into. This was a delicate matter he needed to discuss with Gart, a conversation between fathers. Turning his attention back to Eugene, he began, "I've said what I needed to," he stated, his amiable smile returning. "If you would permit it, I'd like to converse with you for a little while longer." Eugene mirrored the smile, raising his teacup in a gesture of acceptance. "Of course," he replied smoothly, "I would be delighted." And so the two sat facing one another, a temporary accord established between them. The elaborate desserts laid out on the table remained completely untouched. This was a meeting defined by power politics and the future of the clan, a discussion far too weighty for frivolous sweets. Eventually, Eugene rose from his chair. "I shall take my leave now," he announced. Gilead graciously offered to have someone escort him back, but with a confident smile. Eugene politely declined. "That won't be necessary. The annex isn't far," he assured him. "I can manage the walk back alone." He began his solitary walk down the massive, opulent hallway. The gilded arches and sparkling chandeliers seemed to dwarf his small frame, yet he moved with an unshakable confidence that declared he belonged there. As he proceeded, a faint, sweet fragrance drifted through the air, and his sharp senses detected it instantly. A perfume, he mused internally, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. He knew at once that someone was just around the approaching corner. "No movement," he murmured under his breath, sensing they were standing perfectly still. "Are they perhaps waiting for me?" Without a shred of hesitation, he continued on his path, his footsteps echoing softly against the plush red carpet. As he rounded the bend, the elegant hem of a luxurious dress came into view. And there she was, Anicelia, the patriarch's second wife, positioned as if her presence was a mere coincidence. She brought a gloved finger to her lips, affecting an air of surprise. "Oh, my Eugene," she cooed, her voice light and ethereal. But Eugene wasn't fooled for a single moment. His expression remained cold and analytical. He knew she had been lying in wait for him. Before he could even formulate a response, Anicelia's voice cut through the silence, suggesting they proceed with formal greetings. For a moment, Eugene was thrown off balance. This woman played a completely different kind of game than the straightforward men of his family. He recovered swiftly, however, executing a perfect formal bow. "Greetings, hot ban," he stated, his voice unwavering. "I am Eugene Lionheart of the Gart collateral line." Anicelia offered a smile, her eyes filled with a carefully calculated charm. She mentioned hearing that he had been speaking with the patriarch for quite some time, adding that she had no idea he was still present, attempting to maintain her facade. Eugene, however, sliced directly through the pleasantries. "Is there something you wish to say to me?" he asked, his tone direct. Anicelia's smile tightened ever so slightly, a flicker of irritation flashing in her eyes before she expertly concealed it. Behind her elegant fan, Ancilia seethed at the sheer arrogance of this child, though she quickly composed herself, thinking his attitude was hardly surprising. He was, after all, merely a country bumpkin who had stumbled into immense luck. But her strategic mind took over. She knew this boy was destined for greatness. It would be far more advantageous to have him as an ally rather than an enemy. Her thoughts even drifted to her ultimate gambit, a political marriage, a way to tie him to her side through her own daughter Ciel. That was the entire reason she had instructed Ciel to get close to him in the first place. Her polite mask snapped back on, full of false curiosity. "I'm just curious what the two of you spoke about." She pressed, fishing for information. Eugene, however, shut her down with a clean, cold politeness. "I don't think it would be appropriate for me to share matters that the patriarch and I discussed in private." For a split second, Ancilia was flustered, her carefully crafted act beginning to slip. She stammered, "Of course that's true," before quickly laughing it off and insisting she had something else to say. Eugene simply inclined his head, waiting. A single bead of sweat trickled down his cheek. He knew this political chess match felt like a scene from a complex Reborn Manhwa. She then launched into a grand display of apology, asking if he remembered how utterly disrespectful her son had been to him. She claimed her tremendously busy schedule was the only reason she was only now apologizing. "There's no need for that," Eugene replied flatly. "I have already resolved that incident with Cyan myself." He made it crystal clear that he had handled it. And Celia beamed, praising him for his incredible maturity and benevolence. The flattery was hollow, a fact they both understood perfectly. She promised to give Cyan a stern warning, adding her hope that the two of them would get along well in the future. Eugene offered a bright, beaming smile in return. "Of course we'll get along splendidly," he said cheerfully, just before delivering the final pointed blow. "We are family after all." The word family struck Ancilia like a physical impact, and a dark, unsettling feeling washed over her. He wasn't wrong, but hearing that word from this child's lips felt profoundly dangerous. Eugene, seeing her reaction, politely inquired if he might take his leave now. He had decisively won this round. Ancilia forced another smile, apologizing for keeping him. "Go and get some rest." She managed her voice, a little strained. As Eugene turned to depart, he glanced back one final time and saw her watching him. Fan held close, her polite mask once again firmly in place. Walking away, he thought to himself, "The Lionheart's matriarch Ancilia." He remembered now. She was the one who had been openly against him from the very beginning, simply because he was from a collateral family line. A dark expression crossed his face as he recalled her calculating eyes. He decided then and there that he needed to avoid getting entangled with her as much as possible. He continued on his way, leaving Ancilia standing alone in the vast hallway. She watched him disappear, her expression hidden, already plotting her next move in the complex political game he had just been thrust into. A life-altering offer was on the table, but the final decision rested with a father who was about to step into a world he could never have imagined. 2 days later, he had arrived. A grand carriage rolled up to the gates of the main estate. After a long and arduous journey, Guard Lionheart had finally come from the distant countryside of Godol. He stepped onto the grounds of the main estate, a place he likely never thought he would ever see in his entire lifetime. Standing beside the family envoy, Guard looked completely out of his element, a simple man from the country, now standing in the very heart of the most powerful family in the land, his face a mixture of sheer awe and deep concern. Gripped by anxiety, still struggling to process the incredible news. He wondered to himself, could it be true? Did Eugene actually win the bloodline continuation ritual? The very notion was so monumental that it felt entirely surreal. A wave of pure, unadulterated pride washed over him, causing tears to well up in his eyes. My boy, he thought, with a trembling heart, he triumphed over the direct descendants of the main family. His mind drifted back to Eugene's younger days. Even in childhood, his son had displayed astonishing talent. But Guard had always been painfully aware of a harsh reality. He lacked the wealth and influence to properly nurture that potential. He had always assumed the ritual would serve as a brutal lesson in reality for Eugene. After all, the chasm separating the main family from the collateral branches wasn't something that could be bridged by sheer determination alone. Or so I had always believed, he thought, wiping a tear from his eye. This entire situation felt like a plot from a Reborn Manhwa. He was so wrong. His son had completely shattered every single expectation. A sharp, familiar voice cut through his thoughts. Father? Gart's head snapped up to see his son standing right beside the patriarch himself, waving with a broad, joyful smile. In that instant, the overwhelming grandeur of the castle and the formidable presence of Gilead simply melted away. The only thing in his world was Eugene looking healthier and more vibrant than he had ever seen him. Without a moment's hesitation, Gart was already running his feet, kicking up dust as he surged toward his son. He swept Eugene into a powerful, almost desperate embrace, every ounce of his anxiety, pride and love pouring out in that single cathartic devotion. Eugene, my son, I cried out, clinging to the boy, as Gilead observed with a faint, knowing smile. Tears streamed unchecked down Gart's face as he finally managed to voice the words aloud. I'm so incredibly proud of you. I am so proud to be your father. Eugene smiled, his cheek resting against his father's shoulder. I told you I would return with good news, he said with a playful tone. Didn't you believe me? Gart pulled back slightly, wiping at his damp eyes. He admitted with a mixture of shame and immense love, yes, you did. I'm sorry, my son. I truly didn't believe you could. The sheer intensity of the moment suddenly jolted Gart back to his surroundings, making him remember where he was and who was watching. He turned toward the patriarch, his face a wreck of tears and profound embarrassment. He bowed deeply, utterly flustered. My apologies for the delayed introduction, he stammered. I am Gart Lionheart from Godol. Gilead offered a warm, disarming smile in return. I am Gilead Lionheart, he replied, his hands open in a welcoming gesture, and I must apologize for summoning you here so suddenly. Gart quickly shook his head, eagerly grasping the patriarch's offered hand. Not at all, sir. I am simply grateful that you invited me. Gilead's expression then shifted, becoming more serious. He mentioned not wanting to interrupt their reunion, but asked if he might have a word with Gart inside. Gart agreed without hesitation. Yes, of course. As his father and the patriarch walked away, Eugene stood back with his arms crossed, observing their departure. The emotional reunion was over. Now the real negotiation would begin. Inside a room adorned with symbols of immense power, the two fathers sat down to discuss the future of a single son. Gart could scarcely believe what he was hearing. Adoption. Did you say? The word hung in the air between them, heavy with profound implications. Gilead took a calm sip of tea while a maid stood silently in attendance. That is correct, he confirmed before laying out the entirety of his offer. If he were to adopt Eugene Gart's whole family line would be officially absorbed into the main family, a promotion that would irrevocably change their lives forever. Gart looked down, his expression deeply troubled. He understood it was a sudden proposition, and the implications were simply staggering. He rose to his feet and bowed deeply, a gesture of profound respect and humility. I apologize if, with all due respect, he starts his voice thick with emotion. I'm grateful that you hold my son in such high regard. He continues, but as his father, I can't help but be deeply concerned for what his future holds. Gilead watches him, his expression one of genuine curiosity. And what sort of worries might those be? Gart then lays bare his deepest anxiety, acknowledging that while Gilead's intentions may be pure, he fears that the other members of the main family will inevitably ostracize Eugene. He points out the plain truth Gilead already has. 3 children of his own blood. If his son is adopted into their ranks, he'll be branded an outsider, an invader, attempting to claim what isn't rightfully his. Gilead nods thoughtfully, stroking his chin. I believe I comprehend your concerns. He then reassures Gart that he has no intention of limiting Eugene's potential, yet he concedes that Gart's fears are entirely valid. The main family, after all, prizes its sacred bloodline above everything else, and they would never easily welcome a boy from a collateral branch. Gilead remains realistic, stating that even with the adoption, Eugene would be barred from ever becoming the next patriarch. However, he adds, so long as Eugene does not allow greed to consume him, his prodigious talent will be free to blossom to its absolute peak, as his adopted son Eugene would be raised alongside his other children. Gilead believes with unwavering certainty that this path will guarantee a far brighter future for the boy. Gart gazes across the table, sensing the absolute conviction in the patriarch's voice. He knows deep down that Gilead is right. After a prolonged silence, he finally concedes. You are correct, but he insists this is not a decision he can make on his son's behalf. Please allow me to speak. And with him first, Wuti quiet son, he requests his face a complex mixture of hope and persistent fear. Later that day, Gart finds Eugene on the training grounds, already putting his new sword through its paces. Eugene's concentration is absolute, his piercing golden eyes fixed upon his unseen opponent. He moves with a blinding velocity and flawless precision, unleashing a brilliant arc of wind that seems utterly impossible for a boy of his tender age. The sheer force of the technique leaves Gart utterly speechless. It's like witnessing the hero of a reborn Manhwa. He's watching a whirlwind of talent that his mind can barely begin to process. Eugene halts his training, sensing his father's presence. Father, he calls out, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. Gart's face is a mask of grim resolve, etched with the look of a man bearing the weight of the entire world on his shoulders. Instantly, Eugene understands what's troubling him. He tightens his grip on his sword's hilt, realizing the discussion about his adoption must have come as a profound shock to his father. He approaches him, asking, Father, why the long face cocked? Gart momentarily turns his back to compose himself, gathering both his courage and his thoughts. He turns back to face Eugene, his gaze falling to the magnificent blade sheathed at his son's hip. He recognizes it as Wine, the legendary storm blade, the priceless prize Eugene claimed from the main family's armory. A painful realization dawns on him. Gart thinks that even if he were to liquidate every asset his family possessed, he could never in 100 lifetimes afford such a weapon. The chasm between their two worlds has never been so starkly clear. He takes a deep breath and finally says, It plainly, the patriarch of the main family wishes to adopt you. Eugene's reply is unnervingly calm. I know, he already spoke to me. Gart's voice is heavy with emotion as he continues, and I want you to become his son. He forces the words out, his face contorting in pain. It will be for the best, for your future. His hand balls into a tight, trembling fist. But if you accept this, you must be prepared to endure some incredibly difficult times. Consider this both a father's blessing and a father's warning. Probably, Eugene replies, with a casual shrug acknowledging the undeniable truth of his father's words. Then a fearsome and utterly confident grin spreads across his face. But Father, he insists, his voice echoing with unshakable conviction, you've watched me grow up. I would never allow anyone to outmaneuver me. Gart is struck silent, seeing not the arrogance of youth in his son's eyes, but the profound, unyielding confidence of a seasoned warrior. He grips Eugene's shoulders, his voice thick with emotion. You were named by your mother and me, he reminds him softly. Never forget that. Eugene's expression softens, his smile becoming genuinely warm. I know, he replies, his tone reassuring. Even if I'm adopted into the main family, my one true father will always be you, Gard Lionheart. Those words are all it takes. Gard completely crumbles, pulling his son into a desperate, tear-filled embrace as every ounce of his anxiety finally melts away. Yet as his father clings to him, Eugene's mind is already racing ahead. So, I'm being adopted, he muses with a quiet sigh. It's a hassle to be sure, but the advantages are undeniable. The trade-off is worth it. His eyes are frosty and clear. He has zero ambition to become the patriarch, a fact he knows no one would ever believe. He understands that the patriarch's two wives will now be forced to view him as a direct threat to their own children's inheritance. And in his mind, this kind of predictable hostility, a classic trope in any reborn manhwa, can be handled in one of two ways. The first is to simply ignore them, or he can choose the second path. Mana begins to coil around his form, stirring a vortex of dust and raw, untamed power. His grip instinctively tightens on the hilt of Wynneth, his eyes blazing with purpose. He draws the blade, unleashing a torrential wave of energy. His decision is made. If anyone dares to stand in his path, he won't just brush them aside. He will utterly crush them. With the adoption now finalized, the patriarch hosts a lavish banquet officially to celebrate the victory of a collateral family member. But everyone present understands the true purpose to compel the entire clan to acknowledge Eugene and swallow the bitter pill of the main family's humiliating defeat. Gart, Eugene's father, stands awkwardly clutching a wine glass, a simple man utterly adrift in a den of political predators. Suddenly, he's surrounded by the fathers of other collateral children who eagerly shower him with praise for his exceptional son, subtly alluding to his newfound influence and even attempting to pitch their family's secret muscle-enhancing potions. Gargus's father, a hulking man built just like his son, is particularly boisterous, proposing that all the branch families should unite to form a new alliance. It's a clumsy yet transparent attempt to ride Eugene's coattails to greater power. Eugene observes this from a distance, taking a cool, measured sip of his drink. He knows that getting involved would only lead to being smothered by a barrage of annoying requests. He thinks to himself that the family resemblance is uncanny. The apple certainly didn't fall far from the tree. Across the grand hall, a far more chilling family scene is unfolding. Cyan stands rigidly behind his mother and Celia, looking like a specter at his own celebration. His head is bowed low, his face a mask of abject misery and profound shame. He cannot even muster the courage to meet the gazes of the other guests. And Celia's voice is a razor-sharp whisper in his ear. "Carry yourself with confidence," she commands. But her son is petrified, his eyes wide with terror. Her gaze then shifts, landing on Eugene, who is navigating the banquet with effortless grace. She tells Cyan that from this day forward, he will forever be measured against that boy. She drills into his mind that people will now look at him and only see his failure. They will mock the fact that for the first time in history, the direct bloodline suffered such a complete and utter defeat. Cyan flinches as though he's been physically struck, grinding his teeth in helpless rage to offer a single word of defense. Her voice drops to a chilling tone, telling him to swallow his embarrassment, yet commanding him not to lose hope, reminding him that he is still her son, a true Lionheart. "Yes," Cyan mutters, his voice a mere whisper, looking completely shattered. And Celia presses on with her cold political lecture, explaining that because he's now at a disadvantage, he must strive even harder than ever. And then she delivers the most bitter command of all: and become friends with Eugene. She orders her hand, landing heavily on his shoulder. Cyan looks up at her, utterly bewildered. "Because you are siblings now, Hua," she states plainly. She expects him to forge a brotherly bond, transforming his greatest rival into a powerful ally. "Yes, mother," Cyan replies, utterly defeated. He averts his gaze, murmuring the word friendly, as if it were from a foreign tongue. He pictures himself trying to approach Eugene, who just seems so thoroughly unimpressed by his very existence. He is completely lost. How am I supposed to become friends with him? As if summoned by his thoughts, a different sibling materializes. It's Ciel, Cyan's twin, who saunters up to Eugene while nibbling on a slice of cake. "I heard we're siblings now," she announces, her mouth still full. "Yeah," Eugene responds, already attempting to make his escape, but Ciel trails after him, asking if he can't just call her Nuna, his older sister. Eugene freezes in his tracks, utterly repulsed. As if he scoffs, "You're only a few months older." Ciel just pouts, whining that she's already considered a younger sister simply because she was born 5 seconds after her twin brother. "That's different," Eugene retorts. Ciel presses the issue. "Just say it once. It's not that difficult." She gets right in his personal space, pestering him relentlessly. But for Eugene, a man in his 30s on the inside, the thought of calling this 13-year-old brat older sister is a trope from a Reborn Manhwa he'd rather not live out. He sticks his tongue out in absolute revulsion. "I would rather die," he declares. Meanwhile, in another wing of the estate, another of Eugene's new siblings is confronting his own future. Levelian, the Red Tower Master, stands before Eward, the Patriarch's eldest son, informing him that he will not be accepting him as a student unconditionally. He clarifies that at the Red Tower, their primary specialty is summoning magic. Eward will first be dispatched to the magical kingdom of Aeroth to have his aptitude tested. Standing beside his mother, Tanis Eward asks with a flicker of hope, "And what if I do possess the aptitude?" Levelian replies, "That would be wonderful." But Aeroth cares little for the Lionheart name. "Unless Eward possesses enough raw talent to truly stand out, he cannot become my personal disciple." "Oh, okay," Eward responds, his shoulders slumping in disappointment. It's yet another crushing blow to his already fragile confidence. Levelian softens his tone slightly, adding that, since he is an old friend of Gilead's, Eward will be given plenty of opportunities. He vows to shield Eward from any discrimination and assist him in finding an environment that suits his unique magical affinity, whatever it may be. Eward's heart thumps with a mixture of fear and a tiny, flickering spark of hope. He tells himself it doesn't matter if he isn't Levelian's direct student. He's just relieved to finally escape this suffocating family and pursue the study of magic. He casts a nervous glance toward his father Gilead, searching for some form of reassurance. But Gilead merely offers a smile, his expression completely unreadable. "There is no need to look at me," he says calmly. "The choice is yours to make." He places the full weight of responsibility squarely on his son's shoulders. "Father," Eward whispers. He turned to the only person he thought might help him, his mother. But when Theonis called his name, her voice was as sharp and cold as ice. She declared that this was a rare opportunity from his father, and he ought to be grateful for it. She then reminded him that he had always favored magic over swordsmanship anyway, before grabbing his arm with a surprisingly powerful grip. "But Yoda," she hissed, her voice dropping to an intense whisper as her eyes seemed to burn with a frightening light. "You are my son. You are the one destined to become the Patriarch," she commanded. "Even in Aeroth, you will never forget that." At that moment, Gilead's voice boomed, "Theonis," shouting her name and cutting through her intense monologue. She immediately released Yoda, her composure returning in an instant. "I was only encouraging him, as any mother would," she stated smoothly. But the true meaning behind her words was crystal clear. In the privacy of her thoughts, she knew that her rival, that wretched Anacelia, would be absolutely thrilled about Iota being sent away. However, she felt she had no other choice in the matter. She gazed at her son, who was merely a vessel for her own towering ambitions. She was well aware he wasn't born with the innate talent of a true Lionheart. He was naive and possessed a weak will. His only hope was to travel to Aeroth, forge powerful connections, and meticulously build a foundation of support to secure his birthright. She met his gaze one final time. Iota, you are the legitimate heir of the Lionheart main family. Yes, mother, he replied, his head bowed beneath the crushing weight of her expectations. The very next day, the families began their departure. Cyan left with Iota, escorting the heir on the first leg of his long journey. The other children from the collateral branches also returned to their homes, leaving the main estate feeling eerily quiet in their absence. Eugene and Gerard remained in the now empty annex, where a completely drained Gerard collapsed onto a bed after the emotional marathon of the past few days. For Eugene, however, the real work was just getting started. Today was the day he'd learned to wield mana for the first time since his reincarnation, a classic setup you'd find in any good Reborn manhwa. Mana development is split into two primary types. The breathing method, which gathers mana from the atmosphere, and body training, which collects it through intense physical exertion. Breathing is widely considered the more refined technique of the two, but neither path is simple. Eugene's mind drifted back to his past life as Hamel, where he had begun with the grueling body training method before switching to breathing on the wise counsel of his comrades, Sienna and the Great Vermouth. He was well aware that the Lionheart's signature technique was the breathing method, and he was more than ready to begin. He strode out to a clearing in the woods where a familiar figure was leaning casually against a tree, clearly waiting for him. It was Kian Gilead's younger brother who offered Eugene a smile. You're here, let's get to it then. Kian then led him deep into a section of the forest that was shimmering with glowing motes of concentrated energy. This was an artificial mana vein, meticulously created by none other than Vermouth himself a full 300 years ago. A smirk played on Eugene's lips. It figured a monster like Vermouth would create such a monstrous place, like this one. Feeling nervous, Kian asked, catching the look on Eugene's face. In response, Eugene beamed with a brilliant and honest smile. I'm excited, he declared, and for the first time in a very long time, he genuinely was. Kian cautioned him that it wouldn't be easy offering his help, but reminding him that it was still his first attempt, and it's always far easier to sense mana at a younger age. He then used the other children as an example, pointing out that the twins had started at the age of 6, and it still took them 4 full days to feel mana. Iota, on the other hand, had taken an entire week. Tian went on to explain that most children from the branch families who start at Eugene's age typically take about a month just to get their first a taste of its difficulty. However, he quickly reassures him, but for you it won't take nearly that long, while gesturing at the rich mana. We have this perfect location, and I'll be personally guiding you. So how many days will it take? Eugene inquires. Jian pauses to think for a moment before answering. 10 days. A deceptively sweet and innocent smile plays on Eugene's lips as he says, Aha, I see, though internally he's scoffing at the notion. A wicked, confident grin stretches across his face. He isn't merely aiming to beat the record. His goal is to utterly shatter it. It won't even take me 10 minutes. Unaware of Eugene's ambition, Jian leads him to a small, unassuming cabin nestled deep within the mana-rich woods in the very heart of the Lionheart Forest. Hidden within this cabin, constructed directly over a secret vein of mana, Eugene's real training is finally set to commence. Jian leads him into the simple, rustic interior. The very air inside is thick with palpable power, a sanctuary designed for one singular purpose and one purpose alone. This way, Jian says with a knowing grin, gesturing toward a concealed passage. Together they descend a flight of stone stairs, venturing deep into the earth where the mana reaches its absolute peak concentration. The stairway opens into a vast, dark chamber where the floor is adorned with a massive, intricate golden circle that glows faintly in the surrounding gloom. Jian points directly to the very center of the circle. Sit there right in the middle. Eugene kneels down, placing his hand upon the golden inscription, and he can already feel the immense power humming just beneath the surface. Jian then begins his explanation, revealing that the main family's mana training method is a direct legacy passed down from their great ancestor, Vermouth himself. He clarifies that due to a strict rule, the collateral family branches were only ever taught a mere imitation, known as the Red Flame method. But this for finesse, he emphasizes, is the original a sacred secret passed down exclusively through the main family. As he finishes speaking, an incredible aura of power erupts from his body, unleashing a torrent of pure white energy. This energy surges around Jian, his hair whipping upwards from its sheer force. Wisps of brilliant ethereal fire begin to dance around his form. This is the ultimate technique of the Lionheart clan. He declares the White Flame method. Jian smiles, his golden eyes glowing intensely, radiating a power that is simultaneously beautiful and utterly overwhelming. Eugene is completely stunned, thinking to himself, I didn't know its name, but I recognize that unique form. A memory from 300 years ago flashes through his mind. The sight of Vermouth cloaked in that very same dense white fire which blazed like the mane of a majestic lion. A powerful surge of frustration and renewed determination courses through him. In my past life I could never surpass that flame, but this time will be different. This is my second chance, my very own Reborn Manhwa. As his resolve hardens, John's aura begins to fade. He tells Eugene that since he can't sense mana yet, they must begin with simple breathing exercises. As Eugene sits in the center of the circle, he speaks up without hesitation. "I can feel it." John simply chuckles, dismissing the claim. "You're just imagining things," he says kindly. "It can certainly feel that way if you concentrate too hard." He then decides to play a little trick to prove his point, gathering a small wisp of mana on his fingertip to demonstrate that Eugene is mistaken. He casually flicks the wisp of mana, sending it dancing around Eugene, who remains perfectly still with his eyes closed. A smug smile forms on John's face. "See, you can't sense it, can you?" He is abruptly cut off by Eugene's voice, which is both calm and certain. "There." Eugene points a single finger to his side, tracking the mana's movement perfectly. "The mana is gathering right over here." Jian, now significantly less sure of himself, starts to move the mana around rapidly, but Eugene follows its path every single time. "It's here now. It moved from here to here. Now it's up, and now down once more." A mischievous grin spreads across Eugene's face as he opens his eyes, effortlessly gathering the sphere of light in his own hand. "Just how long do you intend to keep this act up?" he demands as Jian stares completely thunderstruck, his jaw hanging agape. The notion was simply preposterous. He knew that sensing mana within 10 days was already the mark of a prodigy, but Eugene's pace was beyond belief. He couldn't help but erupt in laughter, covering his face in sheer disbelief. This boy was shattering every known convention. Pulling himself together, he strode over to Eugene, his entire bearing having shifted. The lesson had just taken a dramatically serious turn. "If you can truly feel the mana, then we can commence immediately," he declared, his voice now laced with gravity. "From this moment forward, do not speak. Simply concentrate on what is transpiring within your body." "Understood," Eugene answered, his expression hardening with focus as he shut his eyes. John sat down directly in front of him, placing his own hands upon Eugene's. "Breathe deeply," he commanded. As Eugene inhaled, a formidable wave of mana surged from Jan's hands and into his system, jump-starting the entire process. Jan's voice then guided him, instructing him to circulate the mana throughout his body, using the white flame method, channeling it all toward his heart to forge his mana core. Mana flowed seamlessly between them, a flawless circuit of raw, untamed energy. After a few moments, Jan withdrew his hands, his eyes fixed on the boy. "All right, you're handling it well," he commented, though his face betrayed his utter astonishment. A soft blue flame was now flickering to life around Eugene. This wasn't just sensing mana, he was already commanding it. Jan was floored. This wasn't merely doing well, this was the kind of impossible feat you'd read about in a Reborn Manhwa. He realized Eugene was already expertly tuning the mana within a body that had only just awakened to its presence. He stood frozen, hand on his chin, completely stupefied by the spectacle before him. Inside Eugene's mind, a single thought echoed relentlessly. "This is incredible. To feed him... to face a mate and on a man a man to it's to about and sweat that be so in." This was the very moment he had been striving for. He knew his past life experience was a factor, but this new body embraced mana with a truly shocking level of acceptance. He could feel his power swelling with each breath, yet he could also sense the immense strain. There was a clear limit to what his young, unconditioned body could endure. He felt himself brushing against that ceiling, and then suddenly it happened. A blinding flash of light erupted from his heart as all the gathered mana converged, crystallizing into his very first mana core. Eugene's eyes flew open, beads of sweat dotting his brow. He had actually done it. In a matter of mere minutes, he had achieved a milestone that takes most aspirants weeks, if not months, to reach. Jian could only stare, his expression a chaotic blend of reverence and complete shock. He could feel it. Not only had Eugene forged a core, but its sheer size was unbelievable. Most novices begin with a minuscule core training for years just to expand it. A wide, incredulous grin spread across John's face. "You're an absolute monster." He breathed the words, dripping with genuine awe. "Is that supposed to be a compliment?" Eugene shot back with a grin of his own. Bumping fists with his new mentor, Jian just let out a hearty laugh. "It absolutely is." "Let's head back," Jian suggested, still trying to process what he'd seen. Eugene clenched his hand into a fist, feeling the nascent power humming within him. As they journeyed back through the light-dappled forest, Jian began to lay out the next phase of his training. He explained to Eugene that the most significant difference in the white flame method lies in the division of the core. No matter how diligently you train with the inferior red flame method, you can only ever possess a single one. The white flame method, however, operated on an entirely different principle. After reaching a certain threshold, the core would divide, enabling the user to contain far more mana and exponentially amplify their strength. They referred to each of these divided cores as a star, and the founder of using this method, the Great Vermouth, became a legend by achieving 10 stars, a feat no one has managed to replicate since. Jane proudly declares, "My brother and I have both reached 6 stars, adding that the other children are all at a mere 1 star, though he suspects the twins might attain their second by the next year. He puts that into perspective for Eugene. Since the twins began their training at the age of 6, it will have taken them roughly 8 years to progress from 1 star to 2. Eugene looks up at him, his eyes wide with practiced curiosity. "What about me?" he asks. Jian allows a small grin. You'll be much faster than them, he says with absolute confidence, as long as you aren't lazy. Eugene pumps his fists, putting on an exaggerated, eager performance. I'll be diligent. But inside, his thoughts were far more ruthless. He scoffed to himself, knowing he'd been given an incredible body and his rival's own training method. It was the perfect setup for a reborn Manhwa protagonist. There was no way he would let this monumental chance go to waste. He was already devising a strategy. He didn't know if he could reach the legendary 10 stars like Vermouth, but he planned to meticulously analyze the method as he trained. If he found a flaw, he would simply alter it to suit himself perfectly. A cunning smile played on his lips. Thank you, Vermouth, he thought. Thanks to you. Leaving this behind, there's a great deal I'll be able to accomplish. They soon arrived back at the outbuilding where Eugene was staying. John mentioned he would report to Gilead, then patted Eugene on the shoulder. You must be tired, so go on and rest. Yes, I understand, Eugene replied with a cheerful, obedient smile. But the very instant Jian turned his back, Eugene's entire expression shifted. Not a chance. He clenched his fist, feeling the new potent energy coursing through him. He knew this small amount of fatigue would vanish completely after a good night's sleep. And now that he could finally wield mana, there was something he urgently needed to do. A familiar timid voice called out his name, Young Master Eugene. It was his personal maid Nena running towards him. She was surprised to see him back so soon. Have you returned already? Nena, Eugene said, his voice sharp with purpose. Bring me wind. A moment later, Nena stood at a safe distance as Eugene held the legendary storm blade. He gripped the hilt, his brow furrowed in deep concentration. He knew this blade held a contract with a powerful spirit, but he had no idea if it would actually respond to him. He took a deep breath and poured his newly awakened mana into the sword. The blade began to hum, glowing with a brilliant blue light. Nena watched in shock as a powerful gust of wind erupted from the sword. She screamed as the wind became a gale, throwing her completely off her feet. The wind then began to coalesce into a massive swirling tempest, a vortex of raw elemental power that dominated the sky. And from the heart of that storm, a voice echoed directly in Eugene's mind, a voice filled with ancient power and utter disbelief. Are you... Really, Hamel? Eugene looked up at the swirling vortex, his eyes wide. I remember, he thought, a jolt of recognition running through him. This voice is definitely... His hair whipped around his face as the spirit's immense power surged. He knew exactly who this was, the elemental spirit king of Wind Tempest. The vortex of the tempest raged around him, and the ancient voice of the spirit king echoed directly in his mind again. Hamel, have you been reincarnated? Eugene stood his ground against the gale, his eyes wide with shock. How did you recognize me? He yelled into the storm. A face formed in the swirling winds, its voice firm and absolute. Hamel, comrade of Vermouth, there's no way I would ever forget. Ignore your soul. A soul remains immutable regardless of the time that has passed. The spirit clarifies that it has been a very long while since its last summoning. It had assumed this was merely another of Vermouth's descendants, but then it sensed something familiar. It was the unmistakable, unforgettable soul of Hamel. Eugene's expression contorts with fury. He has no time for a sentimental reunion. There is only a single question burning in his mind. Why did Vermouth spare the other demon kings? He levels his blade at the swirling vortex, demanding a straight answer. Speak, Tempest. You were by his side even after I fell. Tempest's voice resonates heavy with sorrow and regret. I cannot say what Vermouth's intentions were. The spirit then unveils a staggering truth. During the final confrontation with the demon king of incarceration, Vermouth sheathed his holy sword. What Eugene whispers, his mind struggling to process the sheer disbelief of it all. Tempest continues, relaying the memory of that final savage battle. It concluded without any real meaning. After all, your other comrades had fallen. Only two remained on their feet, Vermouth and the demon king of incarceration, and in that critical moment Vermouth put away his sword. He neither struck down the demon king of incarceration, nor advanced to challenge the demon king of apocalypse. Eugene can only stare, the revelation striking him like a physical blow. He sheathed his sword after everything they had sacrificed. A pure, unadulterated rage erupts from his very core. Don't you dare lie to me! He roars, his face a twisted mask of fury. The stories say he made a deal. He bellows, desperate for any answer. What was the deal? To which Tempest replies, I know nothing of any such arrangement. Eugene's rage threatens to boil over. Then what in the world do you know? The spirit explains grimly. The only ones privy to that conversation were the two who were present. The very instant Vermouth sheathed his blade, Tempest, being a summoned entity, was forcibly dismissed from the battlefield. You just said everyone else was unconscious, Eugene screams in absolute frustration. So what am I supposed to do? Go ask Vermouth's corpse? At that moment, the gale force winds begin to subside. Our time is running out, Tempest's voice warns urgently. The spirit explains that Eugene should never have been capable of summoning him in the first place. It had to forcibly rip open the connection, and now that portal is rapidly closing. The next time, the Tempest's voice starts to fade away. Answer me before you disappear, Eugene desperately screams, but it's far too late. The spirit's final words merely echo in the air. Summon me again when you have become strong enough. Answer me. Eugene gasps for air as the spiritual connection is violently severed. The immense strain on his body and mind proves to be too much to bear. The raging tempest vanishes into thin air. Eugene collapses heavily to the ground, his sword clattering noisily beside him. His loyal maid Nina, who had been cowering a safe distance away, witnesses his fall. "Young Master Eugene," she shrieks immediately, rushing to his side, finding him completely unconscious, with a thin trickle of blood on his lip. Eugene eventually awakens some time later, finding himself in his own bed, the pale moonlight streaming in through his window. His eyelids flutter open as his mind slowly reboots. "Ugh!" he groans, pushing himself into a sitting position while clutching his throbbing head. He recognizes the sensation instantly, its severe mana exhaustion. He glances down at his trembling hand. "I must have drained every last drop of mana I possessed." He then recalls the conversation. Elementals can remember souls, and Tempest had called him Hamel. This single fact finally puts to rest a nagging uncertainty that had haunted him. What if he wasn't truly Hamel, but simply a boy whose mind had been overwritten with another's memories? A small, relieved smile graces his lips. "Well, this certainly clears things up," he muses, clenching his fist with newfound conviction. "So it's true like something out of a Reborn Manhwa. I am the reincarnation of Hamel. There is no longer any doubt." Just then, the door creaks open, and Nina peeks inside, her face etched with deep concern. "Young Master Eugene, are you all right?" she asks softly, hurrying over to his bedside. Side. Eugene dismissively waves her away. "I'm all right," he manages, his voice raspy. "How long was I unconscious?" "For about half a day," she answers. With a deep sigh, Eugene apologizes. "Sorry for making you worry." Nina hurriedly informs him that the Patriarch and Master Gion have come to see him and dashes off to fetch them. Moments later, Gilead and Gion stand by his bed, their faces etched with serious expressions. Gion stands with his arms crossed, a look of annoyance on his face, while Gilead appears deeply concerned. Gilead is the first to speak. "I've heard what happened from Nina. She said a tremendous storm manifested in the moment you unsheathed wind." He fixes Eugene with a sharp, piercing gaze. "Did you actually summon an elemental?" Eugene pauses, his mind racing. He knows revealing the entire truth is impossible, but he must offer some explanation for a storm of that magnitude. Outright lying would be futile, so he presents them with a meticulously crafted half-truth. "The elemental king of the wind made his presence known." His words leave both Gilead and Gion utterly speechless. "What did you say?" Gion finally stammers, on his face a perfect mask of incredulity. In response, Eugene offers his most innocent and bashful smile, beginning to explain that the Spirit King was merely curious as a great deal of time had passed since he was last called forth. "Is that the absolute truth?" Gion blurts out, visibly agitated. He is well aware that no one in their lineage has successfully summoned the Elemental King since the Great Vermouth himself. Eugene calmly continues his tale. "Indeed, the Elemental King informed me that I am not yet powerful enough." He elaborates that the spirit vowed to meet him again once he has grown stronger before returning to its own realm. It's a flawless narrative, plausible, impressive, and it cleverly conceals the most critical facts. Hearing this, Gilead throws his head back and erupts in a hearty, booming laugh. Meanwhile, Gion can only stare, sweating, as he struggles to comprehend the sheer absurdity of the situation. Gilead turns to Eugene with a broad, impressed grin. "Eugene, your life is starting to sound like a reborn manhwa. You are a truly fascinating child." He then tells Eugene he's already heard from Gion about what transpired earlier, that you sensed mana instantly and forged a core using the white flame method. "That feat alone is astonishing," Gilead proclaimed, his smile widening even more. "But to imagine you would also capture the attention of the elemental king of wind is beyond belief." Eugene simply offers a sheepish chuckle, perfectly playing the role of a humble and gifted child. Gilead moves to sit on the edge of the bed. "You should rest for a few days. Gion will resume your training after that." He confesses that he was originally planning to depart for his own training, but now believes that witnessing the blossoming of Eugene's talent is far more crucial. Eugene expresses his gratitude, but insists he doesn't wish to impede their training, only for Gion to interject with a wagging finger. "You shouldn't think that way at all. I truly want to be the one to teach you." He is genuinely thrilled by the prospect of mentoring such a monstrous talent. He then adds that he will be instructing Cyan and Ciel as well, with Gilead also providing assistance. It seems a new, intense training regimen is about to commence for all the children of the main family. A pensive expression settles on Gilead's face as his thoughts turn to his other children. He can only hope they will see Eugene as a source of inspiration, rather than an object of resentment. The scene shifts to the twins sparring late into the night, a newfound fire clearly ignited within them. During a break, Ciel smirks at her brother. "Have you heard the news? Eugene has already achieved the first star." "I'm aware," Cyan responds, his expression grim. Ciel then complains that it took them an eternity to reach their own first star. Cyan retorts that their time of 1 month is among the fastest records in the entire history of the family. But that's precisely the issue. The two of them, long considered the pride of the main family, are now confronted by an undeniable reality. Eugene reached the first star in a single day. In a single day. Their rivalry had been reignited, and they threw themselves back into their training, their clashes now more intense than ever. A brilliant blue shockwave exploded outward as their blades met. The gauntlet had been thrown, and neither of them had any intention of being left in the dust. Later that evening, within the solitude of his chambers, Eugene lay in bed waiting. Pushing himself up, his eyes scanned the silent, empty room. "Everyone's gone right," he mused to himself. He reached over his hand, closing around the familiar hilt of Wyneeth as he swung his legs out of bed. He clutched the sword, feeling its reassuring weight, and carefully channeled a mere trickle of mana into the blade, just enough to provoke a response. From the blade emerged a diminutive fairy-like creature fluttering delicately in the air. A sylph, Eugene recognized instantly, identifying the low-level elemental. This is the most I can summon with what little mana I have left. He gazed down at the tiny spirit. Did you hear anything from your king? He demanded. The sylph merely stared back its glowing eyes, vacant and unblinking, offering no reply. Eugene sighed in frustration, raking a hand through his hair. I can't even communicate with an elemental this lacking in intelligence. He shot the sylph a glare, his eyes flashing with a dangerous light. Go tell Tempest that if he lied to me, I'll end him. The tiny elemental seemed to bristle with anger, puffing out its cheeks in defiance of the threat. With a casual flick of his wrist, Eugene dismissed the spirit, banishing it back into the sword. He began to pace across his room, weapon in hand, his mind racing with unanswered questions. His thoughts drifted back to Tempest's chilling words. Hamel was the only one who had perished at the castle of the Demon King of Incarceration. The other 4 heroes, Vermouth included, had all returned from the demon-infested lands of Helmut completely unscathed. He sank onto his bed, gripping his sword so tightly his knuckles turned white. The only 2 beings who knew the truth of that deal were Vermouth and the Demon King of Incarceration himself. A new steely resolve hardened his gaze. Someday I will have to go to Helmut. But no, it wasn't just Helmut. His thoughts turned to his other comrades. There was Sienna in the magical kingdom of Eroth Anise, in the holy empire of Uras and Molen, in the harsh barbarian lands of Luhar. If he journeyed to those places, he might finally learn what became of them after his death. But he knew with a frustrating certainty that he couldn't go there yet. He glanced down at his small hands. This youthful body simply couldn't endure a journey to lands so distant. But someday, he clenched his fist, his eyes burning with raw determination. Someday I will be strong enough, and I will uncover the entire truth. For some 4 years is an eternity. For Eugene, it was merely the first step in his long climb back to the apex. Ever since his adoption into the prestigious Lionheart family, he had relentlessly pushed this gifted body to its absolute breaking point. Day in and day out, without fail. Now, at 17 years of age, he looked in the mirror and saw a face that was almost a stranger's. Time, he mused, really does fly. A smirk played across his lips. He couldn't deny it. This body was a masterpiece forged through years of relentless, non-stop mana training. He could feel the immense power coursing through his very veins. Reaching 3 stars in the White Flame method was an achievement that would make any other member of the family weep with pure jealousy. But as he continued to stare at his reflection, the initial satisfaction melted away. It wasn't enough for the soul of Hamel, the man who fought beside the great hero Vermouth. His entire second chance felt like the plot of a Reborn Manhwa, but the stakes were far too real. This is barely a start, he thought, his expression hardening. To truly capitalize on this incredible body, he needed to surpass everything he had ever known in his past life. Gazing out over the vast Lionheart estate, the place he had called home for the past 4 years, a new path forward began to crystallize in his mind. He had to go to Eroth. He needed to master magic. What in the world are you talking about? Cyan's voice sliced through the air, sharp with utter disbelief and mounting frustration. The memory of that very morning's training session flashed vividly in his mind. Eugene had been perfectly calm, practicing the White Flame method just as he always was. Suddenly, Cyan's eyes widened as a horrifying realization clicked into place. No way, he breathed. But Eugene's smug grin was all the confirmation he needed. In the midst of their spar, Eugene's mana had suddenly surged, forming 3 distinct cores of light that spun into existence around him. A brilliant blue aura erupted from his body, the very air crackling with the immense power of the 3rd star of the White Flame method. Cyan was blown backward, rendered completely helpless as Eugene stood over him, radiating an overwhelming pressure. What is this? No way. Cyan stammered, his hand trembling as it began to dissolve into motes of mana. He just couldn't process it. How was any of this possible? It felt like a plot straight out of some over-the-top Reborn Manhwa. The bitter truth crashed down on him. Eugene had started learning mana a full 7 years later than he did. 7 years. And yet he'd already reached 3 stars, while Cyan was still stuck at 2. For Eugene, however, the explanation was simple. With his innate talent combined with the vast experience from his past life, this outcome was always inevitable. He gazed down at his fuming brother with a teasing smirk, casually joking that he felt like ending him. But Cyan, ever the serious one, fired back that you can't say such things to your own family. Besides, Cyan complained, you already beat me half to death every single morning during our spars. Eugene just shrugged, completely unbothered by the accusation. He calmly reminded Cyan that he was the one who came begging for a match every single day. If he couldn't handle the heat, he should simply stop asking for it. Cyan ground his teeth, knowing he had no comeback. He was after all the one who willingly subjected himself to this humiliation, desperate for even a single chance to win. Snapping back to the present, Cyan pressed him further, demanding to know why he'd suddenly want to learn magic, and immediately brought up their older brother, Eward. He recounted how Eward went to Eroth to study magic, but failed to impress any of the great mages and couldn't become a disciple. Cyan explained that even though Eward used the family name to get into the Red Tower of Magic, he had accomplished absolutely nothing in 4 years. Essentially just coasting on the family's reputation. A dark flicker of annoyance crossed Eugene's expression. You really don't hold back when you talk about your own brother, do you? Cyan flinched at the sharp tone, stammering that he wasn't wrong. Eugene told him to stop acting like he knew everything, but Cyan's defiant tone suddenly softened, shifting to desperation. If you go to Eroth... He lowered his head, unable to meet Eugene's gaze. His yell will be sad. Eugene raised a curious eyebrow. Oh, he asked, his voice laced with a hint of amusement. He was talking about Ciel, the twin sister who had barely spoken a word to him until very recently. He turned his back, tossing his practice sword aside with a metallic clatter. Good for her, he said dismissively. Cyan called out, demanding to know where he was going. Without a backward glance, Eugene announced he was going to see the Patriarch. A confident smirk spread across his face. He figured he might as well report his new 3-star status and secure his permission to leave all in one fell swoop. He started walking away, leaving Cyan standing alone, looking utterly defeated. With a sharp kick, Eugene sent Cyan's sword flying through the air, a final unspoken dismissal of his pathetic complaints. Cyan could only watch him go, muttering in frustration about why his brother always had to cause so much trouble. Inside the Patriarch's office, Gilead Lionheart stared at his adopted son, a single bead of sweat forming on his temple. Are you being serious? He asked as Eugene stood before him. His posture firm and unwavering. Yes, he declared, I wish to go to Eroth and study magic. Gilead leaned forward, an incredulous look on his face. He reminded Eugene that no one in history had reached the 3rd star at such a tender age. If he maintained this pace, he could very well achieve the 4th star before even reaching adulthood. But Eugene calmly explained that reaching the 3rd star was precisely what had solidified this decision. He felt that remaining here merely repeating the same training routines would cause his progress to stagnate. He was determined to broaden his horizons. Even if he possessed no innate talent for magic learning, it would grant him an entirely new framework for understanding mana itself. A fire of conviction burned in his eyes. He was absolutely certain that mastering a completely different discipline would be an invaluable experience that would ultimately serve his long-term growth. He bowed deeply, his voice unwavering. Please, grant my request, Lord Patriarch. Gilead let out a sigh, his expression a complex tapestry of shock and profound admiration. This boy was truly operating on a different plane of existence. He looked at Eugene and saw not just a gifted child, but a true warrior with an ambition worthy of a protagonist in a reborn manhwa. Raise your head, Gilead, Gilead commanded. As Eugene straightened up, his gaze remained steady. A rare, faint smile finally broke through Gilead's stern facade. As the head of this family, how could I possibly deny such a fervent desire to become stronger? He told Eugene he understood his reasoning, but then his expression hardened into one of grave seriousness. He had one single condition. Promise me this one thing, he stated, his voice low and firm. You will have nothing to do with black magic. He went on to explain that in Eroth, the Black Tower of Magic was a known entity and the dark arts were no longer as forbidden as they once were. However, he declared, his voice resonating with the immense weight of his heritage, the Lionhearts are the descendants of the Great Vermouth. We have an unspoken sacred duty to stand against black magic. A shadow flickered across Eugene's eyes. Demon kings, their demonic hordes, and black mages. The atrocities they had committed 300 years ago were still seared into the very fabric of his soul. He met Gilead's gaze directly. You have no need to worry on that account. A cold, yet utterly genuine smile spread across his face. I despise black magic more than anyone alive. With his permission secured, Eugene made his way through the grand corridors of the estate, his mind already charting the course for the journey ahead. He paused before a large set of doors and knocked. Before a Lard, a voice called out from the other side. Have a word with me, the voice requested. It was Ciel leaning against the wall nearby. He suggested she come outside to talk, pointing out that he had just finished training and was covered in sweat. The door creaked open, and Ciel's quiet voice drifted out from the dimly lit room. Is it true? Are you really leaving for Eroth? Eugene wasn't surprised. He assumed Cyan had been the one to tell her, which she confirmed, adding that she'd also heard he had achieved the 3rd star. Ciel then questioned why he had to leave at all. She pointed out that the family had access to spirit magic right there. He could simply summon a tutor rather than departing. Then her true concern slipped out. Her voice barely a whisper, but her eyes shining with a competitive gleam. While you're gone, Cyan and I might just manage to catch up to you. Eugene simply smiled, looking genuinely delighted by the prospect. That's wonderful, he said. It will make our sparring sessions all the more entertaining when I return. A flicker of nostalgia crossed his face. It's been quite some time since you and I have sparred, come to think of it. Ciel's cheeks flushed as she looked at the floor, hesitating for a moment before making a desperate offer. If I agree to spar with you from now on, will you stay... Eugene seemed taken aback for a second, but his resolve did not falter. No, I'm still going. Her shoulders slumped in defeat as she whispered, You're terrible. Her face was once again concealed by the shadows of the room. Her voice quivered just a bit as she asked, How long will you be gone? He explained that he couldn't be certain until his arrival, but it would be at least a few years. But why for so many years? She pressed her hands, restlessly twisting together, adding that it must be incredibly difficult to be so far away from home for such a long time. Attempting to inject some levity into the heavy atmosphere, Eugene mentioned his father guard. My father will be perfectly fine. he declared with a self-assured smile, explaining how Guard had adapted to the main house flawlessly and had even shed some weight thanks to all the hunting. Yet Seal persisted, her tone now tinged with sorrow. Uncle Gion will be heartbroken. Eugene quietly conceded that he most likely would be. And what about my brother? She questioned, her eyes pleading with him. When he told me, I could see it, he absolutely didn't want you to leave. Eugene paused, leaning casually against the doorframe with a knowing smirk. Is that so? Well, that's a shame, because I'm still leaving. His expression then shifted, becoming serious as he met her gaze. Train diligently, he instructed. The words landed with an unexpected weight, striking her deeply. With that final command, he turned and walked away, the sound of his boots echoing down the long hall. As his figure retreated down the expansive corridor, Seal cautiously peeked out from behind the door, her eyes fixed on his departure. Are you truly leaving? She called out one last time, her voice cracking under the strain of her emotions. But Eugene never turned back. He simply raised a hand in a final, simple wave of farewell. Goodbye. Seal bit her lip, tears stinging her eyes as she glared at his retreating back. You're just awful, she whispered again, the words now laden with a profound sense of loss. The heavy doors swung shut, sealing her off in the now silent hallway. And in that suffocating quiet, she finally whispered the words she could never bring herself to say directly to his face. I don't want you to go either. Farewells are never a simple affair. Before heading to the warp gate, Eugene stood before his birth father Guard for one final conversation. With a warm, paternal smile, Guard offered him some classic fatherly counsel. Don't you get involved with the wrong sort of people in Aroth, and be sure you study diligently. Eugene shot back a teasing grin of his own. And you, father, don't go slacking off on your exercises just because I'm not around. It was his own gruff manner of showing that he cared. Guard let out a hearty laugh and rose to his feet, a look of proud astonishment spreading across his face. Eugene, he began, his voice thick with emotion. You've grown taller than me now. Eugene simply smirked. In just 4 years, he hadn't merely grown in power. He had grown into the powerful physique of a true Lionheart. Guard's expression then turned serious, his eyes filled with a father's deep concern. Take care of yourself out there, he said, the simple words carrying the immense weight of a long and uncertain goodbye. Down at the warp gate, the entire family had assembled to see him off. The patriarch Gilead, his mentor, Gion and Scylla Cyan Seal, and even his personal maid, Nenna, were all in attendance. Gilead inquired if he was certain he didn't require an escort of guards. It was a practical question. Yet it was layered with profound concern for the family's rising star. But Eugene was absolutely brimming with confidence. Yes, don't you worry, Octroi, he replied with that familiar, cocky grin. He could more than handle himself. A wave of pride washed over Gilead as he thought to himself that Eugene, having already achieved 3 stars, was on a level far beyond his other son, Ide. His meteoric rise was like a tale from a reborn Manhwa, making the family's future seem incredibly bright. The farewells that followed were mostly unspoken. Ancilla observed with a cold, calculating gaze, Seal watched with a quiet, heartbreaking sadness, and Cyan just stared, a tempest of rivalry and begrudging respect swirling in his eyes. And then the full weight of the moment finally crashed down on Guard. He broke down utterly and completely, tears streaming down his weathered face. Eugene let out an exasperated sigh. Father, please stop crying, he chided gently. You were perfectly fine just a moment ago. Why the sudden tears? But Guard could only wail his son's name as Eugene raised a hand, gently reminding him that crying wouldn't change his departure. Can't you at least send your son off with a smile? Gart fought to compose himself. Scrubbing at his eyes with his fists, he managed a shaky, tear-streaked smile, a sight that was both heartbreaking and strangely comical. A father trying his absolute best to be strong for his son. Eugene offered a small, fond smile in return. The moment for goodbyes had passed. Casting one final glance back at his family, he turned and strode toward the shimmering blue portal. As he stepped into the swirling vortex of mana, he offered one last parting phrase, I'll see you. And just like that, he was gone. In a flash, he arrived in another world, the capital of the magic kingdom of Aeroth Pentagon. The view was absolutely breathtaking. Towers scraped the clouds islands of Earth, floated serenely in the sky, and magical vehicles weaved between them. The entire city was laid out in the distinct shape of a star. Eugene found himself inside a flying carriage, a true marvel of magical engineering as it soared high above the metropolis. He gazed out at the incredible vista, lost in thought. He had visited Aeroth in his past life, but it was a far cry from this spectacle, like a scene from a fantastical reborn manhwa. Aeroth is the only kingdom boasting a warp gate in the sky, a clear symbol of its magical supremacy. These floating stations were not only incredibly convenient, but also a massive commercial success. Isn't it awesome? A cheerful voice piped up beside him. It belonged to his tour guide, a young man practically buzzing with energy. The guide proudly declared that this magnificent view represented the very pinnacle of Aeroth's culture. He explained that Pentagon had 15 of these floating stations, and every single one was created by the great Archmage, Sienna the Wise. Eugene played along, feigning surprise. Wow. Tapping the side of the carriage, Eugene probed for more information. Was this carriage also made by her? Of course, the guide chirped, quickly adding that there was no need to worry. He explained that even though the technology was centuries old, it was meticulously maintained on a regular basis, so the accident rate was extremely low. Eugene muttered under his breath, but it's not zero. As the guide began to ramble on about other tour spots, Eugene cut him off. "Wait," he said, his gaze fixed on the city ahead. "First, I want to visit the mansion of Sienna the Wise." The guide beamed. "An excellent choice, Hanano," he exclaimed. "There are 3 things you absolutely have to see in Pentagon: Sienna's mansion, the magic towers, and the city at night." As their carriage flew through the designated skyways, the guide began to recount the story of the legendary Archmage. He explained that 300 years ago, Sienna became the youngest magic tower master in history. "There's even a statue of her in the Green Magic Towers Square. This mansion," the guide continued, "is where she resided until the very end. But 200 years ago, she vanished, leaving behind only a simple letter stating that she was retiring." Eugene pressed him. "Does anyone know where she went?" The guide shook his head. "No one knows. Her disciples and all the most powerful mages in Aerith searched for her. They utilized every scrying spell and magical artifact imaginable, but it was all useless. No one ever found a single trace of where she had gone. The worst part," the guide added dramatically, "is that the day she disappeared was her birthday." He then leaned in, lowering his voice. "This is just my personal opinion, but I think she went to the demon realm." "Hamel?" Eugene's eyes narrowed. "Narrow. Why now?" The guide clarifies the timeline, explaining that 200 years ago marked the 100th anniversary of her return from the demon realm. It was the very day she reappeared, having left behind the body of her fallen comrade, the one they called Hamel the Foolish. The guide's voice drips with a misplaced sense of sympathy. He claims that Sienna never once forgot her deceased companion, and that a burning desire for vengeance is what ultimately drove her away. A dreamy look glazes over his eyes as he delves into the heart of this popular romanticized tale, a story fit for a cheap Reborn Manhwa. Story. You've heard the legend, haven't you? It's said Lord Hamel was infatuated with Madame Sienna and confessed his love for her as he lay dying. At that, something inside Eugene just snaps. His face contorts into a mask of pure, unadulterated rage as he snarls, his voice a menacing growl. "Don't you dare spout such utter nonsense." The tour guide freezes on the spot, his eyes wide with terror. "My apologies." Eugene hastily backpedals, forcing a pained, awkward smile. "I mean, it's just that..." The guide, completely misreading the situation, believes he understands. You must be one of those purists who despises the romantic angle between Madame Sienna and Hamel," he says, a look of relief on his face. Eugene can only grit his teeth and force himself to agree. Desperate to change the subject, he asks if there are any other theories regarding Sienna's disappearance. The guide notes that it's common knowledge that Sienna loathed dark magic and demons with a passion. She vehemently opposed the construction of the Black Magic Tower right up until the very day she vanished. This, of course, led to another theory that a cabal of radical dark mages, the very ones who championed the tower's construction, had her assassinated. Eugene's hand tightens into a fist, his composure slowly returning. There's simply no way someone as insignificant as a dark mage could have ever killed Madame Sienna. The guide nods, enthusiastically in agreement. "Yes, I feel the same way." He then confirms the theory was dismissed for that exact reason. Eugene thinks to himself, a dark mage lacks the power to kill Sienna. But what about a demon king? The pieces of the puzzle begin to click neatly into place. He knows the demon realm still funnels its influence and power through the Black Magic Tower. Sienna's mere existence, her unyielding opposition, would have been a constant thorn in their side. His gaze turns cold and sharp, a thorn big enough to warrant her death. The carriage finally touches down, coming to a gentle stop on the cobblestone street below. They have arrived. As Eugene steps out onto the pavement, he gazes up at the grand mansion, his mind racing. A massive crowd is gathered just outside, staring intently at the home where his old friend Sienna once resided. A single heavy question hangs in the air. Are you truly gone? When people are praying towards the building, their voices laced with desperation. One man pleads, "Please just let me pass the exam and get into the magic tower this time. I've already been rejected 11 times. Eugene takes note of the crowd's sheer size. The guide explains that they are all aspirants preparing for the magic tower's recruitment test, but he smirks, adding that the vast majority of them won't make it in anyway simply because they're too poor. It costs thousands just to glimpse the garden and far more to actually step inside. Eugene asks why the cost is so exorbitant. As they approach the entrance, the guide offers a simple, cynical answer. Because there are plenty of people who are willing to pay. He then reveals the source of all this desperation, a prevailing myth that if you pray to Sienna's portrait in the central hall, you are guaranteed to pass the recruitment exam. As they finally reach the main gate, the guide presents a card to the armored guard. The guard's eyes widen in recognition. The card bears the unmistakable legendary crest of the Lionheart clan. Family. The guard's posture snaps to attention, his voice quivering. Sir Eugene Lionheart. His identity confirmed, the man practically trips over his own feet, himself to push open the massive gates. Eugene instructs the guide to remain outside, and the man bows respectfully, wishing him a pleasant tour. The grand doors creak open, unveiling the magnificent interior. Eugene draws a deep breath, a grimly determined smile playing on his lips, spreading across his face. Well then, he muses, standing at the foot of the grand staircase and gazing up at the chandelier-lit hall. The friendly tourist act is now concluded. This isn't a tour, it's an investigation. All right, wench, he thought. Let's see just how you lived. A house is far more than mere bricks and mortar. It's a vessel for memories, and as Eugene crosses the threshold into Sienna's mansion, he feels like the protagonist of a tragic reborn manhwa, wandering through a beautiful empty tomb of forgotten dreams as he gazes around at its sheer size. Of it all. He recalled her once telling him she had lived here for 100 years, an entire century, completely alone. A voice from 300 years ago whispers through his memory, "Hey Hamel, it's Sienna," her head resting on her arms during a rare moment of peace. Amidst the war, she was looking directly at him, asking what he planned to do with his future. Back then, he was just Hamel, a warrior wrapping his hands, his mind consumed only by the next battle. The future was a luxury he couldn't even fathom. He had asked her why she was suddenly bringing it up. She had told him that after fighting his way through this miserable war, he deserved to find some measure of happiness when it was all finally over. But he didn't have a dream to share with her. "I don't know," he had answered. "Honestly, I never really gave it any thought. Just surviving until the next day was a sufficient plan for me." Sienna then glanced over at their mutual friend, Molin, who was passed out and snoring loudly on the floor. She mentioned that the big oaf dreamed of becoming a king. Hamel couldn't help but scoff at the notion. A king! What a ridiculous idea, as if you could simply decide to become one. But Sienna merely smiled softly. "Leave him be," she said gently. "It's what he desires. People are allowed to have dreams." Hamel physically recoiled from her sentimental tone. "Are you drunk?" he asked, completely taken aback. Her words, "People are allowed to have dreams," made his skin crawl. He held up his hands dramatically, exclaiming, "Do you see this? My hands are literally shaking from the sheer cringe." That snapped her right out of her reverie. "You piece of garbage!" she yelled, her gentle mood instantly vanishing. "I'm trying to be serious here." She then turned the question back on herself, wondering, "Then what are my plans for the future?" She seemed caught off guard by her own query, stammering for a moment. I want..." A faint blush crept onto her cheeks as her eyes softened. In that instant, she wasn't the great and powerful archmage, but simply a young woman sharing a quiet, heartfelt hope. She longed for a normal life, to meet someone special, get married, and perhaps even have a child. The memory begins to fade, leaving Eugene standing in the present, gazing up at her portrait. The Sienna in the painting seems to finish the thought from all those centuries ago. "And after that, I want to become a grandma." A wave of profound sadness and frustration crashes over Eugene. "You should have met a good man," he thinks. "Good men," he thinks bitterly. "You should have gotten married and had that peaceful life you deserved." "Why did you spend 100 years here all by yourself, Sienna?" he whispers, reaching a hand out toward the painting, as if he could somehow breach the veil of time and ask her himself. "You are not permitted to touch that." A sharp voice cuts through the silence, startling him. A guard has appeared, his arms crossed, and a stern expression fixed on his face. Eugene yanks his hand back, in annoyance. "Damn you, Pat," he mutters under his breath. "I was in the middle of an emotional moment." He then turns away from the portrait. His attention sharpened. He wasn't there to get lost in memories. He curtly informed the guard of his intention to visit the library in the basement. While the mansion was a masterpiece of magical engineering, Eugene paid no mind to the elaborate clockwork adorning the walls. He was driven by a single purpose. Descending into the colossal library, he found himself dwarfed by countless shelves. This had to be the place. Surely this is where she would have hidden a clue about her vanishing act, or perhaps even about his own strange reincarnation, a plot straight out of a reborn manhwa. But as he reached for a tome, the guard's sharp voice cut through the silence. "You are forbidden from touching those." Eugene shot back, "I'm not touching it." The infuriating truth settled upon him. He couldn't open a single volume. His only option was to scan the titles, desperately searching for some kind of sign. His mind drifted to the necklace he'd discovered, the one with its memories overwritten, left to languish and collect dust in the Lionheart treasury until his chance arrival. The convenience of it all made no sense unless it had been placed there intentionally for him. It was just like how the Great Spirit Tempest had recognized his very soul. Perhaps the necklace was also intended for him and him alone. The conclusion felt undeniable. Someone had tampered with his reincarnation. And if that person was Sienna, she would have never done so without a compelling reason. She would have left something behind for him, a message, a hint, something that only he could possibly decipher. His search led him right back to her portrait, the very place his investigation began. He had scoured the entire estate, the library, her private chambers, every conceivable room, and had come up with absolutely nothing. The frustration that had been simmering within him finally started to boil over. He raked a hand through his hair, utterly lost. "I don't know," he groaned, his voice laced with defeat. "I don't know anything at all." Then his anger finally erupted. "Fine, I'll just do whatever I damn well please," he roared at the painted image. "If you actually wanted something from me, you should have left a proper message. What am I supposed to do when I'm left completely in the dark about everything?" He shot a venomous glare at the stoic guard before redirecting his fiery gaze back to the portrait of his long-lost friend. In that moment, the entire facade of Eugene Lionheart crumbled away, revealing the raw, desperate Hamel underneath. "Hey, Sienna." He raised his hand in a sharp, defiant gesture aimed directly at the painting. "Here!" He spat, a bitter grin twisting his lips. "If you've got a problem with it, then you can come and find me yourself." He held the insolent pose for a long moment, waiting, almost praying for some kind of response. But the mansion remained utterly silent. With a heavy sigh, he let his hand drop and turned to depart, only to pause for one final look over his shoulder, adding a final whispered challenge. Assuming you're even alive. Night had since descended upon the luminous city of Pentagon. Outside, the waiting tour guide seemed ecstatic to see him finally emerge, joking that he must have truly enjoyed the tour to have stayed until sunset. Eugene merely tossed him a coin for his patience. My thanks, the guide said, snatching it from the air with a grateful smile. He then asked for their next destination, but Eugene already had a new objective. Take me to the Red Tower of Magic immediately, he commanded. You can leave me there. As their carriage soared through the night sky beneath a brilliant full moon, Eugene's thoughts pivoted from the distant past to a much more immediate concern. He turned to the guide. Let me ask you something. Eugene began, his tone suddenly serious. Eward Lionheart. He's my elder brother. Have you heard of him? The guide's cheerful demeanor instantly vanished. He stammered that every aspiring mage in the city was familiar with that name. Eugene clarified that he required a favor from the Red Tower of Magic, and given that his brother has been a student here for 4 years, it's imperative that he understands exactly what he's walking into. He leans forward, his gaze becoming sharp and intense. Tell me about the rumors you've heard concerning my brother. At his words, the guide begins to break into a cold sweat, clearly petrified by the thought of spreading gossip about a member of the mighty Lionheart family. Eugene explained that because he was adopted, he's never had the opportunity to speak with Eward. He simply needs to get a handle on the situation so that he avoids causing any unnecessary trouble. He makes a solemn promise. I will not be angered by your words, and I will not repeat them to my family or my brother. I swear this on my name. His golden eyes seemed to flare in the darkness, carrying a silent promise of dire consequences if the guide were to refuse. All you need to do is tell me what people are saying. Feeling trapped, the guide finally concedes. Well, I don't know everything, but... He draws a deep breath and finally spills the secret. They say that Eward seeks out certain pleasures every night outside the Magic Tower. Eugene repeats the words slowly. Pleasures. He considers this. Eward is only 19 years old. It wouldn't be all that strange for a young man to be indulging himself. But the guide shakes his head frantically. No, it's not just a normal kind of indulgence. He struggles to get the next word out. Suck. Utterly confused, Eugene prompts him. Succubus? The guide finally chokes out the confirmation. For a brief silent moment, Eugene processes the word with a vacant expression. A succubus. Then the full weight of the statement hits him like a physical blow, his face twisting into a mask of pure rage. He lunges, grabbing the terrified guide by his collar. We're nowhere near the Demonlands, so how is there a succubus here? The guide can only manage to squeak out a desperate plea for him to calm down. The man explains that while this isn't Helmuth, the demonic kingdom Aroth is nevertheless home to the Black Magic Tower, and it isn't only dark mages who reside there. They have a considerable number of demons as well. Eugene releases his grip, burying his face in his hand. The disgust on his face is palpable. So my brother is fooling around with a succubus from the Black Magic Tower. The guide quickly clarifies that it's not just fooling around, but for gratification. He explains that, like any metropolis, Aroth has its own dark corners, a sort of necessary evil. There's an alley known for its black market, but it also contains several rather unsavory establishments where succubi work as attendants, and the rumors all point to Eward. Eugene's voice drops, becoming as cold as ice. Where is this alley? The guide, practically scrambling to escape the carriage, hastily informs him it's called Bolero Alley, and it only opens on nights with a full moon. Eugene falls back into his seat, seething with anger. His original plan had been so simple. Just keep his head down, focus on his own training, and maintain a wide berth from his adopted brother. But this guy, he mutters to himself. The eldest son of the Lionheart clan, a descendant of the Great Vermouth, is debasing himself by cavorting with a succubus. It was a pathetic plot twist, straight out of a trashy Reborn Manhwa. The guide begs him to keep it secret, but Eugene snaps, reminding him of his oath. I won't tell anyone. For now, I won't even mention it to that pathetic excuse for a sibling. He makes a dismissive gesture with his hand. It is just a rumor for the moment. Until I witness it with my own eyes, I will have to restrain myself from beating him to a pulp. His eyes narrow as he stares out at the luminous full moon. The night of a full moon, Bolero Alley. As the carriage finally nears the Red Magic Tower, Eugene's entire agenda had been upended. The mysteries of his past would have to wait. Right now, he had a serious family matter to resolve. With his search for Sienna indefinitely on hold, Eugene found himself at the base of his new home. His next destination was the formidable Red Magic Tower, where a young woman in a classic witch's hat stood guard at the entrance awaiting his arrival. Her eyes went wide with astonishment as she took in his appearance, stammering slightly, as she inquired if he was in fact the renowned Eugene Lionheart. Eugene offered a curt nod in confirmation. The witch, who introduced herself as Hera, promptly removed her hat and bowed deeply in a gesture of respect. She then explained that the Tower Master was expecting him upstairs, but was currently delayed by what she called a minor problem. As if summoned by her words, as if a deafening explosion erupted from the upper floors. The entire structure trembled violently, causing Hera to flinch as dust and debris rained down. Eugene, however, glanced upward completely unfazed, a mere flicker of curiosity in his gaze. He calmly asked if there had been some sort of accident. Hera managed a strained smile, attempting to pass off the chaos as a normal occurrence. She explained that their tower specialized in a particularly volatile field. The Red Magic Tower, she elaborated, focused on summoning magic, a discipline where catastrophic failures were not just a possibility, but a frequent reality. Upstairs, the source of the commotion was immediately apparent. A summoning circle had malfunctioned, spectacularly unleashing a pair of monstrous creatures. Two vicious shadowy beasts had emerged from a dark portal. But before they could wreak havoc, a figure blurred into existence, moving with impossible speed. He seized both shadow beasts by their necks in a breathtaking display of power and agility. With a grunt of raw fury, he began to exert his strength. He crushed their ethereal forms in his bare hands, and they dissipated with a pained shriek as their dark energy vanished into thin air. It was none other than the Tower Master himself. His long blonde hair floated around him as he hovered mid-air, radiating an overwhelming magical aura. His face was a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. He landed softly before the terrified students, his voice practically dripping with venomous sarcasm. He demanded to know how on earth they'd managed to summon shadow beasts from a circle designed for an entirely different entity. Pointing a trembling finger at the students, his anger finally boiled over. He bellowed, demanding if they had any comprehension of the potential consequences. He spelled it out for them. If those things had escaped, they would have caused untold chaos. A shadow beast possesses no mind, only an insatiable thirst for destruction. It would have undoubtedly led to a massacre in the capital. The students could only tremble in terror, stammering out feeble apologies as his patience wore thin. Finally snapping, he roared at them to pack their belongings and vacate his tower at once. He then took a deep, steadying breath. He tried to compose himself, but the fury still smoldered in his eyes. Then with an impossible grace, he launched himself from the balcony. He floated elegantly down to the main floor landing without a single sound directly in front of Eugene. The so-called minor problem was now resolved. The rage on his face vanished in an instant, replaced by a bright, welcoming smile as he turned his attention to his guest. He greeted Eugene warmly. He remarked that it had been quite a while and noted how much he'd grown. The man Rebarian chuckled, admitting that for a moment he almost didn't recognize him. A faint smirk played on Eugene's lips as he replied that Rebarian at least looked exactly the same. Rebarian touched his own cheek with a sly grin, conceding that maintaining his youthful appearance required a considerable amount of magic. Eugene sized him up, realizing this man was far more powerful than the one he'd met 4 years prior. It was a development straight out of a Reborn Manhwa. Now that he could properly sense mana, he understood the difference. Rebarian was undeniably strong, not on Sienna's level of course, but certainly worthy of his title. He was without a doubt a true master of one of the 5 great magic towers. Getting straight to business, Rebarian mentioned that he'd heard a rumor. He'd heard that Eugene was interested in learning magic, a fact Eugene confirmed. Rebarian agreed that magic was indeed a fascinating subject. However, he cautioned that it was also exceptionally difficult. Nevertheless, he expressed his confidence that a Lionheart would surely rise to the challenge. "Fine," he says, and in an instant his friendly expression completely vanishes. His eyes flash with a sudden sharp intensity as he turns his head, his gaze locking onto a nearby door. Without another word, he unleashes a powerful wave of telekinetic force, blasting the door clean off its hinges. Cowering behind it is a figure who lets out a pathetic shriek of terror. It's Iod Lionheart, and he is an absolute wreck. He's gaunt, utterly terrified, and practically radiating weakness. Eugene can barely even hide his profound disgust. So the rumors were true after all. His own brother, the so-called heir to the Lionheart clan, was bragging about his sordid encounters with succubi. Rebarian gestures dismissively towards the pathetic man. He orders Iod to come out and offer a proper greeting to his younger brother. Iod shuffles forward, trembling like a cornered animal. He's completely unable to meet Eugene's gaze, which now glows with a cold, intimidating light. Eugene speaks, his voice flat and entirely devoid of any warmth. "Nice to see you, brother. I look forward to our time here." An incredibly awkward and heavy silence hangs between them, broken only by Iod stammering out a faint, yeah." Rebarian, clearly having had enough of this display, snaps at Iod. He tells him to go back upstairs and read a book if he has nothing more intelligent to contribute. Iod meekly agrees and scurries away, glancing back just once with fearful eyes before vanishing behind the door. Once he's gone, Rebarian turns his attention back to Eugene. With his arms crossed and a heavy sigh, he apologizes for the sorry sight Eugene was forced to witness. Eugene simply says, "It's all right." Rebarian then notes that Eugene had expressed a desire to study on his own rather than learn directly from him. Eugene politely explains that he didn't want to be a bother before revealing his true, more strategic reason. If a Lionheart prodigy, were to learn directly from the Red Tower Master, it would inevitably cause a massive uproar and spark accusations of favoritism. His eyes gleam with a quiet, unyielding determination. "That's why," he states, "I wish to study magic on my own for now." Rebarian smiles, thoroughly impressed by the boy's foresight. He agrees, saying he will hold no expectations for Eugene, but he will also not interfere in any way. He gestures to Hira, telling Eugene that if he needs anything at all, she is the one he should ask. Eugene thanks him for the consideration. As a final gesture, Rebarian offers him a room right there in the tower. He admits it's not nearly as grand as the Lionheart estate, but it's more than decent for his needs. A small smile touches Eugene's lips. He asks if he can visit the tower's library first, and with that a full month flies by in a blur of intense focus. He fell into a relentless punishing routine, the kind of hardcore training arc you'd expect from the protagonist of a Reborn Manhwa. He was in the library every single day without fail. To the other mages, he just looked like another incredibly hardworking student. He'd arrive first thing in the morning to pore over magic theory and would be the last to leave late at night, always surrounded by towering stacks of books. But that wasn't even the full picture. Long before the library even opened, he was already up diligently training his mana. And late at night, long after he returned to his room, he trained his body until he was drenched in sweat. He was running on far less sleep than any normal person could handle, but his body honed by the white flame method could take the strain, allowing him to recover from extreme fatigue in just a few short hours. After one solid month of this, he finally looks up from a book, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He had read every single magic book in the entire library. It was time to get started. He now understood the very foundation of all modern magic, a complex system created 300 years ago by his old comrade Sienna. What had started as her own personal technique eventually became the universal standard across the entire magic kingdom after she became the master of the tower. The Green Magic Tower. This technique, known as the circle system, functioned by shaping mana within the body into a ring and then rotating that ring to generate and manifest magical power. As a mage's strength surpassed the capacity of their current circle, the circle itself would expand, enabling them to cast even more formidable spells. This very system is how mages are ranked from the first circle all the way up to the legendary 9th. Even now, a full 3 centuries later, the circle system remains the universal foundation for nearly every aspiring mage. With his theoretical studies now complete, Eugene makes his way to a training room, ready to finally put his knowledge into practice. Hera is already there waiting for him, prepared to observe his very first spell. Eugene seeks confirmation, asking her if they were beginning with the standard circle method. Hera nods, explaining that while other formulas do exist, the circle system has proven itself to be the most stable and effective approach for the last 300 years. But Eugene, ever the innovator, has his own plans. He informs her that he intends to modify the process slightly. Hera appears skeptical, cautioning him that altering the original formula is never a wise idea, but she prompts him to explain his reasoning. A revolutionary fire ignites in Eugene's eyes as he declares, "I want to incorporate the Lionheart style of mana management." At his words, Hera's expression instantly hardens. She recognizes the immense danger inherent in his proposal. She begins to lecture him with the authority of a professor, explaining that the mana control employed by warriors and the kind utilized for magic are fundamentally incompatible. Magic, she stresses, requires precise formulas and incantations to manifest correctly. She warns him of the catastrophic risk involved. If he attempts to forcefully merge them, the mana could backlash and detonate, leaving him gravely injured or worse, dead. Yet Eugene just stands there with his hands on his hips, a confident, almost arrogant smirk spreading across his face. That's precisely why I have to try it. He is fully aware of the risks, but he spent an entire month devouring every theory in the library for this very moment. He has to discover if it's even possible. Hera lets out a sigh, seeing the unshakable determination in his eyes. She realizes that his youthful arrogance won't be swayed by mere words. Very well, she concedes, go ahead and try. However, she adds a condition as a brilliant magic circle materializes around her staff. She holds her weapon at the ready, her expression now deadly serious. The very moment I sense any danger, I will intervene immediately. She reminds him that if he gets injured, she won't be the only one facing the consequences. It would place the Tower Master in an extremely difficult position. Eugene simply agrees with a calm "understood." He closes his eyes and takes a deep breath. I'll begin now. A familiar blue aura, the distinct energy of the white flame method, begins to swirl around his hands. Hera can only watch her eyes wide with a mixture of awe and terror. She understands that she is about to witness a feat straight out of a Reborn Manhwa. Something that has never been attempted in the history of magic. This is the moment. As Hera watches staff poised, a torrent of raw blue, flame-like mana erupts around Eugene. He's undertaking something 100 times more perilous than any failed summoning ritual. He closes his eyes, his focus turning completely inward. He knows that on the surface, the white flame method and the circle system appear to be complete opposites. But at their core, they are fundamentally the same two different methods for controlling mana. The white flame method utilizes stars, which are condensed points of power within the heart that function as a core, while the circle system uses rings to cycle that same energy for casting spells. His theory is as simple as it is audacious. If he can just replace the rings with his stars, he can fundamentally rewrite the very laws of magic. He isn't guessing his next move, he's feeling the flow and adapting in real time. Hera can only stand there clutching her staff, her mind racing to comprehend what she's seeing. Incredible, she breathes in complete disbelief. He is flawlessly controlling a colossal volatile storm of mana that by all rights should be ripping itself to shreds, but instead, it remains perfectly stable. How is such a thing even possible for someone his age? A bead of sweat forms on Eugene's brow as he compels the raw power in his palm to condense, molding it into a small, flickering orb of pure light. In the blink of an eye, the orb erupts into a ferocious fireball, churning with an immense concentration of heat and power. But just as swiftly, he wills the flames to subside, converting the spell in mid-manifestation. The fireball seamlessly transforms into a stable, pulsating magic missile. All of this was accomplished without a single spoken word, without a single chant. Hera is left completely speechless. A fireball transformed into a magic missile purely through calculation, converted midair without first being dispelled. Such a feat is simply unheard of. Eugene dismisses the missile with a casual flick of his finger, a smug look on his face. Not too shabby for a first attempt, he says, clearly satisfied before turning to the still stunned Hera. Could you summon something, for me to test this on? She stammers, trying to collect herself. Yes, a golem should be fine, right? With a swift incantation, her staff glows as a summoning circle spreads across the floor and a hulking stone figure begins to rise. From the ground. It's a golem made of cababrium, a magically reinforced stone. She explains that while it has no to defensive spells, its hide is so tough that most attacks can't even scratch it. Perfect. Eugene grins, and as he points, a new magic missile begins to form at its tip. He fires. A brilliant beam of blue energy, far larger and more destructive than any normal magic missile, streaks across the room, slamming into the golem's chest with a deafening crash. When the smoke clears, the golem is nothing but rubble, a massive smoldering hole blown clean, through where its torso used to be. And arriving just in time to witness this is the Tower Master Robarian, who immediately turns to Hera, his mind reeling. He asks for a confirmation of what he thinks he just saw. Did Eugene really just create circles using the white flame method and cast magic? Hera nods, her voice filled with awe, explaining that the density and purity of his mana were unbelievable. The sheer power of that one attack was greater than what a third circle mage could produce. Her words struck Robarian hard. Such monstrous talent replacing the fundamental system of magic with a warrior's technique. It wasn't just impressive, it was downright frightening, like a power straight from a reborn Manhwa. He knows Eugene has reached 3 stars in the white flame method. If his 3 stars are already equal to 3 circles of magic, then the potential of this new technique is staggering. Later in his office, Robarian asks Hera if Eugene has already left for the day. She confirms he had to be somewhere this morning. Hera, Robarian says, his expression deeply thoughtful. He looks at her and asks a very pointed question. Would it be unfair if I wrote Eugene a letter of recommendation? For the Acreon, Hera gasps. The Royal Library Acreon? She knows that place is forbidden to all but the most elite mages and nobles in the kingdom. But Robarian is decided. I think Eugene is perfectly suited for it. Robarian states, a magical quill materializing in his hand as he recalls the incredible sight. Eugene had only consulted elementary tomes for a mere month. Yet from that basic knowledge, he pioneered a completely novel method of spellcasting. A technique so potent that it completely obliterated a reinforced golem on its inaugural test. I shall pen the recommendation myself, Robarian declares with conviction. A prodigy of that caliber must be recognized appropriately. Hera, however, voices her apprehension, concerned that the other mages might perceive it as blatant favoritism. Robarian silences her with a single sharp glance, stating that any mage who would dare complain is merely consumed by their own envy. He then shifts topics, inquiring what Eugene was doing out, remarking that he shouldn't have any acquaintances in Aeroth just yet. Hera recalls Eugene's words to her he was off to meet a friend. Robarian looks perplexed. A friend? Meanwhile, Eugene finds himself in the bustling heart of Meldane Square, his gaze fixed upon a magnificent statue. It is a monument to Sienna, eternally captured in a moment of youthful victory, precisely as he remembers her. He looks up at her stone-carved face, a flicker of nostalgia warming his eyes. He quietly murmurs her name, recalling how she would flash that exact smile every time she accomplished something extraordinary. Abruptly, a colossal figure steps directly into his path, completely eclipsing his view as a booming voice, seemingly wreathed in an aura of sparkling roses, calls out his name. Eugene is utterly caught off guard. Gargus. That's right, Gargus was Lionheart, a veritable mountain of a man, confirms with a beaming grin. Eugene can only marvel at how an 18-year-old could possibly cultivate a beard of such magnificent thickness. Gargus observes that Eugene has grown taller, though not nearly as much as he has. Eugene simply retorts, "You're just absurdly massive." They clasp hands in a firm, friendly greeting between distant kinsmen. But Gargus's expression shifts to one of seriousness as his grip tightens. He can feel the hardened calluses, the raw strength within Eugene's palm. "You've truly been training these past 4 years, but it isn't enough," he proclaims, pointing a finger the size of a sausage at Eugene's chest. From his pocket, he produces a small, shimmering vial, explaining that it's his family's secret muscle-enhancing formula, brought especially for Eugene. Eugene instantly rejects the offer. "I don't need it." Gargus presses the issue. But Eugene waves him away, telling him to quit sending his father those bizarre concoctions. Cutting to the chase, Eugene demands to know why he truly traveled all the way to Aroth. Surely it wasn't just to deliver some potion. Gargus's demeanor becomes intensely serious. "Have you ever heard of a place called Bolero Street?" Eugene's eyes narrow and his voice drops to an icy tone. He's heard of it. All right, it's the den of iniquity his brother Iod frequently haunts. Gargus leans in conspiratorially, his voice a low and thrilled whisper. "I've heard a rumor that a giant's, family jewels will be up for auction." Eugene is so dumbfounded he can hardly process the words. A giant's... What now? The world around him seems to dissolve into sheer absurdity, like a scene from some wild, reborn Manhwa. "The crown jewels of a giant," Gargus booms, practically vibrating with unrestrained excitement. Eugene can only stammer, "Why on earth would you possibly want something like that?" Gargus begins to passionately explain their incredible magical properties. He intends to commission a master alchemist to brew a bespoke muscle-enhancing elixir from them. "Let's go together," Gargus implores. "I brought funds, but I fear it may not be sufficient." Eugene physically recoils in utter disgust. "You want me to loan you money for—" "That absolutely not." A fiery determination ignites in Gargus's eyes, and without a second's hesitation, the colossal 18-year-old drops to his knees right in the middle of the bustling square. "I'll beg for it," he declares. Eugene, panicking, tries to pull him up. "Hey, knock it off and get up. You're already drawing enough attention with your massive size." Gargus looks up, his eyes wet with profound gratitude. "Thank you. I swear on my life I will repay this debt with interest." He adds that there will be other exceptionally rare items at the auction, not just the publicized ones. Eugene finally relents with a reluctant, "All right, fine." Gargus is surprised by Eugene's lack of interest, but he figures a man wielding a sword like wine probably doesn't need much else. Eugene just rubs the back of his neck and looks away. "I'm more interested in the other parts of Bolero Street, not the auction." His thoughts flash back to his pathetic brother. He vividly remembers Eot's vacant, twitching eyes. It was the unmistakable sign of someone ensnared by a succubus, now suffering the torment of withdrawal. Eugene's resolve hardens, his eyes glowing with a cold light. That fool will most certainly make an appearance on Bolero Street. He just needs to wait for the night of the next full moon. After turning the entire magic world on its head, Eugene's journey was beginning to feel like the plot of a reborn manhwa. And now he was summoned by the one man who could open doors he never thought possible. This meeting might just be his golden opportunity to find the answers he has been searching for. He walks through the grand halls of the Red Magic Tower. The very moment he had returned, he was summoned directly to the office of the Tower Master. "Roberian?" A faint smirk plays on his lips. The timing is absolutely perfect. He has a few pressing matters he needs to discuss with Roberian regarding his disgraceful brother. Eugene enters the Tower Master's office, a lavish room filled with countless books and arcane artifacts. Roberian is already waiting, standing by his desk with a calm, welcoming presence. He offers a warm smile. Roberian greets him and gestures towards a chair, inviting him to have a seat. They both take their places at a large polished table. The atmosphere is formal, yet thick with an unspoken anticipation. Eugene cuts directly to the chase, looking the Tower Master square in the eye. "Why did you call for me?" Instead of answering, Roberian just smiles and flicks a single finger. A single elegantly sealed letter floats up from a stack of papers on his desk. "Have a look at this first," he says as the letter drifts over. The letter floats over to Eugene, glowing with a soft, magical aura, before landing gently in his hands. Eugene's eyes go wide. For just a moment, his stoic composure completely shatters. He cannot believe what he's holding. It's a letter of recommendation to Acreon. Acreon isn't merely a library. It is the royal library, the very heart of magic in Aroth. Even 300 years ago, it was a legendary place. It was a repository holding knowledge that no magic tower could ever hope to possess on its own. He feels a profound wave of shock. He tells himself to remain humble. This is a massive honor, but he feels it is far too much for him at his current stage. But Roberian just grins, radiating absolute confidence. He insists that now is the perfect time for Eugene to go. He explains that because Eugene has not yet committed to a single path of magic, his mind is like fertile, untouched soil. Even if he can't understand everything in Acreon right now, simply being exposed to it will expand his horizons in unbelievable ways. Roberian's eyes glint with excitement. He promises that one day all that knowledge will serve as the very foundation to elevate Eugene's magic into something truly legendary. He continues mentioning that Acreon holds ancient texts, from the age of myth, even the fabled philosopher's text. Eugene listens, his mind racing with the sheer possibility of it all. A spark of hope ignites within him. He looks up, a hesitant tremor in his voice as he asks, "In that case, are the writings of the Great Sienna also stored there?" Roberian confirms this with a decisive nod, explaining that while the various magic towers possess copies of some of Sienna's research, the true originals are held exclusively at Acreon. He's referring to a legendary 3-volume series she penned in her final years titled Witchcraft. These tomes are said to contain the very essence of her arcane power, making them the most treasured magical texts in the entire history of Aroth. No duplicates exist. Leaning back in his chair, Roberian elaborates that only the first volume has ever been released to the public, yet he assures Eugene that even that single book contains a wealth of knowledge sufficient to study for an entire lifetime. He then leans forward once more, his voice resonating with deep reverence. "The first time I read Witchcraft," he confesses, "everything I had painstakingly learned throughout my entire life suddenly felt like nothing more than a child's game." Roberian then clarifies that he hasn't yet sent the recommendation, as he wanted to first hear Eugene's personal thoughts on the matter. With a look of genuine sincerity, he asks, "Would it be acceptable for me to compose this letter on your behalf?" Internally, Eugene is practically screaming, "Of course it's acceptable. Why on earth are you even asking?" However, externally he maintains his composure. He informs Roberian that he consents, but voices a concern that it might create complications for the Tower Master. Roberian responds with a hearty laugh, casually waving away the concern. "Don't you trouble yourself over that," he insists. well within my ability to handle. Eugene quickly assesses his options. The Tower Master is clearly in high spirits and prepared to grant him an enormous favor. A man of his stature wouldn't dare rescind such an offer over a few pointed questions. This felt like a classic opportunity from a reborn Manhwa. This was his chance. He looks up, his expression becoming serious. So, Rebarian, he begins his tone firm. There is something I must inquire about concerning my brother Ayod. Eugene decides to lay all his cards on the table, explaining that ever since his arrival he has been hearing whispers that his brother isn't actually studying magic, but is instead squandering his life away with succubi in the city's shadowy depths. The warm smile instantly evaporates from Rebarian's face. He appears utterly flustered, letting out a soft sound as his composure visibly cracks. Eugene's eyes narrow slightly. That single unguarded reaction told him everything he needed to know. So Rebarian knows. Rebarian begins to stammer clearly at a complete loss for words. I am not entirely certain how to explain this. He finally lets out a sigh of defeat. It is true. He concedes, his expression etched with shame. He confesses that he has warned Ayod on several occasions, but was unable to deter him. Rebarian goes on to explain how, times have changed. In ages past, succubi were lethal, draining the very life essence from their victims, but that was all. Before the demon world was opened. Now, while they still drain a person's spiritual energy, they no longer take lives. The new night, Witch Queen has strictly forbidden it. Eugene's expression remains as cold as ice. That hardly justifies what my brother is doing, he states flatly. Rebarian can only bow his head in shame. Yes, you are correct. Then the Tower Master looks up at Eugene, his eyes filled with a pleading look. I ask that you please try to be a little more understanding. Eugene stares back utterly incredulous. Pardon me. Rebarian then proceeds to recount the entire story. Ayod had left the main estate 4 years prior, filled with high hopes, but his natural talent could never measure up to the immense pressure that comes with the Lionheart name. He was met with failure after agonizing failure. The mages of the Tower, Rebarian included, all attempted to instruct him, but their efforts were fruitless. And the pressure on Sir Ayod, simply because of his status, is immeasurable. Rebarian continues, his voice heavy with sympathy. That burden has only grown heavier with the passage of time. He admits that he came to believe that allowing Ayod to find some form of release might actually be for the best. He cautioned him against overindulgence, but he was deeply afraid that without some kind of escape, I would have shattered completely. Eugene listened in silence, forced to concede that he understood the sentiment. Having endured 4 years within the main family's estate, he knew from personal experience just how suffocating that pressure could be. His thoughts drifted to his own family, his parents and his prodigious siblings, Sion and Seal. Ayod, he mused, was perpetually trapped in the middle, constantly battling a sense of inadequacy. It dawned on him that Ayod likely remained here weathering the scorn, because it was still a preferable fate to the stifling judgment that awaited him back home. Beneath the table, Eugene's hands tightened into fists. He could pity his brother's plight, and he could even sympathize. But consorting with succubi was a definitive line that should never be breached. As far as he was concerned, a change in demeanor didn't alter their fundamental nature. Demons were and always would be demons. True coexistence was an impossible fantasy. His expression hardened with grim resolve. He had to witness for himself precisely what his brother was involved in. The scene transitions to the night of the full moon within the cramped and teeming Bolero Alley. Shadowy figures populated every corner as Garcus and Eugene navigated the throng, their features obscured by deep hoods. They had utilized transformation magic for their disguises, with Eugene now sporting brown hair to avoid being recognized. Gargus, who was visibly displeased with his altered appearance, grumbled, "But why must we go through all this?" Eugene spun around, his voice a sharp, low hiss. "We are scions of the main family. If we are seen in an illicit alleyway, can you even begin to imagine the kind of rumors that would ignite?" Gargus blinked, the straightforward logic finally penetrating his thoughts. "Oh, you're right," he conceded, nodding as they continued to press forward. Eugene retrieved a small circular communication device, which emitted a soft beep as he initiated the call. "Are you in position?" he inquired. The voice on the other end responded, "How did you know?" Our perspective shifts to an informant, a man observing the street from a balcony overhead. He explained that the device's range was limited to the alley and assured Eugene he would send a signal the very moment he had a visual. Eugene then posed the crucial question, "Are you certain you can locate him?" The informant let out a self-satisfied chuckle. Sir Ayod never bothers with transformation magic. It's like he thinks he's the protagonist of a reborn Manhwa, always wearing the same distinctive robe. Finding him will be child's play. Hearing this, Eugene's jaw clenched in a surge of fury. Did he truly revel in the attention he gained from so brazenly flaunting his identity? He muttered under his breath, "If he were my son, I would have beaten that foolish habit out of him long ago." Gargus shot him a sideways glance. "Didn't you mention having other business to attend to here?" he asked. "I'll manage it by myself," Eugene answered dismissively. His gaze was already sweeping across the crowd, the communication device clutched tightly in his hand. With all the pieces in place, Eugene tugged his hood lower over his face. "Let's head to the auction for now," he said, his voice low and resolute as they vanished deeper into the infamous alleyway. In the clandestine corners of Aroth, an illegal auction was about to commence. For most attendees, it was a marketplace for forbidden power, a scene ripped from the pages of a dark reborn Manhwa. For Eugene, however, it was merely a waiting room. the stage extending a welcome to his hidden guests on this beautiful full moon night. The auctioneer then elaborated on their specialty, precious magical materials, particularly the rare and exotic varieties sourced directly from the demon world itself. As proof of their claims, an attendant presented the first item, the massive curved horn of a Balarex. The bidding commenced at a staggering 10 million sell. A parade of rare ingredients followed, each one a coveted prize that would command an immense fortune. From the seclusion of their private viewing room, a space unlike any other in the world, Eugene observed the proceedings with an expression of pure boredom. As a living spider was presented on stage, Gargus leaned in close, his voice a low, urgent whisper questioning if the fabled giant's gonad was truly going to be auctioned here. Gargus's face was dead serious, his brow furrowed with an intensity he typically reserved for the heat of battle. Affirmative, Gargus replied with absolute certainty. My sources confirmed it's definitely on the list. In that instant, Eugene lunged forward, his hand slamming down decisively on one of the glowing bid buttons. Gargus jumped, utterly startled by the sudden action. Eugene, on stage. The auctioneer paused mid-sentence, taken aback by the immediate and decisive bid for an item he had barely even introduced. Eugene's eyes were wide, his focus completely locked on the object now on display. The opening bid was a mere 1 million sell. He simply couldn't believe his luck. To discover it here of all places, to the untrained eye, it was just a small, dull-colored piece of metal. But Eugene knew its true nature. It was a fragment of a blade that was destruction incarnate, a legendary weapon so feared that history never even dared to record its name. He recognized it in an instant. It was a piece of the Moonlight Sword. After effortlessly winning the bid, he held the cool metal fragment in his palm. He had hoped to feel some lingering trace of its immense, terrifying power, but there was nothing. It no longer emitted that ominous, soul-chilling energy he remembered so vividly from 300 years ago. This entire second life was more challenging than any Reborn Manhwa could depict. Now the fragment was just silent, utterly inert. Just as he was lost in this sobering thought, his communication device buzzed to life. The voice on the other end was sharp and to the point. Sir Eugene, your target, Sir Ide, has arrived. That was his signal. I'm heading out, Eugene stated, pulling his hood back over his head. Gargus glanced over his expression, puzzled. What, you're not staying to watch the rest of the auction? No, Eugene replied flatly, tossing a card to Gargus. Here, if they bring out the giant's valuable, use this to bid on it. With that, Eugene slipped out of the auction house, melting back into the shadows of the dark moonlit alley. He raised his communicator. Location, he commanded. The voice on the other end directed him north to a shop called Rafflesia. That was the target's destination. Inside Rafflesia, the very air was thick with a mixture of cloying perfume and raucous laughter. It was a den of succubi catering to their mortal clientele, a perfect picture of delightful debauchery. Eugene took a seat at a secluded table, and a succubus immediately approached with a drink. His eyes scanned the room from beneath the shadow of his hood. There was no sign of Ide. Playing his part, he turned to the succubus and asked bluntly, Where can a man find a dream around here? She gave him a sly, knowing grin, her tongue darting out to lick her lips. Ma, you seem to be in quite a hurry to... She purred, leaning in seductively close. Her voice was a predatory whisper. What an adorable customer. Is this your first time? She then informed him that the private rooms for dreaming were located in the basement. But you should try this first, she insisted, pouring a shimmering golden liquor into his mug. She promised it would help him become more honest with his deepest desires. Eugene pushed the bottle away dismissively. I have no need for spirits, he stated coldly. Just show me the way. The scene flashes back to earlier. The rules of the auction were elegantly simple. Designed to ensure complete anonymity, all bidders were escorted to private, entirely separate viewing rooms. No one ever knew the identity of who they were bidding against. An attendant had already explained the 3 buttons on their console. The center one to place a bid, the right to raise the price, and the left to summon assistance. With the explanation concluded, the attendant had left them alone in the dimly lit chamber. Gargus had looked over at him, his confusion plain. I thought you weren't interested in any of this. Eugene had merely replied that he was curious and needed to pass the time, and so while Gargus waited with bated breath with his prize secured, the auction had carried on. Now back in the present, Eugene occupies a table in a restaurant adjoined to the succubus den. A demonic waiter approaches, inquiring if his dream was pleasant, but Eugene dismisses him with a wave, ordering, Bring me your finest dish and make it heavy on the meat. He begins to eat, seamlessly melting into the crowd of patrons. Yet every one of his senses is stretched taut, anticipating the perfect moment to strike. And then he feels it, a familiar, pitiful aura seeping into the room. His eyes snap open, his jaw freezes mid-chew. He's here, he thinks, his gaze locking across the establishment. Across the hall, his target comes into view, a cloaked figure flanked by 2 goblin-esque demons being escorted through the main dining area. As the hood slips back, it reveals a pale, haggard face with deeply sunken eyes. There is absolutely no mistaking him. The scene shifts, pulling him back into another memory. The auctioneer had described the fragment as an unidentified metal piece, a troublesome piece that had failed to sell for quite some time. Eugene had instantly detected the subtle shift in his tone. The man was deliberately underselling it, almost challenging the crowd to perceive its true hidden worth. He explained that it was discovered deep within the demon world and that it emitted a beautiful luminescence when struck by moonlight, but that was supposedly its only feature. It was too dense to process and completely inert to mana. The auctioneer had even joked it would make a fine decoration for a bedroom window. With a dismissive flourish, he set the starting bid at a paltry 1 million sell, and the very instant the bid was announced, Eugene's eyes narrowed to mere slits. Without a fraction of a second's hesitation, his hand shot forward and slammed down on the bid button. Moments later, a masked attendant appeared with a small box stating the item for which you successfully bid. "Why would you purchase something so utterly useless?" the attendant inquired as Eugene opened the container. Gazing at the glowing shard, Eugene felt a surge of certainty. He was absolutely certain. There wasn't a shred of doubt. "This is a fragment of the Moonlight Sword," his mind began to race. "They found this in the very same region where my party first unearthed the sword 300 years ago. Did Vermouth truly bring it all the way back here? Just to seal it away? The Moonlight Sword was an incredibly dangerous weapon. The ominous blade answered only to Vermouth, and it brought forth nothing but utter destruction each time it was unsheathed. A chilling thought then surfaced in his mind. Perhaps the sealing it away wasn't enough for Vermouth. Maybe he shattered it too. Returning to the present, Eugene now stands before the grand entrance to Rafflesia. This is the place, he muses. He adjusts his hood, steeling himself before stepping forward, only to be immediately blocked by two imposing demons. They're dressed in sharp suits, and one of them growls, "Are you a customer?" Eugene regards them with cold, clinical detachment. This was the first time he'd been this close to a demon since his reincarnation, living out a second chance straight from a reborn Manhwa. In his past life, they'd be dead before their eyes could even meet his. But times have certainly changed. He maintains his composure and states simply, "I'd like to enter." The bouncer informs him that the basic entry fee is 2 million sel, with the final price varying based on the specific dream he desires, then asks if he still wants to go in. Without uttering a single word, Eugene retrieves 2 1 million sel notes and hands them over. "Enjoy your time," the bouncer says, bowing slightly as they part to let him pass. Once inside, the very same succubus from before approaches him with a teasing, knowing smile. "Aha, too shy to speak your desires out here, are we?" she whispers, conspiratorially. "Shall we find a private bedroom?" She then turns and begins to lead him down a long, dimly lit corridor. Glancing back, she notices his feigned hesitation. "It's a little intimidating," Eugene says, masterfully playing the part of a nervous first-timer. The succubus reassures him, telling him not to worry, that he'll only feel a little tired in the morning. All the while, Eugene's eyes are meticulously scanning the layout, committing every detail to memory. He's seen enough. "My business here is done. Finished." He cuts her off, dropping the facade entirely. "I only sleep in my own bed. This is for the drink." He then shoves a high-denomination bill into her palm. "Keep the rest." The succubus was utterly baffled, staring at the coins with wide, uncomprehending eyes. "Where is the exit?" Eugene demanded, his tone completely detached from the situation. The flustered succubus gestured down another corridor. "I'll guide you. There's a passage that connects to a nearby restaurant." The supposed heir to the legendary Lionheart name, reduced to a pathetic shell of a man being propped up by demons. For Eugene, this sight was more than a disgrace. It was a profound betrayal. This whole scene felt like a twisted plot from a dark reborn Manhwa, a sharp, searing rage igniting deep within him. How could the firstborn of the Lionheart clan not only consort with succubi, but now be indebted to common demons? He watched as the two creatures escorted his brother through the restaurant and slipped out a rear exit. The time for observation had passed. Eugene rose from his table, his meal untouched, his gaze firmly locked on his quarry. He followed them into the shadow-drenched streets of Bolero Alley. Beneath the cold moonlight, the trio ascended a flight of stairs entirely oblivious to the fact they were being hunted. Eugene maintained his distance. His eyes narrowed in suspicion. Where are they taking him? He dissolved into the darkness, tailing them silently through the winding, deserted alleyways. They finally came to a halt, guiding his stumbling brother up the steps of an unremarkable, unmarked building. With a sudden burst of speed, Eugene moved to intercept them, his cloak billowing behind him. He landed without a sound in a dark alcove just ahead of their path. But as he rounded the corner, he found his way barred. 3 hulking thugs stood before him, their expressions openly hostile. The one in the center crossed his massive arms and growled, "Hey kid." His face was a canvas of pure aggression as he snarled, "This ain't a public place. Scram!" Eugene looked down at them, utterly unmoved. "Then what kind of place is it?" he inquired, his voice unnervingly calm. The thug clearly didn't appreciate his tone. He lunged forward, grabbing Eugene by the front of his cloak. "Just get lost," he repeated, his voice a guttural threat. "Or do you think I'm playing games?" Eugene's hand shot up, seizing the thug's wrist in a grip of solid iron. The man's arm locked in place as if frozen. A faint smirk touched Eugene's lips as he replied, "It certainly seems like you are." The thug's face contorted with shock and fury. He tried to wrench his arm free, but it was like trying to shift a bedrock mountain. Before the man could even register his predicament, Eugene swung. His fist connected with a sickening crack. Lifting the brute entirely off his feet, he crashed to the ground with a heavy thud, unconscious. The remaining 2 thugs stared in stunned disbelief for a heartbeat before their shock erupted into raw fury. One of them roared, drawing a sword, "You're dead." Eugene remained perfectly still, a silent, hooded figure facing down 2 enraged, armed men. The thug brandishing the knife lunged forward, aiming a swift stab. Simultaneously, his companion charged, swinging his blade with murderous intent. They assaulted him from both sides, a pincer attack designed to overwhelm any ordinary opponent. But Eugene was far from ordinary. He moved with a liquid, almost supernatural grace, weaving between their attacks and parrying their blades with nothing but his bare hands. In a blur of motion, he systematically dismantled their assault, sending them both sprawling to the cobblestones. With the confrontation finished in mere moments, he strode over to the last conscious thug and planted his boot firmly on the man's head. "You lot," he said. "You." His voice edged with clear annoyance. "Now tell me what this place is." He glanced at the others. "What, are they all out cold already?" "Whatever." He scoffs, giving the thug's head a dismissive kick, deciding it's far quicker to search for himself as he strides past. The bodies littering the squalid alley. He reaches the door they were guarding and, without breaking stride, smashes it to splinters with a single powerful kick. He steps through the ruined doorway into the building's dark, oppressive interior, where the air is thick with a strange, cloyingly sweet smoke. He recognizes it instantly. Drugs. His disgust deepens. He gets that his brother needs an escape, but this is just pathetic. Inside, a wolf-like beastman in a fancy suit jumps up, pointing a trembling finger. Who in the world are you?" The beastman, clearly the one in charge, glares at him with pure rage. "How did you get in here? There were supposed to be guards outside." Eugene cracks his knuckles, a dark, twisted grin spreading across his face. "Wow," he says, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "This is like a scene from some cheap Reborn Manhwa. A human, a beastman, and a demon all getting along. And partaking in illicit substances together. Isn't that just a beautiful picture of racial harmony?" The beastman roars, his patience finally gone. "Get rid of him." His men, a motley crew of humans and demons, charge forward. Eugene simply raises his hands, gathering glowing blue mana into 2 concentrated orbs. He unleashes the energy in a powerful blast that sends them all flying. The room is cleared in a single instant. He glares down at the downed beastman. "Where is Iod?" The beastman, bleeding from his mouth, just snarls in defiance. "Fine, don't say anything." Eugene's hand moves to the hilt of his sword. "I'll find him myself." The beastman and the other conscious demons flinch back in absolute terror as Eugene draws his sword, and it ignites with the brilliant light of his mana. He raises the blade high and brings it down with devastating force. A massive shockwave of pure energy erupts, tearing through the floor and walls as the force of the blast rips upward, blowing apart the room directly above him. Eugene stands over the terrified beastman, his sword resting on his shoulder. "I've checked the 1st and 2nd floors. He's not there," he says calmly. "The only place left is," he points his hand toward the ceiling, "the 3rd level." A concentrated beam of mana shoots from his fingertip, blasting a hole straight through what's left of the ceiling. He uses the force of the explosion to launch himself upwards, soaring through the falling debris. He lands perfectly on the 3rd floor amidst the rubble, and his senses confirm it. There is only one room left on this level, and he knows with absolute certainty that Iod is inside. The door to the room is cracked, leaking a foul dark energy that stains the air like black smoke. Just as he senses the dark power, a powerful wave of it erupts from the room. He pulls out the fragment of the moonlight sword as a massive torrent of red and black energy roars towards him. It is a killing blow, a blast of pure dark magic, but as it's about to hit, the small crystal in his hand flares brilliantly to life. The fragment of the moonlight sword effortlessly absorbs the entire attack, the dark energy vanishing into its crystalline structure. A slight smirk touches Eugene's lips. This thing works well. Even as a shattered piece, its unique ability to repel dark magic is still fully intact. He looks at the now quiet doorway, his smirk fading. That was dark magic. Behind the broken door, a cloaked figure holding a skull-topped staff stares in shock, wondering what kind of defense could have possibly blocked that spell. Eugene clenched his fist, trembling with unbridled rage. He vividly recalled the patriarch's solemn decree: a Lionheart must never under any circumstances. Impossible to ever get involved with dark magic. And yet right before him, his own kin, a direct descendant of Vermouth, was consorting with the forbidden arts. He calls out into the shadows a final offer of mercy. "Listen, if you flee now, I won't give chase." But his face twists into a mask of cold fury. Of absolute rage, his eyes igniting with the brilliant white light of his lineage's power. The time for questions has passed. This is no longer a rescue. This is no longer about saving a lost brother. This is about purging the stain on the Lionheart name with a tempest of righteous fire. A colossal wave of pure mana erupts from Eugene, a force so immense it trembles the very foundations of the building. It scours the area, blasting away every last vestige of dark magic. And at the epicenter stands Eugene, his magical disguise completely obliterated. His form is now wreathed in the signature white flame of the Lionheart clan. The dark mage can only stare in abject horror. That immense power, the white flames roaring like a lion's mane, it was like a scene from some epic Reborn Manhwa, and he realized with dawning dread exactly who he was facing. But the mage is not alone. His 2 demonic bodyguards step forward, positioning themselves to shield their master. Their imposing figures loom. Their monstrous nature is barely concealed beneath tailored suits, and their red eyes glow with a chilling menace. A cold, dangerous smile curls Eugene's lips. He recognizes them instantly. These are the very same 2 demons he encountered earlier, just before a sickening crackle of shifting bone fills the air. Their hands gruesomely transform into long, razor-sharp claws. Eugene doesn't so much as flinch, instead settling into his combat stance. His sword is held at the ready, the white flames of his power swirling around him like a protective cloak. His eyes are like cold hard steel. He's not just waiting. He's practically daring them to make the first move. They take the bait, lunging forward in a chaotic blur of motion. Eugene moves to intercept them, his sword becoming a flash of pure light as he spins directly into the heart of their assault, unleashing a devastating whirlwind of slashes. The very air seems to shred around his blade. The first demon doesn't even have a moment to scream before the storm of steel finds its mark. Its body is brutally torn asunder by the onslaught. The second demon lets out a guttural roar of pure rage and lunges. It lashes out with its claws, sending a streak of crimson energy hurtling straight for Eugene's throat. Eugene parries the attack effortlessly. He severs the demon's claws in a shower of Icarus black blood and follows through with a devastating counterattack, running the creature through. It dies before it can even register the pain. With only one demon remaining, Eugene doesn't waste a single second. He closes the distance in an instant. His hand shoots out, grabbing the demon's face in an iron grip. A brutal pulse of white-hot flame erupts from his palm. It incinerates the demon's head in a blinding flash of light. The headless corpse slumps lifelessly to the floor. Eugene stands over the carnage. His gaze is now fixed upon the terrified dark mage who is cowering in the corner. The last remnants of his disguise magic finally fade away. This reveals his true features, the unmistakable messy white hair and piercing golden eyes of a lion heart. The dark mage stammers, his mind reeling. He struggles to process what he's seeing. With eyes wide in terror, he finally recognizes the monstrously talented youth from the rumors. Eugene Lionheart, is that you? He whispers in disbelief. Eugene's eyes flare with raw power. Since you know my name, he snarls. Get out of my way! Sheer panic floods the mage's senses. He stumbles backward, attempting to plead for a chance to explain, but it's utterly useless. He can see the cold, unadulterated killing intent radiating from Eugene's eyes. Desperation takes hold as he realizes he has no other choice. Left with no alternative, he brandishes his staff, the skull's eyes igniting with a sinister red glow as he bellows, "Perish!" Unleashing a potent blast of dark magic erupts from the staff, screaming towards Eugene, yet he doesn't even flinch, simply raising his blade. His sword slices through the spell as if it were air, a single contemptuous swing bisecting the dark energy. In the next instant, he's on the mage, moving faster than the naked eye can possibly track. The mage is paralyzed by raw terror, cold sweat cascading down his face. This can't be happening. He's about to die. The chilling, unyielding steel of Eugene's sword finds his throat. "Don't move," Eugene commands, his voice a low, predatory growl. "Even twitch and I'll open your neck." With the mage effectively neutralized, Eugene's gaze finally sweeps across the rest of the chamber, and the sight that greets him sends a sliver of ice through his veins. There upon a stone slab lies his own brother, Eode. He's positioned at the very heart of a ritual circle, and before him sits a golden goblet cradling a pulsating, grotesque mass within. The thing is glowing with a sickly, faint blue light. "A ritual goblet," Eugene observes flatly before turning his piercing gaze back to the mage. "What's in it?" The terrified mage immediately spills his guts. It's a unicorn's heart. A legendary ingredient, my lord, possessing an immense amount of divine power, so much so that it's known as divine water. To offer one for a dark ritual, its value is simply beyond calculation. Eugene's eyes narrow on the mage. "Are you attempting to forge a pact with a demon king?" The man denies it with frantic desperation. He claims the ritual is for a far lesser demon, a mere baron named Ulfr of Helmud. "Who?" Eugene repeats unimpressed. The mage quickly explains that Ulfr is an incubus, nothing more than a subordinate to Duchess Noir Jabella, the Queen of the Night Witches. That name Noir Jabella ignites a flicker of memory from a past life. A succubus he encountered 300 years ago. This entire situation felt like a plot twist from a Reborn Manhwa. No demon king but a duchess was still a formidable power in the demon realm. Scorn drips from every word Eugene speaks. "So Iod wants to bind himself to some pathetic little incubus, a mere underling of Noir. Jabella. Is that the grand plan? He's sacrificing a unicorn's heart completely wasted and drugged out of his senses, all for that. Am I hearing this? Correctly." The mage collapses to his knees, pressing his forehead firmly against the cold stone floor. "It was Sir Iod's request. I swear he..." Screams. He wails that Iod provided all the funds and that he could never refuse a direct order from a member of the Lionheart clan. Eugene scoffs derisively. "I'm sure you couldn't. You were probably ecstatic, weren't you? The firstborn of the main Lionheart line hands you a priceless artifact and asks you to broker a deal with your demonic master." He gestures dismissively at the groveling mage. "If that contract had been completed, you would have received a massive surge in power yourself." Eugene's expression contorts with rage. "It was your own greed that fueled this entire mess, so stop passing the blame and shut your mouth if you value your life." The mage trembles, violently silenced by the sheer, overwhelming force of Eugene's fury. His business with the mage concluded, Eugene turns and strides toward the altar where Iod is sprawled. He gazes down at his brother's pathetic, intoxicated face, a line of drool escaping the corner of his mouth. A vein throbs angrily on Eugene's forehead. He pulls his hand back and delivers a single vicious slap across Iod's cheek. Iod's eyes snap open as blood trickles from his split lip, his mind reeling from the concussive shock. He struggles to sit up, dazed and utterly confused, stammering, Eugene." Eugene glares down at him, his golden eyes as cold and unforgiving as winter ice. "Are you back with us now? Oh, dear brother." He spits the word brother like a curse laced with pure, unadulterated disgust. Iod can only stare back the full crushing weight of his disgraceful predicament finally crashing down upon him. With the sting of the slap still burning on his cheek, Iod stares up at his younger brother, his whole mind a chaotic fog of narcotics and raw terror. He manages to stammer the only question he can formulate. Eugene, why? Why are you here? Eugene's response was chillingly simple. I followed you. He started to pace, his voice laced with a perilous calm. You know, I heard you were struggling, so I made an effort to be understanding. Your life is a disaster, so I tried to accept that you needed some space. But then he lunged forward, seizing Iod's face in a brutal grip, forcing their eyes to meet. His gaze burned with a cold fire. You do not get to meddle with dark magic. The words were an indictment. As a direct descendant of the Lionheart family, as an heir you dare attempt a contract with demons and an incubus of all things. Iodotes clutched his head, desperately trying to defend his actions. That wasn't something I could control. But Eugene had no patience for such pathetic excuses. He delivered another savage punch, snapping Iod's head back violently. Iod collapsed onto the altar, crying out in agony as Eugene loomed over his pathetic form. He pointed an accusatory finger. Have you any concept of what happens when you sign a contract with a demon? Your very soul becomes their property. If they command you to die, you die. If they command you to kill, you kill. Iodotes trembled as his own blood trickled down his face. Eugene was relentless. Did you think this was some cheap Reborn Manhwa plot where you're the only one affected? If you became a dark mage, you would have brought shame upon our entire family. And that's not the worst of it, Eugene roared. What if that demon commanded you to murder our parents, our siblings, and to plunder our family's treasures, Aunts? Aida desperately tried to reason with him. They promised I wouldn't have to obey every single command. I made a pact. Eugene exploded with fury. A promise with an incubus. Do you think demons operate like noble dragons or elves? Their promises are worthless. No need to follow every order. He continued, his voice dripping with utter scorn. That's technically true, assuming you're prepared to die for your defiance. He leaned in menacingly, his eyes hollow and haunting. But could you really do that, you? Who couldn't even confront reality, who had to retreat into booze and fantasies? The words struck their intended target. Iod hung his head in shame, offering no reply, but then something inside him snapped. The shame curdled into a bitter resentment. Tears mixed with blood and self-pity streamed down his face as he finally lashed out. You, what could you possibly know? How dare you humiliate me like this? A cruel, mocking smile spread across Eugene's face. Oh, that's right. You have your own special problems, is that it? Then by all means enlighten me, brother. The floodgates opened. Iod began to ramble, pouring out 4 long years of festering jealousy. You have no idea what it's like. Ever since you arrived, you've monopolized all the attention. He struggled to get to his knees, his voice cracking with emotion. As the adopted son, you received all of Father's backing. You don't know a single thing, Eugene stared at him in utter disbelief. You're making it sound as if you were somehow discriminated against. He jabbed a finger right in Iod's face, ticking off the facts one by one. You received the exact same support I did. You inherited the White Flame formula. You were even given the opportunity to become the disciple of a magic tower master in Aeroth, were you not? That's... Iod sputtered the undeniable truth, choking him as more tears fell. Eugene's voice turned to solid ice. Do you understand now? The reason I'm superior isn't because you were treated unfairly. It's because I was simply born better. As Iod whined that talent isn't something he can control, Eugene cut him off sharply. It's not just about talent. I was born better, and I also trained incomparably harder. Cyan and Seal are training their hearts out back at the estate, while you're here in Aeroth wasting away on delusions and cheap thrills. His eyes began to glow with a menacing light. And you genuinely believed you could become the patriarch by borrowing someone else's power from a demon. At that, Iode finally breaks completely. I don't want to be the patriarch, he sobs. He screams out his pathetic ultimate desire. I'm going to become a dark mage and go to the demon world. There I'll finally be recognized for my true worth. Eugene has heard more than enough. He doesn't even let him finish. He just punches him. A brutal uppercut sends Iode flying across the entire room. He crashes hard to the ground, a bloody, broken mess. But Eugene isn't done. He stomps on him again and again. Iode can only scream, choking on the taste of his own blood. Eugene finally stops standing over his brother's crumpled form. What did you just say? His eyes are wide with an entirely new kind of fury. A Lionheart, a descendant of the Great Vermouth, wants to be recognized by demons? Is this some pathetic plot from a cheap Reborn Manhwa you've been reading? Do you really think they will ever see your value? He brushes his hair back, his expression one of utter undisguised contempt. I think you are misunderstanding something fundamental. Brother, outside of being the first son of the Lionheart family, you have no value at all. That final cruel truth shatters whatever was left of Ioda's fragile spirit. You've been given everything others could only dream of, Eugene says, his voice dripping with disgust, and you're still here crying and whining about it. He turns his back on him, pulling out his communication device. I'm done listening to you. You can try talking to Sir Reborn. A short while later, guards from the Red Magic Tower arrive. Eugene simply points to the captured Dark Mage. Take him. Reborn arrives himself, standing beside Eugene as the guards secure the prisoners. The Tower Master's face is a mask of cold, unforgiving fury. He looks at Yoda with eyes full of rage and bitter disappointment. Yoda flinches under his piercing gaze. Red Magic Tower, Master. And seeing the evidence of the ritual, Yoda panics, trying to deny everything. I didn't do it. I didn't get into dark magic. He pleads desperately. Rebarian's response is sharp and unforgiving. But you tried to Sir Yoda, he says, his voice echoing in the ruined room. You have shamed the Lionheart name. His anger builds with every word. You have insulted Lord Gilad, who trusted me with your education. You have insulted the mages of this tower who taught you, and you have insulted me. Yoda tries to make another pathetic excuse. No, that's not what I meant to do. Rebarian clenches his fist, cutting him off. If you make any more excuses, I will be forced to punish you for those insults myself, and I would very much like to. His voice rises to a furious shout. If you wish to make excuses, make them to Lord Gilad and Lady Theonis, the very ones who sent you here. The weight of it all finally crushes Yoda, and he begins to retch his body, convulsing with sobs. Rebarian turns to Eugene, his expression grim. Let's head back. The scene shifts to a formal meeting room in the Red Tower. Well, after midnight, Rebarian called an emergency meeting. Yoda's parents, the patriarch Gilad and his wife Theonis, have arrived. Their faces are etched with sorrow and barely contained anger. Rebarian's gaze shifts to the door, as does everyone else's. With a soft click, the door opens. A new figure enters, dressed in an elegant coat and dark sunglasses that hide his eyes. He gives a polite bow. Nice to meet you. I am Balsac Ludbeth, the master of the Black Magic Tower. Eugene's eyes widen. Balsac Ludbeth, a man who has led the Black Magic Tower for decades and one of the 3 legendary mages who signed a contract with the Demon King of Incarceration. Balsac looks up, and behind his dark glasses, through his spectacles, a malevolent red light glints, and a faint knowing smirk tugs at his lips as the tension in the meeting room becomes almost suffocating. For Theonis Iod's mother, the mere presence of the Black Tower's master is an egregious affront, her eyes practically igniting with fury. She glares daggers at Balzac, hissing, "How dare you even sit there?" Yet Balzac remains impeccably composed, his expression completely inscrutable. He's a mask behind those dark lenses, even as Theonis unleashes the full force of her maternal wrath upon him, prompting Rebarian to intervene and attempt to defuse the situation. I implore you to calm yourself, Lady Theonis. He pleads gently. The master of the Black Magic Tower is not directly connected to this incident. That is precisely the wrong thing to say. Theonis slams her palms on the table, her voice rising to a shriek. He attempted to lure my Iod into dark magic, and you claim the Black Magic Tower has no part in it. Do you truly expect me to believe such a blatant lie? Balzac finally speaks, his voice a silken, unnerving calm. The Black Magic Tower does not oversee every practitioner of dark arts in Roth. He clarifies that the dark mage in question is an independent agent registered with the Mage Guild and has no affiliation with his tower. Theonis remains unconvinced. Even so, she begins, only to be cut short by her husband Gilead, the Lionheart Patriarch. His voice is low and heavy with authority. If the Black Magic Tower was not involved, then explain your presence here, Master Balzac. Leaning forward just slightly, Balzac offers to take responsibility. Gilead's expression clouds with confusion. Responsibility first, Balzac then begins to explain. Centuries ago, the study of dark magic was a capital offense, but everything shifted after Vermouth the Great forged a pact with the Demon King of Incarceration. Consequently, it is no longer illicit. The present era is different. He states his words directed squarely at Gilead. Introducing an individual to dark magic is not considered a crime anymore. I am present merely out of deference to the Lionheart family. Gilead's eyes narrow. That is not a pleasant sentiment. It sounds as though you are demeaning yourself for the sake of our family's honor, despite having no obligation to do so. A small, predatory smile touches Balzac's lips. Precisely. However, as I have no desire to make an enemy of the Lionheart family, I have come here to accept responsibility. He then outlines the repercussions. The illicit substance offenses will be adjudicated under the laws of Arath. The denizens of that establishment will be incarcerated, and the succubus creatures will face appropriate sanctions. Theonis interjects, her voice sharp with suspicion. So what responsibility precisely are you taking? Balzac's voice lowers, acquiring a sinister edge. I will personally sever the head of Baron Olo the Incubus, who attempted to forge a contract with your son. As if summoned by his words, a faint wisp of black smoke begins to rise from the candles adorning the table. Balzac raises a single finger, and a flicker of dark purple flame materializes at its tip. He cradles the flame in his palm as his voice transforms, taking on a deeper, more resonant timbre. The Demon King of Incarceration has a message to convey. Eugene's eyes widen in shock. He feels the immense suffocating pressure emanating from that name alone, the Demon King of Incarceration. Balzac begins to channel his master dark arcane runes, swirling around his hands as the voice that emerges is no longer his. It is the very voice of the Demon King. The Demon King of Incarceration is greatly displeased that Vermouth's beloved lineage has been targeted. It is for this reason he has decreed the beheading of one Juan Ofer. The words reverberate in Eugene's mind. This all feels like a scene from a dark Reborn Manhwa, but the burning rage 3 centuries old that ignites within him is terrifyingly real. Gilead feels a similar chill. A cold fury settles upon his features, his own profound pride wounded by the Demon King's condescending pronouncement. A chilling assertion of dominance. The oppressive aura finally recedes as the macabre performance concludes. Balzac offers a slight, almost mocking bow of his head. I extend my sincerest apologies once more, Patriarch. While this may do little to quell your anger, please understand that both the Black Magic Tower and the Demon King of Incarceration sincerely wish to placate the esteemed Lionheart family. Gilead remained utterly silent, his expression a grim, unreadable mask. Balzac straightened up. With that, Meba, he said, I shall look forward to our next encounter, hopefully under more amicable circumstances. As he pivoted to depart, his eyes concealed by dark lenses lingered on Eugene for just a fleeting moment. A faint predatory smirk ghosted across his lips, a silent acknowledgement that went completely unnoticed by the others. Eugene, however, met his gaze with a glare, the pure hatred for the man and his master blazing in his eyes. The whole scene felt like it was ripped from a twisted Reborn Manhwa. Balzac then made his exit, leaving a heavy, poisonous silence in his wake. Overwhelmed, Gilead covered his face with his hand, the immense weight of the shame and political pressure threatening to crush him. Theonis turned to Eugene, her voice taut with strain. Eugene, I apologize, but could you please leave the room for a moment? Of course, Eugene replied, rising to his feet without another word. The moment the door closed behind him, the fragile peace shattered completely. Gilead was the first to speak, his voice laden with exhaustion. It appears we have made a grave error, Sir Rebarian. This is entirely due to my own negligence. Rebarian shook his head in disagreement. Not at all. The fault lies with me for being overly harsh with Sir Eod. Gilead's resolve visibly hardened. I will be bringing Iod back to the main family estate. Theonis stared at her husband in absolute horror. There's no need for that. Is there? She pleaded frantically. It's not as if he's truly fallen to dark magic. He merely experimented with it. As she clutched his arm, her arguments growing more desperate. He made a single mistake. I promise he won't do it again. I am certain he'll take this as a lesson and apply himself with even greater diligence. Gilead cut her off, his voice as firm as stone. In our family's 300-year history, the main bloodline has never once produced a dark mage. I will not be swayed from my decision. Even though he is my own son, what Iod has done has tarnished our family's name. I can no longer permit him to remain in Arath. Theonis erupted, but there's no place for him back at the main estate. She pointed out that while Iod was struggling here, his younger siblings were earning accolades back home. There is no room for a failure like him there. He must remain in Arath. Her grief quickly soured into bitter accusation. You've done nothing for him. You only ever doted on that woman, Ancilla, her children, and that adopted boy who isn't even of our blood. Gilead looked at her, his expression a portrait of deep, weary sadness. Is that truly what you think? I provided all the children with what they desired without any discrimination. He stated, his voice strained. I sent Iod here because he expressed a desire to learn magic. If you genuinely cared for Iod... He began, but Theonis slammed her hand on the table, cutting him off mid-sentence, lost in her own hysterical tirade. You should have done whatever was necessary to make him Sir Rebarian's pupil. If you were so concerned he might stray from the path, you should have assigned someone to watch over him. Gilead couldn't endure any more of it. He buried his head in his hands. Please just stop. Stop humiliating our family and me any further than you already have. His voice was a broken whisper. Shame, don't be absurd, she shrieked. If he returns to the main estate now, I am the one who will perish from the humiliation if you insist on bringing Iod back. She declared, her voice trembling with rage. Then I will take him to my parents' home. Instead, I refuse to allow him to stay at the main residence. I'd much prefer he study magic at my family's estate, far from all this suffocating pressure. Gad remained silent, for a long, heavy moment, utterly defeated. If that is truly what you desire, he says, looking at his wife with eyes clouded by pain, and if that's what I wish for as well, then you may do as you please. Having been dismissed, Eugene begins his solitary walk down the dark, oppressive corridor of the tower. Suddenly, a silken voice emerges from the shadows behind him. Eugene Lionheart. Might we have a word? Eugene pivots to find Balzac standing there, that same indecipherable predatory smile plastered across his face. A faint glint of red light flashing behind his dark spectacles. The family meeting was a disaster, and just when Eugene thinks his life can't get more complicated like some twisted Reborn Manhwa plot, the one person in the world he wants to see least materializes in his path, the Black Tower Master. Balzac stops him with a slick smile, remarking that the earlier situation was hardly conducive to a proper chat. Eugene's expression instantly hardens, his golden eyes narrowing with undisguised contempt. A proper conversation with a dark mage. He would literally rather do anything else. A knowing, almost mocking smile plays on Balzac's lips as he feels the pure animosity radiating from Eugene in waves, and he casually points it out as if it's all part of some amusing game, but Eugene isn't playing. His voice is ice-sharp and laced with a hatred that feels centuries old. He informs Balzac that it's nothing personal. He simply despises all dark mages. Balzac just shrugs, feigning understanding. He acknowledges that for the past 300 years, the reputation of dark mages hasn't been what one might call stellar. He then attempts to paint himself as an innocent party, claiming it's rather upsetting to be judged for things he personally has had no hand in. With a disarming smile, he essentially says, hate the magic, not the mage. Eugene merely stares back, his silence speaking volumes. He isn't buying this smooth, manipulative performance for a single second. Changing tactics. Balzac clears his throat and begins to shower Eugene with praise. Recalling his legendary performance during the succession ceremony years ago, he continues mentioning Eugene's astonishing progress with magic and how he even secured a recommendation to the prestigious Acreon. The man has clearly done his homework. Balzac then leans in his voice, dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Claiming the responsibility he's shouldered comes with a certain benefit for Eugene. Eugene's eyes narrow in suspicion. He's immediately on guard, demanding to know precisely what he's talking about. Balzac explains that gaining entry into Acreon isn't so simple. A recommendation from the Red Tower Master alone is insufficient. The other Tower Masters would likely reject Eugene out of sheer principle. And then with that confident, predatory smile, Balzac presents his offer. He, the master of the Black Magic Tower, will personally pen a letter of recommendation for Eugene. Eugene remains wary. This is no act of kindness. He asks flatly why Balzac would do such a thing for him. Balzac lays out his seemingly flawless logic. He's interested in Eugene's talent, of course, but frankly, his relationship with the Red Tower Master is abysmal. So he figures if he supports Levelion's chosen candidate, perhaps the old mage will despise him just a little bit less. Plus, it allows him to make a good impression on the powerful Lionheart family. It's a win-win situation from his perspective. Eugene has heard enough. He cuts him off abruptly. If Balzac writes the letter, he will accept it. But he makes one thing crystal clear: this gesture does not make them allies. For Balzac, that's a flawless result. A self-satisfied smirk plays on his lips. He muses that simply not being despised further is sufficient. He claims that was his only intention and pivots to depart, offering a hollow apology for delaying Eugene. But Eugene isn't finished. He halts him one final time, his voice cutting like a razor. "Were you truly uninvolved with my brother?" Balzac freezes his back, remaining turned to Eugene. Without even a glance, he declares his immense pride in being a dark mage. His tone is steeped in arrogance as he elaborates that an incompetent mage is a disgrace to their entire craft. He insinuates that someone as utterly useless as his brother was far beneath his consideration, regardless of his family name. At last he turns, inquiring if that answer suffices. An unspoken menace lingers in the atmosphere. While his brother was insignificant, Eugene is an entirely different matter. The image of his pathetic, weeping brother flashes through Eugene's mind, and his face twists in revulsion as he turns and strides away. The vile conversation was Back in the solitude of his room, Eugene sits gazing at the reward from this entire ordeal, a luminous, ethereal orb pulsating on the table. It is a unicorn's heart, a priceless artifact of pure condensed mana, the very item Yod had intended to sacrifice. He recalls his adoptive father Gilead presenting it to him, stating that for thwarting Yod's disgraceful act, Eugene had earned a suitable reward. Eugene is well aware there are numerous ways to utilize a treasure of this caliber. He could forge it into a powerful item or use it as a catalyst, but for him, the decision is crystal clear. He places his hand directly over the heart, a confident smirk touching his lips. Absorbing the mana directly is the most straightforward path. He can sense its incredible power. It contains remarkably few impurities, rendering it perfect for direct absorption. Without a moment's hesitation, he commences. A torrent of raw, azure energy erupts from the heart, surging directly into his arm. As his body becomes saturated with this newfound power, a triumphant grin spreads across his face. With this boost, he'll achieve the 4th star level before he even reaches the age of 20. He chuckles to himself. The entire Lionheart family would faint if they heard. In 300 years, no one has ever reached that level before adulthood. It's the kind of insane progress you'd only see in a Reborn Manhwa. He thinks of the family's current powerhouses, Gilead and Jian, both at the 6th star. Attaining that level solidifies your place among the nation's strongest, but Eugene has no intention of merely being a prodigy. He clenches his fist, his eyes blazing with ambition. If he's going to do this, he's pushing all the way to the 5th star. He intends to channel every single ounce of his experience as Hamel into the white flame method that his rival created, forging a power that will eclipse anything the world has ever witnessed. But just as he is consumed by this intense ambition, the entire atmosphere is shattered. Levelion, the supposedly dignified Red Tower Master, barges in looking completely unhinged, screaming about some giant's family jewels costing 30 million CL. Eugene's expression contorts into a mask of pure, unfiltered annoyance. Levelion seizes him, insisting they must rush to the bank before the auction house offers the item to the next in line. All Eugene wants is for the man to let go. Hauled there against his will, they arrive at the bank, a flustered Levelion and an exceptionally irritated Eugene standing before the teller. To expedite the process, Eugene slaps his black card down on the counter. The teller's eyes practically pop out of his head. A black card? He's never actually seen one up close. Instantly. The teller's professional demeanor evaporates as he begins to fawn over Eugene, who shuts him down with a single ice-cold figure. With the payment handled, as they step out of the bank, Reborn is practically buzzing, with a disturbing level of excitement, informing Eugene that the item will be delivered shortly. He's giddy at the prospect of witnessing a giant's family jewels up close and personal, and the pure, unadulterated joy on his face is profoundly creepy. Eugene stares at him, utterly baffled. You seriously want me to trek all the way over there just to look at a giant's nether regions? Have you lost your mind? But then a thought ignites in his mind. He stops stroking his chin thoughtfully. After a brief pause, he lets out a sigh of weary resignation. Fine, whatever, let's go. Rebarian is absolutely ecstatic, mistakenly believing Eugene shares his peculiar interest, and he even generously offers to share some of the essence. Eugene shuts that idea down instantly. I'm not consuming any of that. As they head back, he clarifies his position. He couldn't care less about the giant's anatomy. What has captured his attention is the renowned red flame method used by Gargus, the very man who purchased the bizarre artifact. He wants to observe how a different flame technique stacks up against the Lionheart's signature white flame. This is a priceless opportunity to gather intel and further his own power. With that, they re-enter the bustling main hall of the auction house. Eugene casually surveys the throng of people when abruptly he freezes in place. His face becomes an emotionless mask. Huh. A shockwave courses through his body. His eyes fly wide in disbelief, his pupils contracting to tiny dots. He has just witnessed the impossible. Without uttering a single word, he bolts. He leaps effortlessly over a stone balustrade, leaving a bewildered Rebarian shouting his name in his wake. He plows directly into the dense crowd, his movements urgent and desperate, paying no mind to the people he shoves aside. His thoughts are a chaotic blur. Could it really be? His heart thunders against his ribs as a cold sweat slicks his brow. People protest as he barrels past, but their shouts are just distant noise. He hears nothing. His focus is a laser. An inner voice shrieks with certainty. There's no way I saw that wrong, that uniquely ethereal light. Purple hair, a shade that could only manifest in someone possessing a truly divine quantity of mana. His boots hammer against the stone floor as he gives chase, and then he sees her again. There in the distance, a girl wearing a witch's hat is walking away, her long and absolutely unmistakable. Light purple hair trailing behind her like a silken banner. His breath hitches. This can't be happening. A single name escapes his lips, a whisper of disbelief. It's a ghost from his life 3 centuries past, a cherished friend he was certain was gone forever. Sienna. The girl keeps walking, blissfully unaware that a fragment of her long-forgotten past is staring at her frozen from across the hall. His entire world has just been violently flipped on its axis. His heart pounds a frantic rhythm as he rapidly closes the gap. After 300 years of being dead, of believing everyone he ever knew was dust, and yet she's right here, Sienna, just a few feet away. For the very first time in this second life, he is utterly paralyzed. What could he possibly say? How does one even begin a conversation after 3 centuries of silence? This whole situation feels like a plot twist from some wild, reborn manhwa. She looks identical, perfectly preserved in time by her immense magic, but he's a different person. He wears the face of Eugene Lionheart now. She would never recognize him. He can already picture the disastrous conversation. Hey Sienna, it's me, Hamel. So I died and I was reborn as a descendant of our sworn rivals. She would probably just deck him and tell him to stop spouting nonsense. A faint nostalgic smirk plays on his lips. Yes, even after 300 years, he's positive she's still as wonderfully foul-mouthed as he remembers. He can't wait to find out. Casting all hesitation aside, he reaches out his hand and calls her name. Sienna. His fingertips are inches away, about to make contact with her shoulder, but his hand passes straight through her. A faint shimmering ripple of blue mana is the only sensation he feels as his hand phases through her form as if she were a hologram. His eyes widen in absolute shock. What just happened? A single chilling thought pierces his mind. Could she be a ghost? He snatches his hand back, his eyes fixed on the girl who isn't truly present. No, not an apparition. This is something else entirely. His hope crashes as the grim reality sets in. This is nothing more than a hallucination, a mere magical projection. She isn't actually here. His hand drops limply to his side, the crushing disappointment almost too heavy to bear. He stands rooted to the spot, utterly defeated as the crowd continues to flow past him, completely oblivious to the phantom from his past standing in their very midst. But then the projection freezes and slowly it begins to turn. Her face comes into full view and her sharp, intelligent eyes lock directly onto his. Eugene freezes, the breath catching in his throat. She's looking right at him. A faint, knowing smile spreads across her lips. Shadowed and mysterious, they begin to part. She's about to speak and a single silent word takes shape. As the word is formed, her image dissolves into a cascade of shimmering blue particles, like a flock of ethereal butterflies. They swirl into the air and vanish completely, leaving Eugene standing utterly alone. He replays the moment, that silent word echoing in his mind. Found. And in his mind, he answers the unspoken part. Me. A slow, wide grin stretches across his face, pure, unadulterated joy illuminating his features. It wasn't random at all. She was searching for him. She found him. She actually found him as her final trace fades away. He turns, a newfound energy surging through his steps. I found you too. He whispers, his voice thick with relief and determination. A single name, a solemn promise hangs in the air. Sienna Murdain. A short while later, Eugene finds himself leaning against a railing, overlooking the bustling street below. His mind racing a mile a minute. The conclusion is undeniable. Sienna is alive, and that projection was definitive proof she was actively searching for him. But how could she have known? Did she sense his soul just as the storm spirit Tempest had? Or was there another explanation? He instinctively fingers the red jewel at his neck. Could this be the reason? It all points to one incredible fact. She knew he was reincarnated. This wasn't some generic plot from a Reborn manhwa. But the fact that she sent a projection means she cannot move freely. His expression instantly darkens. In that case, she must be sealed away. The image of her bound in magical chains flashes through his mind. But who could have sealed her? Was it her own doing, or was it the demon king of incarceration? Either way, her message was crystal clear. A fierce, confident smile returns to his face as he gazes out at the sprawling city. You came looking for me this time, so I'll be the one to find you next. Just then, Reberion finally catches up to him, breathlessly calling his name. The Red Tower Master looks deeply concerned. Master looks, demanding to know why he bolted off in such a hurry. Eugene doesn't even bother to turn around. His mind is preoccupied with far greater matters. He dismisses him with a curt "none of your business" and announces it's time to head back. They soon arrive at Gargus's residence. The man himself greets them asking, "You want me to demonstrate the red flame method?" His expression is one of pure confusion. As a Lionheart from the main family, Eugene is already a master of the far superior white flame method. He questions why Eugene is suddenly interested in his collateral family's technique. Eugene offers a simple excuse, claiming he's merely curious. Gargus just shrugs. It's nothing difficult. He then begins to gather his mana. A loud grunt escapes him as he flexes his muscles with an intensity that seems entirely over the top. Eugene watches on, thoroughly unimpressed. Is all of that really necessary to use the red flame method? Gargus insists it's merely a mental ritual, striking another utterly ridiculous pose. Eugene just sighs in resignation. Right, just do what you want. Gargus takes a deep, sharp breath, his expression hardening as a single flame flickers to life. Then with a guttural roar, his entire body explodes in a formidable red aura. A wave of fire billows out, saturating the air with scorching heat as Gargus stands at its epicenter, now at full power. Eugene observes with keen focus, deconstructing the technique as the first question forms in his mind. It's about the core, the very heart of a warrior's mana. Gargus begins to explain that through the tireless efforts of his forefathers, his family managed to evolve the technique, successfully elevating its star count to 5. He adds that only a handful of branch families have ever succeeded in pushing their methods to the 5-star level. He flexes once more, boasting that he himself has already achieved 2 stars, but Eugene's mind is racing far ahead, connecting the pieces, even for an elite branch family. Their absolute ceiling is 5 stars. It's a system reminiscent of a classic Reborn Manhwa, revealing a fundamental gap. The true White Flame method was reserved exclusively for the main family. This was Vermouth's design to guarantee his direct lineage would forever remain superior, creating a chasm that could never be bridged. Yet as Eugene stands there, a seed of doubt takes root. The Vermouth he remembered was never this kind of petty individual. Something feels fundamentally wrong. His eyes narrow in thought. He had briefly considered learning the Red Flame method, but after witnessing its inherent limitations, he understands there's no longer a point. Impressive. He offers Gargus a nonchalant wave and begins to depart. Gargus calls out, "You're taking off already. The giant's special ingredients are just about to arrive." Eugene simply offers a dismissive gesture over his shoulder. "Feel free to enjoy those all by yourself." The scene shifts back to the Red Magic Tower deep within its basement, inside Eugene's personal laboratory. He stands alone in the vast empty chamber, his strategy crystallizing. Sienna's final writings are kept at the Great Magic Academy Acreon. The name of her private grimoire, her spellbook, flashes through his mind. Witchcraft. If her writings are truly at Acreon, they must contain clues about her current whereabouts, or the method used to seal her away. And his path forward is clear, paved with recommendations from both the Red and Black Tower Masters. He is certain he can gain entry. His gaze falls upon the small luminous fragment suspended in the air, a piece of the Moonlight Sword. "You've been waiting for 300 long years." He thinks, a quiet resolve settling on his face. "A little while longer won't make a difference, will it, Sienna?" He positions himself before the floating fragment, poised to commence the next stage of his training. He is intimately aware of this sword's power. Even a slight touch from the complete weapon could shatter the very structure of any mana. This tiny shard won't be able to nullify high-level magic, but it can certainly disperse lower-level spells, and that is precisely what he needs for the training he has devised. Alright, let's begin. He draws his blade and releases his own mana, forming several small, stable orbs of pure energy. The objective is straightforward. If his mana can endure contact with that fragment without destabilizing, a wild, determined grin spreads across his face as his white flame aura flares to life. Then it means my mana's unity will have surpassed the known limitations of the white flame method. For several days now, the Red Magic Tower has been trembling from constant explosions, and one young mage is on the verge of discovering the cause. A girl named Mel glances up from her book, alarmed, and asks if that racket is originating from his research chamber. A junior mage confirms her suspicion, his face pale with anxiety. He tells her that for the last few days, there has been an unending series of explosions. Mel listens intently, her expression shifting to one of deep concern. She makes a decision. Mel makes her decision. She will check on him herself. Besides, she has an errand for the Tower Master, which serves as the perfect excuse. With a determined stride, she walks down the grand empty hallway, heading directly toward the source of the commotion. She reaches a large, reinforced door and knocks firmly, calling out, "Sir Eugene, are you in there?" Before she can finish, the entire door is blown clean off its hinges by a massive shockwave from within the violent blast of wind, sending her hat flying. She stumbles back, shouting his name in a panic, "Sir Eugene, are you okay?" But the words die in her throat. The smoke clears to reveal Eugene shirtless and drenched in sweat, his body coiled with power as he crosses his arms to block the aftershock of his own training. He lets out a sharp breath, relaxing his stance as the room around him is revealed to be a complete disaster. The stone floor is cracked and a massive hole has been blasted into the far wall, leaving Mel completely stunned and blushing slightly. She stammers his name, asking what on earth he could possibly be doing, but Eugene answers casually as if the destruction is a perfectly normal sight. He was just training his mana, he says, along with some magic. Magic training, she asks, her confusion growing. She scans the wrecked room but sees no magic circles, which are absolutely required for casting spells. Her eyes then land on the small glowing fragment of the moonlight sword hovering in the center of the room, and she notes how the walls and floor are shattered all around it, yet that one fragment is completely unharmed. Eugene holds up his hand. To demonstrate our schwachers, he says like this, Fuivon, and a fireball ignites in his palm before he unleashes a massive torrent of flame, a first circle. Spell that looks anything but basic. Then with his other hand, he fires off a magic missile, but instead of letting them fly, he directs the two spells onto a collision course. They slam into each other with a deafening boom, creating a huge explosion. Mel watches speechless as Eugene stands casually amidst the fallout of his own chaotic magic. Her mind struggles to process what she just saw. His casting speed was unbelievable, and he's using his own mana core as if it were a magic circle. It's a feat straight out of a Reborn Manhwa, something that should be impossible, and the power... His mana's unity is just so strong. How could a simple fireball and magic missile be that destructive? She ventures to ask if he's practicing some form of warfare magic. Eugene shakes his head, explaining that he's just been training the mana itself, and that he's finally making some progress. A confident, almost feral grin crosses his face as he explains that at first the moonlight sword fragment would disperse his magic before it could even form, but now he can force his mana to hold together, creating an explosion right next to it. He's training his magic to defy a force designed to destroy it. Mel beams, her worry completely replaced with admiration. That's incredible. When she confesses that she heard the explosions and was worried he'd hurt himself, prompting Eugene to look at her a little surprised. Did you come all this way just because you were worried? He asks. She quickly adds that the Tower Master also wants to see him. Eugene nods, grabbing his shirt. He then asks if Rorian is on the top floor, but Mel shakes her head. No, she tells him the Tower Master is in the Royal Library. His eyes narrow. Acreon. The scene shifts to the capital of Aroth, a magnificent city of 5 towering spires. At its very center rests the royal castle Abram, a fortress built in the middle of a great lake. The castle can only be reached by boat, as no floating carriages or teleportation magic can cross the water. It's all because of a massive ancient demon sealing circle that envelops the entire lake and castle, a legendary gift from Sienna the Wise. Forged hundreds of years ago as a token of friendship, its power has never once faded. As Mel explains this incredible history, Eugene gazes out at the distant castle, a single word escaping his lips: insane. He is witnessing firsthand the sheer, unbelievable scale of his old friend's power. He admits to himself that while he's learned a fair bit about magic, the very idea of surrounding an entire castle with a single, permanent demon-sealing circle seems completely impossible. Mel notices his transfixed stare and playfully asks if he wants to pay a visit. Eugene quickly looks away, claiming he was just observing. He knows it's not the kind of place you can visit simply because you feel like it. Mel nods, confirming that only the Magic Tower Masters and the absolute highest echelons of nobility are permitted inside Abram. She then adds that even the Tower Masters are incapable of using their magic within the castle walls. The only ones who can are the royal family and the castle mages, who have sworn an unbreakable oath of loyalty. Eugene immediately catches the subtle implication. Does that mean the Tower Masters haven't sworn loyalty to the royal family? Mel clarifies that they operate under a mutual cooperation agreement with the kingdom, not a vow of servitude. She explains that it is the parliament, not the castle, that has a deep-seated relationship with the magic towers, creating an incredibly delicate balance of power. Not that they're adversaries, she adds with a small smile, though the political tension is undeniably palpable. They finally arrive at their destination, the Royal Library Acreon. It is a breathtakingly beautiful structure, a true cathedral of knowledge. As they stand before its grand entrance, Mel turns to Eugene, holding up 3 fingers. She informs him that 3 people disagreed with his recommendation. She lists them off: the masters of the Blue Tower, the Green Tower, and the Mage Guild. If he can win their recognition, he will be able to get in. The challenge has been laid down. She announces that she'll be leaving now, leaving him to face the council alone. She turns back one last time, her face a complex mixture of nervousness and encouragement. Sir Eugene, try not to be too nervous, and good luck. Eugene offers her a relaxed smile and a confident thumbs up. Yeah, thanks. He then steps into a vast circular hall. Seated in balconies high above him are the most powerful mages in the kingdom, every one of them looking down on him. He announces himself with a clear, unwavering voice. I am Eugene Lionheart. He takes stock of the figures. First a Tremple, the wizard captain of the castle's mages. Next he sees his sponsor, the Red Tower Master, Rorian Serpis. Then a dissenter, the Green Tower Master, Generic Osman, and his most outspoken opponent, the burly and stern Blue Tower Master, Herod. He also spots the beautiful and aloof White Tower Master, Melkith El Haya. His other more suspicious sponsor, the Black Tower Master, Balsac Ludbeath, watches on with a smug grin. And finally the last dissenter, the severe-looking Mage Guild Master, Edgar Gyron. A voice calls out from a central balcony, telling him to raise his head. The speaker is a friendly-looking young man with glasses who introduces himself as Honain Abram, the Crown Prince of Aeroth. He mentions that he's been hearing Eugene's name for years and has always wanted to meet him. Eugene instantly recognizes the name. Honain is a famous genius in his own right, the first successor to ever reach the 5th circle of magic before even becoming an adult. A feat worthy of any protagonist in a Reborn manhwa. The Blue Tower Master then speaks up, his voice booming with skepticism. He says he's heard plenty about Eugene and that the masters of the Red and Black Towers have been aggressively pushing for his acceptance, gazing down at Eugene with a dismissive expression. While acknowledging Eugene's renowned talent, he's quick to point out that swordsmanship and magic are two entirely separate realms. The doubt in his mind is palpable. How could a mere 17-year-old who has only just begun studying magic possibly merit a recommendation to Acreon? He's already concluded this is nothing more than a political maneuver, a case of Rebarian aiding an old friend's family and Balzac attempting to curry favor with the Lionhearts to atone for the recent incident. Eugene, however, doesn't waste time on justifications. He cuts straight to the heart of the matter, asking, "I understand, then what must I do to gain entry into Acreon?" And Ruarian leans forward, laying out the terms of their test. Eugene is to demonstrate his magic, and the esteemed and sagacious mages assembled here will pass judgment upon it. He scoffs, adding that under normal circumstances a candidate would also be required to present dissertations and research papers. But he adds with a sneer he presumes Eugene has nothing of the sort to offer. Standing tall and completely unfazed in the center of the hall, Eugene simply states, "Very well, I shall begin now." His eyes suddenly blaze with a golden light as his mana begins to surge powerfully. It's time to reveal the true extent of his capabilities. With every single eye in the hall fixed upon him, Eugene assumes his stance. There is no chanting, no intricate weaving of a spell. He simply focuses, and around him, a flawless circle of pure shimmering mana materializes. A torrent of blue flame, the manifestation of his signature white flame mana, erupts into being. Yet this display is more controlled, more refined than anything he has shown before. This isn't merely a spell, it's a declaration. He stands in the heart of the vast chamber, his power a visible blazing aura as he gazes up at the council members, who are now all leaning forward intently in their seats. High above the Blue Tower, Master Haraduaf lets out a low, thoughtful grunt. Even from his vantage point, he can perceive that there is something fundamentally different about the magic he is witnessing. Captain Tremple is the first to break the silence, pointing out the utter impossibility of what they are seeing. A mage's core and their magic circle are meant to be distinct entities, yet Eugene is somehow utilizing multiple cores to form the circle itself, a technique completely unknown to any of them. Balzac leans towards the Mage Guildmaster, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips. He whispers that Eugene has achieved this after only 4 years of training, a testament to his extraordinary level of mastery. Meanwhile, the Green Tower Master Generique strokes his beard, still unconvinced. He mutters that while Eugene's control is indeed impressive, it requires far more than mere control to truly grasp the profound depths of magic. Down on the floor, Eugene continues his demonstration. The blue flames recede, and in one palm a vortex of wind magic begins to swirl, gathering with a silent, intense energy. In his other hand, a raging fireball ignites into existence. He holds two opposing elements simultaneously, perfectly balanced and completely stable. Then, without uttering a single word, both spells dissipate. In their place, a blade of pure, sharp energy materializes in the air directly before him. Captain Tremple can no longer conceal his shock. To shift between elements so flawlessly without any incantations is like a cheat code from a Reborn manhwa. It proves Eugene possesses an instinctual and perfect comprehension of magic. A sharp voice suddenly cuts through the stunned silence. It belongs to the skeptical Green Tower Master. He demands to know if Eugene can wield both his magic and his sword aura in tandem. His gaze is a direct challenge, a deliberate push to discover the true depths of the young Lionheart's talent. A slow, knowing smirk spreads across Eugene's face. This was the precise question he had been anticipating. His hand drops to the hilt of his sword as his signature white flame mana surges around him once more, and the White Tower Master watches with sharp, undivided attention. An almost imperceptible twitch of her finger is the only hint of her surprise as Eugene draws his blade in a flash. It's instantly enveloped in a brilliant blue aura humming with restrained power. But he's not finished. With his empty hand, he forges a second sword, this one made entirely of swirling mana. He now stands with two blades, one of steel and one of sorcery. The Blue Tower Master is floored. The mana circle around Eugene hasn't wavered in the slightest. He's simultaneously channeling aura into his sword while maintaining a perfect magic circle, breaking all known rules of magic. Roberian, Eugene's sponsor, turns to the Green Tower Master with a proud glint in his eye, as if to ask what he thinks now. The old mage just grunts, lost in thought. Finally, the Green Tower Master speaks, his tone grave, declaring that they need to discuss this. Royrian agrees. He calls down to Eugene, asking him to step outside for a while so the council can deliberate. Eugene simply nods, sheathes his sword, and the powerful aura around him vanishes as if it were never there. His footsteps echo in the now silent hall as he walks out, leaving the most powerful mages in the kingdom to decide his fate. The moment the heavy doors close, the debate ignites. The Blue Tower Master Herod immediately turns on Royrian, demanding to know if he secretly guided the boy. Looking weary, Royrian insists again that he had no part in it, explaining that Eugene has had no teacher. He simply read the Red Tower's introductory magic texts and figured out the rest entirely on his own. Herod finds this impossible to believe. How could anyone reach that level of understanding just from beginner books? A new voice cuts smoothly through the argument. It's the Crown Prince Anhwa. With a confident smile on his face, he reminds them of a simple fact: Eugene is a Lionheart. He continues, stating that as a descendant of the Great Vermouth, such a thing shouldn't be a surprise. The Lionheart bloodline is known across the continent for producing monsters of talent. The prince gives his own opinion, saying he could tell Eugene was a genius the moment he walked in, and asks what the others think. The White Tower Master Melketh chimes in, noting that while the magic was technically first circle, its raw power felt far greater. Everyone there could feel it. She praises the purity of his mana and the precision of his control, but what truly set it apart was its unity. This is the kind of cheat code ability you'd find in any popular Reborn Manhwa. She doubts even a fourth circle dispelling spell could break it, but she adds a single note of caution: he's too young. The Mage Guild Master Edgar quickly agrees. The boy is a genius, no doubt, but his age means there's no reason to rush his admission. He proposes a compromise: let the Red Tower Master teach Eugene for a few more years. Once he's older and more established, then they can let him into Acreon. But Captain Tremple sees it differently, suggesting they think of this as a long-term investment. He lays out the facts: Eugene is 17, a Lionheart, and has boundless potential. His skills aren't fully polished now, but they will be. He argues that by showing Eugene favor now as an individual, they can secure a powerful ally for Aeroth in the future. The Green Tower Master finds a flaw in that logic, however. No matter how talented Eugene is, he is still an adopted son, meaning he will never become the family patriarch. Balzac then adds with a wearing that familiar, sly grin. Everyone knows one of the twins, Cyan Lionheart, is slated for that position. He completely writes off the other brother. Yod is a serious contender, pointing to his recent shameful conduct and overall lack of aptitude, but Balzac presses on, his eyes glinting with cunning. Just because Eugene is ineligible to become the patriarch doesn't render his place within the family insignificant. Tremple chimes in with his agreement. He's well aware that custom dictates adopted members eventually depart from the main estate, and that he insists is precisely his point. When that inevitable day arrives, they should extend an invitation for him to join them in Aeroth. If they invest in him now, he will become a loyal and tremendously powerful asset for them in the future. Balzac seizes the moment, ready to play his final card. He brings everyone's attention to the rumors that circulated 4 years prior, recalling how Eugene displayed immense skill during the bloodline succession ceremony. His voice lowers dramatically, imbued with gravitas. The Lionheart clan has already acknowledged his prodigious talent. If Aeroth throws its support behind him as well, he could become the second coming of the Great Vermouth himself. His life reads like the plot of a destined Reborn Manhwa. The Blue Tower Master merely scoffs at this over-the-top declaration. Meanwhile, the Green Tower Master Generique fixes his sharp gaze upon Balzac. He questions if those grandiose statements are truly his own words. Balzac feigns innocence, asking what he could possibly be implying. Generique, however, cuts straight to the heart of the matter, his eyes narrowing. He addresses the elephant in the room, Balzac's infamous contract with the Demon King of Incarceration. He demands to know if these are truly Balzac's words or those of his master. Balzac simply laughs it off, claiming the Demon King is far too preoccupied with his own vast affairs. Besides, he adds, as a dark, suffocating pressure abruptly permeates the chamber, emanating from Balzac himself. His smile vanishes, replaced by a chilling whisper. If my master were truly speaking through me, he utters, this entire conversation would be conducted far less politely. The unspoken threat hangs heavy in the air, cold and absolute, and the whole council feels the crushing weight of his power. Just as suddenly, the aura vanishes. Balzac is smiling pleasantly once more, as if nothing had ever happened. My sincerest apologies, he says smoothly. I simply meant to express my unwavering devotion to my master's will. Tremple clears his throat, eager to steer the discussion back on track. Let us not stray from the topic at hand. The White Tower Master Melketh lets out a weary sigh, seeing that they've reached a stalemate. She suggests they simply put it to a vote. The longer this drags on, the more bored that poor kid waiting outside is going to get. The Crown Prince readily agrees, deciding a vote is indeed for the best. I shall cast the first ballot then. He declares, a decisive smile spreading across his face. I am in full agreement with granting Eugene Lionheart entry into his destination, Acreon. With his chorus now set, Eugene finds himself standing before the magnificent pillars of Acreon, the very place where his name will soon be inscribed. This is the legendary Royal Library Acreon. It is more than just a mere collection of books. Each of its floors is a veritable shrine, holding the priceless texts and artifacts of legendary mages who quite literally shaped history. Eugene gazes around, taking in the names of Aeroth's greatest figures etched directly onto the walls themselves. They may call it a library, but to him it feels more like a sacred museum. He knows that Acreon consists of 15 floors, and the ones he desperately needs, the floors holding Sienna's precious texts, are located somewhere between the 12th and 15th levels. His entire purpose for coming here is now almost within his grasp. Just as he is lost in thought, a cheerful voice suddenly calls out, "Hey kid!" He turns to see the master of the White Tower of Magic, Melketh Elhaya, waving at him with a disarmingly brilliant smile. Eugene recognizes her in an instant. She is, after all, the greatest spiritualist of the current era. The sole individual in all of history to command contracts with 2 separate spirit kings simultaneously. Yet he also recognizes that even without her spirits, she is an incredibly powerful mage. He's in no mood for her games and cuts straight to the point, asking bluntly, "Is the discussion finished?" "Yes, all done," she chirps cheerfully. She explains that had they waited for a unanimous decision, they would have been stuck here arguing for days on end. So she declares with a wide grin, holding up a single finger, "We simply took a vote." She then proceeds to lay out the results for him. 5 members voted to grant you access, 2 voted against it, and 1 person remained neutral. The majority has spoken. Eugene's focus remains laser sharp. "Then am I permitted to ascend to the upper floors now?" Melkith appears slightly let down by his directness. "Yes, you can. But aren't you the least bit curious about who supported you and who didn't?" Eugene dismisses her question, stating that it's irrelevant. The decision has been made, and that is all he needed to know. "How dreadfully dull," she pouts before deciding to spill the details anyway. "I was the neutral party." She quickly clarifies that her stance wasn't meant as an objection to him. She simply wanted to avoid being pulled into a meaningless debate. She gestures toward the other council members, who are still shooting daggers at him with their eyes. "Look at their faces, they all look so furious," she remarks, adding that even though the vote is concluded, they're bound to start another squabble about it later. Her gaze then shifts to the Blue Tower Master, who still appears as if he's on the verge of erupting. The man lets out an indignant grunt and turns his back, making his disgust with the outcome perfectly clear. Melkith leans in conspiratorially and whispers, "Did you happen to see the Blue Tower Master shake his head like that? He was actually one of the eyes." The irony seems to delight her. "Quite the surprise, isn't it?" She speculates that he had fully intended to refuse, but had a change of heart after witnessing your power firsthand. That whole display was like a scene from a top-tier Reborn Manhwa. She throws her arms out with a dramatic flourish and asks, "So, Zun, who do you suppose were the ones to disagree?" Eugene, already weary of this conversation, responds flatly, "I already told you I don't care." Completely ignoring his dismissal, she reveals it was the Green Tower Master and the head of the Mage Guild. Eugene simply glares at her, his annoyance growing. "Why are you insisting on telling me this?" Melkith sizes him up, genuinely perplexed by his attitude. "Are you absolutely certain you're only 17 Ausreichwen? Your reactions are utterly monotonous." She clenches her fists as if trying to physically coax a reaction out of him. "Don't you feel any rage? You know, a little 'how dare they defy a Lionheart' indignation or something along those lines." Eugene just gives her a curt no. He has reached his limit. "I will be taking my leave now." He turns to depart, but she quickly calls out for him to wait, her entire playful demeanor suddenly vanishing. Her eyes fixate on the sword hanging at his hip as the spectral image of a wind spirit materializes behind her. "That sword," she begins, her voice taking on a sudden gravity. "That is Wynid, is it not? The legendary blade blessed by the king of wind spirits." Eugene halts in his tracks, his hand coming to rest on its hilt. "It is. Why do you ask?" A dreamy, almost desperate expression washes over Melkith's face. "Well, you see, I have always yearned to forge a contract with him." She sighs wistfully, "but he never once answers my calls." Her underlying frustration suddenly erupts. "I have tried so incredibly hard. You have no idea." She even implored her other contracted spirit kings for assistance, but they all informed her that Tempest would never enter a contract with another soul. She begins to rant like a petulant child, fuming over how the Lionhearts flatly refused to lend her the sword. "It's not as if I'm planning to steal it. I just want to borrow it long enough to form a contract." Eugene cuts her off, his expression unyielding. "I cannot lend you Wynid." He clarifies that the sword is not his to give, as he is merely borrowing it himself. Abruptly, her entire expression twists into a disturbingly manic grin, her eyes beginning to glow with an unsettling light. "That's all right, I won't tell a soul," she purrs. She whispered, leaning in to an unsettling degree, "just for a fleeting moment." She then retreated, feigning a reasonable tone. "It will hardly take any time, a single day at the most. You are even welcome to observe if you wish." Eugene simply watched her silence, a stark contrast to his racing mind. He knew from bitter experience that the Wind Spirit King Tempest was notoriously difficult to persuade. He hadn't managed to summon him in 4 long years. He acknowledged that his own mana was insufficient, but for the White Tower Master, the only spiritualist to ever secure a contract with 2 Spirit Kings using Wyniad as a catalyst, might just be the key to making Tempest appear. An opportunity was beginning to form. But not just yet. There was no reason to act rashly. He understood that if he allowed her desperation to build, he could leverage it for something far more significant in return. He deftly changed the subject. "Where's the entrance?" Melkith, eager to be of service, immediately beamed. "I shall guide you." She produced a stunning black card, intricately embossed with gold and bearing the prestigious Lionheart family crest. "So this is an entry card for Acreon," he notes. Melkith clarifies, "Think of it as an identification card just to verify who you are." "Who you are?" She leaned against a pillar with a cunning smile. "Did you know this entire place is filled with the familiar spirits left behind by the greatest mages in history?" She rattled them off: the Mage King, the Father of Battle Magic, and the Great Sienna. She added that their very own familiars were also housed here. Eugene remained silent, his expression an unreadable mask. "You are no fun whatsoever," Melkith complained once more. "I was under the impression you were quite interested in Sienna." She noted that she was aware he'd been searching for Sienna's floors, that he had toured her old estate, and had even met a distant descendant of hers. Eugene was visibly startled. "How could you possibly know all of that?" Melkith just let out a carefree laugh. I suppose you don't realize it, but you're quite the celebrity, like the main character of a famous Reborn Manhwa. I'm sure I am, he stated dryly, turning to leave. You're a bit of a killjoy, she muttered before asking one more time. So when will you permit me to borrow Winnie Ad? I won't. They arrived at a pair of golden doors adjacent to a small pedestal. Melkith indicated a slot in the pedestal. Place your identification in there and the elevator will open. She gave him a perceptive look. You're going to the 12th floor, are you not? Yes, he affirmed, inserting the card. You see, she said with a triumphant air, you truly do have a fondness for her. He could only let out a sigh. I do not. The elevator doors slid apart. As he was on the verge of stepping inside, she asked, You're not going to wait for me, are you? She shrugged with dramatic flair. I simply don't have that kind of time. I wanted to join you, but you might find yourself embarrassed. She giggled, covering her mouth with her hand. The shock of witnessing the truth for the very first time, it leaves a very powerful impression. She leaned forward, her expression brimming with wicked mischief. Perhaps you should consider bringing a change of undergarments with you. Eugene just stared back at her, thoroughly confused. Why? Her grin widened into something absolutely manic. You might just soil yourself. An angry vein pulsed on Eugene's forehead. He was completely and utterly finished with this woman. He forcefully pressed the button for the 12th floor as she waved him off. Still cackling, have a wonderful time. The heavy doors slid shut. Eugene leaned his weight against the elevator wall as it began its ascent, Melkith's bizarre warning echoing relentlessly in his mind. The ornate indicator ticked past the Roman numerals, finally coming to a stop on 12. A soft chime broke the silence. The doors parted, unveiling a brilliantly lit hall, and at its very center stood a small robed figure. The figure slowly pushed back its hood. It was a young girl, a very young girl, with hair the color of pinkish purple and bright, guileless eyes. She spread her arms wide and declared in a cheerful voice, Welcome to Sienna's World Hall. She announces, her face breaking into a wide, welcoming smile as she gazes up at him. Sir Eugene Lionheart. The name hangs in the air, and Eugene freezes on the spot, his eyes widening. He's completely stunned, his mind reeling with disbelief. The little girl standing before him is the spitting image of his old friend Sienna from their childhood days. A single name escapes his lips, a shattered whisper carried on his breath. Sienna. He can't tear his gaze away from the child, a perfect reflection of his friend from a lifetime ago. Staring at this ghost from his past, he asks the only question that his shocked mind can conjure. Are you Sienna? In response, the girl playfully plops a massive witch's hat onto her head. A cheerful grin spreads across her face. Nope, she chirps brightly. I'm the familiar spirit responsible for managing Sienna's hall. Suddenly, Eugene recalls Melkith's warning that this place housed the familiars of legendary mages, so this must be Sienna's. He takes a deep breath, trying to compose himself. Then he moves on to the logical next question. You just called me by my name. How did you know who I am? The small familiar simply points. She indicates the obvious. He had just registered his name upon entering downstairs. A faint blush of embarrassment starts to creep up Eugene's neck. Ah, of course, he mutters. She goes on to explain that every familiar in Acreon is linked to the library's magical network, allowing them to know who enters and leaves the premises at all times. So what should I call you? Eugene inquires. In response, the familiar puffs out her chest with a flourish of pride. Madame Sienna always called me Mir, she declares. Eugene's eyes widen in recognition. He quickly asks if the name Mir is derived from her surname Murdane. The familiar Mir absolutely beams with delight. That's right, it's such a cool and honorable name. Eugene can't help but feel utterly baffled by the whole situation. Sienna actually created a familiar that is a perfect replica of her younger self and then named it after her own family lineage. What on earth was going through her mind? He then asks if it's common for familiars to be so remarkably human-like. Mir shakes her head, clarifying that the others on the different floors look nothing like her. Not at all, but I'm special, she states as a ghostly projection of the adult Sienna materializes behind her. You see, my creator wasn't just any ordinary mage, and what's more, I was constructed from the very essence of Madame Sienna's own personality. Eugene's mind immediately flashes back to his magical training. The creation of life is strictly forbidden magic. He had always been taught that fabricating a truly living thing was impossible. Mir's gaze turns serious as she looks at him. I'm not alive, she states plainly. She explains that she lacks a soul, the one fundamental component that all living beings possess. Her physical form is woven from magic, and as for her consciousness, she points towards a massive and intricate orb of swirling magical energy that hovers in the center of the hall. It's in there. Eugene can only stare at the incredible artifact, rendered completely speechless. What is that? He finally manages. An excellent question, Mir exclaims, puffing her chest out once more, with immense pride. She then strikes a series of hilariously dramatic and self-important poses, clearly relishing the opportunity to show off. She's obviously enjoying being the center of attention, soaking in every moment of it. At last, she presents the artifact with a grand, sweeping gesture. Behold, that is the very essence of all the magic Madame Sienna created in her entire life. It is called witchcraft. The name strikes Eugene with the force of a physical blow. Witchcraft, the legendary magical treatise that Sienna had completed just before she disappeared from the world. He Glances from the radiant orb to mirror his expression one of utter confusion. But how can that possibly be a book? Mir simply scoffs at his question. It's sheer prejudice to assume all books must look like, well, books. What sort of narrow-minded nonsense is that? Eugene can only mutter under his breath, feeling like he's in some strange reborn manhwa where the rules don't apply. Mir just offers a condescending smile. Of course you don't understand, she says, tapping her finger knowingly. There's no way you possibly could when even the Tower Masters themselves fail to comprehend the depths of Madame Sienna's magic. Eugene just continues to stare as a single bead of sweat trickles down the side of his face. He's beginning to realize just how much this tiny familiar truly takes after his old, infuriatingly brilliant friend. He recognized that same arrogant pride, that familiar, condescending sneer. She was a perfect replica of Sienna in her youth. He asked if Sienna had remained that way until the end, but Mur shook her head. No, she changed. My personality is based on her younger years. Mur's expression seemed to soften as she recalled the past, explaining that in her later years, Sienna had become far more elegant and refined. She seldom smiled, Mur continued, dedicating herself entirely to her research. Eugene struggled to even picture it. The loud, sharp-tongued Sienna. He remembered becoming quiet and graceful. The image felt like a plot hole in the strange reborn manhwa his life had become. Really, he murmured, his focus shifting back to the orb. What do you mean your consciousness is inside witchcraft? Mur began to explain that her mind is literally composed of the spells within that artifact. Her sole purpose is to protect and manage it, a directive she has faithfully followed for 200 years. She began to walk toward the artifact, and Eugene fell into step behind her as they approached the glowing orb. Its immense magical presence filled the entire hall with a low, palpable hum, and he remembered the Red Tower Master saying that studying this witchcraft made his own life's work feel like mere child's play. This was clearly magic on an entirely different level. He turned to Mur. I don't suppose you know where Madame Sienna went when she retired? Of course not, she replied flatly. Her retirement was sudden and secretive. Absolutely no one knew. Not her students, not her servants, not even me. Her face clouded over with a painful memory. She told him how the king, the Tower Masters, and countless other mages had relentlessly interrogated her about Sienna's whereabouts. They all refused to believe she knew nothing. Her voice filled with a simmering anger. They must have been clumsy fools because they kept coming back every few decades to try again. A dark realization dawned on Eugene. They weren't just looking for Sienna. He understood the obsessive hearts of mages. No matter how much they revered Sienna with a perfect magical specimen, right in front of them, they wouldn't be able to resist the urge to take it apart. He quickly changed the subject, asking if all three parts of the witchcraft were here. Mur confirmed that this was the original, but Sienna had extracted the intermediate and low-level versions from it, leaving only the high-level magic here before she donated it. Mur gave him a curious look. You seem very interested in Madame Sienna, she observed. Eugene just retorted, who wouldn't be? True, Mur conceded, but you are not a traditional mage. She admitted that seeing a descendant of Vermouth from the Lionheart family had her intrigued. It was her first time meeting one. A thought seemed to occur to her. From what I know after she returned to Aroth, Madame Sienna never met with the Lionheart family again, not even with Sir Vermouth. The words landed heavily. Eugene already knew this. He knew from the history books that Vermouth had never reunited with his companions after the war. A memory of their party Sienna, Anise Hamel, flashed through his mind. The only time they all gathered again was for Vermouth's funeral, a fact that always struck him as strange. Vermouth may have been antisocial, but cutting off his comrades completely after everything they had been through never made any sense. He asked Mur, did Madame Sienna ever talk about her other companions? Mur started listing them off. She called Sir Hamel a dumbass and said that Madame Anise was like a snake. Eugene held his breath, asking the question. That mattered most. What about Hamel's Hamanba? Mur unleashed a string of curses. That idiotic piece of filth, a small knowing smirk, spread across Eugene's face. I thought you said she became elegant and refined. An elegant person can still... I swear. Mare insists, her tone softening completely, yet whenever she spoke of her companions, she looked as if she were on the verge of tears. Especially when she mentioned Hamel. Her gaze would fall, her voice a mere whisper as she looked at him. Yet saw ghosts from their past. She had suffered the most from his death. An ache of empathy struck Eugene's heart. He swallowed hard, the haunting shadow of his own death falling over him once more. He posed one last question. And what did she say about Sir Vermouth? Mare's face went utterly blank. She looked away, her voice hollow. About Sir Vermouth, she didn't. She never said a single word concerning him. No praise, no insults, and absolutely no judgment. A smile, it seems, can hide 1,000 secrets. For Eugene's old friend, Sienna, her smile was a mask that concealed a lifetime of sadness. Standing now in the hall dedicated to her memory, Eugene and the familiar Mur gazed up at a grand portrait of the great archmage. Eugene's eyes were fixed intently on the painting. He recognized it instantly. It was the same portrait he'd seen years ago hanging in Sienna's abandoned mansion, a piece of her legacy, perfectly preserved. But just as the memory surfaced, Mur pointed at the painting, her expression dead serious. She informed him that the smile on that portrait was a complete and utter fake. According to Myrrh, the real Sienna never smiled like that, not even once. The statement hung heavily in the air, adding another layer of profound mystery to the friend he thought he knew so well. Myrrh recalled a conversation from long ago when Sienna was first creating her. She was in the process of helping her creator shape her very own personality. And in that memory, Myrrh, with a child's pure and innocent curiosity, had asked a simple question. Why are you leaving behind a smiling portrait when you're always so sad? A shadow immediately fell over Sienna's face. Her expression grew heavy, filled with a deep, quiet sorrow that Eugene remembered all too well. Sienna had explained that if the portrait was going to be passed down for generations, a smile was simply nicer to look at than a sad face. A simple, heartbreaking answer, a final kindness to a world that would only remember her as an image. Myrrh admitted that since she can't leave Ecrian, she's never seen the mansion's portrait with her own eyes, but she'd always heard it was the very same one. She revealed the smile wasn't even Sienna's idea, the painter had added it. That's likely why Sienna never really liked the picture. But Maurice, her creator, did have a point. It's true that a smile is much nicer to look at. Eugene stood in silence. Processing this, the thought of Sienna forcing a smile for history, hiding her loneliness, even after she was gone, felt like a tragic plot from a Reborn Manhwa. It hit him with unexpected force. Lost in thought, he instinctively reached out to pat Myrrh on the head in a small gesture of comfort. But Myrrh slapped his hand away with surprising speed, her face scrunched up in clear annoyance. "Don't you dare cross the line!" she warned him, her eyes narrowed dangerously. Caught completely off guard, Eugene quickly apologized. Myrrh puffed out her chest, her pride obviously wounded. She scolded him, stating that even if she's small, she has been around for 200 years and doesn't want to be treated like a child. To change the subject, she gestured around the sunlit gallery. She explained that there was more here than just witchcraft. All the magical tools Sienna ever used were on display. She pointed to a staff floating on a pedestal, telling him this was the very staff Sienna had used her entire life. It was an incredible artifact. The staff was made of a dark, gnarled wood with a massive pulsating red gem at its tip as pink magical energy swirled gently around it. At that moment, Eugene's eyes widened in sheer recognition. He knew this staff, whispering its legendary name Akasha. Myrrh glanced at him, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. She let out a small giggle. "I had a feeling you'd know about it, Yima," she remarked, beginning to explain that it was crafted from the mystical fey trees that grow exclusively in the elven homeland of Shamar. Myrrh elaborated, stressing that Akasha wasn't fashioned from ordinary wood. It was in fact the most powerful staff in existence, meticulously carved from the root of a millennia-old tree standing at the very heart of the elven wilds. According to elven belief, this world tree is the sacred vessel for the souls of their ancestors, a colossal pillar that literally supports their entire world. Myrrh leaned closer, her voice dropping to a tone of pure awe. "Do you grasp the sheer significance of this?" she pressed. "Those incredibly prideful elves severed a root from their most sacred world tree. All for Sienna." Eugene mused internally, recalling that Sienna was never an elf, not even of mixed blood. Yet he had always sensed she shared a profound connection with them. The true nature of that bond, however, was a secret that had eluded even him until now. Myrrh then unveiled a tragic secret: Sienna had never known her parents. As a newborn infant, she was cruelly abandoned, left for dead deep within the sprawling southern jungle known as the Shamar Wilds. But by a miraculous twist of fate, a passing elf heard her cries and rescued her, taking her to the secluded hidden domain of the elves. Initially, the other elves were suspicious of the human child, but their apprehension soon vanished when they witnessed her astounding once-in-a-generation aptitude for magic. They embraced her as their own and imparted all of their arcane knowledge to her. Myrrh spread her arms wide, her expression beaming with pride. "No other mage in history has ever wielded a staff carved from the root of the world tree," she boasted. "And there's more," she added, gesturing towards the pulsating red gem. Eugene's focus intensified instantly. He recognized that as well. "A dragon heart," Myrrh confirmed with a triumphant flourish. She went on to explain that among all the legendary staves known to exist, only two were ever forged using a dragon heart. One is Sienna's Akasha, and the other is a dark, corrupted staff known by the ominous name Blood Mary. At the mention of that name, the atmosphere immediately grew heavy. Its current wielder is a loyal servant of the Demon King of Incarceration, however, with knowledge straight out of a Reborn Manhwa. Eugene knows its history far too intimately. 300 years ago, Blood Mary belonged to a powerful lich named Baal. The name struck him like a physical blow. Baal. That was the one who had ended Hamel's life. The final chaotic battle flashed through his mind. It was a desperate struggle where every single foe was a living nightmare. And among those monstrous ranks, 3 demons stood above the rest: the blade, the shield, and the staff of incarceration. In his previous life, Hamel had fought and managed to defeat the shield, but the brutal confrontation left him with grievous injuries, wounds so severe they would have undoubtedly claimed his life later. And then came the fight against the staff of incarceration, against Baal and his Dragonheart staff, which left Hamel with a gaping, fatal wound torn straight through his chest. Shaking off the haunting memories, Eugene turned his attention back to Myrrh. "May I try holding it?" he asked, his gaze locked onto Akasha. A smug, mischievous look crossed Myrrh's face. "By all means," she replied, "but I must warn you, it will be utterly impossible for you to channel any magic through it." She explained that Akasha possesses a will of its own, loyal only to Sienna. For centuries, countless powerful mages have attempted to master it, but the staff has never once accepted another master. Is that so? Eugene responded, a clear note of challenge in his tone as he reached out his hand. His gaze was intense, fixed upon the legendary weapon as he prepared to make contact. His fingers finally closed around the staff's gnarled ancient wood. The very instant he touched it, an immense wave of azure mana erupted from his body, swirling around him in a brilliant, uncontrollable torrent. Mir could only watch her smug smile completely vanishing, replaced by an expression of pure shock. But Eugene could feel that his mana was simply flowing freely around the staff. Staff, but Akasha receives nothing in return. The connection simply isn't there. He withdraws his hand, his expression clouded with disappointment. Face. After witnessing Sienna's mirage, he'd clung to a fleeting hope of wielding it himself. He mutters under his breath, "Damn it, Sienna. You should have left me Akasha instead of that blasted necklace." Mir drifts closer, a playful glint in her eyes. "You must really admire Lady Sienna," she observes. Eugene's denial is immediate and forceful. "Liar," she chirps. "I can see the way your eyes sparkle whenever I mention her. And you were completely engrossed while examining her possessions." Flustered, Eugene averts his gaze, attempting to maintain his composure. "I just have an appreciation for ancient history." He claims an excuse that sounds flimsy even to his own ears. "Is that so?" Mir asks, her smile growing wider. "In that case, you must love this book as well." She skips cheerfully towards a nearby bookshelf, beckoning for him to follow her. Hopping onto a small stool, she reaches high to retrieve a thick, well-worn tome. She then presents it to him. It's an ancient, leather-bound volume with elegant script gracing its cover. As Mir holds it out, Eugene's eyes fall upon the title, The Adventures of the Great Vermouth. A strained, almost pained smile twists his lips. Oh, he knows this book all too well, and he despises it with a passion. Mir explains that because the heroes never chronicled their own tales, this children's book became the world's very first account of their great war. It's a damned book. Eugene spits out his voice laced with barely contained fury. Mir stares at him, utterly bewildered. Huh, but why? Eugene's expression darkens with rage. "I respect, admire, and strive to be like Hamel," he seethes, "but in that accursed story, Hamel is portrayed as a complete and utter fool." Mir clarifies, this is the first edition printed 300 years ago, so it's quite different from the versions you see today. Nobody knows who the author was. "The first edition is different," Eugene asks. His curiosity piqued despite his simmering anger. He extends his hand. "Let me have a look." The book goes on to claim that the fool Hamel challenged Vermouth, failed to even land a single blow, and ended up weeping after having his face smashed into the dirt. Eugene's face contorts with unadulterated rage. He thinks to himself, "My face was slammed into the ground, yes, but I absolutely touched him. I drew blood." An image flashes in his mind, the nun Anise giggling behind her hand. The realization hits him like a lightning bolt. Did Anise write this? Mir, completely unaware of his internal crisis, beams at him. "If you're a fan of the stupid Hamel," she says cheerfully, "then you must also like what's over there." Eugene finally looks up from the cursed book, his expression one of confusion. "What are you talking about?" Mir simply smiles and points ahead. "Follow me." She guides him deeper into the gallery across the polished floor, and as he follows, he finally sees what she was referring to. Arranged on a platform are glowing ethereal statues forged from pure mana, shimmering holographic images of the 5 heroes. Vermouth, Sienna Anise, Amote, and unbelievably himself, Hamel. Eugene stops dead in his tracks, his jaw hanging slack. He stares at the shimmering figures from his past life, rendered utterly speechless. For the first time in 300 years, he, Hamel, is face to face with his comrades not in the flesh, but as shimmering blue apparitions of the past preserved forever within Sienna's memory. He gazes at the glowing figures, a tempest of emotions churning within him. This entire scene feels like something from a Reborn Manhwa. "These are not mere statues," Mir explains with a proud smile. "These are actual memories that Lady Sienna personally extracted from her own mind and preserved for all time." Mir gestures to the man at the center, whose presence is calm yet commanding. There, that handsome man is the Great Vermouth. Even as a mere memory, his rival's powerful aura is absolutely undeniable. A woman with a gentle, serene smile. Anise the Faithful, her expression radiating warmth. But Eugene's gaze was a cold glare fixed on the memory, utterly convinced she was the one responsible for tarnishing his legacy. Mir's attention then shifted to a mountain of a man, a figure so immense he could easily be mistaken for a troll. This was the hero known as the Brave. His old companion appeared as straightforward and powerful as he remembered. At last, her focus settled upon the final figure in the portrait, a man sporting a wild, cocky grin. "And that one," she declared, "the one who looks like a complete troublemaker, is Hamel the Foolish." The title clawed at his ears, a bitter reminder of the world's disrespect. It felt as if his entire past life had been twisted into a cheap, reborn Manhwa plot. Mir then added that, strangely enough, no official records of Hamel's existence had ever been preserved. "The only place his face is even depicted," she explained, "is right here in Master Sienna's private hall." Eugene folded his arms, muttering under his breath, "He's actually quite handsome." Mir, assuming he meant his own famous ancestor, shot him a thumbs up. "Right, the Great Vermouth was incredibly handsome." "I'm not talking about that fossil," Eugene retorted defensively. "I'm saying Hamel is good-looking." Mir froze mid-gesture, her jaw practically hitting the floor in disbelief. "Have you lost your mind?" she shrieked. A faint blush crept up Eugene's neck as he scrambled to explain himself. "Of course the old man is handsome, but so is Hamel," he stammered out. "He has this kind of untamed beastly charm to him." He instantly slapped a hand over his own mouth, utterly horrified by his words. Mir could only stare her expression, a perfect blend of bewilderment and revulsion. "I'm just saying," he mumbled, thoroughly mortified. To escape the suffocating awkwardness, they relocated to a nearby table. Eugene took a seat, still thumbing through the very book that had so thoroughly slandered his past self. As Mir sat down across from him, he pushed the volume aside, his thoughts turning to the real reason for his visit. He asked Mir what lay on the upper floors, aware that Sienna's legacy occupied levels 12 through 14. Mir explained, "The 13th floor contains all of Master Sienna's personal research and private memoirs," but she cautioned that he wouldn't be able to comprehend a single page of it at his current level. "The 14th floor," she went on, "is stocked with magic tomes and more of her research. They would still prove challenging, but they're far easier to digest than the raw notes on the floor below." Eugene leaned back, his expression skeptical. "Even so, are they truly better than witchcraft?" He knew Sienna's ultimate creation was the true prize. A self-satisfied smirk spread across Mir's face. "Of course not. That masterpiece is..." She paused for dramatic effect, then smiled. "It's something that's difficult to describe with mere words. It would be far better for you to experience it for yourself." With that cryptic invitation, she guided him back toward the hall's centerpiece, the massive glowing artifact known as witchcraft. Standing before the shimmering construct, Mir launched into a rapid-fire lecture about optimizing mana flow and eliminating the need for incantations, all while simplifying techniques to achieve maximum output. She continued her monologue, speaking of materializing magic by way of a separated consciousness and manifesting spells tailored to any given situation. But the most incredible feature, she said, with rising excitement, is the perfect drive of the circle. She explained it was a method for utilizing maximum mana to generate the most potent power imaginable. Eugene could only stare at her, completely and utterly lost. A single drop of sweat trickled down his temple. "Sorry," he said flatly. "I didn't understand a single word you just uttered." Mir puffed out her chest, beaming with immense pride. "Naturally, if you could grasp it so easily, it wouldn't be hailed as the greatest grimoire in history. Now would it?" Eugene heaved a sigh, deciding to cut straight to the point. "So how do I read it?" Mir held out her hand, a warm, welcoming smile gracing her lips. "Close your eyes, open your own hand, and pour your mana directly into witchcraft. Only then will you be able to read it." Taking a deep, steadying breath, Eugene stepped forward. He steps forward, placing his hand close to the vortex of swirling magical energy. As his mana begins to pour forth, the ancient artifact erupts in a brilliant azure luminescence, readily accepting his power. Yet he pauses, uncertain. Should he just flood it with mana indiscriminately or channel it with precision as if casting a spell? He ultimately decides to commit, focusing his will intently. In an instant, his world fades to black and he finds himself adrift within a vast, empty void. His own consciousness is mirrored back at him, a sensation akin to a dream, yet far more vivid and tangible. His physical form is completely immobilized, much like sleep paralysis. However, there is no terror, no nightmarish panic. Instead, a profound sense of utter powerlessness washes over him, as if he's been stripped bare, left to float in an infinite darkness. And then he beholds it, a boundless expanse of crackling blue energy. It is a literal infinite ocean of mana churning and pulsing with an almost incomprehensible power. He is but a single speck, a solitary drop of water being tossed about in an overwhelming cosmic sea. He is utterly submerged, feeling the sheer scale of the magic pressing in on him from every direction. A colossal wave of pure mana crests before him, a cosmic tide of unimaginable energy. The sight is both breathtakingly beautiful and utterly terrifying. Abruptly, a perfect circle materializes within the sea of mana, but then just as quickly, within its boundary, more circles emerge, branching and dividing into patterns of impossible complexity. His mind reels, struggling to fully comprehend what he's seeing. This is nothing like the structured 9-circle system he's familiar with from every Reborn Manhwa he'd ever imagined. This is infinite. He gazes up at a sky composed of countless overlapping rings of pure power. It's a system of magic that completely shatters every preconceived notion he held. The overwhelming sensory input proves to be too much and his consciousness snaps. Back in the physical world, his body gives way and he collapses onto the cold, hard marble floor. He struggles to push himself up, dazed and gasping for breath, only to see Mir standing over him, looking entirely unconcerned. "Did I do anything weird?" he asks, his head pounding. Mir flashes a mischievous grin. "Well, passing out instantly is a little strange. But don't worry," she adds cheerfully. She then informs him, "Plenty of mages have had accidents. After their very first experience, you just foamed at the mouth and were out cold for about 2 hours. She then leans in to add that both the white and blue Tower Masters, well, let's just say they completely lost their composure. Eugene breaks out in a cold sweat at the thought. The image of those powerful Tower Masters losing control so spectacularly is deeply unsettling. It dawns on him that Mir wasn't just pulling his leg. Now still sitting on the floor, Eugene struggles to collect his thoughts. Mir casually asks him how the experience felt. "Difficult," he admits, rubbing his aching temples. "I feel like I have a vague understanding, but I can't connect the dots with any existing theory or knowledge." He slowly gets to his feet, attempting to describe the vision of one colossal circle birthing countless others. A system that extends far beyond the 9 circles he's familiar with. Myrrh nods in understanding, confirming his observation. Sienna was the one who created the nine-circle system, but she never ceased advancing her own magic. In doing so, she shattered the very limit she herself had established. She attained something far beyond the ninth circle, a state known as the Eternal Whole. It's a level of magic that only one person in all of history has ever reached. For centuries, countless mages have dedicated their entire lives to reaching the Eternal Whole. But to this day, no one has ever succeeded, Myrrh explains. She explained that if one could achieve perfect control over the mana within that colossal circle, it would divide and begin to rotate. This flawless rotation becomes the very engine of the circle. And here's the truly astonishing part, despite being unbelievably difficult to create. It's remarkably simple to wield. A mere fireball cast through it possesses more destructive force than the ultimate ninth circle spell. Do you understand the implications now? She asked, her smile stretching wide. The Lady Sienna who forged the Eternal Whole was utterly without equal. She leaned closer, delivering the final staggering revelation. She possessed more than enough power to have slain the Demon Kings. Perhaps, Eugene replied, his voice low. That single word was laden with a seething anger. He was realizing that in the years after his death, Sienna hadn't merely stood by. She had become a true monster of power. The thought seared through his mind. It wasn't just Sienna. All of them must have grown stronger. The question was a raw, gaping wound in his soul. Then why didn't they fight? His fist clenched so tightly, his knuckles turned bone white. All that incredible power squandered. His sharp, cold fury began to zero in on a single name, Vermouth. But before his rage could completely consume him, a sound from the entrance shattered the heavy silence. Framed in the doorway stood two familiar figures, Crown Prince Honane and the White Tower Master, Melkith. The prince offered a warm smile while Melkith crossed her arms, a knowing smirk playing on her lips. You certainly got here quickly, she remarked, her gaze locked on Eugene. Looks like your quiet time in Sienna's hall is officially at an end. Just as Eugene was grappling with the staggering truth of Sienna's power, his train of thought was abruptly derailed. The Red Tower, Master Reborn, and the White Tower Master Melkith now stood before him. Reborn initiated the conversation, inquiring how he was finding the legendary tomes of Akron. Eugene adopted a thoughtful expression, a sly smile touching his lips as he told them he wasn't entirely sure. With his current level of knowledge, he estimated it would take him years just to comprehend a single volume. Of course, Melkith scoffed at this. She pointed out that these texts contained the very essence of Eroth's magic. She called him a mere kid, saying, no matter how brilliant you are, there's a limit to what you can grasp without a proper mentor. And that was her opening. With a massive, eager grin, she made her pitch. If he would just lend her his sword Wyned for a short while, she would personally help him decipher 10 of the magical texts. She leaned in, practically pleading, now isn't that a fantastic deal? Eugene tapped his chin, feigning deep consideration. He then looked up, his expression turning serious. He stated that there was no need for it to be magical texts. A wicked grin spread across his face. Have you got anything else to offer? He asked, his golden eyes glinting. An item would be quite nice too. Like a cunning protagonist from a Reborn Manhwa, he wasn't just a warrior, he was a shark who smelled blood in the water. Melkith's expression shifted from desperation to sheer impressment. A matching grin appeared on her own face. You certainly know how to negotiate, she said, clearly relishing the challenge. How about a staff then, she offered, pointing out that he didn't currently possess one and explaining how it would greatly aid his mana control. Before Eugene could even respond, Reborn interjected with a warm, friendly smile of his own. He informed Eugene that he had plenty of exceptional staves and would be delighted to lend him one at any time. Melkith whipped around, absolutely furious. Why are you interfering? She shrieked, accusing Reborn of being greedy. She leaned forward, her face flushed with rage as dark energy began to swirl around her. Do you honestly think I'll cause a disaster if I get my hands on the King of Wind Spirits? Reborn's response was a simple, calm, and utterly infuriating yes. Melkith absolutely exploded. Hey, we've been friends for decades. Do you still not know me at all? She shouts vehemently, insisting she wants no part in Eroth's infuriating politics. You say that now, Reborn replies calmly. But who can say what you'll truly think once you possess that much power? I know what you are implying, she retorts. What do you mean by that? Melkith snarls, her pride clearly stung. But even if I sign a contract with the King of Wind Spirits, I have no intention of changing who I am. In her fury, she unwittingly makes a solemn vow, binding it to her very own mana. Reborn, ever the opportunist, simply replies, very well then. Melkith's expression flickers with confusion for a brief moment before the horrifying realization dawns on her. A smug smile spreads across Reborn's face. You swore upon your mana, he says smoothly, so I suppose I have no choice but to trust you. And you did it entirely of your own volition. He had played her perfectly. She positively seethes, her fists clenched tight. You conniving snake. It is at this perfect moment that Eugene decides to interject, waving a hand dismissively. I've given it some thought, he announced slowly. Bitfly, he announces casually, and I've decided I don't really want a staff. Melkith looks as though she might just explode, shrieking that she was only ever going to lend it to him. Eugene simply holds up a hand, effortlessly seizing control of the conversation. He lays out his terms. He'll only part with Wyned for a handful of days. If a temporary loan of an artifact is all she's putting on the table, then he'd rather just call the whole thing off. Melkith trembles, consumed by pure frustration. You insufferable little brat. Finally, she cracks. Gritting her teeth as she forces out a new offer, her voice strained. 1 year for 1 day. She's offering to lend him her artifact for an entire year, just to borrow Wynid for a single day. Eugene looks down at her, momentarily taken aback by the sheer depth of her desperation. 7 years for a week, then. Years for... He probes. Is that truly how badly you want this? Of course it is, she yells, throwing her hands up in exasperation. She explains that for any spiritualist, the King of Wind Spirits is the stuff of legends. A figure almost mythical precisely because the great hero Vermouth himself was the one who forged a contract with him. Seeing another perfect opportunity to stir the pot, Rebarian chimes in. Well, Sir Eugene, if a staff doesn't appeal to you... Melkith immediately spins around to face him. You keep your mouth shut, she hisses. Rebarian, however, completely ignores her, a mischievous grin playing on his lips. The Master of the White Tower possesses a very precious artifact. He can barely get the words out before Melkith lunges, trying to physically clamp a hand over his mouth while yelling, I told you to be quiet. But it's too late. Eugene's eyes flash with a predatory gleam. Do tell. I'm suddenly very curious. He says, his smile growing wide and hungry. Rebarian happily reveals the secret. It is an item known as the Cape of Darkness. As he speaks, Melkith is having a full-blown tantrum in the background, screaming for him to stop. Why are you so upset? Rebarian asks with feigned innocence. You haven't even touched that thing in over 10 years. Melkith can only sputter, insisting he has no idea what she went through to acquire it. Rebarian continues to reason with her calmly. Wouldn't it be better to lend it to someone who can actually use it and in return get what you desire, rather than just letting it gather dust in a vault? She's rendered speechless. He has an undeniable point, and she knows it. All the fight drains out of her, replaced by a thunderous cloud of pure gloom. So what exactly is a Cape of Darkness? Eugene asks, turning his full attention to the now defeated Melkith. She attempts to downplay its significance weakly, calling it nothing more than simple winter attire. But Rebarian is quick to chime in with the spectacular truth. It's a cape imbued with the absolute highest level of space-time magic. He explains that it can actually redirect incoming attacks, causing them to flow harmlessly into the cape and away from the wearer. Melkith hastily interjects that it's not as amazing as it sounds, claiming it requires flawless calculations to even function, but Rebarian isn't finished yet. He adds that it's also enchanted with advanced defensive magic and even contains its own subspace pocket. A fighter like Eugene could store his entire arsenal inside and summon any weapon at a moment's notice. It's the kind of legendary gear you only read about in a Reborn Manhwa. Melkith can only glare daggers at Rebarian, muttering curses under her breath. He had her completely cornered, and Eugene's smile was absolutely radiant. That sounds like a fantastic proposition. With the decisive point of his finger, he sealed the verbal contract. I will claim the Cape of Darkness. But then he added a critical stipulation. Not at this very moment, however. I must first consult with the Patriarch for his approval. Melkith's shoulders slumped in utter defeat. I haven't actually agreed to this, she stammered feebly. Well, I suppose that is a shame then, Eugene retorted. He says, already turning his back on her. He rubs his head while feigning hunger. Sir Rebarian, would you be interested in getting some food? Rebarian's face lights up with delight. Absolutely, I know the perfect spot. The cuisine is fantastic, but the view is truly breathtaking. Playing his part perfectly, Eugene feigns excitement. Wow, I've never actually seen the Aeroth skyline at night. Rebarian is thrilled. Wonderful, I'll summon a carriage. As they begin to walk away, Melkith is left seething in speechless rage. Finally, she manages to choke out, Fine. Eugene stops and looks back. Oh, you're still here. A dark, unhinged aura explodes around her as she finally gives in. The Cape of Darkness. If you truly desire it, I will lend it to you. Eugene just offers a cheeky smile and wags his finger. No need to be so hasty now. I told you I have to get the Patriarch's permission first. Her face contorts into a silent scream of pure frustration, the sound building within her. The shriek that finally erupts from her is so inhuman that it makes Eugene flinch, and even Rebarian is visibly startled. Eugene deadpans. I thought that was a crow. Sometime later, after contacting the family estate, Eugene receives his answer. The Patriarch Gilead has agreed to the deal. He will lend the wine, but on one non-negotiable condition: a Lionheart supervisor must be present. And so the three of them convene once more outside the White Tower of Magic. Melkith is now wearing the legendary artifact, a magnificent dark cape adorned with a thick furred collar. Is that the Cape of Darkness? Eugene asks. It's impressive, isn't it? She retorts, striking a pose. Eugene smirks. I think it would look far more impressive on me. She grinds her teeth, fighting back the overwhelming urge to strangle him. Eugene simply pats her on the shoulder. Don't be so angry. You ought to be happy we made an arrangement. Melkith swats his hand away, her demeanor shifting to all business. So who is the supervisor? Eugene's playful expression hardens. He informs her it will be the Patriarch's own younger brother, Jian, accompanied by the Guardians of Lionheart. He adds that for the family, this is a matter of great importance. Guardians, Melkith asks, her interest suddenly piqued. Lionheart's hounds, I presume. Eugene's eyes narrow. They are the guardians of our family's laws, the Black Lions. They go by many names, but their role is simple. They are the enforcers of the Lionheart Code. He then recalls that his insufferable rival, Cyan, joined the Black Lion Knight Order just 1 year ago. He contemplates the clan's power structure, the main family's white lions serve only the direct lineage, whereas the black lions obey any Lionheart. And behind them looms an even more powerful entity. That entity is the Senate, a council of elders whose names are etched into Lionheart history, a power structure straight out of a complex reborn Manhwa. Not even the Patriarch commands the same authority as the old relics on the Senate. They are the true power in the clan. He mentions to Reborn that he never once saw the Black Lions during his 4 years at the main estate. A small, dangerous smile plays on Eugene's lips. The Night Order comprised of the most loyal Lionhearts with the Senate at their back. He can't help but wonder just how formidable they truly are. As if on cue, a magnificent carriage soars through the sky held aloft by powerful magic and gracefully descends before them. Inside, two figures sit in stark silence, both with long, silver-gray hair, their faces shrouded in shadow, exuding an aura of immense power. The Guardians have arrived. The Lionheart's flying carriage lands with an imposing grace, a clear demonstration of the family's incredible power and wealth. Melkith crosses her arms, looking wholly unimpressed. What a pretentious entrance, she mutters under her breath. Eugene looks over at her, confused. I thought you had respect for the Great Vermouth. Kid, don't misunderstand, she snaps back. I respect him. I don't respect them. She launches into a passionate rant about her disdain for the main family, the duplicitous Senate, and most especially the Black Lion Night Order. Ruarian Evercalm advises her, still you probably shouldn't show your dislike so openly. He gently reminds her that if she truly wishes to borrow Winnie, it would be unwise to antagonize the very people from whom she needs a favor. She snaps back, I am offering them a fair trade, clutching her cape for dramatic effect. She sniffs feigning tears with this treasured cape of darkness. Eugene just looks utterly weary. Fine, just don't get snot on the cape. I have to wear it as well. The carriage door swings open, revealing the roaring black lion crest of the Lionheart clan gleaming on its side. The steps unfold, and the first of the supervisors descends, a young woman with long, silver-white hair secured in a high ponytail. She is dressed in a sharp formal uniform, her golden eyes fixed forward with an icy expression. Eugene's jaw drops. He recognizes her in an instant, a look of pure astonishment on his face. Ciel, he points a shaky finger at his adoptive sister, completely baffled. Why are you, of all people, here? Ciel calmly walks down the steps, explaining that since it's almost their mother's birthday, she came to Aeroth to buy a gift. She then glances at Eugene, a faint blush warming her cheeks, and adds softly, and besides, I was wondering how you were getting on. Eugene is still trying to process the situation. He asks, looking completely flabbergasted, but Ciel is not alone. A tall, formidable older man with a white beard and mustache follows her out. Then another man, one with a smug expression and long silver hair, claps Ciel on the shoulder while giving Eugene a knowing smirk. But then it's John, Eugene's mentor, who appears behind them with a booming, joyful greeting. Eugene! He sweeps Eugene into a tight embrace, clearly ecstatic to see him. The older mustached man places a hand on John's shoulder, his expression stern, reminding him that it hasn't been all that long since they last saw Eugene. There will be plenty of time for that later, the old man says gruffly. Let's get to the point for now. Eugene studies the old warrior, his eyes sharp with analysis. Who is that, he wonders, recognizing a master from a single glance. From his posture and muscle development, Eugene can tell he's a spear user, not a swordsman, and a true master at that. His attention then shifts to the other man, the slender one, with a self-satisfied look standing behind the spearman. That one's a mage, he notes. It makes sense considering this whole affair involves dark magic and artifacts. A classic setup for a reborn Manhwa. And behind him, Eugene's gaze drifts to the last person still in the carriage's shadow. A single, deliberate footstep echoes on the carriage steps. A woman emerges, flanked by both the spearman and the mage. She moves with an aura of authority that commands immediate attention. Her long, silver-gray hair frames a face that is both beautiful and terrifyingly stern. Her golden eyes are sharp and cold. Eugene watches as she flexes her gloved hand, her knuckles popping softly. His mind races. Her hands aren't conditioned for a weapon. She must be a hand-to-hand combatant. And judging by her presence, she is without a doubt the one in charge. The woman walks down the steps, her gaze landing on Robarian. Has it been 20 years? I heard you are the Red Tower Master now. Robarian just smiles politely. I believe I informed you of my intentions the last time we spoke. She waves a dismissive hand. Really, it's been far too long for me to recall, she adds, her tone dripping with boredom. Besides, I never truly cared. Her piercing golden eyes then shift, locking onto Eugene with an unnerving intensity. She halts directly before him, her aura overwhelmingly immense. You are Eugene Lionheart. He offers a slight bow. Yes, I am Carmen Lionheart, she declares, her voice leaving no room for argument. I am your grandaunt, but do not call me that. Eugene just stares, utterly blindsided. Grandaunt, he thinks, his mind racing to calculate the lineage. This feels like a plot twist from a reborn Manhwa, where a powerful long-lost relative suddenly appears. That would make her the sister of the previous patriarch. Her youthful appearance for someone of her age isn't what surprises him. Rather, he's stunned that a figure of her immense stature would travel all this way for something like this. Sensing the tension, Rorian steps forward, gesturing toward the tower. The wind grows cold. Shall we continue this conversation inside? They were all assembled around a grand table within a formal meeting chamber where Carmen presided at its head, radiating an aura of unquestionable authority. This was Carmen Lionheart, the younger sister of the former patriarch. She had never married, choosing instead to join the illustrious Black Lion Knight Order, where she now commands the 3rd Legion as its captain. The elder spearman was identified as Nathan Lionheart, the vice captain of her legion and a member of a branch family. The smug-looking mage was Pelago Lionheart, another prominent member of the 3rd Legion. Hailing from a rare magic-wielding branch of the family, he was the one orchestrating today's deal. Pelago proceeded to lay out the terms the Lionheart's legendary sword, Wyniad, in exchange for the White Tower Master's Cape of Darkness. For every single day Melkith was in possession of the sword, Eugene would retain the cape for an entire year. Is that the extent of it? Melkith asks, a note of surprise in her voice. Pelago offers a smooth smile. Precisely. I have already prepared the contract, he announces. A magical document materializes at his fingertips, a glowing contract that drifts gracefully over to Melkith. Her eyes scan the text, and then she taps a specific clause. It states here that in the event Wyniad is destroyed, corresponding fees must be paid. Clarify this. What exactly happens if I were to destroy it? A chilling answer slices through the silence. You would pay with your life. The voice belongs to Carmen, who is lounging nonchalantly by the window, her tone utterly devoid of compromise. She takes a slow, deliberate puff from a cigar. Wyniad is a priceless treasure, she states with cold finality. So if I wish to borrow it, I must risk my very life. Melkith retorts, her defiance flaring. My life also has a value that cannot be measured in coin. Perhaps to the kingdom of Eroth, Carmen replies, exhaling a dismissive cloud of smoke. But not to the Lionheart clan. Sensing the escalating hostility, Pelago, the diplomat, smoothly intervenes. Now, there is no need to put your life on the line. He offers Melkith a smile meant to be reassuring. I hold you in high regard as a fellow mage. I highly doubt you would ever make an amateurish mistake such as breaking Wyniad. But then his expression shifts, the reassuring facade melting away to reveal a dark, predatory smile. You should simply hope that such a thing never comes to pass. He continues, his voice now dripping with unveiled menace. However, if it is destroyed, we will simply have to discuss the problem again at that time. The threat, though unspoken, hangs in the air, as clear and sharp as glass. So you intend to hold all the power in this arrangement? Melkith challenges, her voice sharp with accusation. Carmen cuts her off, her patience clearly evaporated. If you find the terms disagreeable, then do not borrow the sword. We are under no obligation to lend it to you. Frankly, if it were not for the Patriarch's wishes, I would not be here at all. Melkith lets out a huff. One might assume you traveled all this way just for me, but I suspect the true reason for your visit is entirely different. Carmen reaches into her coat and pulls out a small, ornate object. You are correct, she concedes coldly. I am here to address a far more important problem, not to waste time on this trivial matter. She glances at a pocket watch, her expression turning grim. I have a promised meeting with Balzac Elbath in 1 hour. We must discuss matters concerning IOD and interrogate the dark mage currently held in Eroth's prison. At this, Rorian's expression hardens. Carmen, our last conversation concluded with your promise to abide by Eroth's laws regarding the dark mage, he stated, his voice laced with concern. This new direction seems to completely contradict our agreement. Roberian's objection, however, meant nothing to Carmen as she calmly lit her cigar. Her eyes were as cold and hard as steel. While the Patriarch might have agreed to follow Eroth's legal process, the Lionheart Senate had decided on a different course. This entire incident had stained the family's reputation, and she made it perfectly clear that the Dark Mage would pay the price they decreed. As the adults argued, Eugene found himself distracted by Carmen's antiquated pocket watch, a detail that felt straight out of a classic Reborn Manhwa. He'd never before seen someone carry such a heavy and inconvenient timepiece. Melkith, ever the agent of chaos, voiced the same questions aloud. Why on earth use a pocket watch when you have a wristwatch? And what's the point of that cigar in your mouth if you aren't even going to smoke it? Carmen snapped the watch shut with a sharp click, utterly ignoring Melkith's baiting questions, and stated coolly that she had already acquired permission from both Eroth's king and its parliament, framing the situation as the Lionhearts simply handling the matter for them. Melkith fumed, visibly annoyed that Carmen had so skillfully evaded her inquiry, but Eugene knew exactly what was truly happening. That permission must have been secured with an astronomical sum of money. The Lionhearts had likely paid a bribe so massive that Eroth's parliament had no choice but to accept all, to gain the authority to punish the criminal on their own terms. Carmen then turned her sharp, intimidating gaze toward Melkith. So what will you do about Wyniad, Fwetpano? She pressed, glancing at her watch. There isn't much time left. Melkith, holding the magical contract, did a quick mental calculation. 3 hours to wield the sword meant she would have her cape returned in 2 months at the absolute most. Her decision was instantaneous. I'll do it, she declared, her eyes blazing with sheer determination. With a theatrical flourish of a magic quill, she signed her name irrevocably, sealing the deal. And just like that, the exchange was finalized. Eugene received the fabled Cloak of Darkness, and Melkith finally got her hands on the legendary Wyniad. She gazed upon the sword with pure, unadulterated love, while Eugene looked undeniably impressive in his new attire, remarking that it was of a fine design. Carmen crossed her arms, launching into her own critique. She complimented the fur collar, noting its resemblance to a lion's mane. But the color is a decided flaw, she added dismissively. She mused that it would have been far better in a brilliant white or an ashen gray. This dark hue, she said with a sniff, would look far more suitable on a black lion knight. Eugene was left completely speechless, a single drop of sweat rolling down the side of his face. He had absolutely not been expecting a fashion review from his terrifying and formidable grandaunt. Carmen offered him a bored, sidelong glance, completely unfazed by the awkward tension in the air. Seal, always the most perceptive, whispered to Eugene, "Give it to her. She wants to try it on." "She didn't say that," Eugene whispered back in confusion. Seal simply gave him a meaningful look. "She doesn't have to." The immense weight of his grandaunt's unspoken desire finally settled upon him. With a deep sigh, Eugene took off the cape. "Please try it on," he said, offering it to her. She took it and slipped it on with a practiced, elegant ease. The fabric billowed around her, perfectly complementing her imposing figure. She looked like the final ultimate boss of an epic saga. "Not bad," she conceded. She then handed it back, offering one last critique. It would be much improved with a lion decoration on the chest and a lion heart symbol emblazoned upon the back. Melkith snatched Wyniad protectively to her chest. "Someone might think I actually gave it to you," she snarled at Eugene. "I'm only lending it to you. Don't you dare ruin my cape." Growling with impatience, Melkith finally announced that it was time to go, and signals to her people, "Let's move. She's done wasting time here." As the Lionheart delegation gets ready to depart, Eugene turns to his sister, but Ciel chimes in with a radiant smile. "Yes, I'll be staying with Eugene for a while." It's clear she's not planning on returning with them just yet. Carmen glances at Ciel one final time. "Right," she says casually, before telling her to advise Cyan to dispose of that questionable Bunny Girl magazine he's hidden under his bed. Ciel's expression freezes for a moment before her jaw hits the floor. "What?" she exclaims, and Eugene decides to add a little fuel to the fire. "Oh, she knows all about it. I'm just worried that by the time I return, the official made uniforms will start including bunny ears." Ciel looks utterly disgusted by the thought. "That's sickening," she mutters. "I'm telling Mother." But Eugene continues to poke the bear. "Don't you think that's a bit extreme? Why not just subtly suggest that bunny ears aren't really his style?" Ciel glares at him. "So what kind of ears do you prefer then?" "Why are we suddenly talking about this?" he asks as she looks away, completely flustered. "Well, you said bunny ears, aren't it? That implies you have a preference for some other type." He just smirks, enjoying her reaction. She quickly shuts down the conversation. "I like normal ears. This is ridiculous. Let's just go buy the gift." As they start walking, Eugene begins to complain. "Why exactly do I have to tag along to buy a present for Lady Ancilla? I have no idea what she even likes." Ciel just spreads her arms wide. "But I do. So just follow my lead. If I'm just going to be following you, then there's no reason for me to come along," he grumbles. Ciel spins around, clearly annoyed. "So you're just going to let me wander around alone in a city I've never been to before? It's not like you're some helpless child," he retorts, even though he knows this is a losing battle. "You say that, but you're still going to come with me anyway." Ciel huffs. Eugene can only smile. He knows she'd hold a grudge forever if he did anything to displease her. While they're walking, Ciel remembers his birthday was a couple of months ago. He tells her he didn't really do anything special, just spent the day reading in the library and received no gifts. "Who is Hera?" Ciel asks, her eyes narrowing with suspicion. The moment Eugene confirms she's a female mage, Ciel shoots him a sharp, jealous side-eye. At that, Eugene stops walking, his tone shifting to become more serious. He knows she didn't come along just to buy presents. "You didn't travel all this way just for a gift, did you? What do you really want with Lady Carmen?" Ciel looks away, a hint of embarrassment on her face. "You're always so quick to notice the most pointless things." She then confesses the true reason for her journey. She's hoping to persuade Carmen to become her mentor. With Cyan destined to be the next patriarch, Ciel has no ambition for the title herself. However, their mother is already beginning to push the idea of an arranged marriage onto her. Eugene listens in silence, his expression unreadable. "But I don't want that life either," Ciel says, turning away from him. "I refuse to be cooped up in the main estate just playing the part of a proper lady. It's like a bad plot from a Reborn Manhwa where the heroine is trapped." "So, you want to join the Black Lion Knight Order?" Eugene asks. She admits it's not possible right now, but her goal is to be trained by Carmen and become strong enough to one day be accepted into their ranks. "That's good," Eugene says. Ciel looks at him surprised. "What is what?" He smiles, a look of genuine pride on his face. "That you're trying to achieve something on your own instead of just relying on the family's wealth." He then smoothly changes the subject. "So how is Cyan doing?" Ciel explains that Cyan brings him up constantly, completely obsessed with their rivalry and desperate to find out how many stars Eugene has managed to reach. "3, Eugene answers flatly. "The same as when I left." "He's still at 2 stars? The gap between the two of them just keeps getting wider. He then inquires about their disgraced older brother. "Did you hear anything about Iode?" Ciel says she only heard that he was sent back to the main estate. She adds that their mother is now searching for a private magic tutor to teach him at home as the image of Iode's utterly broken state flashes through her mind. "A private tutor?" Eugene questioned, a hint of disbelief in his voice. Ciel found it tragically amusing that his family was still relentlessly pushing him to study magic. She wondered why they couldn't just let him live his life as he pleased. "Enough of this unpleasantness," Ciel announced, decisively changing the topic. "Let's go eat." Her face broke into a radiant smile. "I'm famished." Eugene replied, "There are countless places, but I doubt any of them will be as good as the food back home." Ciel offered him a sly grin. Taste isn't everything, she explained. The atmosphere contributes just as much to the experience. Together, they gazed out upon the breathtaking floating metropolis of Eroth. Meanwhile, in the grim, oppressive darkness of a dungeon, a brutal interrogation reached its bloody end. A mangled hand gave one final twitch before going completely limp. Nathan meticulously wiped the blood from his own hands as he stared down at the dark mage's body. "He's dead, you poor old officer," he reported curtly. Carmen looked down at the corpse, her expression completely unreadable. "He said nothing despite everything we did," she mused. "I suppose he truly didn't know anything." She found the entire situation to be utterly absurd. A low-level dark mage somehow managing to contact a member of the Lionheart's direct line to arrange a contract was simply preposterous. Either he knew no fear or he was completely out of his mind, Nathan concluded, taking in the brutal scene. "I believe he was desperate," Carmen stated. Her sharp mind already fitting the pieces together, she explained that Gvid was a failure whose soul was forfeit to the demon he contracted, robbing him of any chance to reincarnate. This wasn't some fantasy tale or a Reborn Manhwa, where you get a clean slate. For him, this was the absolute end. That's why he made such a desperate gamble. He likely believed that the power he'd gained from selling his soul would be his ticket to escaping that fate, Carmen added thoughtfully. She also noted that she'd heard the infamous Night Witch Queen wasn't involved, her eyes narrowing as her suspicions landed squarely on the true culprit. "What do you suppose is going on?" she murmured to herself, her thoughts already racing towards her next meeting. In the dark, damp prison, Balzac Ludbeth, the Black Tower Master, was playing the part of the victim. With a disarmingly charming smile, he addressed Carmen. "I truly don't understand why you're directing your blame towards me." He insisted that he had cooperated in every way imaginable. Carmen, however, was not buying his act. Leaning against the cold stone wall, she met his gaze. "It's far more plausible to believe you are behind all of this, rather than some low-ranking dark mage," she told him bluntly. "I can comprehend why you would think that way, Balzac said, feigning a thoughtful expression. "But what, pray tell, would I possibly gain if that were the case?" He argued that if he were the true mastermind, he would have covered his tracks so perfectly that no one could ever trace it back to him. The performance was smooth, calculated, and deeply infuriating. His gaze flickered past Carmen towards her imposing knights. "Lady Carmen, I have a great many enemies," he continued his defense. He proclaimed that while the demon king of incarceration granted him endless trust, he knew many in the demon world resented him for that very favor. "In my opinion, he concluded, someone who despises me likely orchestrated this entire affair to put me in this difficult situation." He leaned in, a smug laugh escaping his lips. He pointed out that while there was no proof to support his theory, there was also no proof that he was the one who did it. He then skillfully shifted the focus, reminding her with a dark smile that the Lionhearts found themselves in a position just as precarious as his own. "You are free to say whatever you wish," Carmen responded, her voice dangerously calm. "But freedom comes with responsibility." She continued, her golden eyes boring into him with unnerving intensity. "Are you truly capable of facing the consequences of whatever you say?" The threat was unmistakable. Balzac, however, did not flinch. He declared that as a loyal servant he held a deep and profound endearment for the Lionhearts, which was precisely why he had cooperated so sincerely. "But I am human," he said, his tone shifting subtly, "and so I cannot be expected to do the impossible. A single thing about my feelings regarding your baseless accusation." And just like that, the facade shatters as a dark, sinister energy erupts from his very being. "I am Balzac Ludbeth, the Black Tower Master of Eroth." He snarls, his voice dripping with menace. "I realize you have no intention of showing me respect, but I will not tolerate these endless insults, not for my own sake, and certainly not for His Majesty's." In a breathtaking flash, Carmen is instantly behind him, her hand seizing his coat with blinding speed. The sheer force of her movement unleashes a palpable shockwave through the very air. Balzac pivots, his smile vanishing, replaced by a chilling fury. "I have no desire to cause trouble," he states, "but if you insist, I can resolve this matter so discreetly that no one will ever notice a thing." "For no one to notice," Carmen retorts, her voice as sharp as ice. "Your head would need to remain attached to your shoulders." Her aura flares to life, a crushing pressure that promises nothing less than complete annihilation. Balzac coolly adjusts his sunglasses, the tension in the air now thick enough to slice with a knife. Carmen finally relents, releasing her grip. She concedes that his theory does hold some merit, the notion that someone from within the Lionhearts wishes to bring harm to the main family. However, that remains pure speculation, she counters, explaining they couldn't extract any information from the deceased mage. The entire incident is just too perfect, almost like a meticulously plotted Reborn Manhwa. And that thwart, she declares, is precisely why you are my prime suspect. I would have covered my tracks, Balzac repeats with a self-satisfied grin before quickly catching himself. A slip of the tongue. He insists once more that he was not involved. Carmen simply gazes at him, crosses her arms, and states flatly, "I believe you." She then shifts the topic, inquiring about the incubus that attempted to form a contract with the boy, adding that it's hardly a pleasant subject. "I have witnessed more than my share of cruel and disgusting sights," Balzac replies with practiced smoothness. Then casting a pointed look at Carmen, he adds, "In fact, I'm looking at one right now. If you insist," he continues. And with a casual wave of his hand, he summons a swirling vortex of dark energy. The malevolent power coalesces, taking a solid form in his palm. It is the severed head of the incubus, its face forever frozen in a silent, agonizing scream. His Majesty has already claimed its soul, Balzac explains with unnerving nonchalance. If you wish, I can give that to you as well. Carmen just stares back completely unimpressed. I have no need for it. With a dismissive flick of his wrist, Balzac discards the head like a piece of garbage. And in that very instant, Carmen strikes not with a weapon, but with an eruption of pure kinetic force. Her fist connects with Balzac's side, creating a deafening boom. The staggering impact sends shards of his dark energy shield flying, a testament to the colossal power behind her blow. A thin trickle of blood escapes from the corner of Balzac's mouth. He appears more stunned than genuinely hurt. Let's return, he commands his entourage, turning his back on the Lionhearts. The confrontation may be over, but Carmen ensures she gets the final word. Consider this a warning, to what she calls out after him. If you ever dare to contact Eugene Lionheart... Balzac halts casually, wiping the blood from his lip. The only individual who can command my actions is the Demon King of Incarceration. He glances back over his shoulder, his eyes blazing with a malevolent red light. Lady Carmen, you possess no right whatsoever to dictate my affairs. And with that final defiant statement, he departs. Carmen and her knights step back out onto the street, the suffocating tension finally breaking. Jian, she asks, what is your assessment of the truth? John proposes the involvement of a rival dark mage, Amelia Merwin, who is known to envy Balzac, adding that the Demon King is indifferent to such infighting among his contractors. John further speculates that if Amelia is indeed behind this, the notoriously war-hungry nation of Nahama might also be involved, predicting it could lead to war with Kiel within a few years. Carmen listens intently as Jian elaborates, believing Nahama will target the kingdom of Turth first, a nation with which they've had a long and troubled history. Carmen concluded the strategic thought, the Empire of Kiel will then be forced to prepare for war, and the Lionheart family will without a doubt be summoned to spearhead those preparations. John found himself wondering if Amelia had truly orchestrated all of this, or if it was merely an isolated event devoid of any larger conspiracy. Carmen came to an abrupt halt. Jian, what is your assessment of what would have transpired had I not chosen to ignore Balzac's provocation earlier? Jian's response was both immediate and grim. If we had engaged him in combat, every one of us, yourself excluded, would have perished. How very modest of you. Carmen remarked dryly, prompting a sheepish smile from Jian. I am ill-suited for combat against mages. Carmen then conceded that she was the one who lacked confidence. That is precisely why I did not engage him. It was a rare display of vulnerability from the formidable captain, but her expression quickly hardened once more as she detailed the consequences for Iod. Iodi will be placed under observation. She clarified that one of the Black Lions had already been in such a dispatch to the task. They won't end his life, but there will be no second chance. Iodi is to live out the remainder of his days under constant surveillance with his right of succession completely nullified. She mentioned knowing that their mother was currently seeking a magic tutor for him, a development that they intended to allow. If there is a mastermind behind this, they might attempt to contact Iota again, effectively turning him into bait. A pained expression crossed Jian's face as he recalled a younger, more joyful Iode who had adored magic. He simply couldn't comprehend why the boy would ever turn to the dark arts. Very well, he said grimly, accepting the harsh reality of their predicament. The delegation from the Black Lions began their preparations to depart. As they boarded their magnificent carriage, Eugene and Rebarian observed their exit. Sayel? He waved a cheerful farewell. Until next time, Eugene, he returned the wave. Goodbye, Rebarian added with a smile. I will see you again. But just before she boarded, Carmen paused and turned to face Eugene directly. Eugene Lionheart, what are your thoughts on joining the Order of the Black Lion Knights? He appeared visibly surprised by the question. She informed him that the subordinate position to the 2nd Division captain was currently vacant and that she could recommend him for it immediately. It was a monumental and direct offer. Eugene inclined his head respectfully. I thank you for the proposition, but I will have to decline. He bid her farewell, flatly rejecting her proposal. Carmen merely stared at him, her expression completely unreadable. What a pity, she murmured, before turning and ascending into the carriage with the remainder of her knights. As the carriage took to the skies and flew away, Eugene and Rebarian were left standing on the grand steps of the tower. Rebarian then inquired if the master of the White Magic Tower had made any contact. Eugene shook his head. No. Had she succeeded, she would have rushed here immediately to boast about it. A faint smirk played across his lips. Given the complete lack of news, she must be facing some difficulty. Miles away, in her private sanctum, Melkith was in fact struggling immensely. Holding Winnie aloft, she poured every fiber of her being into the ritual, her face a mask of strained effort, as she attempted to summon the legendary king of wind spirits. In a desperate gamble for power, straight out of a reborn Manhwa, some are willing to risk everything. And at this very moment, Melkith was betting her entire future on a single ritual, channeling a colossal storm of mana with buff. Clutching Eugene's sword, Winnie, her face twists in sheer frustration as she grits her teeth, cursing the very name of Tempest. She has done everything right, sending her call out to the spirit world, but her only reply is absolute deafening silence. For the greatest spiritualist alive, such a failure is a profound insult. She has pushed her body to its absolute limit, not even generating her own heat, trying to become the perfect vessel. She has even disrobed for this ritual, holding nothing back, and yet there is still nothing. With a desperate cry, she called upon the Wind Spirit King, the master of hurricanes himself, pleading for him to forge a contract with her. It was a raw, powerful plea, her final desperate gambit. Yet the energy that responded to her summons was not the wind she had anticipated. Instead, golden lightning crackled through the air and her eyes widened in utter shock. This was certainly not what she had been expecting as a deep, resonant voice boomed through the chamber, acknowledging her contract. Before her very eyes, a colossal hawk forged from pure lightning began to materialize. The power radiating from it was immense, but it was entirely the wrong element. Her shock morphed into sheer disbelief. This was Levan, the formidable king of lightning spirits. She impulsively blurted out the first thought that came to mind. "I did not summon you. Why have you appeared?" The lightning spirit's voice, however, was utterly unimpressed. He revealed that Tempest himself had dispatched him with a brutally simple message, "Be quiet." Levan then flatly informed her that the Wind King had absolutely zero interest in forming a contract with her. Melkith was completely stunned. She began to furiously protest that Tempest had to be listening, screaming that she was the greatest spiritualist in the world and the only one worthy of him. She raised her voice once more, demanding his appearance and promising him anything he could desire, but the lightning spirit's voice cut her off sharply. "Please have some shame, Hiaba," he advised. At that, her desperation boiled over into pure, unrestrained rage. She let out a shriek at her face, twisting into a mask of fury and humiliation as a piercing scream echoed throughout the tower. The lightning spirit Levan simply heaved a tired sigh, looking entirely done with the entire dramatic spectacle before a massive crackle of electricity heralded a bolt of lightning that struck Melkith directly. She let out a sharp yelp of pain, zapped for her sheer insolence. She collapsed to the ground, twitching and smoking as potent electricity coursed through her system, her grand ritual culminating in a total and agonizing failure. As she lay there defeated, Levan's voice explained the harsh reality: she could never give Tempest what he truly desired. The Spirit King elaborated, "Tempest has but a single wish to journey north, to conquer the northern territories of the Demon Realm, a land no one has ever managed to subdue. It is an ancient ambition, one he has harbored for centuries." 10 days later, we find Melkith again. The ritual had clearly taken a severe toll. Her face was now wrinkled, her eyes were sunken, and her once vibrant energy had vanished. It was like a classic trope from a Reborn Manhwa, where a character ages decades overnight. Eugene sat across from her, quietly observing her haggard appearance. He found himself wondering if it was even possible for a person to age so drastically in a mere 10 days. Melkith simply slumped in her seat, radiating an aura of pure misery. Eugene, never one to beat around the bush, cut straight to the point, asking what had transpired with the contract. Melkith's head snapped up, her face contorting with unbridled rage as she screamed, demanding why he'd even ask when he obviously knew the answer. Eugene calmly advised her that there was no need for such language. She completely ignored him, slamming her fist on the table and viciously cursing Tempest's very name. Nearby Mir, who had been engrossed in a book, slammed it shut with a loud thud. Annoyed by the outburst, the small girl hopped off her chair. She toddled over with the look of sheer determination. Fed up with all the noise, she got right up in Melkith's face and forcefully shushed her. She hilariously called her the lady who soiled her pants and reminded her that this was supposed to be a place of silence. Melkith could only scream in pure frustration. All the while, Eugene couldn't help but smirk, remarking on just how loud she was being. Then he grabbed the fuming Melkith, his expression turning serious. He demanded to know if Tempest had truly refused her or if she was simply making the whole thing up. She shrieked back, "Why on earth would I lie about this?" Eugene released his grip, his expression turning ice cold. He reminded her that their original agreement was for 10 years, but since she failed, he was being generous by calling the whole thing off. A full 9 years if she simply returned Winnie to him at that moment. Melkith's eyes widened in sheer horror. 9 years? And the very thought of being his subordinate for nearly a decade was more than she could bear. Utterly defeated, she extended the sword, her hands trembling uncontrollably as Eugene reached out to reclaim his ancestral treasure. With tears welling in her eyes, she pleaded with him to take good care of the Cape of Darkness. It was a heart-wrenching farewell not only to the legendary sword, but to the dream she cherished. Later, we find Eugene seated at a desk, engrossed in a children's picture book, which detailed the official sanitized story of the heroes. He began to read about Kamash, the unbelievably colossal chief of the giants. The book painted Kamash as a truly terrifying figure hundreds of years old and hailed as the mightiest giant in all of history. His eyes were said to glow with raw demonic power. The story recounted a massive battle of thousands of humans against hundreds of giants, and it condescendingly posed the question of whether the reader would have the courage not to flee. However, the book quickly clarified that the sheer number of soldiers was ultimately irrelevant. A single armored boot stepping onto the battlefield changed the entire dynamic, for it belonged to Vermouth. The great hero was there, standing alone, his mere presence enough to single-handedly turn the tide of any conflict. The narrative then recalls an instance where some arrogant order of Rose Knights approached Vermouth, puffed up with self-importance. They boldly declared that they would fight as his equals. But the book, in a tone that perfectly mirrored Hamel's own cynical thoughts, scoffed at the very notion. All of them put together couldn't have even managed to scratch the giant's little toe. Besides, Vermouth utterly detested fighting as part of a large, unwieldy group. In reality, there was only one person Vermouth could truly trust as a partner in battle, the only one he could fully depend on when confronting a monstrosity like Kamash, and that person was Hamel. Vermouth calls out his name, and Hamel, flashing a cocky grin, simply replies, "Yeah." The two of them were a perfectly synchronized duo. Vermouth issued the order, "Left arm." He then followed up with, "Can you do it?" A question steeped in absolute trust. Hamel merely smirked, his eyes glinting with confidence. He countered that he'd prefer the right arm, fully aware that the giant chief was right-handed. It was his signature way of volunteering for the more perilous role. "Then you take the right." Vermouth agreed without a moment's hesitation, and the two of them stood together, two lone warriors preparing to face down a monstrous chieftain. The book went on to explain that only the sacred sword, which answered to Vermouth alone, possessed the power to pierce the demonic protection surrounding Kamash. This crucial detail meant Vermouth was the only one capable of delivering the decisive final blow. Yet even after Vermouth severed his head, the remaining giants did not falter, but with Kamash vanquished, the Demon King's protective aura over them weakened, which meant human magic could finally penetrate their defenses. And it was at that very moment that the beautiful Sienna was at last able to unleash her full devastating power, completely engulfing the battlefield in a sea of flames. Returning to the present, Eugene shuts the book with a soft thud. He turns to Mur and asks with a playful glint in his eye, "Did Madame Sienna write this picture book herself?" Mur's eyes practically bulged out of her head in horror. The mere suggestion was so utterly offensive to her that she was rendered speechless. Finally, she snapped out of her stupor, demanding he not utter such blasphemous things. Eugene simply grinned, gesturing towards the book as he remarked on how excessively she was praised within its pages. "Beautiful, cute, and adorable," he listed off. Mur was profoundly insulted on Sienna's behalf, retorting that only someone who was completely out of their mind would pen a story praising themselves in such a blatant manner. She puffed out her chest indignantly and declared that even if it was him, she would never forgive such a grave insult to Lady Sienna. Eugene, however, just waved it off nonchalantly. All right, Han," he conceded with a sigh, closing his eyes. The stories of the past only fueled his resolve for the future. His life truly felt like a reborn manhwa in the making. As he gets to his feet, Mur questions where he's off to. Without even a backward glance, he declares, "I am going to try mastering witchcraft once more." Mur watches his retreating form. She concedes that it's a noble goal, yet can't help but think he's being incredibly arrogant. In response, Eugene just flashes a confident grin over his shoulder, remarking that success feels all the sweeter when the task is a true challenge. Mur trails after him, her expression completely deadpan. "But you consistently fail," she points out. For the subsequent 10 days, Eugene dedicated nearly all his time to Acreon. He now stands before a complex magical diagram, fully aware that recreating Sienna's ultimate magic, the legendary Eternal Hole, is an impossible feat. At present, the Eternal Hole is considered a mythic technique, a great circle containing an infinite number of smaller rotating circles within, which in turn generates a limitless supply of mana. However, Eugene's circumstances are entirely unique. He does not utilize the traditional magic circles. Instead, he masterfully rotates the stars of his white flame method, employing them as a powerful substitute. He visualizes the stars of the white flame method forming in his mind, coalescing into a single potent ring of energy, when a sudden thought strikes him with the force of lightning. What if he could manifest another circle inside the ring created by the stars? His mind drifts back to his past life. The mana training method he had learned was a rudimentary technique designed for common soldiers. Yet he had taken that basic method and infused it with his vast combat experience, and with Sienna's guidance forged his own unparalleled training regimen. The core principle was deceptively simple: grow the mana core, and then repeatedly detonate the mana composing it. This explosive surge of power would then be channeled rapidly throughout his entire body, supercharging it for the rigors of combat. With nothing more than that crude method, Hamel had been able to move with enough speed to sever both the leg and arm of the giant chief Kamash, a feat that should have been utterly impossible. He remembers Vermouth acknowledging his innate talent and Sienna staring at his training scroll in utter disbelief, asking if he had actually paid money for such a ridiculously stupid method. Sienna simply could not comprehend it. How could he possibly have trained with such a piece of garbage and still reach such an unbelievable level of power? For a magical prodigy like her, it was a paradox worthy of a reborn manhwa, completely defying all known logic. Returning to the present, Eugene stands with a newfound sense of clarity. He is no longer the warrior who had to depend on a primitive technique. He is Eugene Lionheart, the undisputed master of the refined white flame method. He discovers that he no longer collapses when he gazes into the intricate patterns of the Eternal Hole. He can now perceive the flow of mana within it with perfect clarity. Now a confident, almost predatory grin spreads across his features. He knows with absolute certainty that he can achieve it. He can replicate the legendary Eternal Hole by fusing it with his own white flame method. 2 full years have now passed. Beneath the brilliant summer sky of Aeroth, the majestic magic towers stand gleaming. For Eugene Lionheart, who is now 19 years old, his extended stay in the capital of magic is finally approaching its end. Inside the hallowed silence of the Royal Library, the steady scratching of a quill against parchment is the only perceptible sound, a rhythm that has defined Eugene's existence for the past 2 years. He sits utterly engrossed in his work. As the light from a nearby window illuminates his white hair, while he meticulously lays down theories that could potentially reshape the very foundations of magic, suddenly a small, familiar figure materializes before him. It is Myr. Her soft voice cuts through the profound silence, inquiring if he feels hungry. Resting her chin in her hand, she casually points out that it's nearly time for their meal. Her tone is light, but a subtle hint of concern flickers within her eyes. Eugene concedes that he is a little hungry, but insists he cannot stop now. He's completely in the zone, and if he were to break his focus, Myr throws her hands up in utter frustration, certain that if he breaks his concentration, he'll lose all momentum on this crucial work. She simply cannot comprehend why he's in such a frantic rush to finish his thesis. From her point of view, it would make far more sense to write slowly and carefully, ensuring there are absolutely no mistakes, without even looking up from his papers. Eugene assures her he isn't rushing or making any errors. He's been meticulously checking and rechecking his work, paying close attention to every single word. He leans back with a smirk, explaining that most mages take decades just to perfect a single thesis. But then again, he adds it didn't take him decades to master magic either. Myr slams her hands on the table, her annoyance finally boiling over. "That's exactly what I mean, Hut," she exclaims, calling him unbelievably arrogant for even attempting this at his age and telling him he should just quit to study for at least another 10 years. Eugene's only response is a teasing grin as he quietly observes what a shy little thing Myr is clearly enjoying how easily he can get under her skin. His comment catches her completely off guard. A deep blush creeps up her face as she stammers, lost for words. She quickly recovers, pointing an accusing finger at him. She puffs out her chest, demanding he not cross the line and reminding him that she has lived for 200 more years than he has. Eugene's grin only widens. "What a shy little grandma," he retorts. That's the final straw. Her expression shifts from annoyed to genuinely murderous, but then his teasing tone vanishes. He leans forward, his voice suddenly serious as he asks the real question, "Is it because you don't want me to leave?" The question strikes its target perfectly. All Myr can manage is a choked gasp, unable to find an answer. Eugene continues, noting that he's the only person who visits her with any regularity. Myr looks away, muttering that it's only because the other mages already saw witchcraft a long, long time ago. She remembers them all, countless mages, stunned and amazed by Sienna's legendary magic. They all tried to understand its impossible complexity, but in the end, every single one of them gave up. But Eugene, as Myr points out, was different. He came to this library every single day for 2 years, determined to comprehend what no one else could. Her abrasive mask finally cracks her voice, becoming small and vulnerable. "Are you really going to leave Aroth once you complete your thesis?" Eugene answers. Her honestly, "What else would I do here?" For him, it's a simple question. His reason for being in Aroth is almost fulfilled. Myr throws her arms open wide, making a desperate sales pitch. "You could do anything you want. Become the next Red Tower Master Schaus." She suggests, certain that Reborn would gladly choose him, but Eugene shuts it down immediately. He has zero interest in becoming a Tower Master. Not giving up, Myr tries again. "What about the Palace Mage troops?" She knows their captain wants to recruit him, though she adds with a grimace that the man is far too friendly for her taste. She plays her final card, mentioning that even the prince himself has taken a liking to him. Working for the royal family would be an honor he could boast about for the rest of his life. Eugene's answer doesn't change. "I appreciate the thought, but no." His decision is firm. It's as if his entire life is a reborn Manhwa where his path is already set. Myr is at her wit's end. "You can't become the patriarch anyway, so why are you so desperate to go back to the Lionhearts?" She demands, unable to understand. "I can't fathom why he would leave all this behind." Eugene, however, doesn't spare her a glance, his focus entirely on his notes. "Must I have some profound reason?" he murmurs softly, "to simply return to my home?" Meanwhile, Mr. Size is finally forced to concede that Eugene's work is nothing short of remarkable. In a mere 6 months, he has successfully deciphered incredibly complex magical theories and elevated his own abilities to a whole new level. Eugene clarifies that this thesis is a personal endeavor meant only for his own understanding, as he is the sole individual capable of wielding this particular magic. Therefore, he is simply structuring his own thoughts, not crafting a formal paper for some esteemed academic society. And the logic behind it is quite straightforward. His unique circle flame method is founded upon a power that no other mage in existence can claim, a fact even his own mentor, Reborn, has confirmed. Beyond the intricate magical theory, it's a feat that is physically unattainable for anyone except Eugene. Reborn goes on to explain that Eugene bypasses the need for a conventional magic circle entirely. In its place, he ingeniously substitutes the stars from his white flame method. However, not even another member of the Lionheart lineage could replicate his technique. The Red Tower Master himself admits that he even attempted it, but lacking a Lionheart's core and mastery of the white flame method, trying to follow the thesis only resulted in his mana catastrophically flowing in reverse, a unique power you'd only find in a top-tier reborn Manhwa. Over the past 2 years, Eugene achieved the 4th star of the white flame method. Harnessing that incredible power, he was at last able to apply the principles of Sienna's eternal hold directly to his own core, forging a perfect ring from 4 stars of pure incandescent white flame. These 4 stars coalesce into a stable rotating circle of mana, creating the perfect vessel for something infinitely more volatile. Inside that blazing ring, he continuously detonates his mana just as his previous incarnation Hamel once did, but this time, the swirling flames expertly contain and command that raw, destructive force. This is the essence of the Circle Flame method, a flawless fusion of the Lionheart, Clan's ingenuity, and Hamel the Fool's overwhelming brute strength. His initial plan was to wait until he became a 5-star user. However, his study of Sienna's witchcraft propelled his growth at a rate far beyond anything he could have ever anticipated. His time in Aroth was meticulously divided between deciphering the secrets of his Cloak of Darkness in the Hall of Space and mastering flame magic within the Hall of Intense Heat. Rebarian officially accepted him as a disciple, aiding him in refining his thesis and even altering fundamental spells to synergize with Eugene's unparalleled power. His life settled into a grueling yet productive routine, half of each day spent in the library with Myrrh. The other half was dedicated to direct tutelage under the Red Tower Master. Those 2 years were utterly relentless, but the results were absolutely undeniable. He had become stronger at a truly monstrous pace, a classic protagonist's journey in any Reborn Manhwa. Returning to the present, Eugene gently prods, "Myrrh, are you upset with me?" She averts her gaze, denying it only to accuse him of knowing full well that she doesn't want him to leave. She insists she isn't angry, and that she has no right to prevent him from going. Then her voice fractures as she reveals her painful truth. She has never wanted to go anywhere, but even if the desire arose, she couldn't. She is eternally bound to this library. "So just go," she says, her voice trembling with emotion. "Just go and leave me all by myself here in this dreadfully boring, quiet, and lonely place." The words are a desperate and heartbreaking plea thinly veiled as a command. She musters a fragile smile, claiming she isn't sad to see him go. After all, she's not even human, and she understands that humans always depart in the end. It's a brave yet painfully transparent lie. As Eugene activates a portal stone, he poses a single piercing question. Really? Myrrh insists she's grown accustomed to goodbyes after living for so long. But her voice falters, trailing into silence. Her deepest fear finally comes pouring out. "At the very least, to tell me before you go." She pleads her head. She bowed deeply, a stark contrast to Lady C, who had vanished without a trace, and Eugene's expression softened at the gesture. He showed his understanding by closing the portal stone and offering a firm, reassuring reply. "Very well." In response, Myrrh clenched, her fists a sudden fury rising within her at his calm acceptance after she had just bared her soul. "You are an absolute scoundrel," she snarled through gritted teeth. As he turned to leave, she grabbed his cape, shouting that she didn't need a reason, he just was one. It was a childish tantrum, a raw outburst fueled by overwhelming hurt. "I despise you," she yelled. "You're nothing but a child, yet you show no respect for your elders. Is it so difficult to simply listen to an adult for once?" Eugene halted and turned, remaining perfectly silent for a moment, allowing her to vent completely. Her fiery anger soon deflated, replaced by a wave of shame. She confessed that she knew her personality was modeled on how the young Sienna had acted, admitting that her own behavior could be incredibly immature. "I understand," Eugene responded softly. Myrrh went on, confessing that she says childish things, is profoundly stubborn, and is painfully aware of all her shortcomings. She felt foolish for even voicing it. She admitted this because she was certain the real Sienna would never behave in such a manner, feeling as if she were merely insulting the memory of her creator. She averted her gaze, utterly convinced she was just a pale, flawed imitation of the legendary Archmage. "I suppose," but Eugene interrupted her, a gentle, knowing smile gracing his features. "The real Lady Sienna would have acted exactly as you have." Myrrh instantly refuted his claim. "There's no way she would never act like this. You've never even met her." But Eugene's smile didn't waver. He looked her directly in the eye, his voice filled with a certainty that felt almost prophetic, like a twist from a classic Reborn Manhwa. "I am absolutely certain." As Myrrh began to argue, pointing out that his only exposure to Sienna was a children's picture book, Eugene deftly changed the subject. "My thesis will be completed soon." He moved toward the window, adding that if he didn't become too ambitious with it, it would likely be finished before the summer's end. Myrrh, still reeling from his impossible confidence, could only ask, "And what of it?" Eugene turned back to face her, his smile now bright and genuine as he made her a solemn promise. "I will come to see you before I depart. There is something I must tell you at that time." Her suspicion flared to life instantly. "What is it it demanded, her eyes narrowing. "If you're merely planning to mock me, I swear I will end you." Eugene simply waved farewell with that same enigmatic smile. "I will tell you when the time is right," he said, leaving her alone in the silent library, with a seed of hope now planted amidst her lingering fears. Just as Eugene believed he might finally find a moment of peace, a loud and painfully cheerful voice called out his name. It was Tremple Wizard, his face beaming with a relentless, unwavering smile. Eugene's expression twisted into one of pure annoyance. He recognized that voice anywhere, and its sound was like nails on a chalkboard. He turned with a sour look, already anticipating what was to come. "What is it now?" he asked, his patience worn completely thin. Tremple struck a dramatic pose, reminding him that the position he had been offered in the palace mage troop was still waiting for him for the taking should he ever change his mind. Eugene turned his back on him, not even bothering to conceal his complete lack of interest. "Thank you, but I'll pass." Not one to take a hint, Tremple cleared his throat and attempted a new tactic. His cheerful facade slipped away, revealing a more calculating expression as he offered to help review Eugene's thesis. He puffed out his chest, boasting that while the master of the Red Tower might be a specialist in summoning, he himself was a true master of the craft, in combat magic. His title as captain certainly wasn't just for show. Eugene shot him a deadpan look, highlighting the glaring flaw in his proposition by stating the obvious, "But you have no idea what my research is even about?" Tremple's face contorted in a look of comical frustration as he whined about Eugene keeping everything under wraps. He then forced a laugh, boasting that he was just as capable a teacher as any of the Tower Masters. Eugene, having reached his limit, cut him off politely, but with unmistakable finality. "I appreciate the offer, but I'm quite all right." He elaborated that accepting such help would be a grave insult to his official mentor, Reborn. Unfazed, Tremple began to suggest that they could simply keep their collaboration a secret, but Eugene was already turning his back, cutting him off mid-sentence as he made his exit. Defeated yet again, Tremple could only stare after him, a picture of utter dejection on his face. Walking down the immaculate corridor, Eugene pulled his cape tighter around his shoulders and muttered a frustrated curse under his breath. He shuddered at the mere thought. Tremple was already a nuisance. If that man ever discovered he had actually recreated the legendary Eternal Hole, he would become absolutely insufferable. Fortunately, even a mage of Tremple's caliber couldn't perceive the truth of his power. The Circle Flame method was so unique it was practically a trope from a Reborn Manhwa. Until the spell was actually cast, it was indistinguishable from the standard White Flame method. Eugene couldn't help but crack a small, smug grin. The ability to conceal his true strength from someone of that rank definitely had its perks. Later, Eugene stood before his mentor, Reborn, encircled by a vortex of swirling gray energy. As they reviewed his progress, Reborn regarded him with a serious expression. In terms of raw magical output alone, he informed Eugene, "You have already surpassed the 5th circle level." But Eugene simply clenched his fist and the energy vanished. He was keenly aware of his own limitations. "The 4th circle is my absolute limit for now," he stated, acknowledging he'd hit a plateau. Any spell more advanced than that would simply destabilize and collapse within his version of the Eternal Hole. He wondered aloud if his fundamental understanding was still lacking, but Reborn shook his head. "I don't believe so," he explained. "This isn't an issue of understanding, but one of capacity. You haven't perfectly recreated the Eternal Hole just yet." And he clarified that Eugene was essentially substituting his 4 white flame stars for 4 distinct magic circles, making it more accurate to equate his power directly to the number of cores he possessed. Put simply, as his white flame method evolved, so too would his magic. But with every instance of your power's foundation shattering and reforming, a significant risk is involved. Please be cautious," Reborn warned gravely. "For the time being, the Circle Flame method appears flawless, but as it's an entirely new form of magic, the latent dangers could be compounding with each advancement." Eugene finished the thought for him, recalling the numerous times Reborn had cautioned him against using advanced circle magic. His mentor stressed the point once more. "The Circle Flame method will allow you to cast magic up to the 5th circle with ease, but I strongly advise you not to even attempt 6th circle spells. The risks of wielding a power beyond your true control are a complete unknown." Eugene nodded, his expression somber. "Yes, I understand," he affirmed, knowing his mentor's concern was genuine. Changing the topic, Reborn then confirmed that Eugene wasn't returning home immediately after completing his thesis and inquired about his other plans. A mischievous grin began to spread across Eugene's face as he mentioned his desire to sample the Luar Kingdom's famously delicious ice crab, a delicacy he's wanted to taste since he was a boy from the Luhar Kingdom, a nation in the far north founded by one of his old comrades. Reborn is surprised he would travel so far just for a meal, pointing out that there are plenty of ice crab restaurants right here. But Eugene simply shrugs, remarking that things are always best when enjoyed at the source. He then adds that after that, he's heading to the Namad Desert. He claims to have heard the cactus scorpion there is a local delicacy, but this entire food tour is merely an elaborate cover story. 200 years ago, his former companion Anise left on a pilgrimage, and the last place she was ever seen was deep within the Nahama Desert. Reborn, completely unaware of the real mission, just smiles, remarking that he never knew Eugene was such a dedicated foodie. He suggests that if Eugene likes crustaceans so much, they should have lobster for their meal today. They arrive at a lavish high-end restaurant, its sign proudly displaying a golden lobster, but as they're being led to their table, Eugene freezes in his tracks. He never in a million years expected to find Aroth's crown prince Hanim Abram sitting there waiting for them. With perfect composure, the prince offers a calm apology for intruding on a meal between a teacher and his student. Seated at the grand dining table, which is laden with an extravagant feast, the prince announces he will get straight to the point. He looks directly at Eugene and makes an incredible offer. "If you agree to stay in Aroth, I will promise you the position of captain of the palace mage troop. I swear it on my very name." Eugene knows there's a catch, though, perhaps not the timing. The prince simply smiles. "In 10 years, he says with absolute confidence, I shall be the king of Aroth." Reborn shoots a shocked look at the prince. A declaration of that nature spoken so openly is incredibly dangerous. He warns the prince that the current king is still in good health. Making such a bold claim about the throne is a serious political gamble. The prince calmly tells him not to worry. He has already received a promise regarding his succession. It's all but guaranteed, and the people already believe he is destined to be the next king. He explains that while formalities remain, he is certain that in 10 years' time, Eugene will be more than qualified to lead the mages who answer directly to the king himself. Eugene thanks him for the high praise, but points out that the prince doesn't truly know the full extent of his growth. The prince concedes that this is because Eugene and Reborn have been hiding his progress so masterfully, and then he asks the pivotal question. But why? He knows there must be a compelling reason, and since they will not tell him, he can only make his own assumptions. A glint of sharp understanding shines in the prince's eyes as he peers at Eugene. This incredible power feels straight out of a reborn Manhwa. He can see it now. Eugene's entire body is overflowing with mana. Based on that alone, he has to be at least at the 5th circle level. The prince then utters a word that changes everything witchcraft. He then asks directly, "Did you comprehend the eternal whole?" Eugene deflects, asking if an answer is truly necessary, but the prince just offers a knowing smile. The question itself held the answer. Eugene reasoned that while deceiving a future king was a terrible idea, he wasn't planning on being completely transparent either. He explained it wasn't a matter of hating Aeroth or the position. He simply did not want it. The prince sighed, acknowledging that for a man of Eugene's talent, power, and status were not enough to make him stay. So he altered his proposal. In that case, what about knowledge? And with that, he revealed a critical name, Sienna. The Wise had documented her witchcraft within a trilogy of grimoires. While one volume resides in the library, the other 2 were supposedly secured within the royal palace's treasury. This revelation leaves both Eugene and Reborn utterly dumbfounded, as it shatters everything they previously believed to be true. Eugene's mind immediately jumps to Mare, who had insisted with absolute certainty that Sienna retained possession of the other 2 tomes. Since when, Eugene demands, did the royal family have them? The timeline simply doesn't add up. The prince is quick to clarify the situation. The versions in their possession are merely copies gifted to the royal family by Sienna herself. In truth, even they have no clue as to the whereabouts of the 2 original grimoires. At this, Eugene's eyes ignite with a sudden fierce ambition. "Are you implying you'll let me see them?" The prince explains that for the moment, it's impossible. Witchcraft stands as the single greatest magical treasure in all of history, and not even a favored prince can access it on a whim. "But once I am king," he declares, a cunning smile creeping back onto his face, "I can wield my authority to grant you a privilege that not even the master of the Red Tower would ever receive." The prince leans in closer, his eyes gleaming as he presents his final irresistible proposition. "So what do you say, Sir Eugene?" And in that very moment, Eugene is forced to concede that it's an exceptionally tempting offer. Later back at the dining table, Eugene mulls over the prince's proposal, but honestly, what is there even to consider? He's personally witnessed the incredible power contained within just a single volume of witchcraft. The prospect of accessing 2 more is a game changer on a scale you'd only read about in a reborn Manhwa. And this isn't merely about gaining power. Those grimoires might hold lingering traces of Sienna herself, clues that could potentially lead him directly to her. Leveraging his unique connection, he might uncover something the entire kingdom of Aeroth has overlooked for centuries. Eugene finally gives the prince his response. He states that since access isn't possible at present, he will simply stop by Aeroth again once the prince has ascended to the throne, and they can resume their discussion at that time. The prince smiles, understanding the implication perfectly. "Leaving your options open, I see." He readily agrees to the terms, vowing to send a letter as soon as his ascension to the throne is certain. Eugene expresses his gratitude for the prince's consideration, and with that their high-stakes negotiation draws to a close. A few days pass and Eugene finds himself back in Acreon. Myrrh is looking over his completed thesis, humming thoughtfully as she pores over the pages. She finally declares that he's done it. He has perfectly merged his core with the eternal whole. While a faint trace of the original's incompleteness remains, she admits that structurally she cannot conceive of a single way to improve upon his work. Even if it doesn't achieve the same flawlessness as Sienna's original, his new circle flame method is nothing short of a revolutionary technique, one that far surpasses any form of circle magic known in the modern era. Eugene leans over the desk, a proud smile spreading across his face, graciously accepting the high praise. Myrrh closes the book with a gentle thud. She concedes that from a technical standpoint, his thesis is incomplete. But given that he's the only living person capable of using this magic, it feels almost selfish to label it as such. Judged by his own unique standards, it is an undeniable masterpiece. With the thesis now complete, Myrrh knows what comes next. She asks him directly when he plans on leaving. Eugene provides his answer, the day after tomorrow. Myrrh appears surprised by this. "Knowing you, she remarks, I thought you would have been gone by tomorrow at the latest." Eugene explains that he is after all still human and requires a day of rest. Besides, the Red Tower is throwing a farewell party in his honor. A trace of melancholy tinges Myrrh's voice. "How nice," she says with a sigh, picturing him at the celebration enjoying delicious food while surrounded by well-wishers. Meanwhile, she muses she'll just be stuck right here. Eugene regards her with a knowing expression, a faint smile gracing his lips as he leans closer. "Do you remember a few months back? I mentioned I had something important to tell you before my departure." Myrrh jumps in surprise but manages a slow nod. "Yes, I do." Eugene takes a couple of steps back, pausing for effect before he continues. He asks whether whatever he tells her will be kept in the strictest confidence. Myrrh crosses her arms, her face twisting in annoyance. Oh, come on! Her suspicion flares to life in an instant, as she accuses him of being worried she might leak his research. He calmly inquires, have you ever shared anyone's secrets before? Myrrh absolutely erupts, shouting that he has no idea how much the other mages, especially the Green Tower Master, have been pestering her for any information about him. She explains that it's impossible to forcibly extract information from within witchcraft. Every conversation a mage has in here is stored in the deepest corner of its memory, a security measure implemented by Sienna herself. It isn't because you're special, she clarifies sharply. It's a function that protects everyone, unless someone could completely destroy witchcraft itself. There's no chance your secrets will ever be revealed. If it's that secure, Eugene replies as the ghostly image of Hamel appears behind him, then I suppose what I'm about to say won't be leaked either. Myrrh is clearly growing exasperated, asking, how many times do I need to tell you? He cuts her off with two simple world-shattering words, I reincarnated. Myrrh stares at him utterly dumbfounded while the spectral image of Hamel grins beside him. After a long, tense moment of stunned silence, she musters a weak, trembling smile. What kind of Reborn Manhwa plot is that? Eugene repeats himself, his expression deadly serious. I said I reincarnated. I still possess all the memories of my past life. Myrrh throws her arms up, convinced he's joking around. That's not even remotely funny. I can't even force a laugh. He looks at her, a faint smile on his face, and drops the final bombshell. In my past life, my name was Hamel. The name hits her like a physical blow, a name she knows all too well from her creator's own memories. He concludes with a wry grin, as the ghostly image of Hamel smirks right behind him. I am Hamel the Fool. She just stands there speechless, trying to process this impossible revelation. Finally, she manages to ask, are you being serious? Is it that hard to believe? Eugene asks, his smile unwavering. Myrrh puts a finger to her chin, thinking deeply. It was incredibly hard to believe, but if it was true, then so many things about him suddenly began to make perfect sense. She realized how he had understood the eternal whole after studying magic for only 2 years, and how he could not only copy it with his ridiculous talent, but completely reshape it into something new. She started putting the pieces together. If he remembers being a comrade of the Great Vermouth, then he really might be Hamel the Fool. From Sienna's memories, she knew Hamel was unique in many ways. The wise Sienna grew up in the Forest of Elves, learning magic directly from them. The brave was the son of a great chieftain from the battle-hardened Bayar tribe. The Faithful Anise was a saintess candidate from the Holy Empire, raised by cardinals and the Great Vermouth himself. Eugene then reveals the most shocking origin of them all. Vermouth was a slave. He was just one of many being dragged off to be sacrificed to demons, but he refused to accept that fate. He stole a demon's sword and fought for his life. And with that single sword, he cut down dozens of demons and dark mages, leading the other slaves in a rebellion. A harrowing escape where he personally cut down hundreds of demonic beasts. Myrrh confesses she had always dismissed that part of the tale as a wild exaggeration, but Eugene simply shrugs it off, remarking, that's just how legends are born. He adds, I wasn't there to see it myself, finishing with a wry smile, but it's probably true, that man was an absolute monster. At this, Myrrh gazes at him with a sudden dawning comprehension. Hamel the Fool was truly one of a kind. He lacked the grand origins of Vermouth or the extraordinary lineage of the other heroes. He was merely a boy from a village raised by monsters who first grasped the sword for the sole purpose of survival. Fueled by a seething hatred for all monsters and the demon kings, he carved out a life as a mercenary. And yet, despite possessing the most commonplace background imaginable, he honed his skills until he could stand shoulder to shoulder with the most legendary heroes in all of history. Myrrh's finger shoots out, pointing at him as the final puzzle pieces lock into place. If you truly are Hamel, then your absurd rate of growth finally makes perfect sense. It's like a plot straight out of a Reborn Manhwa. She adds that even in the legends, Hamel's talent was described as nothing short of exceptional. A faint melancholic smile touches Eugene's lips. Not really. His mind drifts back to his previous life, a life defined by constant, desperate struggle. Throughout their entire journey, he relentlessly tried to surpass Vermouth. Utterly hopeless with magic, he poured everything into his weaponry and his fists, attempting every conceivable method to defeat him. But he never succeeded, not even a single time. Is that a fact? Myrrh muses, because from an ordinary person's perspective, Hamel was also a ridiculous kind of monster. Eugene turns away, dismissing the thought. What does it matter if others called me a genius? He clenches his fist, his voice thick with the raw frustration of a rivalry that defined his existence. All I ever wanted was to defeat Vermouth just once, but I failed to do so even on the very day I died. A thought suddenly strikes Myrrh. Wait, you claimed Hamel was handsome, didn't you? Now I see what you were doing, she playfully teases him for his self-praise. But he merely crosses his arms in defense, insisting that he was indeed quite attractive in his past life. Her playful expression then shifts to a serious one. She questions his motives for revealing all this, cautioning him that it's futile if he's hoping to gain something from her. She makes it clear she has no idea where Sienna is. Eugene reassures her that's not his intention, looking at her with a gentle and sincere expression. I've known you for 2 years now, and I've felt this way since we first met. You remind me so much of Sienna, in both your appearance and your personality. Myrrh becomes visibly flustered, fidgeting as she explains that it's merely because she was modeled after Sienna's childhood self. Eugene reaches out, gently patting her on the head. He then pulls his hand back, a teasing smile playing on his lips. Did I overstep just now? Myrrh's face flushes a deep red as she turns away. I'll let it slide just this one time. She stammers out, because Hamel was Lady Sienna's comrade. Eugene's smile softens into something genuine. He then asks her a question that has clearly been weighing heavily on his mind. Do you believe Sienna is dead? Myrrh's reaction is immediate and frantic, shaking her head and waving her hands. Absolutely not. Eugene nods in agreement. Sienna isn't the kind of person to die without at least leaving behind a will, so I am going to find her. As he makes this declaration, ethereal images of his former companions, Sienna, Vermouth, Anise, and Chon, materialize behind him. He thinks of every one of them. Sienna umwassaring, Anise, constantly bickering, fighting fiercely, and journeying right by his side. He is absolutely certain of it. They must all still be out there somewhere in this world. He clenches his fist tightly, his eyes blazing with a renewed sense of purpose. I will find every single one of them. Myrrh looks up at him, her eyes wide with a mixture of profound shock and burgeoning hope. You're going to find Lady Sienna, back? She inquired, her question saturated with 200 years of longing. Eugene smiled warmly. Don't you miss her too? For him, this wasn't just another mission. It was about reuniting a family regardless of how dysfunctional they had been. Myrrh stammered, a faint blush creeping across her face. Yes, of course I do. The very thought was almost too immense for her to fully grasp. All the more reason to drag her back then, Eugene retorted with a wicked grin. He then added, Sienna is such a piece of work, don't you think? Abandoning her own familiar spirit for more than 2 centuries. Myrrh immediately grew defensive, insisting he not speak ill of her creator, but Eugene just scoffed. I'm allowed. Living this second life is like being the main character in some absurd Reborn Manhwa. You have no idea the hell she put me through 300 years ago. It was the kind of bickering that only the oldest, most intimate friends could ever share. But then Myrrh's expression turned grave. She needed to be absolutely certain. She looked him directly in the eye. This business about you being Hamel, can you swear it before witchcraft? Yeah, he agreed instantly, but with a single condition. Can you stop calling me the fool? Even after all these centuries, that hated nickname still managed to get under his skin. The playful atmosphere vanished. The moment became solemn. They stood before the glowing sphere of witchcraft, the very heart of Sienna's entire legacy. Eugene raised his hand, his voice clear and unwavering. My name is Eugene Lionheart. In my past life, I was Hamiltoness. I swear on my blood and the Lionheart name that I'm telling the truth. As he spoke, witchcraft responded. A wave of pure blue energy washed over them, causing Myrrh's eyes to glow. The artifact had acknowledged his oath. The truth was confirmed. With that unbelievable fact now established between them, Myrrh decided to reveal a secret of her own. She explained that there is a place deep within witchcraft that no one has ever been able to access, where information is recorded at its very root. She assured him their conversation today would be stored there, hidden from the rest of the world. She took a deep breath. What I'm about to tell you is also something that no one in Arath knows. There were signs she began, before Lady Sienna disappeared. Eugene's eyes widened, a bead of sweat tracing a path down his face. What signs? Myrrh recounted the memory. A week before Sienna vanished, they were right here on this very floor of the library. Suddenly, Sienna had crumpled to the floor, groaning in pain. When Myrrh rushed to her side, Sienna told her that her familiar spirit had just died, a familiar she had secretly placed at Hamel's grave. Myrrh vividly remembered the cold, terrifying fury on Sienna's face as she realized someone had desecrated his grave. The news hit Eugene like a thunderbolt. A grave, I have a grave, Myrrh confirmed it. Not long after that day, Sienna disappeared. Fearing it was a sensitive topic, Myrrh buried the memory deep within witchcraft, hiding it from everyone. She explained that she didn't want to cause trouble for Sienna by revealing a secret she had fought so desperately to keep. But since you're Hamel, Myrrh continued, she says, looking up at him, I believed you had a right to know. Eugene is still reeling, the words echoing in his mind. My grave. The possibility had never even crossed his mind. He had always assumed his body was utterly destroyed by the Demon King's Lich Curse. A curse designed to annihilate both body and soul. Myrrh begins to lay out her logic. That curse should have been absolute, but his soul survived and he was reincarnated, a plot twist straight out of a Reborn Manhwa. That means his body must have survived too. His very existence is the proof. That's it. Eugene exhales as the fragments of information align, forming a stunning new picture. Sienna, she might have been the one behind my reincarnation. This second chance at life is like something straight from a Reborn Manhwa. Later that night, Eugene wanders alone through the lantern-lit streets of Aroth, his mind racing. If Sienna truly created a grave for him and it's hidden away, where could she possibly have placed it? He reasons. It would have to be somewhere meaningful, not simply the place where he fell. Suddenly a shocking thought strikes him, his eyes widening in disbelief. Could it be his homeland? Just at that moment, a smooth voice cuts through the silence, calling his name. He turns, his brow creasing with annoyance. It's none other than the Black Tower? Master Balzac Ludbeth. I knew you were tailing me, Eugene states flatly, making no effort to conceal his irritation. I was simply choosing to ignore you. On purpose. Balzac offers a slick, polished smile. You never seem pleased to see me. Is that my fault, I wonder? Eugene's reply is brutally blunt. Yes. Unfazed, Balzac mentions hearing the news that Eugene is departing for the Luar kingdom and the Nahama desert. I must admit I'm worried, Balzac says, stroking his chin. He points out that the northern region of Luar is perilously close to the demon realm of Helmuth. So what? Eugene retorts, his guard immediately up. Balzac goes on to explain that the Lionheart name carries no weight there. Luar once had a strict ban on all demons, but the royal family reversed that policy 5 years ago. He reveals a crucial detail: Helmuth is far from unified. A great many demons there do not follow his own master, the demon king of incarceration. In fact, he adds, my master isn't the only demon king in Helmuth. Eugene's eyes flash with a sudden intensity. Are you implying that the demon king of ruin is preparing for war? No, Balzac says calmly. The demon king of ruin takes no pleasure in violence. He respects the current peace. As long as one remains silent, so will the other. Eugene's mind is instantly thrown back in time. The demon king of ruin, the strongest of them all. He had only glimpsed him once in his previous life. The memory is hazy, but the sensation of absolute, overwhelming dread remains as sharp as a shard of glass. Even now, he isn't certain what he truly witnessed that day. Across a vast, desolate plain, a colossus was on the move. Its presence was so utterly terrifying that no one even entertained the thought of fighting. If Anise hadn't been there to soothe their minds with her prayers, they all would have surely gone mad. Balzac continues his explanation, explaining that just because the king remains silent, it doesn't mean his subjects share his sentiment. Demons are inherently violent creatures, and many have grown restless after centuries of relative peace. It's rather ironic for me to say this, Balzac chuckles, but demons are not a species that thrives on peace. Eugene narrows his eyes. Are you suggesting your own followers might cause trouble? Balzac clarifies that there are plenty of demons eager for conflict, and that desire isn't limited to his master's followers. The servants of the demon king of ruin would do anything to shatter their king's silence. Furthermore, with 3 of the demon king thrones now vacant, a host of powerful demons are now vying for a crown. He specifically mentions Duchess Noire Isabella as one of the most ambitious contenders. Eugene scoffs, why don't they just hold an election? Balzac laughs aloud. Demons would sooner destroy the ballot box than accept a result they dislike. The name lodges itself in Eugene's mind. The Night Witch Queen, Noire Isabella, a high-ranking demon. He questions whether he could even win a fight against her in his current state. He reaches a grim conclusion. No, there's absolutely no guarantee. He resolves that while he will go to Luar eventually, now is simply not the right time. He offers Balzac a nod. Thanks for the warning. I'll head to Nahama first and visit Luar later. Nahama, Balzac murmurs thoughtfully. Do be careful in the desert. Eugene ventures a guess about the sandstorms, knowing full well that wasn't Balzac's true concern. Of Amelia Merwin, Balzac clarifies his tone, dropping to a low, serious murmur. He reveals that Amelia was a formidable dark mage long before she ever forged a pact with his master. While he himself enjoys a great deal of autonomy, Amelia is granted even greater latitude. With that, Balzac extends a black sealed envelope, tendrils of dark energy coiling around it. If by some chance your paths cross with Amelia Merwin's, give this to her. He assures Eugene that if he does so, regardless of what provocation Eugene might offer, she will not lay a hand on him. Eugene cautiously accepts the peculiar letter. What is this? He inquires. Balzac merely instructs him to open it. Eugene cracks the wax seal and unfolds the dark envelope, only for his eyes to widen in disbelief. At the sight within, the envelope Balzac had given him contained absolutely nothing, just a single blank folded piece of cardstock. Eugene glances up, a spark of irritation flashing in his eyes as he states the obvious. It's empty, but Balzac simply offers a cool, dismissive smile. The contents, he says smoothly, are entirely irrelevant. What truly matters, he explains with a self-satisfied grin, is the fact that you are holding a letter penned by my own hand. The very act of carrying it is the message. As if to punctuate his statement, a flare of dark energy erupts from the envelope, sealing it shut once more, with a faint ethereal glow. Balzac then clarifies that while he cannot shield him from every peril in the desert, this letter should prove more than sufficient for managing a certain dark mage's volatile temper. He presses Eugene to accept it, seeing how adamant he is about his journey. Weary of the mind games, Eugene halts beneath a dim street lamp, his voice cutting through the quiet. What is it you want from me? Balzac raises his hands in a placating gesture as if to prove he harbors no ill will. He acknowledges Eugene's disdain for dark mages, but implores him to please accept this minor token of goodwill. Eugene's eyes narrow, his mind racing with suspicion as he tries to find any logical explanation for this generosity, ultimately landing on the most outlandish conclusion he can conjure. Are you into men? For the very first time, the ever-slick Tower Master is rendered utterly speechless, completely floored by the question. What Eugene begins to lay out his rationale. It's not that I'm prejudiced, but for the Master of the Black Tower to be this accommodating is just bizarre, like a plot twist in some cheap Reborn Manhwa. It feels less like a favor and more like a burden. Frankly, it's making me worried. Balzac throws his hands up, his composure completely shattered. He concedes that the accusation has caught him entirely. Off guard, he hastily forces a strained smile, desperately trying to reclaim his suave demeanor. Please don't misunderstand. He stammers, insisting his only goal is to cultivate a friendly, professional rapport. He quickly adds that with Eugene's immense talent and potential, practically everyone in Oroth is eager to be in his good graces. Realizing that further argument is futile, Eugene at last relents, consenting to take the letter for the time being. He then tosses a half-hearted invitation to his farewell party in Balzac's direction, only to immediately retract it, telling him not to actually bother showing up. The message couldn't have been clearer. He was not welcome. Eugene reflects aloud on the peculiar nature of human emotions. A part of him felt compelled to extend the invitation, yet he knew that if Balzac actually attended, it would only deepen his animosity. Balzac catches the hint perfectly. He promises he won't impose, telling Eugene not to give it a second thought, offering a final curt thanks for the bizarre gift. Eugene turns and walks away. Balzac simply watches him vanish into the darkness, a silent, inscrutable figure beneath the solitary glow of the lamplight. The following day, the atmosphere at the farewell party is a world away, vibrant and cheerful. The Tower Masters and the Prince have all gathered with Melkith, blissfully devouring the spread of food. The Blue Tower Master, a mountain of a man with a formidable beard, strode up to Eugene, his voice booming as he bluntly demanded to know the reason for his exclusive invitation. Eugene casually pointed out their long-standing acquaintance, prompting the Blue Tower Master to gesture towards the conspicuously empty seats, questioning the absence of his peers. A sly grin spread across Eugene's face. Surely you've already pieced together why I chose not to invite them. The Blue Tower Master erupted in a hearty laugh, advising Eugene not to judge the others too harshly. He explained their hostility was simply a product of jealousy, green with envy over Eugene's immense talent, the kind of overpowered protagonist you'd find in a hit Reborn Manhwa. Eugene smirked, retorting, I suppose my talent isn't quite enough for you then. The Blue Tower Master admitted he would love to recruit the young prodigy, but lacked the audacity to try. He couldn't bring himself to poach a prize student from his friend Rorian. From her seat, Milk chimed in, remarking that she wasn't the least bit surprised Eugene had excluded Balzac. Eugene simply stated that his own master would not have been pleased by his presence, using this as a perfect segue. He seized the opportunity to inquire about Balzac's history with the Blue Tower Master, recalling that they were both mages of the same generation. The Blue Tower Master's jovial expression instantly vanished. Then and now, he said with a grim finality, that man has always been an enigma. He recounted how over a decade ago Balzac was a prodigious mage, the clear successor destined to lead the Blue Tower. But one day he abruptly abandoned his path, venturing into the demon realm of Helmuth under the guise of broadening his magical horizons. The Blue Tower Master confessed that in those days his own power was but a shadow compared to Balzac's brilliance. He revealed that the only reason he now held the title of Tower Master was because Balzac had willingly walked away from it all. 10 years later, Balzac re-emerged from the demon realm, a fully realized dark mage. He immediately transferred his allegiance to the Black Tower, and with the overwhelming support of its members, he swiftly became its new master. The Blue Tower Master sighed heavily, lamenting that Balzac could have become one of history's greatest mages. But it appeared even that grand destiny wasn't enough for him. A human's magic, no matter how powerful, is ultimately bound by mortal limits. It can never truly hope to surpass the absolute power wielded by a demon king. Shifting the conversation, he then confirmed Eugene's next destination, the Nihama Desert. Yes, Eugene affirmed, his expression unyielding and resolute. The Blue Tower Master cautioned him, stating the desert was a treacherous domain. It may not be the most welcome advice, but I strongly urge you to conceal your identity as a Lionheart. My master gave me the same counsel, Eugene replied, his features hardening as he acknowledged the gravity of the risks involved. The Blue Tower Master elaborated that the assassins of Nahama, who typically operate from the shadows, had grown increasingly bold in recent times. He doubted they would be reckless enough to openly challenge the Lionheart family, but stressed that it was always wiser to avoid attracting such dangerous attention. I'll be sure to keep that in mind, Eugene said, accepting the warning with due seriousness as the party continued around them. And with that, his chapter in the City of Mages drew to a close. Before him now stretched the vast, unforgiving expanse of the Nahama Desert, with golden dunes rolling endlessly toward the horizon, shimmering under a brutal sun. His boots sank into the fine, pale sand, with each step kicking up a fine dust. He had finally arrived, cloaked in the legendary Cape of Darkness, his hands resting near the hilt of his sword, prepared for whatever this desolate wasteland could throw at him. He stood firm against the howling wind, a solitary figure adrift in a vast sea of sand. His expression was a mask of grim determination. Pulling his hood up, a slight smirk touched his lips. A heavy, dark cape like this should be an instrument of torture in the sweltering desert heat. Fortunately for him, it was imbued with potent transformation magic, its power humming to life around him, shielding him, regulating the sun's scorching heat and his own body temperature to keep him perfectly comfortable. He retrieves a magical map from his master Rorion, and the device instantly locks onto his coordinates, showing him his exact location. He's on the western fringe of Nahama. A long journey north from this point would take him to the border of the kingdom of Tuaroth. His initial plan was to find his own grave and then visit his old hometown, but he now realizes that won't be necessary. For the past 300 years, the Nahama Desert has been slowly and unnaturally expanding. An endless sandstorm consuming the lands around it, which means Hamel's old home, once part of Turoth, is now buried somewhere in this wasteland. As a smaller nation, Turoth had no choice but to cede the territory lost to the Sands, which was then annexed by Nahama. Eugene scoffs. Only an idiot would believe this was a natural phenomenon. The whole plot felt like a classic trope from a Reborn Manhwa. It was clearly the work of Nahama's powerful sand mages. He remembers it all with bitter clarity. 300 years ago, when the Demon Kings arose and plunged the world into chaos, Nahama used the war as a cover to invade the neighboring Kiel Empire. The only reason their conquest failed was because Vermouth himself intervened. I despised this country in my past life too, he thinks, his eyes burning with an ancient fury. 300 years have passed, but his feelings haven't changed one bit. He speaks into the empty wind. In that case, let's go find my tomb first. He takes a resolute step forward, his thoughts turning to his lost comrades. Sienna. Anise. Wait for me, he whispers. Just a little while longer. I will find you all. He breaks into a sprint, sand flying from his boots, a fierce resolve etched upon his face as he charges toward his own past. However, his journey is immediately cut short. He's been ambushed. All around him, cloaked figures erupt from the sand, their blades drawn and gleaming in the harsh sun. But instead of fear, a feral grin spreads across Eugene's face. He beckons them forward with a lazy gesture. Come on then, or should I go first? The assassins leap, a blur of steel and lethal intent converging on him from all sides. The scene flashes away. We find ourselves in a dark, desecrated tomb, Hamel's tomb. A stone wall is shattered, a broken sword lies upon the ground. Standing amidst the ruins of his own grave, Eugene takes in the signs of a ferocious battle. Sienna fought someone here, he thinks. But who? And then footsteps echo from the darkness. A new presence enters the ruined chamber, and with it comes a suffocating pressure heralding the arrival of his most powerful enemy yet. The scene shifts again. Eugene is on the ground, beaten and bloodied, his sword still clutched tightly in his hand. He forces his head up, pain and shock carved into his face as he spits out a single name, Amelia Merwin. Looming over him stands the dark sorceress herself. Her veiled face hides everything but her purple eyes, which glow with cold, merciless power. The desert shows no mercy. Under a relentless sun, a lone figure walks into the heart of a forgotten past, each step taking him deeper into the sands of his own history. But he isn't nearly as alone as he imagines. Hidden behind a distant dune, a group of men watches his every move, their purpose as veiled as their faces in the shimmering heat. Through a spyglass as they track their target, Eugene Lionheart, a single traveler carving a path through the endless gold. The leader lowers the spyglass, a quiet whistle of impressed respect escaping his lips. What an incredible individual, the leader muttered while his subordinate simply stared back in confusion. The leader then began to explain just how bizarre the situation was. Typically, any foreigner brave enough to traverse this desert would be part of a caravan flanked by guards or at the very least have a guide. Yet this young man was completely alone without so much as a camel to his name. His subordinate scratched his head, struggling to comprehend the scene. He pondered aloud, could it be some sort of ritual drawing a parallel to their own tribe's coming-of-age ceremony? Considering Eugene was 19, just 1 year shy of adulthood, it seemed like a plausible, albeit peculiar theory. But the leader remained unconvinced. A ritual? Perhaps, he mused. But why would a noble from the fabled Lionheart clan journey all the way out to this godforsaken wasteland just to perform it? Before his subordinate could voice another question, the leader swiftly cut him off. His motives are irrelevant, he stated firmly. All that matters is our mission. That boy cannot be permitted to set foot in the Kajani desert. That was the sole command we received. He had no idea why, nor was it his place to question their master, yet the gravity of that simple directive hung palpably in the air. The subordinate lifted the spyglass to his eye once more. He was in awe. The legends about the Lionhearts must be true, he breathed. Even on this unforgiving terrain, Eugene is moving with astonishing speed. He squinted, struggling to keep the figure in focus. He moves as if he were born and raised on these very sands. But then his eye widened in shock. Something was terribly wrong. A flash of panic crossed his face as he fumbled with the spyglass. He's charging this... Wait, he yelled. The leader snapped his head around his own eyes wide with disbelief. What? That's impossible. They had been so cautious, maintaining a vast distance between them to remain undetected. From that range, the boy would have needed a spyglass of his own just to catch a glimpse of them. And yet he was sprinting directly toward their position. In the very next instant, they understood how. A brilliant, overwhelming energy flared to life around him as a pure white aura erupted from Eugene, making his hair blaze like a lion's mane. There was no mistaking it. This was the legendary white flame of the Lionheart clan. With a surge of speed that kicked up a sandstorm, he launched himself toward them, closing the immense distance in the blink of an eye. This was like a scene straight out of a Reborn Manhwa. The leader's calm composure completely shattered. There was no longer any doubt he was coming for them. The burning question was, when had he spotted them? He was moving far too fast. There was no time to flee, nowhere to hide. It was already too late. But in that split second of terror, a desperate plan began to form. A single bead of sweat traced a path down his temple. No, he thought, a grim resolve setting his features. This might actually work to our advantage. He turned to his men, his voice a sharp command that sliced through their bewildered state. Everyone draw your weapons. The new plan was deceptively simple. They would pose as bandits. If they could rough him up a bit and take a few of his belongings, perhaps he would dismiss them as common highwaymen and turn back, thus keeping him out of Kajani. His men quickly drew their curved blades, attempting to look menacing as they fanned out into a semicircle. But Eugene was already dissecting their formation with a seasoned warrior's gaze. Their approach was clumsy, so they weren't assassins. Their attire resembled that of common travelers, but it was clearly a disguise. Then his eyes locked onto the leader's sword. He saw it a sharp, contained energy glowing faintly around the blade. That was Sword Soul, a technique far beyond the capabilities of any mere bandit. In that single instant, Eugene knew everything. Instantly recognizes the man as a master swordsman. A wide, predatory grin splits across Eugene's face. Now this is getting interesting. His mind flashes back to the last 2 years, a time spent mostly cloistered in a library with a pen in his hand, studying the infinite complexities of magic. Learning magic was exhilarating, and it made him terrifyingly powerful. But as his fingers tighten around the hilt of his dagger, he's reminded of his true essence. He's a warrior, and a warrior craves action. A long-dormant surge of battle lust erupts from within him. The thrill of a genuine fight is finally here. The first assailant lunges forward, swinging his blade in a wild arc. Eugene meets the attack with his small dagger, and the impact is absolutely devastating. A sharp crack resounds in the arid air as the man's sword shatters into a dozen fragments, the sheer force of the blow leaving him utterly stunned and defenseless. Eugene casually sidesteps the next attacker, who blunders straight past him and plows face first into the sand. The rest charge in the air formation, laughably clumsy and predictable. He weaves between them like a phantom, a blur of motion their eyes can't even begin to follow. He halts in the very center of their circle, completely unscathed as they regroup with growing uncertainty in their eyes. But he is far from finished. Orbs of blue light begin to flicker into existence all around him, each one pulsing with raw magical energy. The leader's eyes widen in absolute disbelief. He can cast magic without an incantation. Before the thought can even fully solidify, Eugene unleashes his spell. A volley of magical missiles streaks through the air, every single one striking its target with brutal pinpoint accuracy. His men are thrown backwards like ragdolls, rendered unconscious before they even hit the ground. And just like that, it's over. The leader now stands alone, surrounded by his fallen comrades. Eugene leisurely strolls toward him, resting his sword nonchalantly on his shoulder. "Hey!" he calls out, but then the friendly facade vanishes entirely. His golden eyes turn cold and hard, seeming to pierce straight through the man's soul. "Who are you?" he demands. "And why are you following me?" The leader, drenched in sweat and completely outmatched, chokes out the lie he had prepared. "Bandits!" Eugene just smirks, his expression dripping with pure sarcasm. "I see," he says, clearly not buying it for a single second. "Looks like Manhwa is one heck of a strong nation." He lays the mockery on thick. If the leader of some common bandits can wield Sword Soul, then a true bandit captain must be an absolute monster, and the national soldiers tasked with hunting them down. They must be on a completely different level. He throws his arms wide, his grin stretching. "How amazing," he thought. He declares. "With this kind of power, Manhwa could probably conquer the entire continent." The leader desperately tries to salvage his story. "We're just a little special," he mutters, but Eugene cuts him off sharply. "Hey, mister, enough with the nonsense. Be honest with me." Abruptly, Eugene's entire aura transforms. A dark, menacing grin twists his lips, and his eyes begin to glow with a chilling light. "Then again," he says, his voice dropping to a low, threatening growl, "I don't really care if you decide to stay quiet. I'll just find out for myself." The leader is frozen solid, paralyzed by sheer terror. This can't possibly be the young master of the Lionheart family. He has the face of a boy, but he talks like some protagonist from a dark Reborn Manhwa, a jaded, drunken mercenary. And that bloodlust, it's a suffocating pressure he can practically taste in the air. How could a spoiled young noble possibly possess an aura this murderous? With a sharp kick against the ground, Eugene vanishes in an explosion of sand. The leader's eyes dart about wildly, trying to find him. Vanished. Was that a blink spell? He desperately scans for the high-level magic signature as a primal instinct screams a warning, and he spins around just in the nick of time. Eugene is already upon him, his sword descending in a vicious arc. The leader barely manages to raise his own blade to parry. The raw force of the impact sends a bone-jarring shock through his arms, confirming his most dreadful suspicion. That's the power of a Sword Soul. I couldn't be sure until now. He realizes that just to block that one strike, he was forced to unleash his own full power. He's being pushed into a serious fight. Eugene touches down gracefully before stomping his foot hard against the earth. A colossal cloud of sand explodes between them, instantly obscuring the leader's vision. He grinds his teeth, his mind racing to anticipate the next move. He's used the sand to blind me. What's his plan? Another volley of magic missiles, refusing to take any chances, he summons every last ounce of his mana. "Mana shield!" he bellows, and a shimmering barrier of pure energy materializes around him, braced for the incoming assault. But it's not a spray of minor projectiles that impacts the shield. Instead, a single massive beam of concentrated energy slams into his defense. The mana shield fractures and shatters in an instant, offering virtually no resistance against the overwhelming force. The leader is sent flying backward, his mind reeling in utter disbelief. He completely destroyed my mana. Shield. As the dust begins to settle and his vision clears, he sees Eugene's blade slicing through the air, heading straight for him. His final thought is a wave of pure dread. He's going to strike me. The cold steel is mere inches from his face, a fatal blow. Poised to land, Rahan's mind screams, bracing for the inevitable impact. He can feel the lethal energy humming from the blade, his eyes wide with terror as his life flashes before him. Yet the final blow never comes. With a sharp kick against the sand, Eugene halts his momentum, stopping the sword just a fraction of an inch from the man's throat. A broad, condescending grin spreads across Eugene's face. He has won, and he's making absolutely certain his opponent knows it. Ryman can only stare, sweat pouring down his forehead, his mind scrambling to comprehend what just occurred. You deliberately chose not to strike me, he stammers, his voice trembling with shock. In the next instant, that shock curdles into pure, unbridled rage. In his world, an act like this isn't mercy. It's the ultimate form of humiliation. What an outrageous insult! He roars, his pride utterly shattered out. Fueled by this burning fury, he lunges forward, swinging his blade with every last ounce of his remaining strength, desperate to wipe that mocking smirk from Eugene's face. But Eugene meets his frenzied attack with an almost lazy calm, effortlessly parrying and deflecting each desperate, wild blow. It's clear he isn't even trying. He simply stands there, an amused glint in his eyes, as if this were all just some childish game. With one final, almost casual sweep of his sword, he sends Raman's blade flying and disarms him. In a brilliant shower of sparks, Eugene's smirk widens, his eyes gleaming. Now that's more like it, he thinks to himself. It finally clicks into place. This is the very first time he's fought another Sword Soul user since his new life began. It feels like a classic Reborn Manhwa plot point, and he's actually having fun. He just wishes the man possessed a little more killer instinct. He's skilled, no doubt, but he's not truly fighting to end a life. Eugene's blade becomes a flash of blue light, a blur, as he dances around his opponent with breathtaking ease. He slips past the man's clumsy guard and lands a clean, shallow cut across his arm. Raman stumbles backward, clutching the fresh wound. I've been hit, he thinks in a daze, but the real shock comes from the cut itself. It isn't deep at all. It was a warning. The realization strikes him like a bolt of lightning. Physical strike. This boy was merely toying with him. The humiliation stung far worse, prompting another frustrated bellow. He lunged forward once more, but Eugene sidestepped him with utter ease, allowing the warrior to blunder by, his sword cutting through nothing but the desert wind. Then with a crisp final click, Eugene sheathed his blade. Raman froze in his tracks, his eyes widening in sheer disbelief. Why are you putting your sword away? He demanded, his voice trembling. He screamed, I haven't lost yet. Eugene glanced back, his face an emotionless mask. I'm aware, he responded coolly. A predatory grin then stretched across his lips as he popped his knuckles. But I'm about to make you lose, he declared, his tone sinking to a low, menacing growl, with nothing but my fists. This was the ultimate insult. To be deemed unworthy of even facing a blade, the warrior's pride within him shattered into a million pieces. With one last desperate roar, he channeled every ounce of his remaining strength and his sword soul into a final, reckless charge intending to slice the unarmed boy in two. Eugene didn't even bat an eye. He simply sidestepped the telegraphed attack, and as Raman hurtled past, he pivoted and delivered a devastating open palm strike directly into the side of the man's head. The impact landed with a sickening crunch. Raman staggered, spitting up blood as his vision began to swim. Before he could even recover, Eugene seized his turban and buried a vicious punch deep into his gut, violently expelling all the air and fight left in him. Leaning in, his voice as cold as steel, Eugene posed the question once more. Who are you? Defeated and broken, the man finally relented. My name is Raman Shulhoff, he choked out. But Eugene wasn't done with him. He violently threw Raman to the ground, pinning him against the dunes. Grabbing him by the collar, his golden eyes blazed with a fierce intensity. I don't give a damn about your name, he snarled. Who sent you? Raman merely ground his teeth, his jaw locked tight in a stubborn refusal to betray his master. Refusing to talk, Eugene questioned, before smashing his fist into the sand right beside Raman's head. The very ground trembled from the force. One of Raman's men, just regaining consciousness, scrambled towards them. Please, I beg you stop, he pleaded. Under this immense pressure, the warrior finally broke. Our master is Tyree al-Madani, he stammered, spilling the name. From the sand, Raman desperately tried to silence him. Adjutant, no! Eugene contemptuously slapped his hand aside. Who is that? He demanded. The subordinate blurted out everything. Sir Tyree al-Madani. He's the emir of Kajitan. The puzzle pieces finally started to connect. Kajitan was the city situated right beside the desert gateway he had just traveled through, so this Raman character was merely a pawn for the local ruler. The adjutant explained that their master had ordered them to pursue Eugene. Just Eugene, Eugene retorted, clearly irritated. Are you trying to start something with me? The man hastily corrected his address. Young Master Eugene, Eugene then directed his focus back to the men. Why? He questioned. The subordinate threw his hands up in surrender, swearing they didn't know the specific reasons. Their only instruction was to prevent him from setting foot in the Kajani desert. Seeing his captain still subdued, he begged, Please release our captain now. Eugene let go of Raman and rose to his feet, a contemplative expression crossing his face. Kajani, the desert that stretched out before him. And right in its heart was the former site of Hamel's homeland. His mind raced, connecting the dots like the hero of a reborn Manhwa. He pieced together what he knew. The Kajani Desert was a recent formation, and it was the origin of the violent sandstorms that were steadily consuming the territories of the neighboring kingdom. Could this, he wondered, be the hidden base of the dark mage Amelia Merwin? She was, after all, the greatest threat he'd been cautioned about. A formidable foreigner concealed within a perilous, newly formed desert, it would be logical for her to want the Lionhearts kept at a distance. Yet he quickly discards the notion. Bizak had informed him her dungeon was located in the Asher Desert, a great distance from this location, and nowhere close to where his old comrade Anise was last spotted. There's simply no reason for him to be a target at this point. Eugene crosses his arms, lost in deep contemplation. If Amelia Merwin isn't behind this, then someone else must have a compelling reason to bar his entry into Kajani. He reaches a decision. Turning to the adjutant and the other men, he states, "You will all return," he commands. Then he points a finger directly at the battered and bruised Raman. "And you're coming with me." Eugene proceeds to lay out his conditions. He is entering Kajani no matter the obstacle, and Raman will serve as his guide responsible for handling any trouble they encounter along their path. He makes it crystal clear for the man. Since Raman is in the employ of the Emir of Kajitan, he should be quite capable of resolving any local disputes simply by invoking his master's name. Raman is left utterly speechless as the grim reality of He has been completely and utterly cornered. Then Eugene delivers the final blow. "If you find that plan disagreeable," he says with a cunning grin, "I could simply return to the Lionheart estate and inform them that the Emir of Kajitan dispatched his men disguised as bandits to steal a treasured artifact of the Lionheart family. How does that sound to you?" Sheer panic washes over Raman's face. I never had such an intention," he stammers out, but the unspoken threat lingers heavily in the air. It would be his word against that of a Lionheart. Eugene's grin only widens. "The funny thing is, I just so happen to have something incredibly valuable on my person," he says, his hand drifting toward his side. He draws his sword, Wynid. "Do you have any idea what this is, Itarnum?" he asks. "This is the Windstorm sword, the very one wielded by the great hero Vermouth." Lionheart himself. He allows that revelation to sink in. Everyone understands the immense value of such a legendary treasure. It's the perfect fabrication, a plot twist worthy of the most thrilling Reborn Manhwa. Most would readily believe the Emir of Kajitan would risk everything to seize Vermouth's legendary blade. Rahman is completely checkmated, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated horror. His mind is racing. If this boy spreads that rumor, it won't just be his own life on the line. His men would face execution. Even his master, the Emir himself, might not withstand the Lionheart family's retribution. Utterly defeated, he bows his head in submission. "Very well, I will do as you command, young Master Eugene." A wide, triumphant, and utterly sinister grin spreads across Eugene's face. He had achieved exactly what he wanted. With his newly acquired guide in tow, Eugene ventures deeper into the desert. Trailing behind him, Raman follows with the heavy, dragging steps of a man whose loyalty and pride have been utterly shattered. He can't stop replaying it in his mind. He betrayed his master. The direct order was to prevent the Lionheart boy from entering Kajani, not to escort him inside like a personal guard. He knows exactly what befalls subordinates who fail their missions. As his mind spirals into despair, Eugene's voice cuts sharply through his dark thoughts. "Hey, Raman!" Eugene glances back at getting straight to the point. "What is your rank?" Raman instinctively straightens his posture, a flicker of his former pride returning to his voice. He declares that he is the captain of Legion 2 of the Red Desert Warriors, the elite guard serving the Emir of Kajitan. Eugene nods satisfied. A high-ranking officer just as he had suspected. That certainly explains the man's considerable skill with a blade. With that detail confirmed, he poses the real question. "Are there desert mages in the Kajani Desert?" Rahman looks completely bewildered. "I'm sorry." The friendly facade instantly vanishes. A dark, menacing grin spreads across Eugene's face as Eugene cracks his knuckles, the sound echoing ominously. "Don't play dumb with me, Prosha," he snarls. "Or do you want another round?" Panicked Raman hastily denies the accusation. He insists it's impossible, arguing that the desert mages are loyal only to the royal family. Why would they possibly be this far out, so distant from the capital? Eugene simply turns and resumes walking, his chilling silence proving more intimidating than any verbal threat. Finally, he glances back at his expression, a perfect mask of annoyance. "Are you stupid?" The blunt insult catches Raman completely off guard. "My apologies," Eugene says, his tone dripping with sarcasm as he spells it out for him. This land, the Kajani Desert, didn't even exist a few decades ago. It was a forest part of the Kingdom of Terra until a sudden massive sandstorm turned it all to dust. The Sultan of Nahama, he explains, called it an act of heaven, and under that convenient pretext he stationed his warriors here for training effectively seizing the land. Eugene invades Ramon's personal space, jabbing a finger into his chest for emphasis. The desert is still expanding. Nahama would never dare pull a stunt like this against a major power. But Torth is weak. But Ramon's loyalty is unshakable. Impossible, he insists. Even if you are correct, my master would never involve himself in such a wicked scheme. A smirk plays on Eugene's lips as he connects the dots. I see it now. You're far more naive than you look, he says before hitting the nail squarely on the head. You're from here, aren't you? He then proceeds to lay out the man's entire life story. Ramon must have survived that cataclysmic sandstorm by sheer luck, only to be taken in and raised by the kind Emir. It's a backstory straight out of a Reborn Manhwa, which is precisely why he refuses to believe his master could ever be complicit. Ramon's stunned silence is all the confirmation Eugene needs. Eugene sighs, waving a hand dismissively. Look, get this straight, he says. I have no interest in getting entangled in your country's political drama. He explains that he can easily guess why Ramon's master tried to intercept him. It would be a massive headache for everyone if a Lionheart started snooping around the very place where desert mages were, illegally expanding in their territory. The cold logic is irrefutable. Defeated Ramon finally nods. I understand. Now that he comprehends the true danger, Ramon makes a solemn vow. Should they encounter desert mages, he will step forward and protect Eugene. He firmly believes his master's name carries enough weight that even mages working directly for the Sultan would be forced to show some respect. Eugene just shrugs, looking utterly unconvinced. I certainly hope so. With the tension settled for the moment, Ramon finally poses the question, why is he so determined to enter the Kajani Desert? He insists there is truly nothing of value there. As they walk, Eugene gives a simple two-word answer. To find a grave. A grave? Ramon asks, confused. To visit an ancestor. Why didn't you just say so? Eugene scoffs. And what would you have done? Ramon explains. That there's a known graveyard in Kajani he could have guided him to. But Eugene shakes his head. It's not in a graveyard. The grave I'm looking for is somewhere else. A single lonely resting place lost to time and sand. Just then they both halt. Shimmering in the intense heat ahead is an impossible vision. A beautiful oasis complete with clear blue water and lush palm trees. Ramon stares in utter disbelief. An oasis? There shouldn't be an oasis in Kajani. But Eugene sees it for what it truly is. It's fake, he states flatly. Ramon, still bewildered, asks, You mean it's a mirage? Eugene shakes his head. A mirage is merely a reflection of a real oasis located elsewhere. This he clarifies, is illusion magic. Magic impossible, Ramon argues. Why? Seriously, who would bother faking an oasis? Eugene's patience finally wears thin. Hey Ramon, do me a favor and save the denials. Your cluelessness is really starting to get on my nerves. This is a classic trap straight out of a Reborn Manhwa playbook. Oases mean life in the desert. In the moment a desperate traveler spots one, they charge right in without thinking. It's only then that the realization finally hits Ramon's face. You mean they're waiting to ambush us? Ramon stammered. We're about to find out, Eugene replied, and with absolutely no fear, he began to stride forward. He walked directly toward the shimmering illusion. As he drew nearer, the glint of a blade silently pierced the surface of the sand. Aimed squarely at its feet, Ramon saw it and shrieked, Young master, look out, it's a trap! But Eugene was already airborne. He had effortlessly vaulted over the hidden blade. Glancing back over his shoulder with a look of pure contempt, he scoffed, You really think if you could spot it, I couldn't? His eyes flared with mana as he commanded the very air around him. Intermediate wind spirit, Faithful Anise. In an instant, a colossal tornado of wind and sand erupted from his position, unleashing a devastating blast across the area. Ramon was sent flying, crying out as the violent vortex tossed him through the air. Eugene, however, landed with perfect composure. Watching as the sandstorm he had summoned scoured the dunes, stripping them bare. The powerful gale ripped a cloaked figure from their hiding spot. The ambusher was thrown from beneath the sand, stumbling to their feet with torn and blood-soaked clothes. From under their face coverings, a pair of eyes blazed with red-hot fury. Eugene had taken care of the first one, but as the wind subsided, the ground all around them began to shift. One after another, more figures clawed their way out of the sand, an entire squad of hidden assassins. They rose from their sandy graves and formed a tight circle, trapping Eugene and Ramon right in the middle. Ramon scrambled back to his feet. He rushed forward, attempting to de-escalate the situation. Lower your weapons, he demanded, bravely positioning himself between Eugene and the encroaching threat. He tried to leverage his authority, shouting his name and rank, proclaiming that Eugene was an honored guest of Kajitan Amir. He warned them that any attack would be considered a declaration of war against the Emir himself. But his words had no effect. One of the assassins merely stepped forward, a blade at the ready, as they methodically tightened the circle. Completely ignoring his pleas, his rank, his master's name, all of it was meaningless out here. Ramon stared, his voice trembling with utter disbelief. What, can't you hear me? Growing desperate, he played his final card, adding that Eugene was a son of the legendary Lionheart family from the mighty Keel Empire, hoping the prestigious name would finally give them pause. Eugene simply patted his shoulder with a knowing smirk. It's pointless, he said calmly. You're actually just making their decision easier. Ramon looked back at him, utterly bewildered. What do you mean? Eugene then explained the grim reality, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Now that they've made a move on a Lionheart, they can't possibly let me walk away. Killing me would draw too much attention, so their only option is to try and capture me alive. He scanned the enemies closing in on them. But to do that, he declared, his voice brimming with unshakable confidence, they'll have to get through me first. The sheer number of assassins was staggering. Raman gripped the hilt of his dagger, his knuckles turning white. He knew he had to fight, that he had to protect the young master. Eugene, on the other hand, looked absolutely ecstatic about the impossible odds. He beckoned to them with a flick of his fingers. Come and get me, he taunted, a wide, predatory grin stretching across his face. Or do I get the first move? The assassins gave him his answer, lunging through the air in perfect unison, a deadly wave of glinting steel and menacing red eyes, like vultures descending on their kill. In the crucible of combat, a forgotten memory breaks through the surface, a voice from 300 years past belonging to Anise, the party's saint, her face etched with a familiar, gentle concern. Hamel, she'd asked, why must you insist on carrying so many weapons that you never even use? He vividly recalls his own obstinate response, turning his back with a defiant scowl. They'll come in handy eventually. Sienna, the ever-sarcastic archmage, had piped up from the sidelines, advising Anise to just let the stubborn fool be. Yet Anise persisted, arguing that Hamel's compulsive hoarding was getting out of hand. Every single one of those surplus unused weapons belonged to him, so why, she questioned, should Portasin be saddled with carrying them all? And there he was, the valiant, groaning under the strain and drenched in sweat as he dragged a colossal cart piled to the sky with a ridiculous arsenal of swords, axes, and spears. Hamel had simply shrugged, claiming that he had beaten Ho fair and square in a game of rock, paper, scissors. Anise immediately protested, declaring that you couldn't wager on who had to haul your own personal junk. Hamel shot back, telling her to quit painting him as the villain of the story. It wasn't just his gear, after all. There was a mountain of her precious holy water in there, and Moron's gigantic axe was by far the heaviest item on the entire cart. Anise's warm expression instantly turned to ice. She mused internally that if the holy water was solely for her own use, she would have carried it herself. But the ones constantly guzzling it down were none other than those two, Sienna and then Hamel. The bickering escalated as Hamel redirected his frustration towards Sienna, roaring that he'd warned her to be more conservative with the holy water and that the entire wagon would be unnecessary if she would just use her spatial magic. Sienna fired back just as loudly, reminding him that he was the one who insisted on carrying everything physically so they could access their equipment at a moment's notice. Growing desperate, Hamel turned to the only person who had remained silent throughout the entire squabble. Vermouth, what's your take on this? He pleaded. How about you pull the wagon for a change? Vermouth merely glanced over his shoulder, his voice a sea of calm, utterly unperturbed. My weapons are not on that cart. Hamel muttered sarcastically about how wonderfully convenient those pocket dimensions must be. Sienna chimed in with a smug agreement, telling him that's precisely why she'd offered to teach him magic herself. She even taunted that she'd consider it if only he'd get down on his knees and beg. The memory dissolves, and Eugene finds himself back in the harsh reality of the present, a wry thought flickering through his mind. If only he'd possessed this back then, the Cloak of Darkness, with its infinite storage capacity. Maybe they wouldn't have given him so much grief. It was almost like a classic Reborn Manhwa plot twist. With that notion, he launched himself into the fray, a wild and savage grin stretching across his features. He decided then and there to handle this the old-fashioned way, the Hamel way. He flung his arms wide, and his cloak erupted with a violet aura as dozens of assorted weapons materialized from its shadowy abyss. He snatched a spear from midair, effortlessly deflecting an incoming blade with a shower of brilliant sparks. Then he propelled himself into the air, his spear held aloft, taking aim at an assassin below. He brought the weapon down with a devastating, earth-shattering strike, slamming the man deep into the desert sand. Before the resulting dust cloud could even begin to settle, he was already summoning a massive scythe and swinging it in a wide, lethal arc. The blade carved cleanly through another assailant, a crimson mist erupting against the harsh desert sun. He immediately followed up with a savage punch, shattering another assassin's defense and likely their bones right along with it. The next foe lunged at him from the side, their blade a silver flash, but Eugene was already a step ahead, a complete blur of motion as he parried the attack with a glowing azure dagger. He ducked beneath a wild swing, his own weapon flashing as it found its intended mark, man's flank. He weaves through them like a specter of death, even as two more assailants try to ambush him from behind. They never had a prayer. He'd already foreseen their move. He spins on his heel, his blade flaring with power, and slices them both down before their minds could even register the threat. While these assassins are clearly elite, their movements perfectly synchronized. They are facing a true monster in combat. Eugene parries and counters every single assault, his velocity so extreme it's a blur to the naked eye. He launches a dagger with surgical precision, burying it deep within an assassin's skull. He then draws his legendary sword Winad, its hilt shimmering with concentrated mana as he braces for the next onslaught. He masterfully deflects an incoming blade, while in the same motion, smashing the pommel into the face of another foe. He holds his position, a calm eye in a storm of clashing steel and spiraling death. Another assassin collapses, their weapon clattering away from a now limp hand. Eugene swiftly ducks beneath a wild, desperate swing and thrusts his sword cleanly through his attacker's torso. With a flick of his foot, he sends a fallen axe spinning into the air, catching it effortlessly. He immediately hurls it, and it connects with another assassin, the impact delivering a brutal, bone-shattering force. The axe head sinks deep into the man's cranium, felling him to the desert floor in an instant. A different assassin attempts to seize the opportunity, manifesting venomous, sharp spikes from their own arm. Yet Eugene is leagues faster. He glides across the sand, his sword radiating a brilliant blue energy, and in one move, he cuts the legs out from under every remaining adversary, sending them all tumbling to the ground in a single elegant sweep. Then, in one last fluid revolution, his blade carves a lethal circle of light, permanently silencing every last one of them. Rayhan observes from a distance, completely awestruck and silent. The only thought in his mind is he's completely dominating them. This level of power is like something from a reborn Manhwa. I can't even spot a single moment where I could intervene. Now that the battle is won, the various weapons Eugene commanded float eerily in the air, each still pulsing with a faint blue luminescence. With a mere gesture, he recalls them and they dematerialize one after another, vanishing back into the shadows of his cloak. He stands solitary amidst a ring of fallen assassins, the desert sand now stained dark with their lifeblood. Rahan is absolutely dumbfounded. Eugene hardly relied on his famed sword Winad and only used magic as a minor support. Instead, he fought with the ferocity of a wild beast, demonstrating an impossible mastery of every weapon he touched. Rayhan finally manages to find his voice, approaching Eugene with a tone laced with both horror and disbelief. Did you really have to eliminate all of them? Eugene's response is both cold and pragmatic. An assassin's mission is valued far more than their own life. These are the kind of people who wouldn't utter a sound even if you were dismembering them. He casts a glance at one of the fallen killers. I simply lack the specialized skills and certainly the time to attempt an interrogation on professionals of this caliber. Rahan takes an involuntary step back. Are you still planning to press on? He asks, his voice filled with uncertainty. Eugene bluntly informs him that the sole reason he was brought along was for his master's authority. But these assailants clearly had no regard for the Emir. There's no longer a reason for you to accompany me. But I can't just turn back now, Rahan stammers out. Eugene raises a single eyebrow. And why is that? Do you wish to see what happens next for yourself? Rahan becomes quiet, his expression turning grim. He understands he can't retreat. And now a powerful curiosity to witness the final outcome of this affair has firmly taken root. Eugene lets out a weary sigh. You're not particularly useful, he mutters. But Rahan insists, I swear I will not be a burden. Suit yourself, Eugene replies, waving a dismissive hand. Just don't expect to rescue you. With a light push, he sends Rahan stumbling away. Yet just as they are about to depart, Eugene abruptly freezes, his gaze locked on the ground. A sinister red glow emanates from the corpses as a dark bubbling smoke begins to rise, twisting into the air from their bodies like some foul, unholy miasma. Eugene's eyes widen in horrified realization, his voice sharp with alarm. The bodies, they were sacrifices. This is a summoning ritual. The sand around them begins to churn violently, and he feels an immense surge of mana erupting from deep beneath the earth. His very senses are screaming a warning. Something terrible is approaching. The desert itself seems to scream as a swirling vortex of sand tears across the landscape. This is no natural storm. But a cage. Its magical winds are pulling everything toward the center. Raman scrambles to his feet, pure terror etched in his eyes as he yells back at Eugene. Young master, run. But it is far too late. The swirling winds intensify, forming a colossal tornado that blots out the very sun, a roaring wall of sand and fury. Raman struggles against the gale, his mind racing. A sandstorm of this scale doesn't just materialize out of thin air. This is unnatural. Then it all clicks into place, the sacrificed assassins, the illusion. Magic, he whispers, the horrifying truth settling over him. Could the storm that swallowed his home all those years ago also have been the work of sand mages? Just as Eugene had warned, a memory flashes through his mind, his own younger self. A boy staring in absolute helpless terror. He's reliving the nightmare that destroyed his village, a traumatic backstory worthy of any reborn Manhwa protagonist. The same swirling chaos. The same suffocating fear. A desperate roar rips from his throat as he draws his blade, refusing to be a victim ever again. He slashes wildly at the tempest, his sword soul flaring, but his blade merely cuts through empty air and wind. This storm is a force of magic far beyond anything he can fight alone. He grits his teeth in frustration. It's too late. Slicing through a storm this massive is impossible for him. The ground beneath his feet softens, turning into treacherous quicksand. With a grunt of pain, he feels himself being pulled down, sinking deeper with every passing second. But Eugene remains untouched, floating calmly in the eye of the storm. His own magic pushes back against the raging winds, though he knows this is far more dire than any cliché reborn Manhwa plot. His wind spirit can't overpower a storm of this magnitude. Just holding his ground is the best he can do. He considers teleporting away, but something stops him. A feeling of her presence from below. His eyes dart downwards. Something huge is moving up through the sand. He hears Raman scream his name. The quicksand has become a swirling pit, and Raman is being dragged under completely helpless. Eugene clicks his tongue in annoyance. He didn't want to get involved, but he can't just leave the man to die. In a flash, he abandons his safe position and lunges forward. his hand outstretched. He shoves Ramen with all his might, sending the older man flying out of the vortex's pull. "Young master," Ramen yells, tumbling through the air to safety. Eugene just yells back, his voice strained against the roar of the storm. "Run, you fool." And then it happens. A colossal maw of teeth and flesh erupts from the sand right where he stands, a monster of unimaginable size. In that split second, a single thought flashes through Eugene's mind. A sandworm. The jaws snap shut with the force of an earthquake. Young Master Ramen's horrified scream is swallowed by the wind. He lands hard on the sand, staring at the spot where Eugene vanished. He was saved, but at what cost? Eugene's knuckles turned white, his grip on the dagger tightening with a fury born from a debt he never sought. He gritted his teeth, his expression hardening into a mask of sheer resolve. "I will repay this," he swore to the howling winds, his warrior's oath echoing in the chaos. Unleashing a final defiant war cry, he plunged headfirst back into the swirling vortex of sand, committed to saving the very boy who had just saved his life. At that same moment, Eugene found himself plummeting through the dark, pulsating gullet of the sandworm. He knew exactly what these creatures were capable of. They utterly disintegrated anything they consumed for sustenance. There were no exits, no escape routes. Once inside, you were simply digested. Yet a smirk played on Eugene's lips, his eyes flaring with power. Fine. If this was his fate in this reborn Manhwa, then he'll just have to carve his own way out. He ignited his mana, and the brilliant white light of the Lionheart flames erupted into existence. But he didn't stop there. He began to add his own unique magic to the inferno. The white flames churned and twisted, merging with a vortex of azure energy as he prepared to unleash his ultimate technique, the circle flame method. The creature's innards began to convulse violently, sensing the cataclysm Eugene was about to unleash from within. He surged forward, his blade now cloaked in a corrosive green flame, effortlessly slicing through layers of thick muscle and sinew. He carved a path of destruction, melting and burning everything in his path. But then abruptly he stopped. His advance was blocked by something solid. With a faint click, his boots made contact not with soft flesh, but with hard-packed earth and stone. He scanned his strange new surroundings. The walls were a grotesque fusion of living flesh and magically reinforced tunnels, still dripping with the acid from his fiery assault. The pieces of the puzzle began to click into place. The summoning ritual hadn't created the sandworm. It had only conjured the sandstorm to lure the beast to this specific location. The monster hadn't been summoned at all. It was a native inhabitant of this region. His eyes narrowed in concentration. Could this be the sandworm's nest? He wondered as a distant memory surfaced. He recalled that mages seeking to conduct research in secrecy would often establish hidden bases known as dungeons. And the desert mages who settled in this very region were famously nicknamed dungeon makers. He could almost hear Sienna explaining it to him centuries ago. Sandworms burrow deep into the desert, creating natural labyrinths, she had told him. You just have to leave one alone for about 10 days, and it will carve out an entire complex dungeon all by itself. After that, you simply dispose of the sandworm and use magic to reinforce the tunnels. He vividly remembered his younger, more obnoxious self, Hamel, asking if she was planning on building a desert dungeon for herself. Sienna had exploded at him, shouting, "Are you insane? Why on earth would I ever hide myself away in a desert dungeon?" The memory faded, and Eugene produced a small, glowing blue device from his pocket. It was a locator, and on its display, he saw a clear path marked through the subterranean tunnels. This dungeon? It could very well be a path leading him back to his former homeland. A determined grin stretched across his face. Let's go. Meanwhile, back on the surface, a calm voice cut through the dissipating storm. Rahan Schulhoff. Rahan's head snapped up, his expression a mixture of shock and confusion. He was completely surrounded by a group of men in veiled desert robes who had materialized from thin air. Their presence was cold, menacing. He then realized he was trapped atop pillars of sand. They must be sand mages, he thought, his mind racing. What is this, Bars? The leader scoffed, his voice dripping with mockery. It was quite amusing watching you charge at that sandworm. Did you honestly believe you could slay it with your meager level of skill? He waved a dismissive hand. No matter, we brought you here because we have a few questions for you. Rahan glared back, his heart pounding in his chest. Questions. The mage leaned closer, his eyes narrowing ominously behind his veil. Eugene Lionheart. The question hung in the air, heavy with unspoken threats. Hangs heavy in the air, as cold and sharp as a blade. Why is a pampered young master from the Lionheart family doing here? In the Kajani Desert, buried deep underground in a cavern sculpted by magic. The Sand Mage's question reverberates, laced with thick suspicion. Why is a spoiled brat from the Lionheart clan in the Kajani Desert, the leader demands, pointing an accusatory finger at the captured Rahan? And why are you a warrior sworn to Kajitan's Amir, escorting a son of the Lionhearts? Rahan remains stoically silent, his face a grim mask of defiance. He's cornered, fully aware that any word he utters will be twisted and used against him. The mage leans closer, his voice a menacing whisper. Is the Amir of Kajitan Tairi al-Madani plotting to betray our nation? He pointedly reminds Rahan that the Emir's sworn duty is to keep outsiders away from this land. Witnessing him do the precise opposite only stokes the flames of their paranoia. Another mage interjects coldly, what business do you have so deep underground? The question hangs in the air like a threat, a stark reminder that Rahan has trespassed into their secret domain. Finally, Rahan snaps. He fires back with accusations of his own, the illusory oasis, the magical sandstorm. He knows with certainty it was all their machination. The leader merely scoffs, making a dismissive, crushing gesture with his hand. You don't seem to grasp the gravity of the situation you find yourself in. A crushing, invisible wave of force slams into Rahan, violently expelling the air from his lungs. He groans in agony as he's driven to his knees by their overwhelming power. We are the ones asking the questions here, the mage states calmly, idly wondering if Rahan's silence is some misguided attempt to protect his master's honor. He informs Rahan that his defiance is utterly pointless. That boy is going to die here regardless. So instead of a torturous end, I'm offering a peaceful one in exchange for answers. He then lays out their working theory. Eugene Lionheart had a clear destination from the very moment he arrived. The only logical conclusion is that the Emir of Kajitan is using a Lionheart to orchestrate a betrayal. The word betrayal strikes Rahan like a physical blow, but not in the way they imagine. In that single dreadful instant, he realizes the horrifying truth. His master Sir Tyree must have been complicit in this wicked conspiracy from the very beginning. His horror quickly contorts into righteous fury. You resort to such petty tricks to encroach upon another nation's land, he roars. He demands to know why mages who are sworn to the royal family are operating out here, accusing them of conjuring the very sandstorms that steal land from their neighbors. The leader calmly informs him that he's mistaken. A storm of sufficient magnitude to cause desertification would require the might of hundreds of sand mages. Our small contingent is nowhere near powerful enough for such a feat. Rahan is stunned into silence. If that isn't their purpose, then what are they truly doing here? Then why are you here? We are under no obligation to answer you, the mage retorts, punishing his defiance with another invisible blast of raw magic. The leader leans in once more, his eyes boring into Rahan's, repeating the one question that truly matters to them. Why is Eugene Lionheart in Kajani believing? Eugene is truly gone, Rahan screams in a torrent of grief and rage. What does it even matter? The young master is already dead. You killed him. The mages exchange glances, one of them shrugging dismissively. Wasn't it better to just get rid of him? His life seemed worthless anyway. But another mage cuts him off sharply. Wait! A subordinate scrambles over, whispering urgently into the leader's ear. The leader's brow furrows. What happened? The subordinate reports that while Eugene was indeed swallowed by the sandworm, the situation has now completely changed. The news is shocking. There's a hole in the sandworm, and like a hero from a Reborn Manhwa, the boy has broken out, before the beast could fully digest him. The leader is concerned, but remains outwardly confident, ordering the assassins stationed within the tunnels to track him down, certain that his capture is inevitable. But Ryman overheard every single word, and a tiny flicker of hope ignites within his eyes. Young Master Eugene is alive. The mages begin to debate their next move, desperate to avoid a war with the Lionhearts. One of them suggests completely erasing Eugene's memories and simply dumping him at the edge of the desert. The leader, however, considers a far more cunning option. What if they were to rescue and protect Eugene? They might even receive a handsome reward for their trouble. He chuckles quietly to himself. It's a fortunate thing he isn't here, because if he were. But his thought is cut short by a sudden flicker of movement in the tunnel directly behind him. From the deep oppressive shadows of the corridor, a lone figure emerges. It's Eugene. And in the cavern's dim light, his golden eyes are glowing with a cold, simmering fury. The mages are completely and utterly stunned. Why is he here? One of them whispers in a panic, what happened to the assassins? The leader senses a faint, chilling trace of killing intent wafting from the tunnel at Eugene's back. A blur of motion in the darkness, the muffled sounds of a struggle, and then an absolute profound silence. The leader's eyes fly wide in disbelief. Impossible. Down the corridor lies a silent mound of his dead assassins, cut down before they could even think to raise an alarm. He simply cannot believe it. Those assassins knew this maze perfectly. Their stealth skills should have made them undetectable to even the most exceptional of warriors. The assassins here are not that great, Eugene says, his voice flat and utterly unimpressed. Their stealth was just a superficial skill, he explains. When it came to controlling their own mana, they were nothing more than amateurs. A memory from 300 years ago flashes through his mind. He remembered Nahama's truly elite assassins. Their stealth was on par with that of demons, their will so relentless they barely even seemed human. Compared to monsters like them, these men were nothing. If this location were truly important, he muses, they should have employed much better guards. This raises a rather chilling question. Is the Sultan just allowing this rogue group to do whatever they please out here? Young Master, Rahan cries out, a wave of pure, unadulterated relief washing over him. Eugene just looks annoyed. Rahan, I made it easy for you to run. What are you still doing here? He ignores him for the moment and strolls casually towards the sand mages. Hey you guys, he says casually, I have a few questions for you. One of the mages stomps his foot, triggering a hidden trap. The ground itself erupts into a cage of razor-sharp stone spikes, shooting upwards to impale him. But Eugene is prepared. He calmly takes out a small, glowing mana stone and simply drops it onto the floor. With a soft boom, he pulls up his hood, his face becoming obscured by shadow. A wave of purple energy explodes outwards, not to fight the spell, but to erase the very mana that was fueling it. The mages can only stare in absolute paralyzing shock as their powerful trap crumbles into nothingness. The stone spikes disintegrate into fine dust, leaving the cavern floor completely flat, as if the trap had never even existed. Eugene stands there completely unharmed, already holding another mana stone in his hand. The mages struggle to comprehend what they just witnessed. It wasn't dispel magic, which merely disrupts a spell's formation. The leader realizes the terrifying truth. What Eugene just did erased the mana itself. A technique like that is unheard of, like a cheat ability from a Reborn Manhwa. It was a feat unheard of even in Aeroth, the capital of magic. He begins to wonder if it's some secret forbidden art of the Lionheart family as he makes a split-second decision. A grim conclusion. They would not be capturing this boy alive. It was a pity, but now they had no other choice. He had to be eliminated. Eugene clenches his fist, a cold smile forming on his face. You all attacked first. A ball of crackling blue energy begins to form in his hand, his eyes gleaming with a predatory light. So you won't have any complaints if I decide to kill you, correct? The mages tense up, bracing themselves for his assault. He's coming. They quickly shift into formation, their hands weaving complex seals to cast their own devastating magic. They unleash a torrent of earth and sand, a massive wave of destructive power aimed directly at Eugene. But he just stands there, a confident smirk on his face, ready for the real battle to finally begin. Trapped deep underground and surrounded by enemies, Eugene decides he is done playing their games. It is time to show them what a true monster looks like. He holds up a small glowing crystal, pouring his mana directly into it. His expression is cold, his eyes sharp and focused. This isn't merely magic, it's a declaration of war. He unleashes the stored power, sending a brilliant beam of energy tearing straight through the cavern. The Sand Mage barely has time to register what is happening, his eyes wide with utter shock. He never even stood a chance. The blast slams into him, sending him flying backward, utterly overpowered by the sudden and overwhelming force. But that was just a simple warm-up. Eugene flares his own immense power, and a shockwave of pure energy erupts from him, his cloak whipping violently in the gale. The ground cracks, and the very air seems to shatter as the force expands outward in a blinding flash. The remaining mages and assassins are sent scattering like leaves in a hurricane, completely unable to stand against his raw, untamed power. The mages scramble to their feet, their hands moving in a desperate blur as they attempt to weave a counterspell. Eugene watches, completely unimpressed. He sees right through their clumsy plan, knowing they are just trying to create illusions to distract him. But he has already spotted the real attack forming directly above his head, a volley of sharp, dark projectiles aimed to kill. Without a flicker of panic, he draws his sword, its blade glowing with a familiar purple energy. In a fluid, gravity-defying maneuver, he deflects every single projectile, the sound of ringing steel echoing through the cave as he neutralizes their ambush with casual ease. The lead mage can only stare, his mind reeling. What just happened? It was like a scene from an overpowered Reborn Manhwa. How could anyone possibly counter that so effortlessly? A tremor of pure fear courses through him. He realizes he is not fighting a man. He is fighting something else entirely. The very air seems to turn blood red as Eugene moves. In a flash, he is upon them, a blur of motion that spells nothing but certain doom. He lands softly, leaving only chaos and broken bodies in his wake. The fight, if one could even call it that, is over. With his arms crossed and a look of cold indifference, he stands over the last conscious mage who is frozen to the ground in abject terror. Eugene gets straight to the point, his voice low and demanding. What were you doing here? The mage is trembling, completely broken by the display of power, managing only a few terrified stutters in response. Eugene calls him out, telling him he is far too weak to be part of the Sultan's royal guard. He cuts to the heart of the matter, asking if they are acting behind the Sultan's back. The mage stammers, trying to deny it, but Eugene has no patience for such games. A quick thrust of a dagger into the man's leg, effectively ending the conversation. He glares down at the whimpering mage, his expression as hard as stone, unwilling to waste another moment on interrogation. The choice was brutally simple. Do you want to die, or will you speak? Under the immense pressure, the mage finally cracks. He admits that the events unfolding are not under the Sultan's command. Eugene's eyes narrow dangerously. Then whose orders are you following? The Emir of Kajtan. The mage quickly shakes his head. No, he clarifies, explaining that the Emir is merely cooperating with them. But he's not the one in charge. However, before he can utter another word, he suddenly reaches for the dagger that Eugene had left in his leg and plunges it into himself. As his life fades, he screams out the name of their true master, a name that changes everything. Amelia Merwin. The name hits Eugene like a physical blow. Amelia Merwin, the very same dark mage who had desecrated his grave 200 years ago. He realizes with a dawning horror that this entire place is her dungeon. His face twists into a mask of pure anger. Don't you dare lie to me, he snarls. He knows her real dungeon is supposed to be in the Ashur Desert. The dying mage gasps that for the last 6 years she has been traveling back and forth between this dungeon and her own. Eugene's mind races. The pieces are beginning to connect, but one question burns in his mind. Why here the mage remains silent, his fear of his master? But clearly greater than his fear of death. Eugene leans in his voice, a menacing whisper, as he offers one last choice. Tell me everything and I'll grant you a quick end, or stay silent and face whatever horrors Amelia would inflict for your failure. The image of the terrifying sorceress is all the motivation the man needs. The choice becomes painfully easy. The terrified mage spills everything. This labyrinth was created to accelerate the desert's expansion. There are many like it, but this particular one was built 10 years ago. He continues explaining that 6 years ago, the labyrinth was expanded after an underground collapse. They initially believed it was just unstable ground until they discovered a giant, magically sealed gate deep below. They tried everything to open it, but the seal was far too powerful. So they called upon Lady Amelia Merwin for her assistance. Eugene listens, absorbing every last word, a dawning realization spreading across his face. I see. With the information he needs, he grants the mage his final request, a swift, clean end. The mage's body slumps to the ground. There can be no loose ends. Eugene is now the last one standing in the cavern, surrounded by the bodies of those who dared to stand in his way. As the final mage falls, the sand magic holding Raman dissipates. The captain is at last free, but the situation is far from resolved. It all begins to make a grim kind of sense to Eugene now. No wonder these fighters were so pathetically weak. They weren't an army. They were just guards for Amelia Merwin, a disposable force meant to eliminate anyone who got too close. Raman stumbles over, his voice filled with urgency, as he places a hand on Eugene's shoulder. Young master, his face is pale with terror. He knows the name Amelia Merwin, and he knows they need to leave this place immediately. This was the legendary and feared den of the Blackthorn, yet Eugene simply smirked, entirely unfazed. But we've already come this far inside, he noted. He said, a dangerous glint dancing in his eyes before reassuring Raman that he seriously doubted Amelia was currently present. Her true sanctum is a great distance from here, so it's unlikely she frequents this place. Raman remained unconvinced, arguing she could return at any second. He shouted, his terror palpable in the air, but Eugene calmly reasoned that even if they were to leave, she would likely find them anyway. She'd hunt him down regardless. She's the kind of person who eliminates anyone who dares trespass in her domain and cause a disturbance. He extended his arms in a gesture of surrender to fate, a look of grim acceptance etched onto his features. Fleeing is futile. We're bound to cross paths with her no matter what. He conceded to himself that he desperately wanted to avoid a confrontation, but fate had left him no alternative. Raman observed him, recognizing the unwavering determination gleaming in the young man's gaze. Eugene then turned to him, his curiosity genuine, and asked, "So what's keeping you from running?" Raman's reply was simple, his voice resolute. "You have saved my life on 2 separate occasions, young master." With that, the captain made a solemn vow, placing a hand over his heart. Should Amelia Merwin appear, he would sacrifice his own life to ensure Eugene's escape. Eugene could only scoff at the notion. "And what could you possibly do?" he retorted. He urged Raman to simply return home, insisting this wasn't his battle. But the captain stood his ground, his loyalty unwavering. "I cannot abandon you here, young master." Eugene sighed, appreciating the sentiment, but knowing he couldn't let the man throw his life away. In a flash, he closed the distance between them. A single precise strike to the back of the neck was all it took. Raman collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Eugene gazed down at him, a flicker of frustration in his tone. "I told you to leave, so why did you have to be so stubborn?" He carefully positioned the captain to rest safely against a wall before turning to face the encroaching darkness by himself. Some burdens he knew could not be shared. His thoughts drifted back to what the mage had mentioned. The labyrinth was expanded 6 years ago. A chilling realization washed over him. 6 years prior, he had been just 13 years old. That was the very year of his blood succession ceremony. It was also the same year he was granted his first access to the Lionheart family's treasury. And most importantly, the same year he discovered Hamel's artifact. A vivid memory surfaced of his younger self gazing at the very necklace he had earned as a prize. He clutched that same necklace in his hand now, the pieces of the timeline locking perfectly into place. This labyrinth. It collapsed 6 years ago at the exact moment he claimed this artifact, shattering the ancient magic that had sealed his own tomb. His expression contorted into a mask of pure, cold fury. And who else would appear the moment his grave was suddenly exposed, Amelia? Merwin, you accursed tomb raider. He stood at the precipice of a deep, dark chasm that had split the earth open, staring down into the gaping abyss. Everything was making a terrifying amount of sense. This place, this entire conspiracy, it was all tied to him because somewhere in those depths lay his own grave. This whole ordeal felt like something out of a twisted Reborn Manhwa. With rage searing his heart and the weight of 300 years on his shoulders, Eugene took a resolute step forward. He was descending into that darkness. He was going to witness for himself what that monster Amelia Merwin had done to his final resting place. He plunged into the abyss, his cloak whipping around him as a torrent of azure mana swirled at his command. He expertly controlled his descent with practiced mastery, plummeting like a stone through the oppressive darkness directly toward the heart of this entire conspiracy. Far below his eyes caught it, a massive reinforced door embedded in the cavern floor. This must be the gate the mages were referring to, he surmised. He landed with a solid thud, the swirling mana dissipating around him. At last he was here, the entrance to his own tomb. But his eyes immediately caught a disturbing detail. The colossal door was slightly ajar. His expression instantly darkened. "It's open," he thought grimly. Amelia Merwin must have already breached it. Without a moment's hesitation, he slipped through the gap, descending even deeper into the silent, chilling darkness. His boots made contact with ancient, hallowed ground. He gazed out across a vast, pillared chamber, but the sacred place was in utter ruin. The floor was shattered and deep cracks marred the walls. The chamber was a testament to a cataclysmic struggle. Remnants of a massive battle were strewn everywhere. He knew instantly what it signified. These were the scars of a violent confrontation. A fierce battle had been waged right here within the confines of his own tomb. A single name ignited in his mind, accompanied by the image of his oldest friend. Could it have been Sienna? He moved slowly through the desolate hall, the solitary sound of his own footsteps echoing in the heavy, oppressive silence. His eyes were wide, absorbing the devastating scene around him. The very air was thick with the ghosts of old memories and a profound, lingering sense of loss. And then his gaze fell upon it. Standing at the far end of the hall was a statue, a perfect effigy of himself. It was his own face from 300 years ago, perfectly immortalized in stone. The familiar scars, the defiant scowl. It was unmistakably Hamel. A strange broken laugh escaped his throat. It was a sound caught somewhere between utter disbelief and a tidal wave of nostalgia. He took a hesitant step closer and began to read the epitaph. It started simply enough with his name and the years of his life. Below that, in a script he instantly recognized as his friend's, was a string of painfully familiar insults: damned fool, useless oaf, and utter piece of trash. But just beneath that, the tone shifted completely. But brave, faithful, wise, and great. And the final line struck him with the force of a physical blow. In praise of you who sacrificed everything for our sake and left us far, far too soon. The words shattered his composure. He couldn't bear it. Clamping a hand over his face, hot tears streamed down his cheeks. All the praise, all the love he had never once heard while he was alive. It was all right here, carved into stone for eternity. He choked back a sob. You should have said all this when I was still alive, you absolute idiots. What's the point of engraving it on my tombstone after I'm already gone? Overwhelmed, he turned away from the statue. I was never meant to see this, damn it all. The cruel irony felt like a plot from a twisted Reborn Manhwa. He collapsed onto a piece of rubble. The storm of emotions left him utterly drained. As he slowly composed himself, his eyes scanned the surroundings once more. The battle must have been incredibly fierce. And yet the statue and the memorial stone stood completely untouched. He knew just how powerful Sienna was. She was an absolute monster back in their day. And he could only imagine the heights of power she must have reached after his death. She was arguably the greatest archmage in the world. But the evidence before him was undeniable. Sienna had not been victorious here. If she had won, she never would have left his grave in such a sorry state. He entertained the thought that she might have perished, but quickly dismissed it. He recalled the illusion in Eroth that had been a message from Sienna herself. It was proof she had survived. He arrived at a grim conclusion: she must have been grievously wounded in the fight, and was forced to retreat into hiding. But who could possibly do that to her? Who could defeat the wise Sienna, a demon, one of the demon kings? The very thought was terrifying. Pushing himself to his feet, he knew that sitting here speculating would yield no answers. He had to find her, but first he decided to search the area more thoroughly. There might be other clues left behind. He began to wander through the wreckage. As he walked, his thoughts drifted back to the past. Sienna, Anise, and the others, they had built this place for him. He pictured them here, setting up his statue, all of them likely crying their eyes out as they did. But then a curious thought struck him. Did Vermouth cry? He tries to conjure the image in his mind, but it simply won't form. The great hero his eternal rival brought to tears. The very concept seemed utterly impossible. He recalls the all-too-familiar pattern. After every major conflict, while everyone else was celebrating their survival, Vermouth would just stare at his injured comrades, his expression heavy with self-blame. It was a tragic loop, like something out of a classic Reborn Manhwa. You shouldn't have been injured, he'd insist. I should have performed better. A vivid memory surfaces of his own younger self scowling at Vermouth's ceaseless self-flagellation while Anise stood beside him. His expression just as exasperated. He could still hear his own voice shouting, "What are you, some kind of god? You're just a man. Flesh and blood like the rest of us. If you truly believe you can handle everything alone, then what in the blazes is the point of us being here?" And so, he recalled Anise interjecting, ever the pious one, admonishing him for cursing at Sir Vermouth. He remembered smirking right back at her, saying, "Anise, I literally just witnessed you clicking your tongue at him. Did you think I wouldn't notice you feel the exact same way?" Anise, always flustered, would invariably come up with an excuse. That wasn't directed at Sir Vermouth. The recollection almost brings a smile to his face. They were all completely mad, but the warmth of the memory vanishes, replaced by a sudden sharp wave of grief. Damn it all, dwelling on the past is just making me tear up again. He would trade anything just to have one more foolish argument with them. Abruptly, his senses shrieked a warning. He snapped back to the present, his eyes instantly sharp with alarm. Across the hall, concealed within the shadows, stood another door, a smaller, more ornate door that was certainly not part of his friend's original design. A door? He thought, bewildered. This is completely new. With caution, he pushed it open. A low creak echoed through the silent tomb as he peered inside, spotting a figure seated on the floor encased in full heavy plate armor. And behind that figure was yet another sealed door. Another door, inside another door. His gaze hardened. But who in the world is that? He stepped into the room, his voice echoing sharply in the small chamber. Identify yourself, and what is your purpose for sitting before that door? With a grating screech of metal on stone, the armored figure began to stir. It rose slowly with deliberate purpose to its full towering height. A knight in imposing black armor now stood before him, sword in hand. Eugene sized it up. A demon? No, the aura feels different. Then he realized what was missing. I can't sense any life force from it. The horrifying truth crashed down on him, his face twisting in disgust. Undead, he snarled, like a monster from a dark, reborn manhwa. I asked you what you are. The knight's helmet slowly turned toward him, and 2 points of crimson light ignited within its visor. A voice ancient and hollow echoed through the chamber. I am Hamel the Foolish. For a moment, Eugene's mind went completely blank. His eyes glazed over in pure, unadulterated shock. That shock instantly erupted into a rage so intense it felt as if his very blood was boiling. The Death Knight merely looked down upon him. "You claim to be Hamel, don't make me laugh. You are nothing but a Death Knight deluding itself into believing it's the real Hamel." And then the final, most sickening piece of the puzzle slammed into place. His teeth ground together with furious pressure. This is Hamel's grave, which means that Death Knight's body is... He lunged forward, all rational thought obliterated, replaced by a single burning imperative. "Take off your helmet." The Death Knight remained motionless, its glowing red eyes fixed on him, a silent, mocking sentinel guarding its stolen prize. Eugene erupted in a violent blast of purple energy, his voice a raw, desperate roar that seemed to shake the very foundations of his own desecrated tomb. I screamed, "Take it off!" demanding it face the truth of its stolen body, twisted into a monster by some grave-robbing witch. This was no longer just a fight for survival. This had become a battle for his very soul. A deafening crash rang out as his foot slammed into the Death Knight's helmet, a blow charged with 300 years of pure, undiluted rage. Yet the undead warrior was unshaken. Eugene twisted in midair, landing gracefully as his opponent stood ready, its very silence a profound mockery. His swords began to blaze with purple energy, his face a mask of pure fury. The desecration was so absolute, so deeply personal, that the rage threatened to consume him entirely. Whole again. He channels that all-consuming rage into his assault, lunging forward in a blinding torrent of speed and power. Yet the Death Knight meets his charge head-on. The thunderous clash of their blades unleashes a shockwave that rips apart the very stone floor of his own tomb. The undead warrior's sword becomes a blur of crimson demonic energy, forcing Eugene onto the defensive. He twists his body, moving with a fluid grace born from the combat experience of his past life, deflecting the devastating blow with a sweeping arc of purple-infused energy. But the Death Knight is already one step ahead. It raises a hand, and a shield of pure dark energy shatters into existence, effortlessly blocking his counterattack. For a fleeting moment, confusion clouds Eugene's mind. A mana shield. No, that's not right. He instantly corrects himself. A Death Knight wields demonic force, not mana. That was a demonic force shield. This creature, it's the real deal. Their blades collide once more, the impact so violent it showers the air with incandescent sparks. Eugene meets the blow with both swords, his arms straining against the sheer, overwhelming might of the undead knight. The raw force of the impact sends him flying backward, skidding violently across the cold stone floor. He recovers in an instant, his cloak whipping around him as he braces for the next onslaught. This is no mere reanimated corpse. The shock of the blow has left his hands numb. Gritting his teeth, he realizes this thing is unbelievably strong. This has to be the work of Amelia Merwin. She must have desecrated his grave 6 years ago, turning his own body into a Death Knight. And with his own soul long gone, she must have cruelly shoved another one inside, trapping it within his former vessel, forced to serve as her puppet. The grim reality sinks in a chilling plot twist worthy of a Reborn Manhwa. A Death Knight forged by a mage as skilled as Amelia Merwin. This creature could rival the strength of the Lionheart Patriarch or even his formidable Grand Aunt Carmen. And at his current level, that means one thing. He can't win. A low, guttural growl escapes his lips, but his eyes blaze with pure defiance. So what? So what if he's outmatched? So what if the odds are stacked impossibly against him? He lets out a ferocious roar, unleashing the iconic white flame of the Lionheart clan, his mana exploding outwards in a brilliant aura. The very ground cracks under the immense pressure as the Death Knight charges forward to meet him. Eugene meets the charge head on, his cloak billowing behind him like a gathering storm cloud. He summons a spear from his cloak, a weapon he hasn't wielded in this new life, but one he knows as intimately as his own hands. The spear crashes against the Death Knight's sword in a brilliant shower of sparks. He's switching tactics, desperately searching for an opening, any opening at all. With a powerful downward strike, he brings the spear crashing down upon the knight's unyielding armor. He puts every ounce of his weight into the blow, driving the knight's own sword down and pinning it to the ground. The recoil sends him stumbling back, but he's already in motion, summoning his next weapon. An axe materializes in his hands, glowing with the same potent purple energy. He's showcasing the legendary weapon mastery that once defined him as the Great Hamel. The Death Knight holds its ground, its crimson eyes seeming to narrow in sharp focus. Recognizing the familiar fighting style, Eugene leaps into the air, bringing the axe down in a devastating overhead arc. He lands with explosive force, digging his heels into the fractured stone. Bracing himself against the immovable knight, he stands his ground, facing down the towering monstrosity, his axe held at the ready. His face is a grim mask of unyielding determination. This has become a battle of pure, refined skill against raw, untamed demonic power. Suddenly, the Death Knight speaks its voice, a cold and hollow echo. "Boy, you are quite adept with various weapons." Eugene smirks, a feral grin spreading across his face. "If you're going to impersonate Hamel," he taunts, "you should at least get the tone right." The knight concedes his prowess only to dismiss it moments later. "You are still far too weak for me." It then surges forward, a torrent of crimson demonic energy billowing in its wake. Eugene pivots, intercepting the onslaught with his spear in a clash that is both swift and savage. He masterfully parries a barrage of lightning-fast thrusts, their impacts echoing like the drums of war, but the overwhelming force proves to be too much. With a final deafening crack, his spear explodes into a dozen fragments, leaving him clutching nothing but a splintered shaft. He now stands before the monstrosity, inhabiting his own form, its glowing eyes seeming to taunt him. What a complete waste. In a brilliant flash, Eugene narrowly evades a fatal strike, the sheer force of the swing creating a gust of wind that whips past his face. The knight appears genuinely startled. You should not have been able to avoid that. What did you just do? Eugene is now armed with a simple broadsword, his expression a mask of calm, lethal focus. Parrying! The knight scoffs, unable to fathom how a weaker foe could possibly turn aside its immense power. A confident smirk touches Eugene's lips. It was something more than a simple parry. The very instant he felt the impact, he had synchronized the soul of his blade with the mana of the attack to divert a defeat that only a true grandmaster could ever conceive of. However, even with his genius, its onslaught is simply too heavy. The execution was flawless. Yet he concedes that he isn't powerful enough to deflect the blows without consequence. He understands this battle cannot be allowed to continue. A single bead of sweat traces a path down his temple. He must conclude this now, even if it costs him everything. He erupts in a storm of energy, pushing his physical form well past its inherent limitations. The following moments become a dizzying blur of impossibly swift attacks, with Eugene moving like a specter striking the Death Knight from every conceivable direction. The physical toll is staggering. It feels as though his muscles are being shredded from his bones, his skeleton groaning under the immense pressure. He briefly wonders if this new, blessed body can withstand this level of force, but he shoves the pain aside. It's irrelevant. He fought perfectly well in a body far worse than this one in his past life, a classic advantage in any Reborn Manhwa. Fueled by this memory, his eyes burn with an unbreakable will, and blood trickles from the corner of his mouth. As long as his mind remains sharp, he can continue to fight. He parries another bone-shattering blow, the shockwave vibrating through his entire frame. But he refuses to yield a single inch. He stands his ground, a lone warrior against an insurmountable adversary, utterly refusing to retreat. He raises his sword high, channeling the pure white flame of the Lionheart clan into the very steel of the blade, with absolutely everything on the line. He prepares to unleash his ultimate technique, a final desperate gamble to reclaim what is rightfully his own. He grinds his teeth, blood now staining his lip. The inferiority of his defense is meaningless now. There is only one path forward. The choice is made. He will pour every last fragment of his mana, every single ounce of his willpower into one all-or-nothing attack. He is betting it all on his sword Winiad as he hurls himself forward, a blazing comet of white and azure light. Their blades collide in a cataclysmic detonation of pure energy. The Death Knight is instantly engulfed in a tempest of mana, a relentless barrage meticulously crafted to annihilate any defense. Eugene channels his entire existence into this one strike, the raw might of the white flame swirling violently around him, twisting and converging upon the singular point of impact. With a ferocious roar, he screams the words that have been smoldering in his very soul. Let me see that face of yours. His blade finally finds its target, slamming into the knight's helm with a sickening shriek of rending metal. The helmet fractures bursting apart as Eugene's attack lands true. He slides past his cloak, snapping violently through the air before landing hard and digging his heels into the shattered stone floor to arrest his momentum. Fragments of the shattered helmet clatter across the ground, and for the very first time, the face of this abomination is about to be revealed. Eugene turns his eyes widening as he braces himself to see his own face staring back at him. He looks up, his voice a low commanding growl, "Look at me." Yet the face that turns to meet his gaze is not his own at all. It is the face of a complete stranger. A man with disheveled red hair, his features contorted into a grotesque snarl, his eyes burning with a demonic red light. Eugene stares, a cold sweat beating on his brow as the profound shock washes over him. This isn't me. It's like I'm the protagonist in some twisted Reborn Manhwa. A slow, mocking grin spreads across the stranger's face. He sizes up his body, and remarks, "Damn, you're quite the looker. It's been hundreds of years, but you still look as good as the day I took you." His smile twists into a vicious sneer. However, the soul currently inhabiting that fine vessel is utterly repulsive. The insult lands perfectly. The undead knight begins to tremble not from any injury, but from pure, unrestrained rage. It unleashes a horrifying, inhuman screech that reverberates through the desecrated tomb. It drops its sword, completely abandoning any pretense of swordsmanship. In a flash of red, a projectile rockets past Eugene's head. It had just thrown its own sword hilt as if it were a weapon. The knight is suddenly right in front of him, its face twisted into a bestial snarl as it swings a vicious punch, sending Eugene flying across the chamber. He expertly rights himself in midair, landing in a low crouch poised for the next assault. He glances over at the knight, a new understanding dawning on him. All it did was drop its sword, yet its speed has increased so dramatically. The knight snarls, its true power finally unchained. Eugene realizes the truth. It was actually weaker because it was fighting with a weapon it had no aptitude for. So this is its real combat style. Now what? Oh, he thinks. Sweat beating on his face. A Death Knight is capable of regenerating most injuries. To put it down for good, he must destroy its core. But is that even possible? He's been on the defensive this entire time, burning through his stamina just to parry its blows. If it weren't for the incredible efficiency of the white flame technique, he would be completely out of mana by now. He grips his sword, a flicker of doubt creeping into his mind for the first time. What am I even thinking? He crushes the doubt with sheer force of will, his eyes igniting with renewed fire. If it's not possible, then I'll just have to make it possible. The beast lunges, moving faster than ever before. Eugene meets the charge, but the night becomes a whirlwind of savage strikes its hands, now shrouded in baleful red energy. He's overwhelmed by the furious barrage, grunting in pain as he is forced back step by agonizing step. A flurry of energy blasts forces him onto the back foot in a desperate dance of survival. The knight's demonic hand transforms, sprouting vicious claws that rake across Eugene's chest and draw blood. It crouches low, its hands and feet wreathed in dark power, its posture becoming utterly inhuman. Eugene observes the demonic force, the savage combat style, and the beast-like posture, and the pieces of this puzzle finally click into place. A single word flashes through his mind. A lycanthrope? A werewolf. Could it be a lycanthrope's soul trapped inside a human body? That would explain everything. The beast lunges once more, letting out another furious howl. What an absolute mess, Eugene thinks, pulling out the small, glowing crystal, a fragment of the moonlight sword. He hurls the fragment and a streak of turquoise light slices through the air, striking the beast's monstrous hand where the holy power within it erupts in a violent clash with the demonic force, sending a concussive shockwave through the night. But even that is not enough to halt its relentless charge. Eugene grits his teeth, realizing he cannot completely purge the demonic essence. Not with a mere fragment, his only recourse is to diminish its strength so he recalls the radiant shard back to his grasp. Weakening it would have to suffice. He narrowly evades another vicious arcing slash, the claws shearing the air inches from his face. The beast roars in raw frustration, its frenzied assault creating a momentary fatal opening that Eugene seizes in a heartbeat. He ducks beneath the sweeping attack and thrusts his other hand forward, plunging the incandescent fragment deep into the Death Knight's torso. Agony sears his hand upon contact, but the crystal is now embedded firmly within its corrupted core, and he forces it deeper still. He drives it toward the very spot where the heart of his former self once beat, causing a soul-rending shriek of undiluted agony to erupt from the knight's throat. The malefic energy enveloping it spirals out of control, violently flailing as its vessel is ripped asunder from within. The resulting blast hurls Eugene backward, forcing him to shield his eyes from the storm of tainted power. When the chaotic light subsides, he sees the crystal. It's shining like a beacon from within the knight's chest. The shroud of demonic energy has vanished. Its defenses are now critically compromised. With a guttural roar, he moves. Spitting blood, he forces his battered body into one last desperate charge and summons a torrential blast of pure white flame. He hammers the embedded crystal over and over his face, a mask of sheer, unyielding resolve, a climactic scene straight out of an epic Reborn Manhwa. He channels every last ounce of his fading strength to obliterate the core. A final blinding eruption of light silences the knight's tormented screams forever. Its core violently implodes, and the crystal, its sacred duty fulfilled, tumbles free from the crumbling form. It lands with a faint clatter on the stone floor, just as Eugene collapses to his knees, using his sword as a makeshift crutch, his energy completely and utterly depleted. For a fleeting moment, the Death Knight's ravaged shell remains standing before it. Finally crumbles into dust, its profane existence snuffed out for all time. Eugene heaves, coughing up a spray of blood, a ragged yet triumphant smile spreading across his lips. He glares at the fallen husk. And you had the audacity to call yourself Hamel.